You touched every part of Auntie's body. Auntie not only didn't get angry, but also gave you 10 million pocket money. Seeing this scene, everyone suspected that your aunt had gone insane. But what they didn't know was that you awakened the disease-transferring system. Anyone you touched would have their illnesses absorbed by you. Through this method, you not only cured your girlfriend's eyes, but also saved 18 strangers suffering from terminal illnesses. However, what you didn't expect was that these people, because you didn't have a medical license, teamed up to sue you in court. But these people didn't know that you could not only absorb viruses, but also transmit them. At this time, a male lawyer in the court questioned you, treating people without a medical license, isn't it profiteering and killing? Hearing this, you immediately laughed sarcastically and retorted, you say I'm profiteering and killing, then tell me who I've harmed. The male lawyer, Zhang Yiping, chuckled lightly. He was waiting for this moment, then looked towards the spectators' seats and said in a solemn tone, those who have been harmed by Song Chen, please stand up and condemn this unforgivable demon together. In an instant, there were continuous commotions among the spectators. Seeing these witnesses, your expression suddenly changed drastically, because these people were indeed the ones you had treated, but almost all of them were terminally ill and waiting to die. Without your treatment, these people would have long been gone. Can't you understand why they have come forward to accuse themselves? As soon as the 18 so-called witnesses stepped out, they pointed at you and shouted at the judge, I want to report. It's this demon who sold us fake medicine and harmed us. He not only deceived us of our money, but also worsened our conditions. You look at the ugly faces of the 18 people, and the gratitude they once had towards you is now in question, completely different. It's hard to imagine that a person can have two such extreme faces. At this moment, Zhang Yiping presented a thick stack of documents again, then smiled and revealed a sensational piece of news. It's worth mentioning that these pieces of evidence were provided by a kind girl named Wu Yashue. You followed Zhang Yiping's gaze and saw the woman, leaving you in disbelief where you stood. Because this woman is not someone else, but the girlfriend you have carefully cared for 3 years. Wu Yashue first pretended to look at you fearfully, then mustered the courage to face everyone and resolutely said, yes. It was me who reported Song Chen, because I don't want him to continue on the wrong path, and I don't want more compatriots to be deceived. As she spoke, she looked at you again, her eyes reddening. In a weak and hoarse voice, she said, I did it all for your own good. Stop now. As long as you change for the better, I still love you. Confronted with Wu Yashue's hypocritical appearance, you completely lost your guard and wished you could rush up and transfer all the diseases to this woman. Wu Yashue's mouth curled up with a barely perceptible sneer, continuing to cry and plead, portraying insincere grief to the extreme, until the presiding judge struck the gavel. Wu Yashue pretended to faint and was taken away as a captive. Zhang Yi seized the opportune moment, filled with righteous indignation, to bring up the lawsuit, saying, Your Honor, practicing medicine without a license is a crime. Moreover, after studying veterinary medicine again, he recklessly practiced medicine without regard for money, treating the lives of the people as worthless, devoid of any moral bottom line. If it weren't for the kind-hearted Ms. Wu Yashue and many other victims bravely stepping forward to uphold justice, who knows how many more people would have been deceived. I plead to uphold the dignity of the medical profession, to sentence the defendant to more than 50 years in prison, and to compensate all victims for their mental and physical losses. A total of 264 million yuan. Furthermore, a lifetime ban on practicing medicine, the final demand for justice. Zhang Yi's voice was particularly solemn, this being the most important request from his client behind the scenes. After reviewing the documents, the presiding judge looked unkindly at the defendant, asking, Do you have anything else to say? You looked at the 18 victims, gritted your teeth and roared, I request the final identification. If they still say I harmed them, I will admit to this crime. Soon, the 18 victims lined up and approached, with you being the first. An elderly woman spoke up voluntarily, saying, Madame Zhu, look closely, I was indeed harmed by you. Initially, seeing the other party was quite elderly, I felt sorry for them. Not only did I provide free treatment, but I also gave them a few hundred yuan. It's definitely you. You can't deny it. It was you who tricked me into drinking fake medicine in the first place. Not only did it not work, but you also cheated me out of over 100,000 yuan of my pension. After Mrs. Du finished speaking, she even gave you a hard slap. The slap was loud and completely woke you up. Without hesitation, you immediately returned the 3 diseases you had previously taken away. Mrs. Du remained silent, completely unaware. She still wanted to continue arguing, but was eventually pulled away by the nearby police officer who couldn't bear to watch. The next 17 victims all had the same expression, feeling justified in fabricating various groundless accusations to frame you, and all angrily struck you. But they didn't know that in this process, you had already returned their illnesses. For those who weren't terminally ill, you multiplied their diseases and returned them to the accused. Do you now admit guilt? The presiding judge asked in a cold voice once again. Just as you were about to speak, a pleasant and urgent voice came first. As your gaze fell on the woman, you instantly remembered her. 3 days ago, she was the last patient you cured. She had a rare heart defect and needed expensive imported medicine to survive, which you eventually cured. Afterward, Sia wanted to give you 1 million, but you refused and only accepted the customary 100 yuan. Just as you were wondering how she appeared here, Horse has already arrived and calmly spoke in front of everyone. I request to defend the accused. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent, even you were stunned and speechless. Your Honor, the judge who has submitted the documents, these transfer records are sufficient to prove that our client has only profited 3,000 anbai. There was no harm done to the victims, but practicing medicine without a license. Our client is willing to accept all penalties for fraud, and provide satisfactory compensation to the victims. The 18 victims were alarmed when they heard this, afraid they wouldn't receive their due rewards. They quickly objected, saying, "Who says this scammer didn't harm us? Treating us was a crime in itself. He even deceived us out of tens of thousands, forcing us to seek treatment at a major hospital. This scammer must be severely punished, made to compensate and imprisoned, otherwise we will never forgive him." Sia looked at the 18 people with a cold gaze in the courtroom, reminding them that all statements made are legally binding. The mentioned amounts can all be verified. Are you sure all of this is true? The 18 people fell silent instantly, looking guilty, because it was true that they had fabricated everything. Sia continued, stating that in light of our client's wrongdoing, they are willing to offer each of you 5 million in compensation. The 18 people were taken aback for a moment, then excitedly said, "As long as he compensates us for our losses, we will forgive him." Zhang Yiping's eyes flickered as he understood the underlying implications. The other party wanted to protect Song Chen, but based on the current charges, it was clear that Song Chen couldn't be imprisoned again. So, Zhang Yichuan stepped forward, staring at Song Chen with a determined gaze. "Judge, although the defendant's crimes have not caused significant harm, the impact of their actions on society is extremely negative. Therefore, I request that the defendant, in order to avoid criminal punishment, must sign a lifelong ban on practicing medicine in court, ensuring they will never practice medicine again and harm others." With a hoarse and calm demeanor, the defendant raised their hand to refute, but was ruthlessly rejected by the judge. However, you unhesitatingly accepted the prepared ban document from Zhang Yichuan and signed your name firmly. At this moment, Zhang Yiping's slightly mocking and threatening voice sounded, warning the defendant once again to sign the ban order. This means that you will never have the qualification to practice medicine in Manhwa again. If discovered, you will be charged with murder. I hope you will cherish this. As a veterinarian, just do what a veterinarian should do. Remembering lawyer Zhang's words, from now on, I will only be a veterinarian, specializing in treating animals. After saying this, you touched the signed document with both hands for a moment. As a gesture of goodwill, I am sending you the remedies for oral ulcers, movement disorders, and bone cancer, as a token of gratitude. Zhang Yichuan did not notice, just gave a contemptuous smile and took the document. Looking at this ironic situation, the defendant hoarsely smiled bitterly, shook their head, and gave up the thought of fighting further. At that moment, only they knew what Manhwa would lose. Amidst people's accusations and insults, you calmly walked out of the courtroom. I have compensated those people with the money for the divine healer, and they have also signed the forgiveness letter. Looking at the signatures on the forgiveness letter and the compensation of over 5 million, you chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm truly sorry for the false accusation, but if you are willing, I would like to hire you as our private doctor. You can name your salary. I feel a bit guilty. Please don't call me a miracle doctor anymore. I'm going to switch to being a veterinarian as a sincere gesture of the ban order in my hand. Just then, several men in suits walked in, led by a stern-looking young man. Seeing the stern young man, Sia's face slightly changed. You are greeting the family. Do you not know? Sikhen approached, sounding displeased. He gave you a cold glance while speaking, then coldly instructed the people beside him to let Miss Dai go first. You disregarded Sichen's cold pressure, thought for a moment, tore the forgiveness letter into 3 pieces, handed them to Sia, and promised that in the future, you could use these 3 pieces of paper to ask for his help. Sia was slightly stunned 3 times, but still took the notes. At this moment, Sia did not yet know that these seemingly tattered and casual 3 pieces of paper would make countless wealthy businessmen in Manhwa willing to enhance their status. My sister helped you this time against the family's wishes, which can be considered as repaying the favor of treating her illness that day. I hope you won't take advantage of her kindness and try to cling to Sikhen. I'm warning him without reservation." After speaking, she turned and sat in the luxury car, also reminding him as a superior, "This world is not as simple as you think. Save yourself before saving others. If you have no power, keep a low profile. Don't try to touch other people's cake. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. This world is not as simple as you think. Save yourself before saving others. If you have no power, keep a low profile. Don't try to touch other people's cake. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." You remained calm, watching the vehicle depart. This scene made you realize a truth: money is what people should strive for. The life philosophies taught in school are all nonsense. At this moment, a tall figure appeared behind you, accompanied by 2 foreign bodyguards, as if they had been waiting there for a while. You turned to look at the person behind you, not the least bit surprised. You had already guessed that they would come looking for you, just not this soon. The man in front of you is named Herbert, a citizen of the country you once saved. He was in the late stages of cancer, with Western medicine having exhausted all options. Having heard of the mysteries of Chinese medicine, he came to Manhwa to try his luck. 3 years later, his luck finally turned when he met you. After you cured him, Herbert wanted to generously invite you to Ligua, with an annual salary reaching billions of Li-Jin. However, you refused because at that time, you still held a heart dedicated to saving lives. Upon seeing Herbert again, you immediately stated your conditions: "Give me 1 billion Li-Jin first, and in 6 months, I will go to Ligua as a medical student for a year." With almost no hesitation, Herbert nodded in agreement. "If it was convenient to send the divine doctor, it could be done now. Let's sign the contract, and I will transfer the money to you." After signing the contract with the World Bank, you now held a purple and gold World Bank card in your hand. You went to the nearest 4S store and spent over 1.6 million and buy a paralamera. The reason for mentioning the paralamera is not because of liking, but because it can immediately bring up the most expensive one on the scene. Only this one, enjoying an unprecedented sense of experience inside the luxury car. You chuckle self-deprecatingly. It's really a habit of the poor. Possessing such an extraordinary system, yet only thinking of being a great philanthropist, the eyes suddenly turn icy cold at this point. Next, it's time to go find that scumbag and settle the score. Bzzz. With the accelerator pedal to the floor, the black shining Palamila raced through the bustling city at night, incarnated as a warrior driven by hatred. Rushing through the night, everywhere they passed, there were screams of envy. Andu City, West 5th Ring District. Inside a rented house. "Schwer, are you sure these are the precious medicines that can cure Song Chenji's illness?" A young man in a branded suit looked at several Chinese medicinal herbs in front of him with some doubt. Through his medical knowledge, it was obvious that these were just tonics. "Darling, for you, I even betrayed my beloved boyfriend. Can't you trust me?" Wu Yashua pouted playfully. Lu Shangfeng's eyes flashed with disgust, but he smiled and embraced Wu Yashua. "I'm just ensuring everything goes smoothly. After all, these medicines are crucial for our future." "It won't be wrong. That fool always pretends to have supernatural powers after examining the patient's pulses, and then makes them drink a soup made from these herbs. Even my eyes were cured by him in this way. It shows that these herbs are the key to curing the illness." Wu Yashua lay in Lu Shangfeng's arms like a little woman, not forgetting to mock. "That fool even tried to deceive me by saying he gained superpowers. It's really laughable." Hearing this, Lu Shangfeng dispelled the last trace of doubt and gestured for the bodyguards to move these herbs away. As for the superpowers Wu Yaxing mentioned, he also believed it was a lie made up by Song Chenji to cover up the prescription. A very unconvincing lie. "Darling, you promised me that as long as I follow your instructions, you will marry me. Now that I have done it, you must not break your promise." Wu Yashua hugged Lu Shangfeng's waist playfully and said coquettishly, "I only have you now, you must not let me down. Don't worry, from now on, you will be the young lady of the Lu Medical Group." Lu Shangfeng smirked, his hands wandering on Wu Yashua's sexy buttocks. Wu Yashua's exquisite face blushed instantly, especially her alluring eyes, like a fox's. Just as the two were about to take the next step, the phone rang. Lu Shangfeng reluctantly answered it, and Zhang Yichuan's voice came from the other end. Lu Shangfeng's face darkened immediately. "What's wrong?" Wu Yashua raised her eyebrows in confusion. "Song Chenji has not been sentenced to prison." Lu Shangfeng's expression was grim. "How is that possible? The crimes he committed, even the death penalty would be too lenient for him." Wu Yashua had just finished speaking when the door suddenly burst open. A person who should not have appeared before them. It was Song Chenji, who had come driving the Palamila overnight. Song Chenji. Faced with the sudden appearance of Song Chenji, the two who were close together were both startled. Seeing this scene, Song Chenji's gaze turned colder, unable to suppress his anger. He and Wu Yashue had met during their freshman military training. At that time, he was just a weak and sickly boy from the countryside, full of self-doubt. And Wu Yashue, with her outstanding appearance, had already become one of the campus beauties pursued by countless rich second-generation students. Unexpectedly, Wu Yashue did not mind Song Qinji's background and even actively pursued him. The two became a couple from then on. Wu Yashue had also become an irreplaceable moonlight in Song Qinji's heart. Therefore, Song Qinji cherished this relationship very much. For 3 years, he had taken care of Wu Yashue meticulously, bringing her breakfast, working part-time to save money to buy her expensive cosmetics and handbags. And during these 3 years, Wu Yashue had also been very good to Song Qinji in words, especially making sure he rested early every night to avoid straining his eyes. But now, Song Qinji seemed to understand why Wu Yashue had chosen him as her boyfriend. Apart from being a free tool, more so for a pair of clear eyes. At this moment, Wu Yashue and Lu Xiangfeng also reacted from their surprise. Lu Xiangfeng sneered, "Divine Dr. Song, we meet again. So what if Song Qinji didn't go to prison?" In his eyes, he was still a bottom-tier trash. Song Chen's gaze fell on Lu Xiangfeng. This person had approached him several times before, claiming to be from the Lu Pharmaceutical Group and wanting to acquire his prescription to benefit more Anhwa people. The price had escalated from a few thousand to 100,000. Song Chen naturally knew about the Lu Pharmaceutical Group, the largest pharmaceutical group in Anhwa, almost controlling all pharmaceutical industries in Anhwa, and advocating for the happiness and health of the Anhwa people. However, Song Chen naturally refused Lu Xiangfeng's acquisition behavior, not to mention whether the money was enough. The key was that he didn't have any prescription. Now, looking at the scene in front of him, Wu Yashue and Lu Xiangfeng were colluding, those disappeared supplements and Chinese medicine. Song Chen understood completely. The mastermind who framed him was the man and woman in front of him. It seemed that Lu Xiangfeng, knowing that Song Chen had figured it out, not only did not restrain himself but shamelessly embraced Wu Yashue and walked up to Song Chen, humiliating him. "You were given a chance before, but you were useless. You want to compete with my Lu Pharmaceutical Group? You, a lowly garbage, I could kill you in minutes." Lu Xiangfeng said, not forgetting to pat Song Chen's face in humiliation, venting his dissatisfaction. "Is that so?" Song Chen smiled. Look, he was the one who acted recklessly, but it had nothing to do with him. So, Ding successfully sent impotence, merit -1, Ding successfully sent rabies, merit -1, Ding successfully sent AIDS, merit -1. Ding sending diseases too aggressively, merit too low, please host stop appropriately. Blinded by hatred, taking advantage of Lu Xiangfeng's recklessness, Song Chen almost sent all kinds of diseases he had absorbed in these days to the other party. Send whatever disease is painful. He stopped only when the system prompted, and his merit dropped directly from 66 to 44. These 22 diseases were enough to make this trash person suffer in the future. With 22 terminal illnesses, whether you are the son of a pharmaceutical group or whatever, it's just a matter of whether you live or die. As you sow, so shall you reap. You will face retribution. After sending the diseases, Song Chen coldly laughed. It was like he was sentencing the two in advance. Retribution? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? However, upon hearing Song Chen's words, Lu Xiangfeng burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Then, pointing at Song Chen, he continued to mock endlessly, "It seems that you are truly a pitiful creature to the extreme. Only you lowly fools would fantasize about good deeds being rewarded. It's really laughable." Wu Yashue also stopped pretending, marrying into a wealthy family to be with Lu Xiangfeng. She looked disdainfully at Song Chen and sneered, "Song Chen, if it weren't for my eyesight deteriorating and needing your cornea donation in 3 years, do you really think I would choose a poor sick seed like you as a boyfriend? Let me tell you the truth, in these 3 years, you were just a dog I could call at any time in my eyes. But you should consider yourself lucky, you got these prescriptions by sheer luck, cured my eyes, and made me even more beautiful. Otherwise, your dog eyes would probably be gone by now, haha." Wu Yashue revealed this malicious plan buried for 3 years. Then she looked at Lu Xiangfeng, becoming gentle, "Now everything belongs to young Master Lu." Saying that, she took the initiative to kiss in front of Song Chen. It was truly a heartless act. Of course, what Wu Yashue didn't know was that Lu Xiangfeng had already contracted AIDS. Song Chen's fists cracked. 3 years of sincere dedication, only to be a lapdog raised by someone else? He wished he could tear this despicable person apart on the spot, but compared to killing someone so easily, he wanted this despicable person to suffer a fate worse than death, begging on his knees, and then, dying in unbearable suffering. That was the destiny she deserved. Wu Yashue, there will come a day when you kneel down and beg me. Song Chen's eyes were cold, like the god of death. Since there is evil in the world, the heavens are blind, there is no such thing as good deeds being rewarded, no such thing as the cycle of karma. So he willingly fell into becoming this worldly sick god. He would give the world's diseases to those who deserve them, using worldly diseases to cleanse the world of its trash. Now, it's time for the trash in front of him. So, while the two were passionately kissing, Song Chen deliberately walked past, brushing shoulders with Wu Yashue. Ding successfully sent eye disease, merit -1, this time, Song Chen only returned the eye disease he had given to Wu Yashue. As for the rest, infecting Lu Shangfeng would be enough. After all, letting this despicable person die too quickly would be boring. Why don't you leave yet? Are you planning to watch a show? Lu Shangfeng and Wu Yashue looked at Song Chen playfully, completely unaware that they were already doomed. Sure. Song Chen also smiled playfully, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Go on, I'll cheer you on. He wanted to see how this guy would react. Lu Xiangfeng, Wu Yashue. The two were stunned, obviously not expecting Song Chen to have such a good attitude. Were they driven mad by anger? Humph, what a waste. Lu Xiangfeng sneered. He had wanted to provoke Song Chen to beat him up, but he didn't expect Song Chen to be so patient. He was like a ninja turtle in the ninja world. Darling, ignore this sick seed, let's go to your bedroom. It's much more comfortable there than this shabby rental house. Wu Yashue glared disdainfully at Song Chen, then turned to Lu Shangfeng with a coquettish look. Okay. The two finally gave Song Chen a cold glance and left arm in arm. Song Chen watched coldly. He had come here overnight, not for anything else, but to give them diseases. He wanted these two people to not be able to live, not be able to die. Even a second later, he would feel uncomfortable. After delivering the disease, Song Chen also left the rental house. It was rented for Wu Yashue, and it was filled with her things and scent. Song Chen naturally couldn't stay the night. Even touching a trace of this woman now made him feel disgusted. Perhaps this was what they called loving deeply and hating intensely. Walking downstairs, he found himself in a dark alley. Song Chen hadn't walked far when he suddenly felt dizzy and weak. His face turned pale. Helplessly, he leaned against the nearby wall and asked in his mind, "System, what's wrong with me?" Song Chen remembered that the system had once said that he was the only one in the world with a source of disease constitution, the nemesis of worldly diseases. Therefore, from the moment he obtained the system, he was destined not to get sick again. He could even accumulate merit by absorbing viruses and continuously grow stronger. So what was happening now? The host has a source of disease constitution and can enhance their constitution by absorbing diseases and accumulating merit. However, sending out viruses will lead to moral deficiency and physical weakness. When merit becomes negative, the host may die. This system is dedicated to accumulating merit and doing good deeds. Please, host, continue to accumulate merit. The system's explanation rang out, and Song Chen took a sharp breath. He suddenly understood. No wonder during those days of treating and saving people, the more viruses he accumulated, the more energetic he felt. That was the reason. I have suffered a serious loss of merit. It seems I need to quickly open a veterinary clinic to accumulate some merit. Woof woof. Song Chen pondered in his mind and hadn't walked far when a faint barking sound came from a filthy drain by the street. Using the light from his phone, he saw a dirty half-grown stray dog lying in the drain, barely breathing. Its limbs were tied with wire, and even its mouth for eating was covered with a plastic bucket. It was clearly done by humans. It was hard to believe that people could do such cruel and insane things. With a sigh, Song Chen squatted down and picked up the little dog from the drain. When he touched the little dog, the familiar system detection sound rang out. Ding, detected illness. Species, dog. Diseases, 8 types. Skin disease, eye disease, respiratory disease, otitis externa. Images of these diseases appeared in Song Chen's mind. Of course, only Song Chen could see them. Song Chen skillfully placed his hands on the little dog, silently activating the disease-absorbing technique. Ding, successfully absorbed skin disease, merit +1, ding, successfully absorbed eye disease, merit +1, ding, successfully absorbed respiratory disease, merit +1. Soon, the 8 diseases on the little dog were absorbed and cured by Song Chen, and his merit increased from 43 to 51. Song Chen, who had felt weak, instantly felt refreshed and regained his vitality. At the same time, the little dog, who was barely breathing on the ground, slowly got up and regained some strength. With further care, it would fully recover. It seemed to know that Song Chen had saved it. The little dog did not leave but wagged its tail and licked Song Chen's shoes, expressing its gratitude in the only way it could. Seeing this scene, Song Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Look, even a beast knows how to be grateful. But what about those people? Arriving at the roadside where the car was parked, Song Chen started the vehicle, ready to drive away. A familiar figure not far away was watching him in the darkness. "If you want to come with me, get in the car." Seeing this, Song Chen smiled and opened the passenger door, letting the other person choose. Wang. The little dog was smart and jumped into the car. Song Chen stepped on the gas pedal and headed towards a 5-star hotel. Just as he arrived at the luxurious hotel entrance, a male attendant came forward to help park the car. A female attendant came to serve. However, upon seeing the shabby duo of a man and a dog, the smiling female attendant was stunned. Even many affluent people around cast surprised glances. Driving a luxury car but dressed so shabbily, the contrast was too stark. Faced with this luxurious and bright but unfamiliar environment, the little mutt cowered at Song Chen's feet. It seemed more accustomed to dirty and dark surroundings. Even Song Chen felt momentarily uncomfortable, but soon he calmed down. "Sir, I'm sorry, but pets are not allowed in this hotel." The female attendant reacted, with a professional fake smile, but there was a hint of disdain and contempt in her eyes. In her mind, she imagined Song Chen as a parvenu. Song Chen didn't say much, just calmly took out his World Bank card. The whole room fell silent. The gasp from the female attendant was particularly loud. A tycoon, an absolute billionaire. How many people in the world could produce a World Bank card? And when Song Chen casually took it out, it was enough to explain everything. "Clean it up, give me the best room." Song Chen looked at the female attendant and asked calmly, "Any problem?" "And no problem." The female attendant quickly shook her head, still not recovered. While Song Chen, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, calmly walked into this magnificent 5-star hotel. See, rules are always meant to constrain the poor. Money and power can solve 99% of the world's problems, the remaining 1% is just not having enough money and power. Song Chen was respectfully arranged to stay in an extremely luxurious presidential suite. Without the system, this would be a treatment he could never enjoy in his lifetime. It can only be said that he was a little luckier than the average person. After taking a bath, there was a knock on the door. Song Chen, wrapped in a silk bath towel, opened the door. A more beautiful and sexy female attendant appeared at the door, holding the black mutt in her hand. "Respected Mr. Song, your little dog has been bathed." "Thank you." Song Chen took the dog leash. The black mutt, as if it had just come back from hell, quickly ran towards Song Chen. "This time you spent a total of 9,800 yuan, this is your card, please keep it." The sexy waitress respectfully returned the World Bank card to Song Chen and said, "Your highest standard Michelin set meal has been prepared, would you like to enjoy it now?" "Yes, bring it in." Soon, a row of waiters orderly pushed in various high-end dishes. "Mr. Song, my name is Xiaoyi, I am here tonight to serve you, just let me know if you need anything." Xiaoyi will do her best to cooperate and ensure your satisfaction. The sexy waitress hinted with a smile. Her smile was particularly sexy and charming. When swiping the card, she already knew the balance in that World Bank card. It was not 1 million, but 100 billion anbai. "Okay." Song Chen smiled and closed the door. He enjoyed the luxurious feast with Zayatugu. This was the most expensive meal Song Chen had ever eaten. It was also the best meal Zayatugu had ever eaten. "I'll call you Wonkai from now on." Song Chen picked up a chicken leg for Zayatugu. At the same time, he chose a very smooth name. Wang Wang. Wonkai gnawed on the chicken leg, accepting the name. At the same time, coincidentally, in a suite of this hotel, Wu Yashua and Lu Xiangfeng were playing poker. However, Wu Yashua, lying on the bed, waited in vain for half a day as Lu Xiangfeng refused to play any cards. Besides spitting all over her, he did nothing. "Damn, what's wrong? Why aren't you listening to me today?" Lu Xiangfeng stopped his ineffective labor in frustration. "Let me encourage him." Wu Yashua smiled charmingly and immediately took action. However, after encouraging for a while, there was still no effect. "Go to sleep." Lu Xiangfeng, who couldn't stand losing face, turned off the light, feeling inexplicably irritable and wanting to bite someone. The thirsty Wu Yashua could only give up. For some reason, she felt her eyes were itchy and sore. The next day, Song Chen slept until noon. He slept particularly comfortably on the soft high-end waterbed. After washing up and enjoying another high-standard luxurious meal, Song Chen checked out of the room, took Wonkai, and headed towards the former medical hall. The sexy waitress was full of unwillingness, but could only feel helpless. On a bustling food street in Andu, there were many people regardless of day or night. At this moment, at a corner of the street, a medical hall attracted many onlookers because it was being sealed off. Several officials in formal attire were inspecting, including Jiang Ichuan. Seeing so many onlookers, Jiang Ichuan took the opportunity to educate everyone. Everyone, pay attention, this medical hall does not have a medical practice license, practices medicine indiscriminately, and harms our people. It is now being forcibly sealed off, and the scammer has been legally punished. I hope everyone will take this as a warning, and when you are sick, try to go to regular large hospitals, do not be tempted by cheap deals and be deceived by these unscrupulous medical halls. After parking the car, Song Chen, accompanied by Wang Kai, strolled all the way to the street and happened to see this scene. However, Song Chen showed no sign of anger, blending in with the crowd, until the sign of Aishue Medical Hall was cut off and smashed. Song Chen smiled and passed by, no longer applauding with the crowd, but turned to look at the shop opposite. His gaze locked onto a Lanzhou noodle restaurant. There was no other reason, this noodle restaurant happened to face Aishue Medical Hall, making it a prime location. Otherwise, he was afraid those people wouldn't be able to find it. "Handsome, what kind of noodles would you like?" The landlady came up enthusiastically to inquire. "I want to buy your shop." Song Chen went straight to the point. The landlady was stunned into silence. "If it's okay, 2 million, transfer the money now." Song Chen was even more direct. "Are you serious?" Seeing that Song Chen didn't seem like a fool, the landlady asked with some doubt. "What's going on?" The boss also rushed over in his apron at this time. 10 minutes later, on the second floor of the noodle restaurant. Okay, we'll move out now. I wish the little brother's veterinary shop prosperity." The couple who actually received the money immediately signed the transfer agreement with Song Chen and started packing up. "Sorry everyone, our shop is temporarily closed." 10 minutes later, the once lively noodle shop suddenly became deserted. The husband and wife owners even generously gave away their pots and bowls to the customers who hadn't finished eating. Outside the noodle shop, customers held a bowl of Lanzhou noodles, looking puzzled as the husband and wife owners fled with their backpacks. It was even more bewildering. Then, a renovation team arrived and started renovating the noodle shop. Across the renovation site, the demolition team was still tearing down the Love Snow Medical Hall, renovating and demolishing at the same time, creating a spectacle. This attracted people to start taking videos. Song Chen from the second floor also came down and greeted them. This renovation team was naturally arranged by him in advance. They worked tirelessly until the afternoon. The expensive renovation team was extremely efficient, and the original noodle shop had been transformed into a veterinary clinic, all designed according to Song Chen's preferences. At the same time, the Love Snow Medical Hall across the street was completely sealed off. Zhang Yichuan spotted Song Chen and couldn't help but mock, This is the right thing to do. Whatever kind of person you are, you should do what you're supposed to do. Learn veterinary medicine, and you should focus on being a good veterinarian. Don't always think about those shady things. Jiang lawyer, you seem to be stuttering a bit. Be careful when you sue people in the future. A stuttering lawyer won't be hired by anyone. Song Chen imitated the other's stuttering tone and laughed back. You. Zhang Yichuan's face froze with a cold smile. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He had been stuttering when speaking recently, and his body was inexplicably in pain. He was planning to finish the sealing and go to the hospital for a checkup. Of course, he would be more surprised after the checkup. Be careful, as long as I find out, if you dare to continue treating and harming people, this lawyer will make sure you eat prison food for the rest of your life. Zhang Yichuan threatened. You can talk after you survive. Song Chen coldly laughed. In his eyes, Zhang Yichuan, who was suffering from stuttering, ALS, and bone cancer, had already been sentenced to death. Woof woof woof. Wang Kai also barked fiercely at Zhang Yichuan. He even sensed a hint of death on Zhang Yichuan. A lowlife is always a lowlife. Zhang Yichuan left with a sneer. As a top lawyer, a graduate of a prestigious university, he only saw Song Chen as an incompetent and furious person. Song Chen withdrew his gaze, naturally not bothering with someone who was on the verge of death. At this moment, the head of the renovation team approached. Mr. Song, according to your requirements, the renovation and detoxification have been completed. Please inspect to see if there is anything unsatisfactory. Song Chen looked around. Besides the renovated appearance, various veterinary medical equipment and clothing he had pre-ordered were neatly arranged, as well as the expensive vase crafts that cost millions. After confirming everything was fine, he paid the final payment. Looking up, the former Lanzhou noodle shop had become the Healing Beast Veterinary Clinic, completely transformed. In the future, Song Chen would only practice veterinary medicine, specializing in treating animals. As the sky darkened, the entire street of food stalls became lively. Song Chen simply took Wang Kai to eat barbecue. To Song Chen's surprise, Wang Kai, the local dog, wasn't picky at all. He even drank beer. Back at the veterinary clinic, Song Chen was about to close the door and rest. He didn't open this veterinary clinic to make money in the first place. Besides, he didn't need money at all now. Unexpectedly, before he could close the door, a sexy young lady in sandals, shorts, and a tank top rushed over to the veterinary clinic carrying a dying Shiba Inu. "Doctor, please wait, please save my baby." Song Chen. But he still opened the door and let her in. Opening the door to do business, the customer is God. He naturally had no reason to refuse customers. The sexy woman placed the Shiba Inu on the table, her hands covered in blood, almost crying out in urgency, "My baby was hit by a car, please save it, no matter how much it costs." Song Chen furrowed his brows slightly, still dressed in a white coat, gloves, and mask. He skillfully examined the dog according to the veterinary knowledge he had learned. Even though he could tell with just one touch, it hit the abdomen, causing internal bone fractures and infection. "The treatment cost is 5,000 yuan. Song Chen calmly said to the sexy woman. No longer like the old days when he only cared about doing good deeds and charging no more than 100. Now, he would no longer be cheap. Besides, 5,000 was a normal price. For injuries like this, taking it to a large veterinary store would cost tens of thousands. And the final result would still be an ineffective rescue treatment. As long as it can be cured, any amount of money is fine. The sexy woman didn't hesitate for a moment. She didn't even care about the 5,000 yuan, seeming to care more about the Shiba Inu. With confirmation, Song Chen pushed the Shiba Inu into the operating room. Then he placed his hand on the dog's most severely injured chest. Ding, successfully absorbed bone diseases, merit +1, ding, successfully absorbed blood diseases, merit +1, ding, successfully absorbed skin diseases, merit +1. A miraculous scene appeared on the operating table. The Shiba Inu was no longer bleeding, and with Song Chen's assistance, the bones were reset, and blood circulation was restored, completely out of danger. Song Chen then bandaged the dog. With the current level of the system, instantaneous absorption and healing of such external injuries were not yet possible. But even so, it far exceeded modern medical repair technology. 10 minutes later, Song Chen walked out of the operating room holding the slightly open-eyed Shiba Inu. "Baby." Seeing this scene, the sexy woman was both surprised and delighted, quickly taking the dog in her arms. The Shiba Inu wagged its tail weakly in response. Thank you, doctor." The sexy woman kept thanking Song Chen. "No need to thank me for the 5,000. Song Chen took out the payment code. He had heard this kind of gratitude too many times. The sexy woman didn't say much, generously paid the money. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give Song Chen a charming smile. "Doctor, your medical skills are truly superb. Welcome back anytime." Song Chen, who received the money, also became enthusiastic, waving goodbye to the customer. The sexy woman stumbled on her long legs. Another beautiful day. Song Chen, as in the past, woke up early to open the shop. But this time it was the veterinary clinic's door. After having breakfast with Wang Kai, he put on his white coat and waited for customers to arrive. He was looking forward to what he would receive after the first round of merits was fulfilled. However, to Song Chen's disappointment, there were no customers in the morning. Obviously, the first Shiba Inu last night was just an accident. In this era where there was a pharmacy every 5 steps and a clinic every 10 steps, his newly opened veterinary clinic clearly lacked competitiveness. But in fact, what Song Chen was looking forward to the most was the arrival of the 18 households in Wu Yashue. However, most of them had chronic illnesses that required a certain period of illness. "Well, during this leisure time, I'll go buy a villa." Song Chen decisively closed the shop and posted his phone number on the door. Then he drove with Wang Kai to the second ring road. Last night, he had pre-ordered a villa worth over 100 million. Although the veterinary clinic had rooms to sleep in, sleeping in a villa during the hot summer was more comfortable. Who wouldn't get along with a villa? In the second ring road of Andu City, under the banner of the Sicheng Real Estate Group, the largest sales office was almost crowded. As the largest real estate tycoon in Anhwa, the Sicheng Real Estate Group's properties were almost everywhere in Anhwa. "Daughter, I'm here, Mom is here." On the hot square, a woman in her 40s or 50s, with heavy makeup and foundation, waved and shouted from afar to Wu Yashue, who was wearing sunglasses. However, when Wu Yashue saw that she was alone, Wu Yanchun's smile immediately disappeared. "Daughter, where is your husband? He had something to do and went to the hospital first," Wu Yashue said somewhat disappointedly. "Ah, what happened to him?" Wu Yanchun asked anxiously. Wu Yashue's face visibly changed slightly as she hesitated. Nothing, just feeling a bit weak." Naturally, she couldn't tell Wu Yanchun the truth. Lu Xiangfeng was impotent and would occasionally make dog-like noises. "What about the house? We had agreed on it before. Look, I'm all prepared. No backing out, Wu Yanchun became even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. He asked us to look at the house first, and then we can buy it in installments. He will pay for us, Wu Yashue said. Upon hearing this, the anxious Wu Yanchun finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good, then it's fine. Let's go in quickly." With that, she pulled Wu Yashue towards the sales hall. On the way, Wu Yanchun's face was full of joy, never forgetting to praise Lu Xiangfeng. "Oh, this son-in-law is really good. Rich and influential, wanting to buy us a big house as soon as we meet." As she praised him, she seemed to remember something, and her face, covered in makeup, suddenly became angry. "Humph, unlike that poor guy you used to date, a poor guy from the countryside who only bought gifts worth a little over 1,000 each time he visited me. Feeding dogs, huh? How can someone like that be worthy of you? It's a good thing you broke up early, don't let that short-lived ghost bother you." After cursing Song Chen, Wu Yanchun spoke earnestly, "Daughter, you must cherish Xiangfeng, such a good man, you won't find one even if you search with a lantern." Wu Yashue was somewhat absent-minded, but still replied, "I know, Mom." Lu Xiangfeng was her reliance to enter high society, so she would naturally cherish him. "That's my good daughter," Wu Yanchun said with a satisfied smile. "Let's go, look at the house. Since it's a gift from a good son-in-law, we must choose a luxurious villa. If we buy something cheap, it will be a disgrace to them." Song Chen, who rarely came to the second ring road, bought many daily necessities with Wang Kai. He navigated calmly and arrived at the pre-arranged sales office. After parking the car, Song Chen went straight into the sales hall. Then, he called the sales lady who was supposed to receive him last night. "Dear Mr. Song, I'm really sorry, the salesperson who was supposed to receive you earlier today is unavailable. Can I assist you instead?" Another more pleasant and gentle voice came from the phone. "No problem." Song Chen didn't mind this aspect. It didn't matter who assisted him. Upon entering the hall, there were surprisingly many people looking at houses, and every sales lady was extremely busy. No one paid attention to the shabbily dressed Song Chen. "Mr. Song, where are you? I'll come find you." "Song." Miracle Doctor from the phone and behind him, the surprising and pleasant female voice came. Song Chen turned around to see a professional OL wearing black-framed glasses, named Sia. Her natural noble and elegant temperament gave her a mature and charming aura. Sia was slightly surprised, not expecting to meet Song Chen here. "Wait." She suddenly noticed Song Chen's phone call. Tentatively, she asked, "Miracle Dr. Song, are you here to buy a house?" "No." Song Chen shook his head, "I'm here to buy a villa, it was arranged last night." Sia. Obviously, she didn't expect that the mysterious wealthy man buying a billion-dollar villa would be Song Chen. This was a big deal. But where did Song Chen get so much money? "Shall I show you around?" Sia quickly reacted and forced a pleasant smile. "Please." Song Chen nodded politely. The two went to the villa display area, where they heard a commotion. "Are you being unreasonable? Who pays a down payment of 1 billion? "I'm sorry, madam, this is the best Tianfu Lakeview villa in the city, very rare and popular. It's a special sale area, and the required down payment is 1 billion. What kind of nonsense rule is this? You are clearly bullying us. Get your manager here, I want to file a complaint against you." Wu Yanchun's voice was loud, like a shrew cursing. She hesitated and finally set her eyes on the Tianfu Lakeview villa worth 2.8 billion. Originally planning to compromise, she was surprised to be told that the down payment was 1 billion. Where were they supposed to get so much money from? So they started causing a scene. Looking at Wu Yashue and her mother, Song Chen was also surprised. These days he couldn't sleep at night, thinking if he was not sick enough, should he give more to Wu Yashue? But now seeing the sunglasses worn by the other party, he felt relieved. "Mr. Song, please wait, I will handle this." Seeing the commotion, as the manager, Sia naturally couldn't stand by. "Yes, Si Chang Real Estate Group is the property of the Si family." Song Chen looked from afar and saw that Sia, who was originally elegant, now had a touch of a cold and aloof CEO aura. But facing the unreasonable Wu Yanchun was clearly not enough. Song Chen was well aware of this. Fortunately, Sia managed to shift the focus to Wu Yashue. This successfully persuaded this eccentric mother and daughter to buy another villa worth 1.2 billion. Although the mother and daughter were a bit unhappy, they were ultimately happy. As the mother and daughter were preparing to inspect the house and sign the contract, they coincidentally saw Song Chen. "Song Chen?" Both mother and daughter were surprised. But soon Wu Yanchun showed a fierce look and said, "Why are you following us? I warn you, my daughter already has a boyfriend. If you dare to harass her again and make her boyfriend misunderstand, I will tear your face apart." Wu Yanchun stepped forward and started to attack. This made Song Chen frown. As a result, Wu Yashue also stepped forward and said coldly, "Song Chen, do you know that doing this will only make me dislike you more? Do you think it's meaningful to do this? Do you really like me that much? Do you think you are worthy of me? Hasn't the lesson from that night made you realize? Obviously, she also thought Song Chen was following them. Did you hear that? You sickly guy, take a look at yourself. What makes you think you are worthy of my daughter? Wu Yanchun was aggressive and getting closer. Song Chen furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he considered a serious issue. What if Wu Yashua died in the future? How would Wu Yanchun manage alone? She would become a lonely old woman with no one to take care of her. Song Chen would never allow such a tragedy to happen. So, Ding successfully transmitted malignant oral cancer, merit -1, unconsciously, Song Chen passed by Wu Yanchun, willing to sacrifice some merit to reunite this mother and daughter. There was no other way, he was a veterinarian after all, specializing in all kinds of animals, making this family harmonious. Unaware, Wu Yanchun thought Song Chen was trying to escape and kept chasing after him, cursing all the way. She had long been accustomed to Song Chen's good temper. Seeing this eccentric mother and daughter causing trouble again in a different place and even insulting her savior, Sia's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she no longer spoke politely. Mr. Song is my client, please watch your language. If you two continue to be so rude and uncivilized, I don't mind having the security escort you out. Sia's voice was cold, and she looked at the two mother and daughter with an unquestionable dominance. The mother and daughter were instantly intimidated. Wu Yashua was even more overwhelmed by Sia's temperament and beauty, and dared not speak again. It was Wu Yanchun who found a breakthrough and sarcastically said, "This short-lived ghost is still buying a house? He's a poor guy from the countryside, a sickly guy. What does he have to buy a house with? It's almost like buying a coffin." Sia was angered by this malicious woman's words. "Miss Sia, why argue with a dog? Let's go see the house." Song Chen stopped Sia and looked at the mother and daughter with a light smile. "Buying a coffin is indeed very suitable for you." He couldn't muster any desire to argue with the two dying clowns. Just like when a dog bites you, you wouldn't want to bite back, right? It's too dirty. Seeing this, Sia didn't say much more and took Song Chen to Tianfu Lakeview to look at houses. "Short-lived ghost, how dare you curse me?" Wu Yanchun took advantage of the situation, but when she saw the security guards approaching, she had to back down. Later, the two mother and daughter followed the sales lady to the villa area by car. Tianfu Lakeview, one of Angua's most beautiful scenic properties. The scenery here is beautiful, with mountains and waters intertwined. Those who can live here are basically rich people. Song Chen had reserved a Lakeview villa with excellent terrain. It has a total of 5 floors, 3 upper floors, and 2 underground floors. Outdoor swimming pool, gym, private theater. All fully equipped. After taking a look around, Song Chen felt like he had entered a palace. The luxurious and high-end shock is definitely not something you can experience just by watching videos. That's enough, let's go sign the contract. After a brief look, Song Chen decisively said, "Mr. Song, this villa comes down to 320 million anbai in full payment. If you add various equipment configurations, the total is 380 million anbai. In this case, the cost-effectiveness is not very high. Why don't you consider other options?" Sia subtly advised. She was aware of Song Chen's savings and was afraid he would act like a big shot. Bringing Song Chen to see the house was not necessarily to make him buy it. She just didn't want Song Chen to lose face in front of that mother and daughter. Having mingled in the workplace for many years, she naturally could sense the conflict between Song Chen and the mother and daughter. So she took this opportunity to give Song Chen a way out. If Song Chen agreed, even if he couldn't afford to pay, she could give the lifesaver a free house. As the daughter of the C family, she couldn't make decisions about such an expensive villa, but she had the right to give away $1 million house. No need to consider, this one will do. Song Chen was somewhat amused and helpless. He naturally saw through Sia's thoughts. "Mr. Song." Seeing Song Chen's stubbornness, Sia was helpless and somewhat annoyed, but she still followed along. Just out of Tianfu Lakeview, coincidentally, Song Chen ran into the Wu family mother and daughter who had finished viewing the house. They bought a villa outside Tianfu Lakeview because of the location, which was much cheaper. When they saw Song Chen coming out of Tianfu Lakeview, the two smiling mother and daughter suddenly stopped smiling. Wasn't Song Chen going to buy the Tianfu Lakeview property they couldn't afford? Is this short-lived ghost really going to buy a house? Wu Yanchun was somewhat worried. A person who has just lost a lawsuit, what can he use to buy? Wu Yashue, who knew about Song Chen's situation, remained disdainful. Lost a lawsuit? What lawsuit? Wu Yanchun suddenly became interested. Wu Yashua then revealed Song Chen's situation, of course, following the courtroom procedures. Back at the sales office with Sia, the Wu family mother and daughter had arrived earlier. They had already paid the down payment with all their savings and signed the contract. However, upon seeing Song Chen's arrival, the two mother and daughter showed no intention of leaving in a hurry, but instead looked at him coldly with a sneer. They didn't forget to show off the property deed in their hands. They wanted to see what Song Chen would use to sell the house. Mr. Song, buying a house is a matter that affects a lifetime. Why don't you consider it for a few more days? Sia wanted to salvage the situation. I will be very busy next, busy taking care of livestock. I don't have time, let's do it now. Song Chen smiled and added, just follow the 380 million specifications, pay in full, and have all the decoration equipment ready for me. Helplessly, Sia had to organize the contract. The mother and daughter on the side were full of mockery. Wu Yanchun muttered sarcastically, oh, a convict who received compensation for losing a lawsuit, still 380 million? You can't even spend that much money on a coffin. However, when Sia finished organizing the contract, Song Chen signed without hesitation. He casually handed over the purple and gold World Bank card. The mocking expressions of the mother and daughter froze. Even Sia was stunned. She had imagined countless scenes of Song Chen making amends, but she never expected him to casually hand over a World Bank card with a wave of his hand. With a nervous heart, Sia took the card and slowly swiped it through the POS machine. When the sound of successful payment rang out, the room fell silent. The last trace of luck in the hearts of the Wu family mother and daughter was completely shattered. Mr. Song, congratulations on becoming the owner of Tianfu Lakeview, Sia quickly realized and smiled as she handed the card and various documents to Song Chen. A gentle voice broke the silence, intentionally speaking for the Wu family mother and daughter to hear. Thank you, I have something else to attend to, so I will take my leave. Song Chen stood up to thank them, casually putting the World Bank card in his pocket, taking the property deed and leaving calmly. He passed by the still shocked Wu family mother and daughter. Song Chen did not show too much joy, nor did he boast or mock the mother and daughter. He had never cared about this pair of clowns from start to finish. Ignoring them was the most effective form of contempt. Watching Song Chen's indifferent profile as he walked by, Wu Yashua's heart inexplicably clenched. Suddenly realizing that she seemed to have completely lost something, she couldn't help but recall the various ways Song Chen used to dote on her in the past. At this moment, everything felt so unfamiliar. She gritted her teeth and quickly chased after him. Daughter, wait for me. Seeing this, Wu Yanchun also hurriedly followed. The installment property deed in her hands suddenly lost its appeal. She had intended to mock Song Chen, but ended up becoming the joke herself. Ha, it's hilarious. A woman making installment payments, mocking a millionaire with a World Bank card? Who gave her the courage? The people around couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yanchun's face turned red in an instant. Remembering Song Chen's calm demeanor and indifference, she felt like a jumping clown, or like a small teddy barking incessantly at a lion. With this in mind, Wu Yanchun hurriedly fled, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Song Chen, stop right there. Wu Yashue chased after him and stood in front of the car in a commanding tone. Song Chen looked at this woman who still had the face to chase after him in surprise. Who gave her the audacity? Seeing Song Chen remain silent, she thought he still couldn't forget her. In fact, Song Chen really couldn't forget her. Wu Yashue took off her glasses, and her already red eyes welled up with tears. In a tone of grievance, she asked, "Tell me, where did this money come from? How much do you still have?" Such tactics had never failed with Song Chen before. When she cried and made demands, Song Chen would even go hungry for 3 days and 9 meals to satisfy her. So much so that, in her inexplicable confidence, she seemed to have forgotten how ugly her true nature had been exposed before. I'm curious, who gave you the audacity to still be able to ask such questions? Song Chen finally couldn't help but sneer. He had never realized before how disgusting this woman could be. You. Wu Yashue was instantly speechless. Only then did she recall the scene of mocking Song Chen earlier. She had grown accustomed to Song Chen's gentleness. Is your eye disease recurring? Song Chen continued to ask with a smile. How did you know? Wu Yashue's body trembled. Don't worry, it will get even worse next, until you go blind. Seeing the already diseased red eyes of the other party, Song Chen comforted in a gentle tone. But Wu Yashue felt a chilling sensation. By the time she reacted, Song Chen had already driven away in his Palamila. The heavens have their own ways, who can escape their fate? Just wait. The real show is just beginning. Seeing Song Chen driving a luxury car, Wu Yashue's heart clenched even more. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she shouted in grievance at the vehicle, Song Chen, I hate you, I will never forgive you. She doesn't seem to have adapted to the transformation of being a licking dog yet. Wu Yanchun, who was also full of flesh at this time, happened to see the chic figure of Song Chen driving away in a luxury car. This feeling was even worse than killing her. Invisibly, it dealt her a heavy blow. How could the sick seedling she looked down upon suddenly become so wealthy? Daughter, you must not be confused. This short-lived ghost clearly has a mentality of sudden wealth, wanting to retaliate against us through such means. His money is probably dirty money of unknown origin. Such a person, even if dressed up like a person, is inherently lowly and cannot compare to the family background of a son-in-law. Seeing Wu Yashue crying, Wu Yanchun hurriedly comforted her. At the same time, she was also comforting herself through such imagination. He's not even worthy of fetching shoes for Lu Xiao? But at this moment, Wu Yashue seemed like a different person, a cold smile on her lips, wiping away tears, putting on sunglasses again. Daughter, you? Wu Yanchun was also startled by Wu Yashue's lightning-fast change of attitude. I was just testing him, it seems he still has me in his heart. Wu Yashue smiled confidently. If Songchen didn't like her, why did he stop to talk to her just now? And even care about her eye problem? These are clearly hints. Hints that Songchen still deeply loves her and cannot extricate himself. Songchen, damn, I want to give you a piece of gold. Daughter, you must not do anything that would betray your son-in-law. We still rely on him to pay off our mortgage. Wu Yanchun urged anxiously. I'm just giving this licking dog a little sweetness, letting him see hope. Didn't you see his World Bank card and the villa and luxury car he just bought? Wu Yashue narrowed her eyes. Wu Yanchun was stunned, her eyes suddenly greedy. If she could deceive Songchen into giving her the World Bank card, the Tianfu Lakeview villa they had their eyes on, and that luxury car, and then kick Songchen out, that would be great. Go, daughter. Mom supports you, but you must never let this short-lived ghost take advantage of you. Don't even let him kiss your lips. Cheat him and then quickly dump him. This scum doesn't deserve to have these luxurious things. Wu Yanchun's eyes sparkled. Don't worry. I understand him, since he has me in his heart. In a few days, he will definitely worry about my eyes, and then come to me obediently. Wu Yashue's confident smile lifted her red lips. She was already fantasizing about the scene of Songchen coming to beg her to treat his eyes in the middle of the night. As the sky darkened, Songchen originally wanted to take Wang Kai out for a big meal and then return to the veterinary shop. But halfway there, a customer unexpectedly called for a house call. Songchen's eyes lit up, and he immediately drove to the veterinary shop. Whether he made money or not didn't matter, doing good deeds was the most important. When Songchen arrived, he was surprised to find that the customer was still the sexy young lady from last night. What's more, her baby had been hit by a car again. In the same spot. Songchen was momentarily speechless. This young lady was really something. She came to earn merit for him. After a series of treatments, Songchen once again cured the Shiba Inu. He received 3 points of merit. The Shiba Inu, with bandages, jumped into the arms of the sexy young lady. This time, Songchen intended to charge only 2,000, but the lady generously gave him 5,000. She even introduced herself and added Songchen on WeChat. Dr. Song, I'm bothering you again so late. Wang Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude. Every smile and frown revealed her charming and sexy temperament. It was innate. No trouble, in the future, I will trouble Miss Wang to introduce more clients to me. Songchen warmly bid farewell. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. After bidding farewell to Wang Xiaoxiao and her baby, Songchen was in a great mood and took Wang Kai out for skewers. The next day, Songchen got up early as usual to start his business, dressed in a white coat. However, by noon, as always, there were no customers. This made him involuntarily have a little more expectation for Wang Xiaoxiao's baby. Cough. Suddenly, Songchen's eyes lit up, and he looked down at Wang Kai playing. Wang Kai shivered and quickly licked Songchen's feet as if trying to please him, but it couldn't extinguish the increasingly intense light in Songchen's eyes. No merit, can be brushed. No guests, he can go out to attract customers. Wang Kai, let's go, attract customers. Suddenly enlightened, Songchen didn't even take off his white coat, took Wang Kai, and drove the Palomila. Thus began the journey of attracting customers. Songchen's target was directly aimed at the suburbs, and soon found many stray cats and dogs in some dark alleys. Yes, these were the customers he mentioned. However, as soon as Songchen approached, these stray cats and dogs seemed to be naturally alert and immediately fled, not giving Songchen a chance to get close. Helpless, Songchen could only pin his hopes on Wang Kai. Wang Kai, it's up to you, work hard. I'll give you a big chicken leg tonight. After being treated by Songchen, Wang Kai, like a light being turned on, naturally became more agile. Woof woof woof. Soon, like a hunting dog, it rushed out. Songchen followed behind. At the end of the day, he successfully rescued a stray dog and a stray cat. They were almost disabled due to human abuse, waiting to die. Some, like the former Wang Kai, had their mouths, limbs, necks bound by various tools. Even worse, some had limbs cut off, eyes gouged out, half of their heads chopped off, experiencing the dark side of humanity. Fortunately, Songchen found them, treated them, and then brought them back to the veterinary store to care for them. A good veterinary store always needs pets to complement it. This will make it look professional. Just like some newly opened stores, they always like to spend money to hire actors to queue up to increase popularity. This was also the area that Songchen had previously overlooked. In the following days, Songchen went out with Wang Kai to attract customers in this way. The number of rescued stray pets continued to increase. The originally clean and quiet veterinary store suddenly became lively. It attracted many people to come in and play with the cats and dogs. This indirectly brought Songchen a wave of popularity. So, before long, people gradually started bringing their pets for treatment. Business gradually improved. Songchen's accumulated merit suddenly recovered to 88 points. However, behind the harvest, troubles also arose. With so many stray pets, not only did he have to bathe and feed them every day, but he also had to clean up after them. Songchen was overwhelmed and couldn't keep up. He didn't even have time to go to the already renovated Tianfu Lakeview Villa. So, Songchen decisively posted a recruitment notice at the door, hoping to hire someone to help out. Another busy day. After cleaning up the mess, Songchen started to bathe the pets. Wang Kai supervised on the side. Now, the number of stray pets he had taken in had reached 11, including those left by customers for care. The entire veterinary store was now exceptionally lively. Although tired every day, looking at these cute little ones, Songchen suddenly began to like the profession of a veterinarian. Hello? Just as he was busy, a soft and gentle voice of a young girl came from behind. The voice was a bit sweet, making people involuntarily feel refreshed. Songchen turned around and saw a slender figure in a loose hoodie, who had somehow appeared behind him. She had her hands in her pockets, and her hat covered her face. The hoodie extended to her thighs, covering even her shorts, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender cartoon legs. It was eye-catching. Songchen couldn't help but take a few more glances, confirming that the other party didn't bring a pet. Who are you? Songchen put down the one-eyed cat in his hand and asked curiously. The girl in the hoodie glanced at the pets being bathed, took off her hat. 2 waist-length long ponytails cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing her delicate and cute face. My name is AI Shosho, I'm here to apply. She happily took out the torn recruitment notice. I'm here for the job. Songchen's eyes lit up as he once again looked at this lovely girl. Wait, what was her name? Miss AI Shosho, how old are you? Songchen interviewed seriously. This question was very important. It is illegal to recruit underage girls in Manhwa. I'm probably a D-cup. AI Shosho looked down, unable to see her toes, and said uncertainly, D-cup? Songchen was startled and couldn't help but sneak a peek. Is it really that big? Oh, wait, I was asking about your age, Songchen realized. I just turned 18 yesterday, you see? AI Shosho said as she didn't reach for her ID card, but instead started taking off her clothes on the spot. Yes, she was undressing. Hey, what are you doing? Songchen's face changed slightly. Let's talk properly. You're still young, don't go down the wrong path. But AI Shosho had already taken off her loose pink hoodie, revealing a cool and snug tank top and shorts outfit. Under her petite figure, her full and proud peaks were about to burst out, perfectly accentuated. Just one look and you know, she's definitely mature. How is it? AI Shosho looked at Songchen expectantly, her starry eyes showing a hint of innocence. Songchen was embarrassed, clearly not expecting the young girl to be so open. But let's make it clear, he didn't ask her to undress. Ahem, Miss AI Xiaosho. Just call me Xiaosho. Xiaosho, although this job may seem easy, it's actually not easy at all. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. And I'm looking for full-time workers, not students for part-time jobs. Songchen looked at the tender AI Xiaosho. Despite her stunning figure and pretty face, he wasn't planning to hire her. He was looking for strong men or tough women who weren't afraid of hard work. No, I can handle it, I can handle anything. And I've already stopped studying, I came to the big city to find a job. I really love animals, please give me a chance. AI Xiaosho pleaded with Songchen. Her innocent eyes made it hard to refuse. Songchen was quite surprised that AI Xiaosho hadn't gone to school at such a young age. But he still said seriously, are you sure? I'm very busy here, you may need to be on call every day. No problem. AI Xiaosho confidently patted her chest. Alright then, I'll give you a 3-day trial period. If you can't handle it, you can leave at any time. The basic salary is 10,000 per month, meals not included, and bonuses for good performance. Seeing her persistence, Songchen decided to give her a try first. If it didn't work out, he could always change later. Can everything be included, and I can take a lower salary? AI Xiaoxiu blinked innocently. Song Chen. Thinking that she was here to work, renting a room in a big city like Anhwa would be expensive for a young girl. Song Chen pointed to the stairs. There's only one room here, you can stay for free, salary remains the same, but you need to take care of these pets at night. Thank you, boss, you're really kind. AI Xiaoxiu smiled charmingly, bowed deeply to Song Chen. The exposed cleavage was like a deep abyss. Then AI Xiaoxiu turned and ran out, returning with 2 large black bags in her hands. They looked heavy, and it was unclear what was inside. But AI Xiaoxiu carried them effortlessly, making a round trip to the 2nd floor. It seemed that she had just arrived in Anhwa to find a job and had already met Song Chen. Boss, you go rest, let me handle it. AI Xiaoxiu went downstairs and immediately got into work mode, giving the pets a bath. It was clear that her technique was unfamiliar. In her inexperience, there was a hint of roughness. Definitely her first time. Wang Wang Wang. Wang Kai, who was on the side as a supervisor, just barked at the unfamiliar girl in front of him. He was immediately pulled into the water by AI Xiaoxiu. He, do you want to wash too? Come on. Ayo woo. Throughout the process, AI Xiaoxiu worked happily, showing that she truly enjoyed this job. Song Chen rarely had free time, and finally he could sit down and rest like a store manager. With AI Xiaoxiu joining, the evening work was quickly completed. Well, that's it for today, let's go eat. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. He felt a slight fondness for this hardworking and clever girl. Who said beauty is just a decoration? AI Xiaoxiu successfully broke this rule. On the snack street, a man, a woman, and a dog. What would you like to eat? After looking around, Song Chen decided to leave the choice to this new employee. He had to entertain and show his generosity. Let's have roast chicken. I love chicken the most. AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes gazed at the authentic roast chicken restaurant diagonally across the street. Her stomach was already growling. Song Chen, how many of you? The waiter approached warmly. 2, 3 roast chickens, please, Song Chen smiled. Okay, please wait a moment. After a dozen minutes, the waiter brought 3 roast chickens. Please enjoy. AI Xiaoxiu couldn't wait to start eating. Song Chen handed one to Wang Kai and started eating as well. It had to be said, the roast chicken was indeed delicious. Not greasy, with a great taste. However, before Song Chen could eat much, he felt a pair of eager eyes staring at him. Looking up, it was none other than AI Xiaoxiu. Not full yet? Song Chen asked in surprise. AI Xiaoxiu nodded. Waiter, bring another one. Okay. 3 minutes later. Still not full? AI Xiaoxiu nodded again. How many more can you eat? AI Xiaoxiu stretched out her small, white hand, with 5 slender fingers. Feeling it was inappropriate, she retracted one. Sure. Song Chen expressed doubt. But seeing AI Xiaoxiu's innocent expression, Song Chen ended up ordering 4 more chickens. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, AI Xiaoxiu was already eating the last one. Looking at her, Song Chen looked strange. Did you come here to escape famine? If he remembered correctly, this was already the 6th chicken AI Xiaoxiu had eaten, right? One person showing off with 6 chickens, it could be a new eating show. This roast chicken is so delicious, just deduct the extra from my salary. After finishing the last one, AI Xiaoxiu finally burped. Song Chen's mouth twitched. But thinking that the other party also worked hard, it balanced out. With billions in his pocket, he didn't mind these few chickens. After settling the bill, Song Chen gave AI Xiaoxiu a key to the veterinary store. Take Wang Kai and go. Don't wander around for too long. Where will you sleep, boss? AI Xiaoxiu asked somewhat hesitantly. She remembered that during the farewell ceremony, there was only one room with a bed on the 2nd floor. Anywhere is fine for me, Song Chen said casually. Okay. AI Xiaoxiu took the key with guilt and left with Wang Kai. Wang. But Wang Kai seemed to be very wary of this unfamiliar woman and refused to leave. Wang Kai, be good. If you're not good, I'll spank you. AI Xiaoxiu gently picked up Wang Kai. The little guy immediately became docile. Goodbye, boss. AI Xiaoxiu carried Wang Kai and headed towards the veterinary store. Song Chen checked the surveillance on his phone and then drove to his purchased Tianfu villa with peace of mind. After buying it for so many days, he could finally enjoy it. Song Chen smiled slightly and bought some snacks and wine on the way. He arrived at the villa and lay on the balcony chair, enjoying the beautiful night view of Tianfu Lake. House, car, savings. A different kind of enjoyment. He could have enjoyed all this earlier. Andu People's first hospital. Inside a luxurious VIP ward, Lu Xiangfeng lay on the hospital bed with a wax-yellow complexion, looking gloomy. Darling, I have good news to tell you, you will be very happy. My mom and I have already bought a house. It's a villa. Do you think it's beautiful? Wu Yashua held a lone form in photos, leaning forward coquettishly. Smack happy as a clam, you bitch. However, before she could throw herself into Lu Xiangfeng's arms, he had already slapped her hard. Wu Yashua was thrown to the ground, looking confused. Darling, what's wrong with you? Wu Yashua's eyes were teary. What's wrong with me? The doctor diagnosed me with AIDS. What do you think is wrong with me? Lu Xiangfeng looked at this bitch in front of him with a dark gaze. What he didn't want to say was that besides AIDS, he was also diagnosed with impotence, dead sperm, rabies, a total of 4 terrifying diseases that men fear the most. It all miraculously happened to him alone. How could he accept this? Of course, what he didn't know was that besides these, there were more than a dozen other fatal diseases that had not yet manifested. After all, these fatal diseases were sent by Song Chen at great cost. Ah! Wu Yashue trembled, as if struck by lightning. Lu Xiangfeng had AIDS, but what about her? Immediately, as if she had grasped something, she hurriedly said, "The precious medicine, where is that precious medicine? Song Chen cured AIDS with that medicine. Fuck." Hearing this, Lu Xiangfeng became even angrier, got up and slapped Wu Yashua hard again. Through group analysis, those are just ordinary tonics. What precious medicine? Damn it, I was a fool to believe you, you bitch. Wu Yashua felt as if thunder had struck her, her face pale, but still unwilling to believe. It's impossible. Song Chen cured those patients with those medicines. I saw it with my own eyes. Could he be hiding something from me? No, how could this bastard hide it from me? At this time, the medical team for treatment also entered. Lu Xiangfeng impatiently waved his hand and said, "Get out. If you can't find the real prescription, don't come to see me. Don't even think about the rent and marrying me." Lu Xiangfeng's words were like a bolt from the blue, sentencing Wu Yashue to death in an instant. She was dejectedly driven out. With 2 marks of slaps on her made-up face, carrying her bag, she looked lost and dejected. Was her dream of marrying into a wealthy family over like this? No, I can't lose all this. Wu Yashue gritted her teeth, her face showing a fierce expression, her red and beautiful eyes becoming angry. Damn you, Song Chen, I was still your girlfriend, how dare you deceive me? You deserve to die. Wu Yashue instantly blamed Song Chen for all her grievances. If Song Chen had given her the real prescription, she wouldn't be in this situation today. But soon, she thought of something, her pretty face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly went to check it out. Early in the morning, Song Chen drove to work in his Palamila. Although life had improved, he still had to go to work. There had to be something to look forward to, that's how life had meaning. For example, he looked forward to those animals coming to find him every day. As soon as he entered the shop, Song Chen saw Ai Shosho busy with her snow-white long legs. She was wearing a pair of slippers bigger than her exquisite jade feet, bending her waist and sticking out her butt. She was all wet. She was diligently wiping the tables and chairs. She was unaware of Song Chen's arrival. The angle and height were just right. Wang Wang. Wang Kai greeted him first, and Ai Shosho noticed Song Chen through the gap between her legs. Boss. Ai Shosho quickly raised her head. Well, take a break. Take it easy, no need to work so hard, Song Chen said with relief. You don't have slippers? Song Chen's gaze fell once again on Ai Shosho's wet Giorgio. Because these slippers belonged to him. Ai Shosho noticed Song Chen's gaze and thought that Song Chen had some cleanliness obsession. The 2 small feet shrank, quickly took off the slippers, stood barefoot on the ground, and apologized. Sorry boss, I was in a hurry and forgot to bring them. But don't worry, my feet don't stink, I'll wash them clean for you right away. No need, just wear them as they are. Song Chen felt embarrassed, and at the same time handed Ai Shosho 1,000 yuan, take some time to buy a pair of well-fitting shoes, and also replenish anything you lack. Although there was still 1 day left for the assessment, Ai Shosho's hard work and endurance in these 2 days had already met Song Chen's requirements. Thank you, boss. Ai Shosho smiled happily, put on Song Chen's slippers again, and continued to work hard. Is Dr. Song here? At this time, a fat woman walked in from outside, holding a pig in her hand. Yes, a pig. A very big one. Probably around 200 catties. Song Chen instantly became alert, quickly took off the white coat hanging on the wall, and put it on. I am Dr. Song. Great, Dr. Song, could you please take a look at my pig at home? She just gave birth, but there's no milk, the piglets are almost starving to death. I've been to several large veterinary stores, but no one could help. I heard that you were very good at treating pets, so I came to see you. The fat lady spoke as if she had found a life-saving straw, explaining the cause of the illness to Song Chen. Song Chen approached, squatted down to examine the pig, and quickly identified the cause through the system. How is it? Is there still hope? The fat lady became nervous. Several large veterinary stores had already pronounced a death sentence. If Song Chen couldn't cure it, then it can be treated. Come, help me lift it onto the table. Oh, okay. Song Chen and the fat woman, one in front and one behind, grabbed the 200 catty pig. Come on, 1, 2, 3, lift, heave ho. The two of them exerted great effort and finally lifted the pig onto the table. Xiaoxiu, come and help. Oh, okay. Song Chen and AI Xiaoxiu then pushed the pig into the operating room. Boss, are we going to slaughter the pig? I'm good at this, where's the butcher knife? AI Xiaoxiu's face was full of excitement. Song Chen, hold it down. Oh, with AI Xiaoxiu's assistance, Song Chen put on gloves, applied some oil, sterilized and disinfected, and began massaging. Ah! With a set of silky milk-boosting massages, the pig felt comfortable and let out a loud squeal. The fat lady outside was getting anxious, pacing back and forth. The tourists passing by outside the shop were also puzzled. What's going on? Slaughtering a pig? Isn't it too early for New Year's? Wow! Boss, your technique is so skillful. Inside the room, AI Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Song Chen. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Song Chen smiled. Really? Can I? AI Xiaoxiu's cute face was full of anticipation. 10 minutes later, the pig's squealing suddenly stopped, and Song Chen successfully gained 2 points of merit. He restored 90 points and only needed 10 more to complete the first round of merit. Alright, push it out. The two of them pushed the pig out, and Song Chen and the fat woman exerted great effort to lift the pig down. Thank you so much, Dr. Song, I didn't expect you to look so young but have such high medical skills. Looking at the recovering pig, the fat woman smiled and praised Song Chen continuously. Originally it was 5,000 yuan, but since you were so kind, let's make it 500 yuan. In the future, if any of my pets get sick, I'll come to you. My fees are affordable, and I specialize in treating difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Song Chen said with a smile. Ha, young man, you have a sweet mouth. I won't be polite then. Rest assured, if anything happens to my pig in the future, I'll come to you. The eldest sister was immediately happier and happily paid and left. She didn't think it was expensive. She had spent several thousand at the big veterinary store and still hadn't been cured. In comparison, one can imagine how affordable Song Chen's fees are. Moreover, he only charges after curing the animals. In the next 2 days, several more customers came with their pets. The reputation of Song the veterinarian's miraculous healing gradually became known. Little beast, you've done well these days. Congratulations on becoming a regular employee. Song Chen smiled and bought AI Xiaoxiu a set of beautiful nurse's uniform. Thank you, boss. AI Xiaoxiu was very surprised, put down Wang Kai in his hand, took the nurse's uniform, and ran upstairs to change. At this time, an old man in tan costume and a girl in a red princess dress walked in. The old man looked worried, but the girl was indifferent, even a bit helpless. Young man, may I ask if there is a clinic called Aishua Medical Hall nearby? Song Chen was stunned. He did not recognize the two people in front of him, but obviously, the two must have come here after hearing about his previous reputation. Although he had only run Aishua Medical Hall for a short time, he still had some reputation. Yes, it's right across the street. Song Chen still smiled and pointed the way, then busied himself. He had long since let go of the past. Finding Song the divine doctor naturally had nothing to do with him. Song the veterinarian. Li Deshang was obviously stunned, and looking over, he saw the shop that had long lost its sign and was sealed off. Grandpa, I told you that so-called Song the divine doctor is a fraud. He was sentenced in a live court trial before, and you still don't believe it when you see it. Li Menglin said helplessly. However, when she saw Song Chen at that moment, her pretty face changed instantly, pointing at Song Chen and exclaimed, "It's you, you fraud." She had just watched the live broadcast, even transformed into a justice enforcer to bombard Song Chen and donated to the victims. So, at the sight of Song Chen, she recognized him immediately. She despised those who made money through unethical means, especially those who treated diseases indiscriminately, making money off patients. What's the difference between that and seeking wealth at the expense of lives? Menglin, be polite. Li Deshang shouted. Grandpa, he is the so-called divine doctor you were looking for. Nonsense. What divine doctor? He is just an unethical fraud. Li Menglin bluntly scolded, having a bad impression of Song Chen. Seeing this, Song Chen's brows slightly furrowed as he looked at this inexplicable woman. Did he offend her in any way? On the other hand, Li Deshang, upon hearing that Song Chen was Song the divine doctor, his cloudy old eyes lit up instantly, as if grasping at a lifeline. He excitedly said, "Young Song, please save Menglin, whatever the cost." Li Menglin's pretty face changed slightly, stubbornly said, "Grandpa, why are you asking this kind of person for help? He is a fraud who has deceived many innocent people. Even if I die, I won't let this kind of person treat me." Menglin, be quiet, your uncle's hereditary disease was cured by Song the divine doctor, he can definitely cure you too. Li Deshang turned around and scolded. Grandpa. Li Menglin stomped her foot in anger. Why didn't even her beloved grandfather believe her? She had seen it online, could it be fake? Angrily thinking, she glared at Song Chen again, full of threats. That arrogant gaze seemed to say, you big fraud, if you dare to agree, watch me kill you. Song Chen smiled bitterly, shook his head, then looked at Li Deshang and said, Sir, I think you have misunderstood. I am not some divine Dr. Song. I am just a veterinarian who makes a living, only treating animals, not humans. However, if you have any pets that need treatment, I am happy to help. No, young man, listen to me. I am from Licheng Tobacco Group. This girl is spoiled by nature. It's also my fault for spoiling her. If she has offended you, I hope you won't take it to heart. Li Deshang revealed his identity and still maintained a humble attitude. This relationship indeed caused a slight change in Song Chen's expression. As everyone in Anhwa knows, the Licheng Tobacco Group is the largest tobacco group in Anhwa. It almost controls the national tobacco interests, accounting for over 30% globally. When it comes to the use of tobacco worldwide, it almost always ranks first. Seeing Song Chen's silence, Li Deshang continued to clarify his purpose. Song Xiaoyu, Li Zhongquan is my son, and his illness was cured by you. To be honest, our Li family has always had a hereditary disease, with a very low recurrence rate, but unfortunately, after Zhongquan, this girl, Menglin, was also recently diagnosed. So I would like to ask you to help. You cured Zhongquan for just 100 yuan back then, and now if you can cure Menglin, I am willing to reward you with 1 million Anhwa coins. Li Deshang spoke sincerely, as a seasoned-old fox who had been dealing with such matters for years. Every word he said was calculated. Song Chen smiled, thinking that even if it was in the past, he would have treated them even without payment. Just a touch. Unfortunately, now he is just a veterinarian and cannot overstep his boundaries. He has been banned from practicing medicine, so how can he treat them? It would cost him his life. So he tactfully said, Sir, I understand your desire to save your granddaughter, and if I were in your shoes, I would be just as anxious. I am sorry, but I am just a veterinarian now. I have been issued a lifetime ban on practicing medicine in Anhwa. If I violate it, I will be sentenced to life imprisonment. I cannot afford to joke with my life anymore. Li Deshang's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but look deeply at Song Chen. He could easily discern the implied meaning in Song Chen's words. But now, for the sake of his granddaughter, he had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, Young friend, as long as you are willing to help, I will personally guarantee the reputation of the entire Licheng Tobacco Group, and give you an additional 1 million. There are many good hospitals in Anhwa, so I hope you will reconsider and seek help elsewhere. Song Chen remained firm in his attitude and politely saw the guest off. When he was in trouble before, only Sia stood up to help him. Others, including Li Zhongquan from the Licheng Tobacco Group, chose to turn a blind eye. There must be something fishy going on behind the scenes. Of course, Song Chen had no right to say anything about it. After all, everyone has their own choices. He would not resort to moral coercion. But now, no one could coerce him either. It could only be said that all of this was the result of their choices. Veterinarian Song, please take a look at my little dog. Okay, right away. Just then, someone brought their pet for treatment, and Song Chen immediately approached warmly and began a serious diagnosis. Grandpa, did you see that? This bastard is so enthusiastic about saving an animal, clearly mocking you. Li Menglin, standing beside, stomped her foot in anger. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she was used to venting her frustrations. Of course, once she realized the horror of the hereditary disease in the Li family, she probably wouldn't be so willful and capricious. Li Deshang's expression also changed. In fact, when Song Chen was in trouble, Li Zhongquan had once requested to help. But in Li Deshang's view, it was not worth it to offend the Lu family for the sake of Song Chen, so he rejected the idea without much thought. Unexpectedly, as if it were retribution, Li Menglin was suddenly diagnosed. In response, he had asked Li Zhongquan to invite Song Chen, but the father and son had a big argument. I can't afford to lose that person. With these words, Li Zhongquan left resolutely. Li Deshang had no choice but to bring Li Menglin himself. He believed that with his identity as the behind-the-scenes controller of the Licheng Tobacco Group, his personal visit should be enough to make Song Chen act respectfully. However, he did not expect that Song Chen would be even more resolute than he had imagined. Song Xiaoyu, in this society, it's better to have more friends than enemies. You are still young, so don't be arrogant and ruin your bright future. This is my old business card. If Mr. Song has made up his mind, he can contact me. Li Deshang's tone turned threatening, no longer as friendly as before. After speaking, he left a business card on the table and walked away. "Humph, you deceitful swindler, just focus on being a veterinarian. If you dare to treat me, I will never let you off. Don't think my boss is easy to deal with, easy to bully. If you have the guts, come at me." Proud and arrogant, Li Manglin took the opportunity to threaten, but before she could finish, Ai Xiaoxiu, now in a nurse's uniform, rushed over. A surge of power erupted, instantly defeating the proud Li family princess. Li Menglin's expression changed slightly, and she left angrily with a cold snort, deepening her disdain for Song Chen. Seeing off the customer, Song Chen glanced at the business card. He casually tore it up and threw it into the trash can. Then he looked at Ai Xiaoxiu, who had stood up for him. His face stiffened. "Boss, you have a good taste. This outfit is really beautiful. Although it's a bit short, it's very cool to wear in the summer." Ai Xiaoxiu elegantly turned around in front of Song Chen, the short nurse uniform swaying in the wind, revealing a hint of her absolute charm. Her proud chest was perfectly accentuated by the uniform. Coupled with her lively and delicate face, it was simply exhilarating. Who wouldn't be captivated by her? Song Chen. He remembered that he bought it from a regular store. At that time, the salesperson asked if he wanted the summer or winter version, and he chose the summer one. He even emphasized that it was from a regular store. The salesperson gave Song Chen a firm look. "Understood. Wait, are all nurse sisters this open-minded these days? Boss, don't look at me like that, I'm shy." Seeing Song Chen in a daze, Ai Xiaoxiu tugged at her collar, lifted her jade foot, lightly bit her cherry lips, and blushed. Song Chen came to his senses and coughed to ease the awkwardness. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I still want to eat a big roast chicken." Ai Xiaoxiu instantly lost her shyness, spread her legs, and raised her hand. "Song Chen, it seems that roast chicken has a fatal allure for Ai Xiaoxiu." Their familiarity allowed Ai Xiaoxiu to completely relax. The petite and slender girl ate 8 roast chickens in one go. Can you believe it? Where did all the nutrients go? Sometimes, Song Chen even wondered if she had some strange illness. After the chicken feast, Ai Xiaoxiu took Song Chen's palamila and went to deliver pets to customers and pick up pets in need of treatment. The main focus was on door-to-door service. As the sky darkened, Ai Xiaoxiu had not returned. Song Chen, wearing a white coat, leaned leisurely on the coffee table, sipping tea and browsing through his phone. At this moment, a figure in a white off-the-shoulder short skirt walked in from outside. She wore high heels, glamorous makeup, and white stockings, looking extremely enchanting. "Why are you back so late?" Thinking it was Ai Xiaoxiu, Song Chen subconsciously looked over. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. His expression turned cold because the person who entered was not Ai Xiaoxiu but the one he had been thinking about day and night, Wu Yaxue. Finally, she had arrived. He had been waiting for this day eagerly. "Song Chen, he doesn't want me anymore, sob." Wu Yaxue also noticed Song Chen on the sofa, instantly teary-eyed and full of grievances. She approached with a crying tone, wanting to seek comfort in his arms. The main focus was on using love to influence. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to embrace Song Chen, so she was confident that this hug would be enough to dispel Song Chen's resentment and cover up her small mistake. Unfortunately, at the moment she pounced, Song Chen had already dodged like a matador. Wu Yaxue, like a mother dog, pounced on emptiness, and then weakly sat on the sofa, looking pitifully at Song Chen. Confusion and surprise were written in her charming eyes. Faced with her own initiative, how could he refuse? In the past, she only needed to hold hands with Song Chen, and it was enough to make the other person blush and happy all day. Song Chen looked at this woman, recalling the disgusting scene when she and Lu Shangfeng disgusted him at the beginning. Only disgust remained in his heart. "He doesn't want you, so you come to me? Do you think of me as a trash can?" "Sorry, I don't collect garbage." Song Chen sneered. "Song Chen, I was wrong, can we start over? After going round and round, I realized that you are the best to me. I love you, I can't leave you. I swear this time I will cherish you well." Wu Yaxue spoke pitifully, showing true feelings. Her acting skills were quite explosive. This was also the reason why she could manipulate Song Chen for the past 3 years. "Ha, love me, want to vomit? Do you love my money and prescriptions? Seeing that I have value again, do you want to drain me again, and then throw me away like before? To throw yourself into the arms of another man? Wu Yaxue, I now realize that your face is thicker than the foundation you wear. You still have the nerve to come to me. Don't you think your previous behavior was disgusting?" Song Chen exposed her coldly, feeling nauseous, almost vomiting the roast chicken he just ate. How could there be such shameless women in the world? Thinking that betrayal and being dumped, shedding tears, would make the betrayed man choose to forgive? Are there really such pure love men in the world? Anyway, he had only seen them in TV dramas. Wu Yashue's crying voice paused, a hint of panic flashed in her tearful eyes. Obviously, she didn't expect Song Chen to see through her thoughts so quickly and thoroughly. This was completely different from the lick dog who used to be so obedient to her. But actually, what made her put down her dignity and urgently seek reconciliation with Song Chen was not just these reasons. It was because she found out that her eye disease had recurred, and she was facing the possibility of blindness at any time. What was even more terrifying was that, besides the eye disease, she had indeed contracted AIDS. At the moment when the test results came out, she felt like the sky was falling. The only thing she could think of was the lick dog she had dumped like trash. So she immediately called and messaged Song Chen, disregarding everything, wanting him to treat her. Unfortunately, Song Chen had already deleted and blocked her. So she searched all the rental houses, and finally found Song Chen here. Now only Song Chen could save her. So, no matter what, she must deceive Song Chen into curing her. With this in mind, Wu Yashue gritted her teeth, deliberately lowered her shoulder strap, revealing her snow-white skin, and continued to try to pounce on Song Chen, crying, "Wu! Song Chen, I know you still have me in your heart. I know you can't forget me. You said I would be your moonlight for a lifetime, you would always be good to me." Woof 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 woof. At a critical moment, Wang Kai rushed out and blocked the mysteriously confident Wu Yashue. Song Chen clicked his tongue and sneered, accusing him in court, throwing herself at Lu Xianfeng in front of him. Was she his moonlight now? The despicable level of this woman refreshed his outlook. Song Chen, are you really so heartless to abandon me like this? Blocked by Wang Kai, Wu Yashue cried more and more aggrieved. It seemed as if she had become the one who started the chaos and ended up abandoned by Song Chen. Seeing this, Song Chen laughed. Look, now she's feeling wronged? Smack smack, get lost. Song Chen swung his big hands and physically answered her. Wu Yashue was slapped away on the spot, her head buzzing. She covered her face, looking incredulously at Song Chen. Song Chen actually hit her? Boss, I'm back. Just at this moment, a pleasant and soft girl's voice came cheerfully. Ai Xiaoxiu, who had finished his work, turned the car key and bounced in. At first sight, this scene was seen. Wu Yashue turned her head to look at Ai Xiaoxiu who suddenly appeared. Her face changed slightly, and the emotions that were about to erupt also stopped abruptly. Because Ai Xiaoxiu, whether in looks or figure, completely overshadowed her. The confidence that she was proud of was completely gone. Song Chen, when did you find such a beautiful woman? Xiaoxiu, send the dog. If you don't leave, I'll use the dog beating stick to drive you out. Seeing Ai Xiaoxiu return, Song Chen coldly spoke and casually threw out a dog beating stick. He disdained to make a move against the other party again, as it would only dirty his hands. Next, let disease and time take care of it. Yes, boss. Ai Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes rolled, instantly understanding. Immediately holding the stick with hands on hips, standing proudly in front of Song Chen, she looked down at Wu Yashue and said, "Sorry, this lady, we are going to sleep. If you are sick, please go to the hospital. This is a veterinary store, please leave." Woof woof woof. Wang Kai also followed to drive her away. Woof woof woof. Meow meow meow. The stray pets that Song Chen had taken in also joined in barking at Wu Yashue, distinguishing loyalty from treachery. Wu Yashue's face turned pale, she kept retreating, but still looked at Song Chen with grievances. Song Chen, just because of this woman, you abandoned me? How could you do this? Wang Kai, there's a female dog, go, I'll give you a chicken leg tonight. Woof woof woof. Song Chen couldn't bear it anymore, and with a command, Wang Kai charged out like a brave warrior. Ah, Song Chen, how dare you treat me like this? You will regret it. You will not have a good ending, you will regret it. Wu Yashue completely broke down, showing a fierce and angry scolding. But soon she was chased away by Wang Kai, even her high heels ran off. She looked like a crazy woman. She deliberately dressed up in such a glamorous way, thinking she could easily win over Song Chen and make him willingly give everything. But she didn't expect to be scolded by Song Chen first, then beaten, and finally driven away by dogs. How could her confident self accept this? Of course, what was even more unacceptable to her was Song Chen's completely changed life. Luxury cars, luxury homes, and younger and prettier girls than her. On the other hand, after breaking up with Song Chen, she was quickly played and abandoned by Lu Xianfeng, owed a huge mortgage, now her eye disease recurred, and she was also suffering from AIDS. This stark contrast was more unbearable than killing her. Anger, regret, resentment, despair filled her mind. Woo woo woo. Song Chen, how could you treat me like this? You have so much money, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have broken up with you, it's all your fault. You deceived me, made me endure everything, woo woo woo. Amidst the complex emotions, Wu Yashue cried again in grievance. She blamed all the faults on Song Chen. She was a girl, she just wanted to pursue a better life. What was wrong with that? Andu Bright Hospital. Who is Wang Min? A nurse holding a stack of medical records walked into a ward and asked coldly. I am. On the left side of the ward, Wang Min raised his hand with difficulty. Your condition has worsened, you need to have surgery quickly, go pay the fee now. Don't delay. The nurse said coldly, already accustomed to it. Wasn't the treatment going well? How did it worsen? And I just paid 200,000 the day before yesterday, how could it be spent so quickly? Wang Min was shocked, his face even paler. You have end-stage renal disease, how could it be cured so quickly? The surgery fee is still lacking 30,000, hurry up and raise the money. The nurse coldly dropped a sentence and left. Love can't cure. Anyway, there are plenty of patients. Nurse, I've run out of money, can you treat me first? Wang Min pleaded, but received no response. Wang Min seemed to have all his strength drained in an instant, collapsing on the bed. He still refused to accept this result. Wasn't he already fine? Darling, how about we go find Dr. Song? His girlfriend caring for him by the bedside sobbed. Wang Min's eyes lit up, but then dimmed, hesitating. I identified him in court before and received compensation, will he still treat me? When it comes to saving a life, he will not hesitate. Besides, it wasn't just you accusing him. And he was the one practicing medicine without a license first, so he was in the wrong. Worst case, we'll buy some fruits, give him an extra 100 yuan, I don't believe he won't accept the money. His girlfriend vowed. But he's been banned from practicing medicine. Wang Min blushed. He remembered the scene of identifying Song Chen in court. He felt a bit ashamed for a moment. I don't care, anyway, you've spent all the money you received. If you continue to stay in this blood-sucking place, we won't be able to live. His girlfriend bluntly retorted. What? All spent? We only paid 200,000 for the hospitalization, and I received 400,000 in compensation, how did it disappear? Wang Min looked at his girlfriend incredulously. It was with this windfall that he successfully won back his girlfriend's heart. Eating doesn't cost money? Buying a necklace doesn't cost money? Buying a handbag doesn't cost money? I don't care, if you don't shape up, we're breaking up. His girlfriend angrily said, grabbed her bag and walked away. Ting Ting, I was wrong, please don't leave me. Wang Min panicked even more, quickly apologizing. Unfortunately, the response he received was the hand of another man at the door. I mean first hospital. Oh my, Aunt Du lay on the hospital bed, feeling like she was at death's door. Previously framing Song Chen, she received the most money due to her outstanding performance, a whopping over 500,000. She happily took the money home, planning to buy a house and marry off her eldest grandson. But before she could show off for a few days, she fainted in excitement. Taken to the hospital for examination, the disease that had been cured unexpectedly relapsed. Grandma, the doctor said after so many days of treatment, your condition has worsened and you need surgery, and all the money you paid is gone. A burly man rushed over, sat by the bedside, looking worried. He was Aunt Du's eldest grandson, Du Dahai. What kind of damn hospital is this, spending so much money on treatment, and making the condition worse? Aunt Du couldn't help but scold as soon as she heard the news. The doctor said it's a terminal illness, very difficult to cure, it needs to be taken slowly. Du Dahai said sadly. Aunt Du became even more anxious upon hearing this, immediately thought of Song Chen, cursing. It must be the damn Song Chen, he didn't cure me completely before, leaving this damn root of the disease. My 500,000 is gone. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. With this in mind, Aunt Du seemed to have found the root of the disease, quickly got up, and said aggressively, Dahai, let's go find that damn Song Chen. If he doesn't cure me properly this time, I'll have to knock his head off. Just as the two were about to leave, a group of doctors happened to walk by, with the lead being Aunt Du's attending physician. A kind Mediterranean man. Aunt Du, are you going for a walk? The Mediterranean doctor smiled kindly. Yes. Aunt Du's eyes darted around, nodding quickly. Naturally, she wanted to avoid the bill. Little did she know that the Mediterranean doctor's next words would instantly make this shrewd old lady lose her temper. I have good news to inform Aunt Du. I have already booked the top brain specialist in the country for you. It only costs 990,000, with a 40% chance of removing the tumor in your head. What do you think? The Mediterranean doctor said cheerfully. Before he could finish, Aunt Du, who was already furious, exploded in anger. What? 990,000? Why don't you go rob money? Not cured. The Mediterranean doctor seemed accustomed to such small scenes, explaining with a smile, Madam, don't be angry, this 990,000 is actually very cheap, we have reimbursed most of it for you. Refund. But the furious Madam obviously didn't listen, and directly used the retreat tactic. escaping the encirclement with her grandson. The doctors were all puzzled, unable to stop her. The same tragedy was happening to the 18 households who had reported Song Chen in the past. After they returned, they all fell ill within a few days. Not only did they spend all the compensation they had cheated, one by one successfully returned to bed and were admitted to a regular hospital. They regained their original happy lives. Those who were paralyzed, those who were bleeding, those who were in pain. Confirming the saying, heaven's justice prevails, who can escape the heavenly punishment? Of course, after spending all their savings and enduring countless pains and torments, they all coincidentally thought of one person. The young man who could cure their terminal illness for only 100 yuan. Sending to the animal hospital. Song veterinarian, you are amazing, you even cured my dog's congenital paralysis. I didn't believe the person who recommended you before. It's my duty, as long as it's a pet, you can come to me for any difficult illness. Definitely, your medical skills are so good, and your fees are legitimate, unlike those black-hearted hospitals. Who else can we turn to if not you? Song Chen politely bid farewell to the customer. His mood was also relaxed, because the merits he had accumulated finally returned to 99. Only a little was left before the completion of the first round of merits. This was something to be happy about. So, at noon that day, Song Chen took Ai Xiaoxiao out for a good celebration. Ai Xiaoxiao was so satisfied, eating to his heart's content. When they returned to the animal hospital, there was already a male customer waiting there with a cage. Inside the cage was an orange cat. Song veterinarian, this is brought by my friend, it's said to be blind. Can you take a look? Can I come back to pick it up at night? The man seemed to know Song Chen, and approached with a smile holding the cat. Of course. Song Chen smiled and nodded. Give it to me. Ai Xiaoxiao took the cat cage from the man's hand. Song Chen put on his white coat and went straight to the operating room. The orange cat had already been placed on the operating table by Ai Xiaoxiao. Congratulations, you will be my 100th merit point accumulator. Song Chen smiled softly and gently placed his hand on the orange cat's eyes. If you look closely, there was a unique faint light flowing out. Ding, successfully absorbed eye disease, merit +1. Congratulations to the host, accumulated 100 merits, completing the first round of merits. The next moment, 100 rays of light flowed out from Song Chen's hand and merged into his body. Like an electric current, flowing through Song Chen's body. A strange transformation occurred. Song Chen shivered, and everything around him suddenly became empty and silent. He could clearly see a mosquito flying slowly in front of him, as if time had slowed down. Just as Song Chen was shocked, the system voice rang out again. Ding, the disease delivery system has been upgraded to version 2.0. Congratulations to the host for comprehensive improvement of disease source constitution, speed, strength, reaction, thinking, self-healing, etc. Surpassing ordinary people by 10 times. Awakening exclusive disease delivery skill, flower picking ghost hand. Obtained permanent use rights for the absorption of 100 diseases. Song Chen came back to his senses. It was as if the talent engraved in his DNA had been activated. 2 fingers reached out, and a very fast afterimage flashed by. The next moment, the mosquito that flew by was easily caught by Song Chen. There was no trace of Song Chen's action. Even Song Chen himself was stunned by his own speed. Even a veteran of 10 years would never have such speed. Song Chen is confident that with his speed, he can easily take things from others or steal something without anyone noticing. Isn't this skill tailor-made for him? When the time comes to pick flowers. No, to deliver diseases, it will be a breeze. Song Chen looked at his ghostly hand and really liked this skill. Of course, as a man of integrity, he would definitely use this ability for good. What is this permanent right to use diseases? Song Chen quickly remembered the last point the system mentioned. Permanent right to use diseases. The host has truly mastered the 100 diseases and can indefinitely create subdiseases to give to others in the future. Note, diseases with genetic isolation cannot be transmitted across species. Upon hearing this, Song Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. Does this mean I don't have to deduct merit points anymore? If that's the case, he would truly become a beacon of the city. Merit points will be deducted, and the second round of merit points will be 1,000 points. Once again, the system is dedicated to accumulating merit and doing good deeds. The current host's merit points have been reset to 0, and falling below -100 points will harm the host's health. Host, please take note. Hearing this, Song Chen could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. Boss, someone is looking for you. At this moment, Ai Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside the door. Coming. Thinking it was a customer, Song Chen walked out carrying the healed orange cat. At this moment, a young man wearing a mask and hat, completely concealing himself, sat nervously on the sofa. When he saw Song Chen come out, The young man's eyes darted around as he stood up. He quickly pressed down on his hat again, afraid of being recognized by Song Chen. He then approached and stuttered, "Song. Dr. Song, hello." Song Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered inwardly. Did he think he wouldn't recognize him with a mask on? Back in court, he recognized those ugly faces even if they turned to ashes. "Xiaoxiu, go clean up this orange cat and hand it over to the customer when they arrive." "Yes, boss." AI Xiaoxiu took the cat cage and went to work. Song Chen sat down on the sofa, propped up his legs, poured himself a cup of tea, and lazily looked at Wang Min, pretending not to recognize him as he asked, "I wonder what this masked hero is looking for me for? I want Dr. Song to treat me, cough cough." Wang Min lowered his head and spoke softly. "Treat you?" Song Chen pretended to be surprised and sarcastically said, "Did the masked hero make a mistake? This shop is a veterinary clinic, and I am just a veterinarian who treats animals, not humans. If you need medical treatment, please go to a regular hospital." Wang Min gritted his teeth, feeling his face burning, but faced with death, he still pretended, "But I heard from others that Dr. Song can also treat humans, and can cure all kinds of terminal illnesses for 100 yuan. If you cure me, I am willing to pay you 200. No, 300 yuan. Wang Min felt that 200 yuan, as suggested by his girlfriend, was a bit low, so he quickly raised another finger. Wow, 300 yuan is a lot? I guess I won't be able to spend it all in several lifetimes, right? Song Chen laughed. Why did he only charge 100 yuan in the first place? Was it because treating these terminal illnesses was only worth 100 yuan? Obviously not. But these people took his kindness for granted and even dared to accuse him in the end. "Well, sorry, I'm raising my price, and you won't be able to afford it. 500 is also fine." Thinking that Song Chen found it too little, Wang Min raised 5 fingers. "Dr. Song, thank you so much. This is a 1,000 yuan consultation fee. Please don't find it insufficient." Just then, the man who had come to pick up the orange cat earlier left after warmly handing over 1,000 yuan in cash. The scene fell strangely quiet. Wang Min's 5 raised fingers froze in midair, feeling like he had been slapped. Treating a cat casually cost 1,000 yuan, but he wanted treatment for uremia and thought 500 yuan was enough? Of course, all of this was also the illusion caused by Song Chen only charging him 100 at the beginning. Song Chen jokingly took a sip of tea, didn't say a word, and just watched quietly like this. "Dr. Song, please have mercy and save me. I have uremia, not much time left. I know you are kind-hearted. You will definitely not stand by and watch me die." Dead silence for a moment, Wang Min once again bravely begged, even shedding pitiful tears. He couldn't care less now. Money was spent, girlfriend ran away, and he was running out of time. "I save you, and then you go report me, make me compensate you, beg for your forgiveness. Is that fair?" Seeing the other party being shameless, Song Chen decided to stop pretending and directly questioned. Wang Min trembled, his face turned pale, obviously not expecting that Song Chen had seen through it from the beginning. He was clearly disguised so well. Plop. Dead silence for a moment. Wang Min dropped his mask and hat, plopped to his knees on the ground, setting aside his dignity and pleading, "Dr. Song, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I am not human. Please, forgive me, and save me again. I swear, this time, I will never report you." Song Chen looked jokingly, his eyes always cold. This pitiful and grateful posture, how similar to the first time he sought medical treatment. But in the end, if he really softened his heart, he would deserve to die. "Well, to be honest, I really want to help you, but I have been banned from practicing medicine now. Look, the medical ban certificate is hanging there, constantly reminding and urging me. If I treat you and get caught, it's a capital offense." Song Chen pretended to be helpless, pointing to the medical ban order hanging on the wall. He hung it up from the day he opened the shop. For this day, Wang Min saw the medical ban order, his face burning with pain. Because of this order, he had a part in it. Song Chen continued to comfort with a smile. "I don't think your illness is serious, just do dialysis a few times a week on time. It only costs 500 or 600 each time. You can live for another 5 or 6 years without any problem." Boom. Song Chen's comfort was like a thunderbolt, shaking Wang Min's body. Not to mention doing dialysis a few times. Where would he get so much money? No. Wang Min shook his head in despair, wanting to crawl towards Song Chen to continue pleading. But Song Chen raised his phone, with Yao Yaoling already dialed on it. Dare to touch it, and he would call the police directly. Wang Min's movements came to a sudden stop. "Now I am just a veterinarian, only treating animals, things that are worse than animals. I won't treat no matter how much money you offer, get lost." Song Chen smiled, stood up and escorted the guest out. Wang Min shivered, as if sentenced by the Grim Reaper, his whole body enveloped in despair. Looking at Song Chen's eyes full of cold indifference, so different from the loving gaze he had at the beginning, he had a share in burying all of this. At this moment, an uncontrollable sense of regret surged in his heart. If he hadn't accused Song Chen in the first place, would Song Chen have treated him? Would all of this not have happened today? Countless thoughts of what if flashed through Wang Min's mind. Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. Desperate, Wang Min staggered out of the veterinary shop like a walking corpse. He knew that Song Chen would never treat him again. At the same time, besides despair, there was also a sense of humiliation from being insulted by Song Chen. Where is Song Chen? Song Chen, you damn bastard, come out. Just as Wang Min was about to leave, a fierce figure, full of anger, rushed towards him from the opposite direction. Full of foul language, Wang Min's eyes lit up, recognizing Du Dama at a glance. Get lost. But Du Dama, who was in a rage, did not recognize Wang Min and directly pushed him aside. With the support of his grandson Du Dahai, disheveled and wearing a patient gown, she boldly entered the Song Chen veterinary clinic. This commotion immediately attracted onlookers. Wang Min was delighted in his heart and didn't leave, looking forward to something. Okay, you little bastard who was raised without a mother, hiding here, making it hard for me to find you. Upon entering the store, Du Danny saw Song Chen and scolded him angrily. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Song Chen's eyes narrowed, showing a hint of coldness, but he quietly called the police on his phone. Then he looked at the old lady curiously and asked, "Where did this crazy old woman come from? This is a veterinary store, not a place for foul-mouthed old dogs like her." "What? You little animal dare to call me crazy? Watch me tear your mouth apart." Du Danny's blood pressure soared instantly, and she was about to rush forward. Unfortunately, she had a sudden high blood pressure attack and almost fell down. "Grandma!" Du Dahai quickly supported her, and at the same time, he looked coldly at Song Chen and threatened, "Kid, you better watch your mouth." "Oh, you know about that? Then you should tell this old lady. Her mouth is much dirtier than mine, it stinks like she's eaten shit." Song Chen looked at this grandson in amazement. Indeed, not all families are harmonious. "You!" Du Dahai's face darkened. He never expected someone to dare to insult his grandmother. Song Chen impatiently waved his hand, "Just say what you want quickly, don't disturb my business." "What do you mean? You still have the nerve to speak?" Du Danny, who had caught her breath, pointed at Song Chen and accused him with a mouthful of spit. "Did you not cure me completely when you treated me before? Now I'm sick again. I've wasted over 500,000 hard-earned money, do you think you deserve to die?" Song Chen laughed. He didn't expect this old lady to have no shame to this extent. How could she blame him for this? It's more absurd than blaming the uneven road for a fall. "So what do you want?" Suppressing his anger, Song Chen asked coldly. This sentence hit Du Danny hard. Her scolding abruptly stopped, her eyes kept rolling, and finally she coldly snorted, "What do I want? Of course, you have to compensate me for the over 1 million I spent in the hospital, and you have to cure me completely. Otherwise, I'll tear your mouth apart, then sue you in court. You won't have it easy." "Very well, then go ahead and sue." Song Chen clapped his hands, not bothering to argue. It's more unreasonable to reason with this unreasonable old lady than for a scholar to meet a soldier. It's a waste of breath. "You." Seeing Song Chen's casual attitude, Du Danny was furious, but her gaze quickly fell on the equipment around her. The next moment, she turned into a madwoman, smashing everything around her frantically. While smashing, she threatened, "You little animal, will you compensate? Will you pay? If you don't, I'll smash your store." Seeing this, Song Chen's lips curled up slightly, leaning back on the sofa indifferently. Just as he expected. "Ah, boss, what's going on?" At this moment, Ai Xiaoxiao came down from the second floor and saw a crazy old lady smashing everything around her, instantly shocked and at a loss. Even Wang Kai was scared by Du Danny. "Stop, these things are expensive." Ai Xiaoxiao, who reacted, wanted to stop her but was cursed by Du Danny. "Get out of the way. Are you Song Chen's mistress? You little slut, you don't look like a good person at first sight. Dare to block me, be careful I tear your face apart. Xiaoxiao, take the pets and retreat, let her smash." Song Chen frowned. "Okay, boss." Song Chen spoke, and Ai Xiaoxiao then led the pets to retreat. Thinking that Song Chen was scared, Du Danny smashed even more vigorously, cursing as she smashed. Song Chen had a smile on his face, even helping out. "There are still some vases, smash them all." Those were crafts he had spent millions on. Du Danny didn't hold back and smashed several vases and decorations at the highest point. More and more people gathered to watch, and Du Danny immediately changed her attitude, lying on the ground and throwing a tantrum. "Oops, murder, this unethical shop is treating people indiscriminately and charging fees, it's a big scam, come and take a look." The onlookers' mouths twitched. Do they really think they are blind? Dingwoo dingwoo. Just as Do Danny started to make a scene, the sound of police sirens could be heard outside. Who called the police? Soon, 2 police officers walked in. Do Danny's face changed slightly, and she immediately got into character, climbing up from the ground and rushing towards the police. She cried out, "I called the police, I called the police. Comrades, this guy who treated me recklessly gave me a terminal illness and cheated me out of all my money. I came to demand an explanation, and he hit me. Look, my hands are swollen, you have to help me. Oops, my head hurts, my heart hurts, I can't go on, I can't go on." After speaking, Do Danny lay on the ground pretending to be dead. The 2 police officers' faces changed slightly. "Quick, take her to the hospital." "Grandma." Do Dahai's face also changed drastically as he quickly helped lift her up. Before getting into the car, he glared angrily at Song Chen. "Kid, if anything happens to my grandma, I'll kill you." After one police officer took photos for evidence, he looked at Song Chen and coldly said, "Come with me to the police station." "Okay, let me get some things first." Song Chen smiled and calmly retrieved a pile of documents from the ruins of the cabinet. "Boss." Upstairs, Ai Xiaoshu held Wang Kai, her face full of worry. "It's okay, I'll take you out for a big meal when I come back to celebrate." Song Chen gave her a comforting look and then left with the police officer. The police dispersed the onlookers and drove to the police station with Song Chen. "This is the surveillance footage, take a look." In the interrogation room, Song Chen took out his phone and opened the full recording of the surveillance footage. The police officer took it, watched the bizarre process recorded in the surveillance, and his face changed. When he looked at Song Chen again, he even showed a hint of sympathy. Song Chen then took out a stack of documents and calmly said, "These are certificates for the damaged vases and artworks, with a total value exceeding 10 million. Adding the value of other items, cleanup costs, lost wages, mental damages, false accusations, totaling 12 million. I hope to receive compensation within 3 days. If not, according to Anhwa law, intentionally damaging someone else's property exceeding 5 million can result in mandatory imprisonment." Looking at the ample evidence and Song Chen's clear demands, the police officer's face changed slightly, and when he looked at Song Chen again, there was no more contempt. "That's all I have to say, I'm the victim, can I go now?" Song Chen shrugged, waking up the dazed police officers. "Why yes, you can go." And so, Song Chen safely left the police station. Back at the veterinary shop, Ai Xiaoshu had already cleaned up the store. However, many glass products were broken, including those exquisite art vases that Song Chen had spent a lot of money on during the renovation. Not for decoration, but for today. And specifically for Do Danny. That old hag who relies on her age the most deserves to die. "Boss." Ai Xiaoshu, full of worry, greeted Song Chen with joy when she saw him. Wang Kai also came out to greet him. "Let's go, let's celebrate." Song Chen smiled. Meanwhile, in a hospital, "Oh my head, help, I can't go on." Do Danny lay on the hospital bed, still pretending to be sick. Do Dahai looked worried beside her. As soon as the police left, Do Danny immediately stopped groaning, glanced sideways at the door, and revealed a sinister smile of success. "Grandma, are you okay?" Do Dahai exclaimed in surprise. "Shoo, keep your voice down, Mrs. Do quickly covered Mr. Do's mouth and smiled triumphantly, saying, "Humph, now we don't have to worry about medical expenses anymore. If that brat doesn't cure my illness, he will have to compensate me with 1 million. I will lie here and extort him for the rest of his life. He won't have it easy." "Grandma, you're amazing, Mr. Do Hai, who had just realized the situation, looked at her with admiration. Mrs. Do had been his idol since he was a child. Just then, several police officers walked in. Mrs. Do gave Mr. Do Hai a signal, then immediately lay down and started acting pitiful. "Oh, my back. My head. Oh, I feel like I'm dying. Who will pity this old lady of mine? Grandma, please don't leave me. If anything happens to you, I won't live either." Mr. Do Hai also got into character in a split second and started singing along. "Alright, stop pretending, the case has already been clarified." The police officers couldn't stand it and interrupted coldly. They found elderly people who relied on their age to be the most headache-inducing. Unfortunately, this time, this old lady went too far. As soon as she heard the outcome, Mrs. Do became spirited, but still pursed her lips and said firmly, "Officers, if that brat doesn't compensate me with 2 million this time and cure all my illnesses, I won't forgive him. Yes, with me here, you can't bully my grandma and think she doesn't know the law." When Mr. Do Hai heard 2 million, he also became enthusiastic. The faces of the police officers darkened. They had encountered many elderly people who relied on their age, but this kind of eccentric old lady was a first for them. And to top it off, she had a simple-minded, physically fit grandson. Extorting others, smashing someone's shop, and demanding compensation? Asking for treatment? Grandma, do you think the law is your own? Or are you lawless? The leading officer couldn't bear it and retorted. He then directly took out a video to play. Brat, if you don't compensate me, I'll smash your shop. Boom. Oh, murder, I'm done for. The video had loud sound and clear visuals, fully documenting Mrs. Do's tantrum. When Mrs. Do saw the video, her face changed drastically, and she stopped shouting. She hadn't expected that the little rascal Song Chen had installed surveillance, committing such shameful acts in broad daylight, then turning around and accusing others, relying on age, disrespecting the elderly. This is contempt for the law. After the video finished playing, the officer said coldly, "No, officers, listen to me, things aren't like that. It's that brat, he didn't cure my illness completely, he." Mrs. Do panicked, trying to explain, but was interrupted by the police. "Alright, stop talking. The evidence for this case is here. If you have any issues, present evidence, don't just talk nonsense here. The law is based on evidence." Mrs. Do was stunned. Evidence? Where could she get evidence? Then I won't sue him, I'll forgive him, is that okay? Mrs. Do, feeling helpless, could only say unwillingly, cursing Song Chen in her heart. The police officer smirked, looking at this eccentric old lady. "Sorry, you forgive him, but unfortunately, he doesn't forgive you." The officer sneered and presented a document, reading, "Ms. Do, you are suspected of damaging someone else's property, along with mental damages, false accusations, loss of work, totaling 1,250,000 anbai. You are required to settle within 3 days, otherwise we will lawfully seize all your assets and arrest you." The police's verdict was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Mrs. Do, who was still thinking of finding another way to pressure Song Chen, stiff on the bed. "So much? Why is it so much? You're framing me." Mr. Do Hai beside her was also shocked. "The items your grandma smashed were expensive handicrafts, there's proof here, take a look for yourself." The officer handed over the documents. After watching Du Dahai collapse directly on the ground, his lips turned purple and trembling as he looked at Du Daniang. "Grandma. Grandma." Seeing Du Dahai's eyes, Du Daniang instantly knew that everything was true. At that moment, she made up her mind and suddenly grabbed the pile of documents, tore them up, and started eating them. Du Dahai followed suit upon seeing this. A bizarre scene unfolded. The two of them performed the act of eating paper together. Several police officers couldn't stop them. They simply stopped trying. They handed over the papers they had in their hands. But because there were too many papers and no water, after eating about 100 sheets, the two of them couldn't eat anymore and started to dry heave. The police officer said with a black line on his face, "Take your time, don't choke. These are just copies, you can eat as much as you want." The actions of the two of them came to a sudden halt. "Oh, I'm done for. I'm a poor old lady about to die. If you want to arrest someone, arrest me. I have no money, and my life is at stake." Du Daniang once again displayed her unruly skills. "Ms. Do, you are old and terminally ill, we can't do anything to you." The police officer frowned and spoke. Just as Du Daniang was about to be happy, the police officer's next words completely crushed her. "But your grandson Du Dahai is your only heir and caregiver, and he is also an accomplice in this incident. He will bear all the responsibility for this incident and be responsible for it for the rest of his life." Du Danyang's face instantly changed color, and she became frightened, unprecedentedly flustered, saying, "No, you can't arrest my precious grandson. It's all my fault, come after me." That's right, Du Dahai is Du Danyang's only weakness. What she cares most about is her grandson. "Take him away," the police officer ordered coldly. Two police officers immediately put silver handcuffs on Du Dahai and took him away. "Grandma." Du Dahai's face changed instantly, clearly not expecting the blame to suddenly fall on him. "No, don't touch my grandson. I was wrong, I'm willing to apologize to Xiao Song. I want to see Xiao Song, he is a kind-hearted good boy, he will forgive me." Du Daniang panicked and got up, but due to her high heart rate, she suddenly had a heart attack and high blood pressure. She began to breathe rapidly, clutching her chest and collapsing. Her eyes widened, tears streaming down, foaming at the mouth, convulsing. But she still reached out a hand towards her grandson. He was her everything, and everything she did was for him. "Call a doctor," the police officer said, frowning. Soon, a group of doctors arrived and began emergency treatment. Beep beep beep. Half an hour later, the heart rate monitor returned to a straight line. Du Daniang lay peacefully on the hospital bed, her eyes bloodshot, staring in despair and panic as she passed away. Finally, she no longer had to pretend. "Grandma." Du Dahai collapsed and slumped to the ground in despair. Unfortunately, what awaited him was the confiscation of all his property to settle the debt, and spending the rest of his life paying back Song Chen by working on a sewing machine. Inside a 7-star hotel, Song Chen and AI Xiaoxiu were enjoying a feast to celebrate. At that moment, Song Chen's phone rang, and he answered it. Mr. Song, your case has been accepted, but unfortunately, Du Danyang passed away suddenly due to a severe illness, so her grandson will be responsible for repaying all your debts. We have assessed all the property currently under their name, and can only compensate you with 2 million for now. The subsequent compensation will also be completed under our supervision, so please rest assured. Okay, thank you. Song Chen smiled brightly and looked at AI Xiaoxiu, who was eating and drinking extravagantly. Xiaoxiu, what do you want to do? I'll foot the bill tonight. I want to play games. Song Chen. Okay, tonight I'll take you flying. Song Chen still showed a confident smile. The two of them immediately drove to the battlefield. They stayed up all night fighting. After coming out of the internet cafe, AI Xiaoxiu, exhausted from the excitement, was already sleepy. Song Chen, on the other hand, remained energetic, seemingly due to his improved physical fitness. Due to the proximity to the Tianfu Villa and the ongoing renovation of the veterinary store, Song Chen simply took AI Xiaoxiu to the Tianfu Villa. Where is this? As soon as they got off the car, AI Xiaoxiu was no longer sleepy, stunned by the luxurious villa in front of her. My home, Song Chen said lightly, already walking into the villa. AI Xiaoxiu's small mouth opened slightly, looking at Song Chen's slender figure, inexplicably handsome. So, did she just attach herself to a hidden wealthy boss? What are you thinking? If you're not tired, come and sleep quickly. Inside the villa, came Song Chen's voice of speechlessness. Oh, coming. AI Xiaoxiu followed quickly, her big black eyes full of wonder. Pick any bedroom, food is in the fridge, call me if you need anything. With these words, Song Chen went upstairs to his master bedroom. He went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. After the shower, looking at his naked self in the mirror, Song Chen was surprised. His body had become more muscular and perfect, with symmetrical muscle lines, not inferior to those top male models. His skin had become even paler. Even that part seemed stronger? This was completely different from his previous weak and sickly self with a thin body. Obviously, these were all the benefits brought by this successful merit. Song Chen immediately took the elevator to the gym on the basement floor to check. Push-ups, pull-ups were effortless. Punching the sandbag was quick and skillful, forming his own style. He could even easily lift a 300 kilograms barbell. A comprehensive physical fitness 10 times beyond ordinary people. Song Chen felt he could really take on 10 people. If this merit continues like this, will I become invincible? Song Chen suddenly thought of this. He became more interested in accumulating merits. Early the next morning, it was AI Xiaoxiu who woke up Song Chen, and she made breakfast thoughtfully. After breakfast, the two went to work together. As Song Chen expected, it started with Wang Min and Du Dama. In the following days, the remaining horse households couldn't help but come to seek medical treatment from Song Chen. Various human clown dramas unfolded. Some, like Wang Min, deliberately concealed their appearance, trying to deceive Song Chen into treating them. Some resorted to selling misery, moral blackmail. Saying they had a 70-year-old mother and a newborn baby at home, they were the backbone of the family and couldn't die. Some wanted to spend money, confidently thinking they could make Song Chen yield with 30,000 yuan. Some were like Du Dama, directly throwing tantrums, even threatening Song Chen arrogantly. Saying their relative was a certain official, and if he didn't treat them, they would destroy Song Chen's store and make him eat prison food. Pleading, threatening, cursing. Song Chen naturally just coldly watched the show. He wanted to see how thick-skinned these people could be. Initially, in court, he had given these people a chance. But instead of getting back even a bit of their conscience, he received more vicious accusations, insults, and even physical violence. They slandered him as a quack doctor who harmed people. It was only after receiving 5 million in compensation that they agreed to sign a settlement. He was completely stripped of his medical license. And now, they had the audacity to come back and ask him for treatment? Asking him to break the law and risk his life to help them? They were the ones who sued him, and they were the ones who made him practice medicine. All with just their mouths. Where in the world could there be such a ridiculous joke? Dr. Song, we are all compatriots. Are you really going to be so heartless? Song, regardless of whether you can practice medicine, if you don't cure me today, it's your fault. If I die and become a vengeful ghost, I won't let you off. Every horse household, after facing Song Chen's resolute attitude, could only leave with a dejected look. Of course, after unsuccessful pleas, some would tear off their masks on the spot, revealing their true nature. And these scenes were just witnessed by Wang Min hiding in the alley. He had long been without money for treatment, only waiting to die. In despair, he stayed here every day, hoping to be treated by Song Chen. Finally, he discovered a shocking secret. Those who came to seek Song Chen's help were all people who had once identified Song Chen in court. So, he immediately panicked and opened a chat group. Initially, Jiang Yichuan had brought all 18 of them into this group, conveniently, to collectively accuse and frame Song Chen. Today, except for the already deceased Du Dama, everyone else is still alive. Wang Nin's fingers trembled as he quickly at everyone. Has everyone's condition relapsed? Yes. That's right. +1 How did you know? Wang Nin's inquiry quickly received replies from everyone. He looked excited and continued typing to ask. Have you all gone to ask Song Chen for treatment? Yes, but he refuses to treat us, crying. Although we accused him before, it was our fault, but aside from the facts, is he not at fault as well? That's right, if he had evidence, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all his own fault, how can we blame us? Moreover, we also signed a forgiveness agreement with him in the end. We have done our best. What else do you want from us? Damn, today I even knelt down to beg him, but he still acts high and mighty, refusing to treat me. Damn this bastard, I think he deliberately didn't treat us completely from the beginning, waiting for this day for us to beg him. No, we must unite and collectively attack this guy. We must find ways to force this bastard to cure us. Good idea, let's meet offline and discuss a plan. What's there to discuss? Strength in numbers, let's all go to his shop and confront him, see if this bastard dares not to treat us? +1 +1 +1. Inside a noble hospital, Jiang Yichuan's body spasmed, his features contorted as he sat in a wheelchair. Suffering from bone cancer, stuttering, and ALS, he had already spent millions on treatment. He had almost spent all the ill-gotten money he had earned from lawsuits in his lifetime. Yet, he still ended up in this ghostly state. Looking at the records in the group, a glimmer of hope appeared in his dim eyes. Abba, Abba, Abba. Jiang Yichuan quickly shouted, calling his father. He was also preparing to go find Song Chen, the fraudster he had once suppressed and judged. At the animal hospital, Song Chen was cleaning and medicating several pet dogs with skin diseases. Of course, this process was just a cover-up. The diseases had already been taken away by Song Chen, waiting for recovery. Boss, why do people keep coming to you for treatment these days when you're just a veterinarian? AI Xiaoxiao, who was assisting on the side, asked in confusion. Maybe they see themselves as livestock. Song Chen replied matter-of-factly. Oh, AI Xiaoxiao seemed to understand, then asked another question. Boss, you're so rich, living in a mansion, why do you still work so hard as a veterinarian? Because veterinarians specialize in treating animals, it's my hobby. Song Chen smiled. AI Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes lit up, expressing his anticipation. Actually, I also want to be a veterinarian. No problem, I'll teach you, I will definitely train you into an excellent veterinarian. Song Chen smiled at AI Xiaoxiao. After spending these days together, AI Xiaoxiao's diligence had already met his requirements. Since the other party liked this job so much, he also planned to teach AI Xiaoxiao some veterinary knowledge. After all, in a few months, he would be studying abroad in Ligu, and the animal hospital also needed someone to take care of it. Thank you, boss, Xiaoxiao will work hard and not let the boss down. AI Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes shone as he quickly raised his hand to swear. You can change your way of speaking. Song Chen smiled. Master above, please accept Xiaoxiao's bow. AI Xiaoxiao was about to kneel down to Song Chen. Fortunately, Song Chen was quick to stop her, saying, let's skip these formalities. Just then, Song Chen's phone rang. He picked up and heard a female voice on the other end. Hello, Dr. Song, I'm a customer named Zhang Xiling who brought a pet to your shop before. We run a stray animal shelter here, and recently many pets have been refusing to eat for no apparent reason. So, we would like to invite you to come and take a look. Are you available? Sure, send me the address and phone number, I'll come over today, Song Chen replied with a smile. An animal shelter, so much merit, how convenient. Xiaoxiao, get ready, we're going out for a free clinic. Yes, master, AI Xiaoxiao hurried to pack things. After these days of learning, she already knew what was needed. Just then, a group of people suddenly burst in. The whole room was instantly crowded. The smile on Song Chen's face disappeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He scanned each familiar face. How similar was this scene to the past in the courtroom? It's just a pity that these people were no longer fierce and ferocious, but rather thin and sickly. In addition, the sharp-eyed Song Chen noticed two men across the street wearing masks. One was sitting in a wheelchair, and the other was pushing the wheelchair, both observing the situation here intently. When they noticed Song Chen's gaze, they immediately lowered their heads in guilt. So many people, are you here to rob us? Song Chen coldly withdrew his gaze, sat down, and continued to carefully treat several pet dogs. If it came to a fight, he wasn't afraid either. Song Chen, we're not here to beg you this time. With so many lives at stake today, you damn well treat them, whether you like it or not. With so many people backing him up, the weak Wang Min suddenly became confident and boldly stepped forward. He wanted to reclaim the humiliation he had suffered in front of Song Chen before. Yes, today I don't believe you can watch so many lives die in front of you. If you, surnamed Song, have any conscience or medical ethics left, you better treat us quickly. We'll each pay you 200, which should be a good sum for you. If it weren't for us signing the release form back then, you would be in prison by now. Do you have no sense of gratitude? Several fierce thugs also stepped forward. The crowd echoed, gradually surrounding Song Chen. It seemed that as long as Song Chen dared to refuse, he would be mercilessly beaten. However, Song Chen remained calm and focused, diligently treating the sick pet dogs. Some of the thugs couldn't take it anymore and angrily accused, Song Chen, are you willing to treat a few animals but not us? Do our lives mean less than a few animals? Ha! Song Chen looked up in surprise at the thugs and sincerely praised, I thought you were stupid, but turns out you have some self-awareness. You! The crowd was instantly infuriated. How could Song Chen compare them to animals? Was there any comparison at all? This was a blatant insult to them. I saved these animals, and at least they know to wag their tails in gratitude to me. I saved you, what have you done for me? After treating the last dog, Song Chen suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze icy, staring at the thugs and asking back. The dogs that had been treated cooperated by wagging their tails and licking Song Chen's feet, expressing their gratitude. It seemed to confirm Song Chen's words. The dozen or so thugs were intimidated by Song Chen's gaze, their backs inexplicably chilled, and they kept retreating. Ai Xiaoxiao, who had finished packing, happened to come down and saw the scene. Unable to bear it any longer, she stood in front of Song Chen and scolded, Are you people out of your minds? My master is a veterinarian, not a doctor for humans. You are all human beings, not animals. If you are sick, go see a doctor. Why do you always come to my master? The naive Ai Xiaoxiao tried to awaken these people. The faces of the crowd suddenly became embarrassed, but they still gritted their teeth, stared at Song Chen, and tried to continue threatening. Get out, or I'll call the police. Song Chen took out his phone and said coldly. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, and they were scared and quickly left the veterinary shop. Song, you heartless thing, just wait, we will make you regret it. Leaving behind their threats, more than a dozen people from the Ma family left dejectedly. Obviously, they did not expect Song Chen to remain unafraid in the face of so many people's oppression. Just as the Ma family was about to leave, across the street, the two people who had been observing the situation immediately rushed over. Song Chen crossed his arms and looked amused. He already knew who it was. Soon, the two of them sneaked in, one pushing the other, and entered. Seeing this, the Ma family seemed to see new hope and also stayed. Oh, isn't this lawyer Jiang so elegant, riding in a wheelchair? Song Chen smiled, bluntly exposing the other's identity. He always remembered Zhang Yichuan's face, always telling him to be a good veterinarian. Zhang Yichuan in the wheelchair trembled slightly, his body with ALS shrinking even more. At the same time, the middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair took off their masks. Song Chen's face suddenly showed a strange expression. Because the middle-aged man was none other than the judge who had sentenced him in the first place. This was getting more interesting. Judge, are you here to personally inspect me? Song Chen pretended to be surprised, then pointed to the prohibition order on the wall and said with a smile, Judge, you can rest assured, I have always remembered the prohibition order, abided by the law, and have not practiced medicine. Jiang Hao felt like he had been slapped hard by Song Chen, his face burning. As a judge, he naturally knew that practicing medicine without a license was illegal. But Zhang Yichuan was his son, and now only Song Chen could treat him. What could he do? Even without a medical license, he had to do it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao leaned in close to Song Chen's ear and whispered, Song Chen, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. As long as you cure Chuan's illness, I, as a judge, can consider lifting the ban on your medical practice. What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? You want me to cure Judge Zhang's illness to lift the ban on my medical practice? You were so strict before, how come you're so hasty now? Song Chen pretended to be surprised, raising his voice. He continued, No, Judge Jiang is not an animal, how can I, a veterinarian, treat him? I won't do anything illegal. As a judge, how can you lead by example? Abuse of power is not right. You. Jiang Hao's face turned iron blue with anger, obviously not expecting Song Chen to be so tough. But after a moment of gloom, he leaned in close to Song Chen's ear again, threateningly saying, Kid, you better think it over. If I can prevent you from practicing medicine, I can also prevent you from keeping this shop open, and even revoke your Ingwa citizenship. Song Chen's gaze turned cold. Ding successfully cured mental illness, merit -1 current host merit is -1. After curing the illness, Songchen deliberately looked hesitant and said, actually, it's not impossible for me, a veterinarian, to treat you. Hearing this, Jiang Hao and the Ma family all brightened their eyes, thinking that Songchen was afraid. After all, the Jiang family father and son were powerful judges. Really? Okay, as long as you can treat us, I can meet any conditions you have. Jiang Hao immediately expressed somewhat arrogantly, thinking that a lowly person like Songchen was just trying to extort money. Yes, as long as you treat us, as long as the conditions are not excessive, we will agree to them all. The other Ma family members also nodded excitedly, seeing a glimmer of hope. It's simple, I'm a veterinarian now, I can only treat animals, not humans. So, you guys should go for plastic surgery, transform yourselves, and become true animals. Also, get an animal certificate recognized by the law. This way, won't I be able to treat you animals? It won't violate any regulations, it's a win-win situation, isn't it? Songchen's mouth slightly curved, confidently analyzing, then his gaze fell on Jiang Hao, smiling. With Judge Zhang's ability, it should be easy for him to issue a medical ban on me. Getting an animal certificate for everyone should be equally easy, right? The hopeful smiles on the faces of the Ma family gradually stiffened. Did they hear correctly? Songchen wasn't asking for concessions, but asking them to make concessions? Even Jiang Hao, who had solemnly promised, upon hearing Songchen's suggestion, his face gradually turned extremely gloomy. Are you deliberately insulting us? Correct, do you want an award for that? Songchen asked with a smile. You. Jiang Hao's blood pressure instantly rose in anger. Whoa whoa whoa. Jiang Yichuan in the wheelchair trembled with anger. Songchen, you are going too far. We kindly asked you, gave you a chance, and you repeatedly insulted us? Make us undergo plastic surgery to become animals? Only you could come up with such an idea. And you want us to get an animal certificate? We are humans, why would we need an animal certificate? How can you humiliate people like this? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The Ma family was even more furious, their faces turning green, and their conditions worsening. Indeed, making you all into animals would even insult the animals. Even animals probably wouldn't want to accept you with an animal certificate. Songchen nodded in agreement. Wang Wang Wang. Several small dogs also echoed, firmly rejecting this group of Ma family. See that? Even the dogs look down on you, now you should realize your place, right? Songchen delivered a killing blow. Songchen, you. Jiang Hao and the Ma family members were trembling with anger, unable to catch their breath for a while. Songchen leaned in close to Jiang Hao's ear, gave him another jab, and said, Judge, have a safe journey. Jiang Hao's blood pressure soared, his fists clenched, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, just wait, I will make you regret coming to me for help. Leaving behind a sinister remark, he pushed the resentful Jiang Yichuan away. The Ma family members gritted their teeth, but under Songchen's warning, they could only leave unwillingly, having endured another round of humiliation. Little beasts, let's go for a free clinic, the little pets need us. Bidding farewell to the Ma family members who were worse than beasts, Songchen smiled, closed the shop door, drove his luxury car, and set off to treat the animals. Andu First Ring, prime location. Sicheng Real Estate Group's headquarters. In the top-level high-end conference hall. Nearly 100 core members of the C family gathered here. An emergency family meeting was called. At this moment, looking at the plummeting real estate stocks on the big screen, the entire conference hall fell into a dead silence. No one had expected the real estate storm in Manhwa to come so swiftly. Even the C family was caught off guard. They could only choose to cut off their arm to survive. After everyone's efforts over these days, we have successfully sold a large number of properties and stocks in a short period. But to survive this crisis, we urgently need at least 400 billion in working capital. Otherwise, our C family group will still be on the brink of bankruptcy. At the helm of the C family now, and also C as grandfather, C Haiwa said solemnly, with so much money needed to be raised in the short term, we can only seek investments from other major family groups. A family member sighed. Now everyone is struggling to survive. Which family group would be willing to get involved in this turmoil? Si Chen mercilessly shattered everyone's illusions. Have you tried them all? The calm old man Si Haiwa asked. The Lu family, the Wang family, the Bai family, have all been visited, but they all found various excuses to decline. Among them, the Lu family even took the opportunity to criticize our C family, saying that our C family is supposed to be the most willing to help others, so why do we still need help from others? The woman in charge of this matter said, her gaze not forgetting to look towards Sia, implying something. She is Sia's cousin, Si Rue. Upon hearing this, many members of the family present looked towards Sia, whispering among themselves. Those with keen eyesight could see the reason behind the Lu family's mockery of the Si family. Obviously, it was because of the last time Sia appeared and helped Song Chen with something. Faced with the cold ridicule from relatives, Sia, wearing glasses, had a pale face and tightly bit her cherry lips. Even without that incident, the Lu family would not have helped the Si family. But that's how prejudices work in people's minds. When faced with difficulties, they only think of ways to shift all responsibility onto you. What about the Li family? Why isn't the Li family mentioned? Si Haiwo also glanced at Sia, breaking the silence. As the Li Changyan Tobacco Group is the most profitable industry domestically, if the Li family were willing to help, they could definitely help the Si family get through this crisis. It seems that the heiress of the Li family, Li Manglan, has inherited a genetic disease and her condition has worsened. And this Li Manglan is also the most beloved granddaughter of old master Li Deshang. So, Li Deshang has postponed all his work and personally accompanied Li Manglan to Ligua for treatment. It is said that due to unsatisfactory treatment, they returned to the country not long ago. But considering this situation, we dare not disturb them, Si Rui said coldly as she withdrew her gaze. Hearing this, Si Haiwa sighed helplessly and gave up on this route as well. But even so, he left a glimmer of hope, saying, "Who is willing to take charge of the Li family's investment?" The whole room fell silent in an instant, and Si Rui quickly sat down. Going to major family groups to seek investment now is hitting a wall, especially with the Li family having this kind of issue. Only a fool would take on this task. "I'll do it." Sia's gentle voice echoed throughout the meeting room. "Well, Sia, you will be in charge of the Li family specifically." Si Haidwa nodded, then looked at everyone, saying seriously, "The next step is a moment that threatens the survival of the family. I hereby announce that whoever raises the most funds will be the next chairman of the Si Chang Group." With that, Lu Haiwa left directly. The desires in the hearts of the family members were instantly ignited, causing a commotion. "Good little sister, this challenging task is now entrusted to you, so you must work hard. He. Si Rui tossed the tricky document to Sia, appearing to encourage her but with a mocking smile on her face. Sia said nothing, took the document, and silently left. Working late into the night, Song Chen and Ai Xiaoshu finally completed their mission and returned from the pet shelter clinic. This time, Song Chen earned 98 merit points. This made him instantly sense a business opportunity. "Oh, have we arrived, master?" In the passenger seat, Ai Xiaoshu was already so tired that he looked like a little beast, his hair messy and somewhat cute. "We've arrived, get out of the car." Song Chen parked the car in front of the veterinary shop. As soon as they got out of the car, a foul smell hit them. Looking closely, the entrance of the veterinary shop was piled with feces, and there were wreaths. "The Song family should die, heartless scum, may your whole family be covered in shit, if you don't treat us, we'll expose you, shut down your shop, and rape that girl." Various vulgar and threatening words were written on the walls. How can they do this? Ai Xiaoshu was shocked by the scene in front of him, covering his mouth in fear. Song Chen's gaze also instantly turned cold. Needless to say, these were all done by those horse households. "I originally wanted to let you all fend for yourselves, but since you are seeking death, I will reluctantly send you on your way." Song Chen's voice was icy, like a death sentence from hell. Clearing a path, Song Chen opened the door. Together with Ai Xiaoshu, they fed a few pets huddled in the corner trembling. Song Chen did not choose to call the police. These people obviously came to destroy under the cover of night, and not to mention whether the police could catch them. Even if caught, how long would such a crime be sentenced? And don't forget the father and son of the Jiang family who are lawyers and judges. Do you want to uphold your rights through proper procedures? Instead, it will only fuel their arrogance. Like those terminally ill, half-dead people with little time left. Like uncontrollable murderers. When a group of people gather together, the further back they go, under the threat of death, they can do anything. So, the best way is to let them die quickly. "Master, you go back. Leave it to me here," Ai Xiaoshu said. "Come with me to the villa to sleep." "Those crazy dogs can do anything," Song Chen said without hesitation. After this incident, he naturally wouldn't leave Ai Xiaoshu alone here. "It's okay, they shouldn't come back tonight, and I'm very tired now, so I'll go to sleep first." Bye, Ai Xiaoshu said, trying to sneak upstairs to sleep. But how could she escape from Song Chen's skillful hands? He accurately grabbed the two long ponytails of this girl. Ai Xiaoshu hadn't reacted yet, and she was already locked in the car by Song Chen. He stepped on the gas pedal and sped away. "If you're tired, go to sleep, I'll wake you up when we arrive." Song Chen glanced at the pouting and annoyed Ai Xiaoshu. "Oh." Ai Xiaoshu stole a glance at Song Chen, falling asleep in 1 second, and even snoring rhythmically. Can you believe it? Listening to the snoring of this girl, the vehicle drove out of the snack street, passing through a section of tree-shaded area without streetlights. The road was almost obscured by the dense branches on both sides. Song Chen turned on the high beams. His face suddenly changed the next second, and he quickly braked to slow down. Because under the car lights, in the middle of the road ahead, a slender figure was standing there eerily. He was dressed in night clothes, with even his head covered tightly, making his appearance unclear. But the only thing visible was a sharp dagger gleaming with cold light between his pale fingers. Song Chen squinted his eyes, considering whether to accelerate and run over. But the next second, the other party seemed to have seen through his thoughts. With a flick of his hand holding the dagger, he effortlessly punctured a tire with a sharp arc. Boom! Song Chen's heart trembled fiercely. Throwing a knife to burst a tire barehanded? This is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. It must be someone who has received professional training. Thinking about his body's physical fitness that surpasses ordinary people tenfold, and his extraordinary means of curing diseases, Song Chen suppressed his fear. He glanced at Ai Xiaoshu still snoring in the passenger seat, then got out of the car. Confronting the black-clothed figure in the darkness, he asked, "Who are you? My boss wants to invite you for a cup of tea, help with a small favor, so please come with me." A cold and confident voice came from the black-clothed figure. The next second, the black-clothed figure was already rushing towards Song Chen at extreme speed. The speed was terrifying, like a ghost, too fast to be believed. Assassin? A thought arose in Song Chen's mind. But who would go to such lengths to send an assassin to capture him? The Ma family? Jiang Yichuan and his son? Wu Yaxue and Lu Xianfeng? Or Li Deshang, who came seeking medical treatment in the past? While Song Chen was pondering, the black-clothed assassin was already close. He leaped lightly like a swallow, raised his hand and swung towards Song Chen's neck, the sharp wind whistling. He intended to knock out Song Chen and take him away. Obviously, he wanted to capture Song Chen to cure the disease. At such a close distance, Song Chen finally saw the eyes of the other party clearly. They were cold and ruthless eyes. With a slight focus in his gaze, Song Chen also made a move. He was surprised to find that the other party was fast, but still couldn't escape his eyes. At close range, it was even more impossible to be faster than his flower-picking ghost hand. Only saw Song Chen's hands moving like shadows. He grabbed out first, accurately targeting the opponent's waist. Ding successfully sent out acute kidney deficiency, merit -2. At the moment of quickly sending out the disease, Song Chen immediately dodged the opponent's hand knife. The cold and merciless eyes of the opponent flashed with surprise, but it quickly returned to indifference. Adjusting his moves again, he reached out to grab Song Chen. However, before the man in black could make a move, his waist seemed to be instantly drained, his legs weakened, and he collapsed on the ground. Song Chen's eyes turned cold, seizing the opportunity to pounce on the man in black, straddling him, and pinning down his hands, finally relieved. The brief exchange made him feel that this person was extraordinary, both in strength and speed, coupled with the fact that the opponent was an experienced killer. Even if he had 10 times the physique, he wouldn't dare to take risks. After all, how strong was his limit? He still didn't know until now, and he had no experience. So, for safety, he resorted to a surprise move at the moment the opponent approached. What move is this? The man in black lying on the ground was clearly panicked. Why did he suddenly feel so weak and powerless in his legs? Kidney deficiency palm, a unique skill. Song Chen smiled. A hint of panic appeared in the man in black's cold eyes. "Tell me who hired you to capture me, and I can let you go." Song Chen said coldly, "Dream on." The man in black glared at Song Chen, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but also determination. He thought it would be an easy job, but he encountered a tough opponent. It seemed there was no other way. Seeing the masked face of the opponent wriggling, Song Chen acted swiftly. His flower-plucking ghost hand accurately pinched the opponent's mouth. His other hand slapped his neck, sending out another kind of mental fatigue disease on the spot. The man in black's eyes widened, he struggled for a moment, then fell asleep weakly. Song Chen searched the man thoroughly, looking for anything useful. When he reached the chest, he felt 2 soft objects. Song Chen instinctively pinched them a few times, feeling strange. Female? Song Chen didn't believe it, and continued searching. He searched for all the weapons on the opponent's body. He was convinced of the opponent's gender. She's really a woman. Because a man wouldn't wear black stockings. Removing the mask, a waterfall of black hair cascaded down, revealing a cold and indifferent beauty. Song Chen was surprised and lost in thought for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect such a beautiful female assassin to be sent to capture him. Is this a gift for himself? Well, she's quite good-looking. Regaining his composure, Song Chen pried open the female assassin's mouth. He extended his fingers inside. After enjoying the smoothness for a while, he finally extracted a pill that looked like a capsule from her cherry-like mouth. Is this poison? To be taken in case of mission failure? Can such things really exist nowadays? Song Chen felt his scalp tingling. Looking at AI Shosho still sleeping soundly in the car, Song Chen secretly stuffed the disillusioned female assassin into the trunk. He replaced the spare tire and quickly left this place of trouble. Finally, thanks to the gift from nature. Back at Tianfu Villa. After shaking AI Shosho, who was sleeping like a pig, for a while, Song Chen persuaded her to go to bed. Song Chen couldn't wait to drive the car into the garage, carrying the disillusioned female assassin from the trunk, and heading straight to the first floor, to a hidden storage room. Afterwards, Song Chen found a thick and tough nylon rope, using a very comfortable and secure binding method to tie up the disillusioned female assassin. Of course, for absolute certainty, Song Chen carefully searched the female assassin's body again, not overlooking any hidden places where weapons could be concealed. Indeed, from the torn alphabet stockings, many thin and sharp blades fell out, sticking closely to her snow-white smooth thighs. Take off your shoes and socks. The delicate feet and the space between the exquisite toes are filled with hidden weapons. Can you believe it? Looking at this pair of feet filled with deadly weapons, Song Chen took a deep breath, his mouth wide open in disbelief. This is too outrageous. With a flick of his wrist, Song Chen increased his strength and searched more carefully. In the end, he even found 2 more deadly weapons on this woman. Song Chen was stunned, sweating all over, feeling a chill down his spine. It was only because of his ghostly hands that he was able to find them. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to. After confirming that the female assassin was completely safe, Song Chen finally regained his spirits. The jaded female assassin groggily opened her eyes. Panicking, she scanned the surroundings and realized she was being bound in a shameful manner, unable to move. The fearless female assassin looked at Song Chen and coldly said, "Let me go, you pervert." Looking at the rare and beautiful jaded face, Song Chen squatted down, lifted her chin, and said with a smile, "You offered yourself, how did it become my fault? And, you slashed my tires, what do you have to say? You." The female assassin was momentarily speechless, then resolutely turned her head coldly and said, "Do what you want, but don't expect me to reveal any information." "Oh, you said that, so I won't be polite." Song Chen laughed and started to undress. He had never heard such a request in his life. Satisfaction must be thoroughly achieved. "If you touch me, the boss of my organization won't let you off." The jaded female assassin, who had just faced death with courage, suddenly panicked and threatened coldly. Hearing this, Song Chen narrowed his eyes, but still didn't stop his actions. He moved behind her. He began to unbuckle the belt. "Li family." The jaded female assassin's cold voice came through. "You're not very cold for an assassin. As an assassin, you should endure. How can you say that?" Song Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, then he smiled again, pretending to be regretful. He then returned to face the jaded female assassin. He criticized her severely. "You." The jaded female assassin was speechless with anger. She was also furious about the information given by the Li family. How could they call this a powerless, backgroundless little doctor? This was clearly a terrifying and perverted great veterinarian. She was sent to Unstate by the organization for another important mission. It was because of the information provided by the Li family, saying to capture someone without causing harm. Thinking that not causing harm would not attract the attention of the police and would not affect her mission. Combined with the fact that the Li family had indeed offered a lot, she accepted it. Just to make some extra money. But the result? Song Chen continued to squat down and pulled out a pile of various throwing knives and hidden weapons. There was even a gun. Finally, there were black lace-trimmed deadly masks and undergarments. And at the moment she saw these things, especially the last 2 items that Song Chen took out, the jaded female assassin's cold and beautiful face visibly stiffened. She suddenly felt empty inside. The wind blew coldly. "What did you do to me while I was unconscious?" Cold Sia's mind went blank as she looked incredulously at Song Chen. "Look at what you're saying. If I really wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't do it while you were unconscious. That would be no fun." Song Chen smiled, shrugged helplessly. "You had so many weapons hidden on you, I had no choice." "You." Cold Sia gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Song Chen. At the same time, she checked her body and found that all the hidden weapons she had concealed were taken away by him. Not a single one left. She never expected that her first mission would turn out like this. Do assassins in your world always carry so many weapons? One would think you're going to war. Song Chen played with the fragrant throwing knives, and finally picked up the 2 most hidden deadly weapons. Upon turning inward, it was filled with all sorts of strange small hidden weapons. Can you believe it? "If you want to kill, just kill. You don't have to humiliate me like this." Looking at Song Chen playing with his personal clothing in front of her, Lang Xia's cold and pretty face couldn't help but blush, but she still stubbornly said, "What if you accidentally hit something while hiding like this? For the purpose of learning, Songchen continued to inquire like a curious baby. He could understand hiding a dagger in black silk. He could also accept a blade hidden in a foot. But he truly couldn't imagine hiding weapons in underwear. Too brutal. Of course, asking these questions didn't mean he was perverted. He also wanted to learn. Maybe he could hide them himself and deal with enemies in the future. Lung Xie. She was driven to the edge of collapse by Song Chen. Alright, let's get back to the point. Song Chen restrained his smile and asked, was it Li Deshang who hired you? Yes. Just you? That's right. Do you have an organization behind you? That's why you dare not kill me, right? How many people are in your organization? Give up. I won't reveal any information about my organization. Both you and I will die if I do. But you just need to know one thing, my organization is powerful, far beyond your imagination. How much were you paid for this job? Lung Xie. That's all I know. If you don't want to let me go, please give me a quick death. Lung Xie stared coldly at Song Chen. Are you sure you want a quick death? Song Chen smiled meaningfully. Lung Xie's stubborn pretty face stiffened. It's impossible to let you go, at least not until this matter is resolved. And you have an organization behind you, you are my lifeline. Song Chen said. As long as you let me go, I promise the organization won't come after you. Seeing Song Chen's concern, Lung Xie hurriedly said. Words are wind, do you believe me? Song Chen said, already getting up to leave. Yes, that's why he didn't kill the other party. First, the other party was just there to capture him and didn't try to kill him. Secondly, he was worried about retaliation from the organization behind the other party. Once he killed, it could lead to endless trouble. He didn't mind, but he had a family. Lung Xie coldly watched Song Chen's departing figure, her beautiful eyes constantly flickering. Soon enough, Song Chen returned. He had 2 thick iron chains in his hands, as thick as wrists. Under Lung Xie's horrified gaze, Song Chen used these 2 thick iron chains to lock her hands and feet. Double reinforcement. It wasn't that Song Chen was cruel. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if he missed something? What if Lung Xie still had hidden weapons elsewhere? As for these weapons, I'll keep them for you for now. Song Chen covered Lung Xie's black silk legs, which were torn full of holes by him, with his coat. Bending down, he carried a bunch of small weapons wrapped in 2 big weapons and left. Naturally, he didn't forget to lock the anti-theft password door. Back in the room, Song Chen put all these weapons in a box, leaving only the handgun. This was his first time handling a gun. Playing with it like in the movies, Song Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. No longer as unrestrained as before. Li family. The one who hired a killer to capture him turned out to be Li Deshang. This was the most unexpected thing for him. After capturing Lung Xie, he immediately ruled out those horsemen. Those people could be manipulated by the Liu family for a few $1,000s and accuse him in court. How could they have so much money to hire such a female killer? So, Song Chen's attention was directly focused on Liu Xiangfeng, as well as the father and son Jiang Hao who had just threatened him, but he didn't expect it to be Li Deshang in the end. In this case, the situation of Li Manglin, the rich young lady, should not be optimistic. But what did it have to do with him? It could be imagined that if he was really caught by Lung Xie and taken to the Li family, did he still have the right to refuse at that time? Is this the style of a big family? Song Chen sneered. He experienced the unknown side of this society for the first time. Early the next morning, Ai Xiaoxiu left. She made breakfast for Song Chen. She said she was going to clean the shop first. This girl. Song Chen shook his head, carrying a breakfast and went to the basement. As expected, Lung Xie didn't eat. Song Chen didn't indulge her either. He finished eating in front of her and left. In this kind of situation, a few days of hunger would be fine. By then, she would eat whatever you give her. Eating deliciously. Driving to the veterinary shop, Ai Xiaoxiu had already cleaned the feces at the door and opened for business. But the smell could still be detected. Master, you're here. A few customers left some pets for you to check. Seeing Song Chen, Ai Xiaoxiu in nurse uniform came out. Okay, I bought you several books about veterinary knowledge. Read them more when you have time. Theoretical knowledge is also important. Song Chen handed the books he just picked at the bookstore to Ai Xiaoxiu. Thank you, master. Ai Xiaoxiu smiled brightly and happily took them. Noon. Song Chen and Ai Xiaoxiu ordered takeout and were eating in the shop. Those horse households indeed came. Just like last time, this group of people rushed in like a swarm, scaring away customers who wanted to bring their pets for treatment. Song Chen stood up, his eyes narrowed. Not surprised. In the same position, Song Chen spotted Jiang Yichuan and his son across the street. Obviously, this father and son were also mixed in with this group of horse households. Even the dirty tricks like throwing feces and sending wreaths might have been done by this father and son. It's good this way, it's just one pot to deal with. Saves trouble. Mr. Song, did you receive the gift? This is just a warning. If you don't treat us, we will continue to give you gifts. I guarantee it will get better and better. Ha, oomph. Don't even think about calling the police. We've consulted. This kind of charge is not serious. The horse households looked at Song Chen, extremely arrogant. It seemed that with Jiang Ichuan and his son backing them, each one stood tall and confident. After sending AI Xiaoxiao back to the second floor, Song Chen looked at these people inside. Alright, you win, I'll treat you. As soon as these words were spoken, the horse households were first stunned, then excited. That's right, you should have done this earlier, it would have saved everyone trouble. Wang Min spoke as a victor, venting the shame he had suffered before. Then he waved to everyone, don't rush, line up, one by one. If he dares to mistreating one of us, we'll all deal with him together. Saying that, he stood in the front of the line. Zhang Hao in the distance also hurriedly came over to line up with Jiang Ichuan. Hurry up, there are so many people. Wang Min sat down very consciously, crossed his legs, stretched his hand in front of Song Chen, arrogantly warned, Mr. Song, let me make it clear, this time you must completely cure each and every one of us. If you play any tricks and leave any roots of the disease, we will not spare you. Everyone agrees, right? Yes. Everyone shouted, glaring at Song Chen, their faces full of threats. Song Chen did not touch the donkey hoof that Wang Min stretched out. Calmly said, I can treat you, but not here. Not here? Then where? The horse households were stunned, and someone immediately stared and said, Mr. Song, don't even think about escaping. If you don't cure us completely, even if we become ghosts, we won't let you go. Song Chen sneered, pointing to the prohibition sign on the wall, I have lost my medical license. If I treat you in front of so many people and get reported again, I will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Don't worry, we won't report you this time. The horse households vowed solemnly. After curing us, with this honor, I can help you lift the ban. Behind the crowd, Jiang Hao with a mask also promised. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Let's change to a more secluded place. It's best if there's no surveillance, so I can treat you all in peace, said Song Chen with a smile. Then let's meet at 6 in the afternoon at Shitian Forest Park, Emperor Spring Pavilion. There's no surveillance there, absolutely safe. So you can rest assured, Jiang Hao suggested in a low voice. Alright, that place is good. Tonight, you all gather there, and I'll bring the ancestral medicine I prepared to treat you, Song Chen assured satisfactorily. Just so we're clear, if you dare not show up, you know the consequences, Wang Min warned, pointing at Song Chen. The group of horsemen returned victorious and headed to Shitian Forest Park to wait. They had no doubts. With so many people, could Song Chen really kill them all? Perhaps the only thing that worried them was the fear of Song Chen standing them up. As they watched the arrogant horseman leave, Song Chen continued eating. He lovingly fed Wang Kai many delicious treats, making Wang Kai wag its tail happily. At 5 in the afternoon, it pooped. Song Chen took on the role of a poop scooper, carefully picking up the 3 piles of dog poop Wang Kai left and putting them in a plastic bag. Little beast, watch the shop. I'm going to throw away the dog poop, Song Chen called out. Ai Xiaoxiao poked his head out from the second floor, full of question marks, only to see Song Chen already carrying the 3 piles of dog poop out the door. Shitian Forest Park. Along the forest path, one could faintly see elderly people walking their dogs after dinner. In the artificially trimmed forest, a pavilion was particularly lively. The group of horsemen had been waiting here early. It's already 5 o'clock, that bastard hasn't shown up yet. Is he deliberately playing us? Wang Min impatiently said. He dares, if he goes back on his word and acts untrustworthy, this time we won't let him off the hook, right? We must shove the poop in his mouth. Everyone expressed their determination fiercely. Judge Jiang, if that surnamed Song violates the ban again and treats us, will he really be sentenced to lifelong imprisonment as he said? A thin and sickly horseman suddenly asked, sparking the interest of everyone. All eyes turned to Jiang Hao in an instant. Jiang Hao was a bit absent-minded, not sure what was going on recently as his mind was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. But facing everyone's gaze, he snapped out of it and coughed, saying, according to the ban, not only will he be sentenced to lifelong imprisonment, but he will also be stripped of all his property. What about the person who reports him? How much reward will they receive? Someone asked greedily. Well, it depends. If the person reports him as a victim, they can receive all his property at most. Jiang Hao smiled with narrowed eyes, subtly guiding them. With these words, the horseman's eyes lit up instantly. This illness had drained all their savings, including the compensation from Song Chen before. And these past 2 days when they went to the animal hospital, they saw the luxury car Song Chen drove. This reignited their evil thoughts. No one spoke again, but everyone's eyes had changed. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao and Jiang Yichuan exchanged a smile, waiting to see the show. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Just then, Song Chen arrived, holding a plastic bag. Hurry up! Stop dilly-dallying. With so many people, how much time are we going to waste? Everyone still needs to get home. Wang Min, the first to show impatience, approached like a boss. Faced with the impatience of the horseman, Song Chen sighed, I might have to tell you some bad news. Due to my previous clinic being sealed, everything was considered contaminated and destroyed, even the ancestral prescriptions are gone. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yichuan and his son. It was Jiang Yichuan who had sealed the clinic in the first place. What? Are you messing with us? Do you not want to live? Upon hearing this, the crowd went mad, cursing without regard for any reason. Don't panic, there is also good news. After searching for a long time, I found the 3 ancestral treasures. These 3 ancestral treasures, refined according to the prescription, have effects thousands of times better than the medicine you drank before. Just take one, and any terminal illness can be completely eradicated. It can even strengthen your body and prolong your life. Song Chen quickly raised the plastic bag in his hand to comfort them. Vaguely saw the outline of the treasure medicine. The restless crowd of horse households suddenly quieted down, their eyes staring at the plastic bag in Song Chen's hand, swallowing saliva. It was like grasping at a life-saving straw. But soon, someone realized something was wrong. Angered, they said, What do you mean? Just 3 pills, how do you expect us to share? Is it enough to go around? There's no way, the prescription is lost, this is the last medicine left, and I can only figure it out little by little. Song Chen shrugged helplessly, then his eyes lit up, suggesting, How about this, let 3 people take it today, and when I figure it out later, I'll give you the medicine. Song Chen's words instantly made the angry crowd's eyes flicker. Who would take it first? They all wanted to take it. As for Song Chen's talk of figuring out the prescription later, let's not even mention if he can figure it out. Even if he does, will these 3 ancestral treasures really work? Maybe by then they would all be dead. Don't believe him, he's trying to sow discord and make us kill each other. Jiang Hao, the chief judge, saw through Song Chen's trick and angrily warned. Song Chen's mouth curled up slightly, giving Jiang Hao an approving look. Truly worthy of being a chief judge, he really is intelligent. But is that useful? He was the only chief judge present. These greedy horse households didn't have his brains. Song Chen cleared his throat and shouted to Jiang Hao, Judge Jiang, you have the greatest authority here, so it's up to you to allocate the ownership of these 3 ancestral treasures. I believe you will be fair and just. With that, Song Chen threw the plastic bag containing dog feces towards Jiang Hao. Coincidentally, it hung on a tree. Of course, this was intentional on Song Chen's part. In an instant, the plastic bag hanging above the heads of the horse households became a spark igniting their desires. Boom, I'm seriously ill, let me take it first. Why should you go first? I'm a death's door, I should go first. I have family, let me take it first, I really can't go on. You have it, so do I. In an instant, the once united horse households, tempted by the 3 piles of dog feces, instantly fell apart. Greedily rushing towards the big tree, they began to fight over it. But as soon as one person climbed up, they were pulled down and trampled underfoot by the others. Soon, a human drama of greed and violence unfolded. Don't fight, this is Song Chen's scheme. Jiang Hao shouted anxiously, trying to turn the situation around. But the horse households, consumed by greed, had already turned into heartless beasts. Jiang Hao's face darkened as he looked across the crowd at Song Chen. At that moment, Song Chen was also looking at him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Jiang Hao shuddered, feeling a chill down his spine. He finally realized that he had underestimated this young man. With just one move, the seemingly harmless guy effortlessly destroyed the alliance. Damn, who dares to fight me? I'll fight them. Come on. We're all about to die anyway, who's afraid of who? Soon, the scramble turned into a brawl. In their desperation to get the life-saving medicine hanging above their heads, the horse households, driven to madness, began to attack each other. They even went so far as to pick up stones from the ground. A grotesque drama of human nature was unfolding before their eyes. Abba. On the wheelchair, Jiang Yichuan was also anxious, shaking the wheelchair frantically, his gaze fixed on the bag hanging on the tree. The same desire was revealed. He had had enough of the torment of illness. Looking at these fools, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, but for the sake of his son, he still quietly climbed up the cool pillar. Taking advantage of the chaos, he slowly approached the plastic bag hanging on the tree branch, just about to reach it. Hey! Cheer up, Judge Jiang, you're almost there. Song Chen shouted from a distance, just trying to help boost morale. Jiang Hao, The crazed crowd instantly turned their heads and discovered Jiang Hao, who was trying to steal the treasure. "The treasure is mine." The crowd of madmen instantly turned red-eyed and pounced on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked panicked, but still gritted his teeth, and was about to touch the plastic bag. In the crowd, Wang Min suddenly threw a stone. Bang! The stone hit Jiang Hao's head accurately, causing him to fall to the ground, becoming a tool for the madman to trample on. Abba abba abba. Seeing his father being trampled by the crowd, Jiang Yichuan rolled down directly from the wheelchair in a hurry. As a result, father and son were trampled together. However, the madman had already gone crazy, and the fighting and looting did not stop. Instead, it escalated. In just a few minutes, several people had already been killed. The commotion quickly caught the attention of many elderly people out for a walk. "Young man, what's happening to them?" A couple of elderly people, seeing this bloody scene, asked Song Chen in a panic. "I don't know, they seem to be fighting over the stuff in the bag on the tree." Song Chen innocently pointed to the plastic bag hanging on the tree. He didn't know either. He just came to throw away a bag of dog poop, and these people inexplicably started fighting. "Oh, Amit Baha? What's in the plastic bag? Is it gold? Why are they fighting over it like this?" Several more elderly people arrived, looking puzzled. What kind of treasure could make a group of people fight like this? The elderly people were also intrigued. "Stop fighting, let's talk it out, oh my." An old man wanted to step forward to stop the fight, but before he could get close, he was knocked down by a flying thug. "Old man, call the police, someone's dead, someone's dead." The elderly people were frightened. Song Chen shook his head and smiled, then quietly turned and left. Having achieved his goal, he left. It was as if he had never been there. He just came to throw away a bag of dog poop, he didn't do anything else. After Song Chen left, the battle continued, with people falling one after another. In the end, it was Wang Min who fought to the last. He seemed to have gone mad, swinging a stone covered in blood and smashing the last competitor to death. Who else? Who else? Who the hell else? Wang Min, covered in blood, like a mad killer, went completely crazy. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at the fallen madmen all around. If anyone dared to move, he immediately rushed over and started smashing them. He kept smashing until no one moved anymore. Then he gasped for breath and looked around at the elderly onlookers. "Woof woof woof. If you dare to compete with me, I'll bite you to death." Exhausted, he crawled and rolled, pretending to be fierce, roaring at the people around him. "Madman, he's a madman, run, run." The onlooking elderly people were scared and kept retreating. Seeing that no one was competing with him anymore, Wang Min greedily looked up at the plastic bag containing the precious treasure. Then he couldn't wait to climb the tree, grab the plastic bag, and smash it down hard. But he seemed to feel no pain, his eyes only fixed on the treasure. "Mine, mine, all mine, whoever dares to compete with me, I'll kill him, kill kill kill." Wang Min shouted wildly, reaching into the plastic bag and pulling out the 3 lumps of black, smelly dog poop. Looking at the 3 lumps of foul-smelling dog poop in his hand, the crazed Wang Min was stunned. Soon recovered, the original feces treasure, bitter medicine, yes, it must be like this, once I eat it, I'll be fine. Without any doubt, the greedy Wang Min stuffed 3 lumps of dog feces into his mouth. He just wanted to cure his uremia. But because he ate too quickly, he swallowed without chewing much, and it immediately blocked his throat. He covered his throat with both hands, his eyes were red, and he was still trying to swallow. After a few coughs, he completely stopped moving. In the distance, everyone watched the scene and dared not approach. Drip, drip. Just then, the police arrived on time. Seeing this bloody scene, they were also shocked. It was only through the accounts of witnesses that they learned. These people fought desperately, all for the sake of eating 3 lumps of dog feces. And those 3 lumps of dog feces were snatched by the final victor Wang Min, who swallowed them in one gulp and choked himself to death. After investigating the scene, it indeed matched the description. The police were dumbfounded. A group of people, fighting each other for 3 lumps of dog feces? This is beyond absurd, it's absurd to the extreme. Just then, in the pile of corpses, a bloody figure suddenly stood up straight. "Ah, a zombie. It's haunted, run." The elderly were instantly scared out of their wits. They ran away swiftly, displaying the style of sprinters. Even the police were taken aback. They quickly drew their guns. "Don't move, hands up." The police shouted loudly, surrounding Jiang Hao, who had stood up from the pile of corpses. At this moment, Jiang Hao was covered in blood from being trampled on, but his eyes were full of wisdom. Yes, in the midst of this riot, Jiang Hao's schizophrenia finally broke out. He pointed his fingers, looking at the police with a silly smile. Then suddenly burst into tears. "Mom, I want to eat noodles, wah wah wah." The police. They looked at each other, bewildered. Don't play tricks on me, lie down on the ground obediently, the leading officer said coldly. Ghost? Jiang Hao blinked his eyes, then seemed to find something more fun, baring his teeth and dancing towards the officer. I'm a ghost, a fierce dragon roars. This appearance, coupled with the ferocious wounds all over his body, was particularly terrifying. Don't come any closer, if you do, I'll shoot. The officer was startled. Hee, gun, I don't care, I want to eat guns, I want to eat guns. Jiang Hao ran even faster. Bang! The officer pulled the trigger directly, shooting him in the head with precision. Jiang Hao's body stiffened in place, and in that moment of falling, he briefly regained his sanity. The bloody and brutal scene around him filled him with despair, but he still stared wide-eyed, unwilling to die. On the other side, Song Chen had already returned to the veterinary shop. Master, why did it take you so long to throw away a piece of dog feces? AI Xiaoxiu looked puzzled. Isn't this something she should be doing? Throw it far away so you don't smell the stench. Song Chen smiled and changed the subject, saying, let's go, I'll take you to have some skewers. At the same time, the incident at Shitian Forest Park quickly made headlines. Shocking. 19 men and women at Shitian Forest Park fight each other to eat 3 lumps of dog feces, experts still unable to provide a reasonable explanation. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Subsequently, the police arrived on time, found the last survivor, who had suicidal tendencies, and decisively shot him dead, successfully preventing his suicide. Shocking discovery, among the 19 people fighting for dog feces, our country's famous Judge Jiang Hao and his son Jiang Ichuan were found. The father and son were once thought to serve the people, advocating for justice and virtue. However, during the police investigation of their assets, a large amount of embezzled property and numerous wrongful convictions were discovered. Song Chen and AI Xiaoxiu enjoyed skewers until late at night. Song Chen had originally planned to take AI Xiaoxiu back to the villa to rest together, as the place was spacious enough. But AI Xiaoxiu refused. In response, Song Chen did not insist. Anyway, those horse households were also resolved. Song Chen then packed a few skewers of lamb and drove away. Back at the villa, Song Chen headed straight to the room on the first floor. Vigilantly entering the unlock code, opening the door, the graceful figure as beautiful as an iceberg was still there. Lang Xie was still locked in place, resembling a fox demon, but looking at Song Chen with cold eyes. The satisfied brothers, please pay attention. If you need anything, find me. Authors Douyin ID, Shuefeng Xanling. What did you do to me that night? Lang Xie gritted her teeth, her cherry lips turning pale. Since that night when Song Chen slapped her twice, her kidneys felt like they had been emptied. There was still no sign of recovery. This left her with no way to escape. Her legs were weak, how could she run? Kidney deficiency palm, a unique skill, didn't I tell you? Song Chen laughed. What? Want to learn? Come and eat lamb skewers, I'll teach you. Naturally, he wouldn't tell the truth to the other party. Despicable move. Lang Xie turned coldly and arrogantly, not saying another word. She vowed not to eat food given by others. Looking at Lang Xie's visibly pale face, Song Chen threw the lamb skewers in front of her. As he turned to leave, he reminded her, kidney deficiency palm will make your kidneys weaker and weaker, and eventually you may even lose control of your bladder. Only eating can replenish it. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. Closing the security door, Lang Xie's cold face flashed with fear as she looked at the plate of lamb skewers in front of her, feeling her empty stomach. Gritting her teeth, she crawled over and started eating. Outside the door, Song Chen looked at the video projected on the door and smiled before leaving. He imprisoned this woman just to cover all bases. One was to warn the Li family. The other was to guard against the organization she mentioned. These organizations in Blue Star could be classified as terrorist organizations that ignore the laws of various countries. If Lang Xie failed to catch him, would the organization behind her send more assassins to cause trouble for him? Such plots were not uncommon in novels. He was not sure of Lang Xie's position in this organization, nor the organization's strength. But overall, keeping her locked up was undoubtedly the best choice. It was better than killing her directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Andu First Ring. A luxurious and retro mansion. A pristine room. Li Menglin was wearing a hospital gown, lying on an imported medical bed, connected to various devices. Her pretty face was pale, showing signs of pain, her hands tightly gripping the sheets, her slender body shaking and trembling. It seemed like she was enduring some extreme pain. Gone was the arrogance and willfulness she had in the veterinary shop. Illness had completely subdued this proud little princess. The next moment, Li Menglin's delicate body seemed unable to bear it, and blood suddenly gushed from her nose and mouth. The medical team on site's faces changed slightly, quickly and skillfully starting the hemostasis and blood transfusion work. Beside her, Li Deshang watched anxiously, his face full of heartache, but also helpless. The probability of the Li family's hereditary disease was less than 1 in 10,000. Unfortunately, Li Manglin was not only that 1 in 10,000, but also the most severe case in history. Woo woo, Grandpa, it hurts so much, I'm in so much pain, save me. Li Manglin cried in despair, looking at her grandfather who loved her the most. Since the onset of the hereditary disease, her body had been like a flood, uncontrollable, bleeding uncontrollably every day, needing blood transfusions again and again. But shortly after the blood was transfused, it would spurt out again. It was like draining her blood and transfusing it back in repeatedly. It tortured her. She just wanted to die. At this moment, she truly realized the terrifying nature of this hereditary disease in the family. Manglin, don't be afraid, Grandpa is here. Grandpa has already gone to fetch the doctor, and you will be cured soon. Li Deshang shed tears, heartbroken as he held Li Manglin's cold and pale hand. Only in the face of Li Manglin, the behind-the-scenes controller who controlled 70% of the tobacco revenue in Manhwa, would he rarely shed tears. After comforting Li Manglin following the blood transfusion, Li Deshang quietly left the smart medical room. The tears that had fallen from his old eyes instantly returned to indifference, and he turned to look at a bodyguard behind him. Didn't the Liu family just train a medical team specializing in genetic diseases? Go and bring them to take a look. Yes, sir. After the bodyguard left, Li Deshang then looked at another bodyguard, furrowing his brow. How is the task I assigned you going? The remaining bodyguard's face slightly changed, and he quickly bowed, saying, everything was arranged according to your instructions to contact the assassin, but we have not received any news from the assassin until now. I suspect, could it be that the other party took the money and ran? Impossible, Li Deshang decisively denied. He still trusted the reputation of this assassin organization. After all, they had been cooperating for a long time. It was unlikely that they would lose such a big customer over a mere 1 million in coins. But we can no longer contact her, the bodyguard said puzzled. Li Deshang's brow furrowed, and suddenly he thought of something, his expression changing involuntarily. Grandpa, the daughter of the C family, Sia, is here to see you. Just then, a polite young man walked over. He was Li Manglin's brother, Li Jiaming. The C family? Li Deshang narrowed his eyes, instantly knowing the purpose of the C family's visit. The collapse of the real estate industry had already caused a sensation throughout Manhwa. So Li Deshang did not hesitate to wave his hand and say, tell them I am not feeling well and cannot receive guests. Li Jiaming did not leave but continued, they said they have a way to cure my sister. Li Deshang's pupils noticeably dilated, he pondered for a moment, and then said coldly, go and bring them in. This old man wants to see what method the C family has. In a luxurious reception hall, Li Deshang was already seated at the head, sipping tea from an antique blue and white porcelain teacup. Sia also arrived in the hall under the guidance of Li Jiaming. Junior Sia pays respects to Grandpa Li. Sia politely greeted. I heard you have a way to cure my granddaughter? Li Deshang got straight to the point, not giving Sia a chance to talk about investments. I don't. Sia honestly shook her head. Li Deshang frowned slightly, a displeased expression immediately appearing on his stern old face, and he bluntly said, so you are playing with my granddaughter's life for your own amusement? If that's the case, please leave. Don't mention anything about investments, Jiaming, escort the guest out. Li Jiaming looked at the dignified and elegant Sia, feeling somewhat reluctant, but still approached helplessly. Grandpa Li, please calm down. I really have no way, but I can recommend a divine doctor to you. His medical skills are mysterious and unpredictable, and he should be able to cure Manglin's sister. Sia spoke calmly, looking at Li Deshang who was about to leave in anger, opening her mouth. She deliberately delayed in order to see Li Deshang's attitude towards Li Manglin, to judge the bargaining chip for the next negotiation. Another divine doctor? Then tell me, how will this divine doctor cure Manglin? Li Deshang was already indifferent to the mention of a divine doctor, because in these days, he had already grown tired of it. In search of a cure for Li Manglin, he had tried various famous divine doctors from both domestic and foreign, Western and Chinese medicine circles, spending no less than 100 billion. But in the end, it was all in vain. This person's medical skills are extremely mysterious, and his treatment methods are also very special. I don't know what method he will use. However, I once suffered from a serious heart disease, and it was cured by him using a special technique. Sia said sincerely, and at this point, a hint of blush flashed across her pretty face. In her mind, scenes of the past when Song Chen treated her heart disease involuntarily surfaced. His treatment method is really special. Grandpa, the situation with my sister is not optimistic right now. Let that person give it a try. It's giving my sister a little more hope. Li Jiaming also spoke up, intending to speak for Sia. What's his name? Thinking of Li Menglin's current situation, Li Deshang still frowned and asked. Song Chen, Xia answered truthfully. Li Deshang's face changed slightly, and even the tea in the teacup he was holding spilled out, frowning again and asking, what did you say his name was? Sensing Li Deshang's sudden loss of composure, Xia's beautiful eyes flickered slightly and replied, his name is Song Chen, a doctor of diseases. Can you ask him for help? Li Deshang frowned, trying to calm down but still unable to hide his emotions. Yes, Xia nodded. Good, then go ask him to come quickly. Li Deshang's tone was noticeably urgent. Xia gritted her teeth and made a request. Master Li, I can ask Dr. Song to help, but I have one request as a junior. About investment? Li Deshang restrained his smile. Yes, Xia stared at Li Deshang. After this series of probes, she already knew Li Menglin's position in Li Deshang's heart. How much do you want? Li Deshang frowned. Xia raised 2 fingers and said, 200 billion. Li Deshang smiled, but it was a cold smile. Girl, I didn't expect you to be so young and already learned to ask for a lion's share. 200 billion? Do you think it's possible? Investing 200 billion in the current real estate industry is, to put it bluntly, a risky gamble that is bound to fail. Xia's eyes remained calm, looking directly at Li Deshang, and said seriously, this is a loan from my Xi family to the Li family. If Master Li can help my Xi family get through this difficult time, my Xi family will repay in the future. Besides, in Master Li's heart, isn't Menglin's life worth these 200 billion? You. Li Deshang was instantly silenced by Xia's eloquence. But soon, Li Deshang sneered, do you think I can invite that Song Chen with just 1 billion? To be honest, for certain reasons, Dr. Song has already retired and promised never to practice medicine again. So, even if it's 1 billion, let alone 200 billion, you can't invite him. If you don't believe me, you can try. Xia said calmly. Of course, there was a bit of a gamble in this statement. After all, she couldn't represent Song Chen. In that case, how can you invite him? Li Deshang sneered, feeling embarrassed. Because he had already tried to invite him and failed. And Song Chen's self-retirement also had his reasons. Because of this, Xia took out a piece of paper. I had the honor of helping Dr. Song when he was in trouble once. Afterwards, he gave me 3 pieces of paper and promised me that in the future, with these 3 pieces of paper, I could ask him for help 3 times. Li Deshang looked at the plain pieces of paper in Xia's hand and her determined gaze. After a moment of silence, he finally said, all right, I'll give you 1 chance, but if that Mr. Song can't cure Menglin, then everything is off the table. Thank you, Grandpa Li, my Xi family will never forget your great kindness. Xia smiled, her tense heart finally relaxed. In this game, she finally won. However, in the end, it all depended on Song Chen. Hurry and invite that Mr. Song. Menglin is running out of time. Li Deshang waved his hand anxiously. At the same time, he marveled at the intelligence of this young lady from the Xi family. When did the Xi family produce such a good talent? I'll go now. Xia hurriedly left. Miss Xi, I'll accompany you. Li Jiaming's expression changed and he quickly caught up. Tianfu Villa. These past 2 days, Song Chen had been living an unusually leisurely life, almost just enjoying life. After dealing with those horse households, he no longer had to go to the veterinary shop every day on time. He asked customers to leave their sick pets at the veterinary shop. He only needed to drive his luxury car there in the afternoon every day for unified treatment. To put it nicely, it's about accumulating some merit. Simple and convenient. As for some common illnesses, the current AI Xiaoxiao is already able to handle them. It has to be said, this girl is very clever and smart. Many postures Song Chen only taught once, and AI Xiaoxiao learned it. It's like encountering a once-in-a-century genius. First floor, gym. Song Chen is only wearing a pair of black sports shorts, exercising. Sweat soaks his whole body, giving Song Chen's well-proportioned and handsome figure a full masculine charm. Since his body became stronger, Song Chen has enjoyed this post-exercise sensation. After 2 hours of exercise, Song Chen draped a sweat-absorbing towel around him, planning to take a shower at the rooftop pool first. Then he would go to the private theater on the first floor to watch a short film. When it gets dark, he would go to a legitimate massage parlor to learn. Don't get it wrong, he really goes to learn. Just to learn more massage techniques, to make himself look more like a doctor. After obtaining the healing system, Song Chen indeed possesses the miraculous ability to cure diseases with just a touch. But this has become his only weakness. It's just too simple. Imagine, you don't do anything, just touch someone and cure their illness. Do you think that person will thank you? The answer is no. Just like a skilled locksmith who can unlock a door for a fairy in a minute. That locksmith doesn't receive thanks and praise from the fairy, but rather doubts and curses. In the end, even the promised 50 yuan reward becomes 10 yuan. The reason is that it's too quick. That's human nature. Sometimes, being amazing is good, but being too amazing is a mistake. So, Song Chen learned some massage techniques to cover up his miraculous healing ability. Therefore, in the days just after obtaining the system, he would go to the massage parlor whenever he had free time. He would choose hard-working young ladies with good skills to learn from. When treating illnesses, even though a simple touch is enough, Song Chen deliberately touches a little longer just to dispel the concerns of the pretty female patients. It's truly thoughtful. Arriving at the third-floor deck, Song Chen was about to perform a high-difficulty diving move when the doorbell suddenly rang. Song Chen looked down and could see outside the main gate. Due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly. He only saw a figure in a black OL skirt suit, with long and slender legs adorned with 136-letter Parisian silk stockings, wearing black-framed glasses, standing elegantly there. As if sensing something, Sia raised her eyes and coincidentally saw Song Chen preparing to dive from the highest point. Looking at his strong and pale body, Sia initially thought she was mistaken and didn't recognize Song Chen. Her beautiful eyes flickered, her pretty face blushed, and she quickly looked away. Click at this moment, the door opened, and Song Chen's voice came, "Miss Sia, please come in." Hearing the voice, Sia raised her eyes again to look at the figure on the second floor, confirming that she hadn't mistaken, but her eyes still couldn't hide her surprise. Because the current Song Chen has changed too much. It's like he has undergone some kind of transformation. Oh, okay. Sia stepped into the villa, facing this scene. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Do you mind if I take a shower first?" Song Chen smiled apologetically. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so coincidentally. Right now, he was covered in sweat, obviously not suitable for receiving guests, especially a woman. And no, not at all, I'm sorry for the interruption. Sia quickly shook her head and waved her hand, then sat in the living room waiting. For some reason, facing the current Song Chen, she felt inexplicably nervous. In no time, Song Chen came downstairs wearing a casual and loose outfit. He simply jumped into the pool for a wash. Looking at Song Chen approaching, Sia was once again touched. Tall and handsome, with exquisite features and deep eyes, and a hint of confidence and composure. Sia once doubted, what exactly did Song Chen experience these days? How could a person change so much in such a short time? "Miss Sia, what can I do for you?" Song Chen poured a glass of cold drink for Sia and himself from the refrigerator. "Thank you, if Dr. Song doesn't mind, you can just call me Sia." Sia took the drink and said with an elegant smile, two cute dimples appearing on her cheeks, "Don't call me Dr. Song anymore, I'm just an ordinary veterinarian now." Song Chen sat down with a smile. "Did you really become a veterinarian?" Surprise flashed in Sia's beautiful eyes. Opposite the former clinic, there is a healing animal clinic. In the future, if your pet gets sick, you can come find me. Get a membership card, and you can get a 20% discount. Song Chen said seriously. "Sia, to be honest, I came to find Mr. Song this time because I want to ask you to save someone." After hesitating for a moment, Sia spoke up. Then she took out several documents. "This is the contract for 5 buildings, and 1 million in cash, as your consultation fee. My family's funds are currently in a bit of trouble, and we can't offer more money. I hope you don't mind." "Save who? Just tell me." Song Chen was not surprised by this. No one comes to the temple for no reason. A wealthy young lady like Sia suddenly coming to him alone. He wouldn't narcissistically think that she liked him and came to confide in him, but he was surprised by the generosity of 5 buildings and 1 million. It was clear that the person to be saved was not ordinary. "The daughter of the Li family, Li Manglin," Sia said solemnly. Of course, she was unaware of the past grievances between the Li family and Song Chen. Hearing this, Song Chen's smile faded, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This made the observant Sia instantly realize and asked tentatively, "Has the Li family come to see Mr. Song before?" "Yes, but I didn't agree," Song Chen nodded simply. He didn't mention that Li had hired a hitman to kidnap him. Sia breathed a sigh of relief, then became nervous again, explaining anxiously, "To be honest, this treatment is related to the future of my family, so I came to ask for your help. I didn't mean to make you break your vow." If Song Chen didn't help, all her previous efforts would be in vain. "Miss Sia, you worry too much. Although I can't practice medicine now, the promise I made before still stands. As long as you have those 3 notes, I will help, and I will not go back on my word." Song Chen smiled. In the past, if the other party hadn't helped, he would probably still be in prison, so this favor had to be repaid. "Here, I brought them." Sia was overjoyed and quickly took out the 3 notes. Song Chen smiled, took one of them, and stood up, saying, "Since that's the case, let's go. Let's finish early, I have important things to do tonight." "Just like this? Aren't you going to prepare?" Sia was puzzled. She thought Song Chen would at least ask about Li Menglin's situation first, or bring some medicinal herbs. I almost forgot. Song Chen patted his forehead and quickly went to the room to get a white coat. A veterinarian is still a doctor, so he had to wear it. Saya. Seeing Song Chen's casual demeanor, she didn't say much in the end. Driving with Song Chen, they headed towards the Li family estate. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, the top genetic disease medical team from the Lu family had arrived. The chief doctor was named Lu Haixue. He specialized in genetic diseases and had studied and researched in many developed countries. Within 2.5 years of returning from abroad, he had been awarded titles in various fields such as neurology, genetics, and more. It seemed as if these expert titles were given out for free. It took 2.5 years to build this top medical team dedicated to genetic diseases. At this moment, under the leadership of Lu Haixue, 12 medical staff members gathered around the hospital bed. Using various self-developed high-end instruments, they conducted a thorough examination of Li Menglin on the hospital bed. The whole process took several hours. Finally, Lu Haixue confidently injected a homemade medicine into Li Menglin. Li Menglin fainted on the spot. Lu Haixue then continued to replace Li Menglin with the medical equipment he brought. Outside the medical room, Li Deshang nervously clasped his hands, his face looking a few years older these days. Grandpa, Sia has brought Song Chen. Just then, Li Jiaming walked over and whispered. Li Deshang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly said, "Bring them here." Yes. Li Jiaming retreated carefully. Soon, Sia and Song Chen arrived. Song Chen's first glance fell on Li Deshang, his eyes slightly cold. His impression of the old man who hired a killer to capture him was not good. It could even be said to be bad. But since he had come, it was time to settle the score. In other words, he agreed to come so readily to settle the score. He promised Sia to help treat Li Menglin, and he would naturally keep his word. But at the same time, he would also treat this arrogant old man for free. One must be clear about debts and grudges. Sia is really capable, even more so than this old man. She actually managed to invite Song Xiaoyu. Seeing Song Chen, Li Deshang immediately approached with a smile, not showing any signs of hiring a killer, but there was an underlying tone in his words. A hint of displeasure was revealed. As the head of the Li family group, he took the initiative to lower himself to invite the other party. But he was met with a cold reception. Difficult to persuade. And now, Song Chen came with Sia. Wasn't this a slap in the face? He, the head of the Li family, the one in charge of the Li tobacco group, had less face than a girl? You misunderstood. It was Miss Sia who invited me, that's why I came. Otherwise, even if it was you, it would be the same even if the lord of the country came. Song Chen corrected with a smile. Li Deshang's mouth twitched slightly, but he still extended his hand with a smile. Song Xiaoyu's favor is truly noble. This time, you are here to secure a 200 billion contract for my Li family. I wonder how much reward Miss Sia gave you. There's no way, it's too cheap. Others really think you're worth this price. I've learned my lesson. So, for a benefactor, I won't take a penny, but for those who still want to harm me, I might treat them in the name of a veterinarian. Song Chen said, shaking hands with the old man. Ding successfully sent a headache, merit -1. Ding successfully sent mange, from Wangkai, merit -1. Good, very good, indeed young and spirited. Li Deshang's heart trembled slightly, his eyes darkened, but he still forced a smile. After treating the patient, Song Chen withdrew his hand, not saying much more, very approving of the other's final words. The atmosphere on the scene was slightly strange. Li Jiaming's face also darkened, and the young Song Chen in front of him looked like a young man in his 20s. Without power or influence, he dared to openly confront his grandfather like this? Sia observed the situation and took the initiative to break the tension. Grandpa Li, Dr. Song can now treat Menglin. Sorry, Menglin is currently receiving treatment from a professional medical team. We may need to ask Dr. Song to wait a bit, Li Deshang said with a smile, emphasizing the word professional. Faced with Song Chen's earlier sarcasm, he remained calm now because Song Chen was the guarantee to cure his granddaughter. But if Lu Shuai's research could really cure his granddaughter and solve the genetic disease that had plagued the Li family for years, he would not hesitate to kick out this disrespectful young man. On one hand, he was displeased with Song Chen's disrespect towards him. On the other hand, I don't want to cooperate with the C family and waste 2 trillion for nothing. This is 2 trillion. Hearing this, Sia's pretty face changed slightly, already guessing Li Deshang's thoughts, but still smiled and nodded, okay. Saying sorry to Song Chen with a glance. Song Chen smiled and shook his head, naturally not caring, as the necessary treatment was already being carried out. He also wanted to thank Sia for giving him the opportunity to visit and treat the illness in a legitimate way. The crowd didn't wait too long. During this time, Li Deshang, a member of a prestigious family, did not arrange seats for Song Chen and Sia, or offer basic etiquette like pouring tea. About half an hour later, Lu Shuihai, dressed in a professional doctor's uniform, came out. "Dr. Lu, how is it?" Li Deshang immediately stood up and eagerly asked. "Congratulations, Mr. Li, congratulations, Mr. Li. Miss Ling has been successfully cured, and with a few more treatment sessions, she will recover. In addition, I solemnly announce that we have successfully overcome the genetic disease of the Li family," Lu Shuihai confidently announced after removing his mask. "Really?" Hearing this, Li Deshang's excited old body trembled, and he quickly walked into the room. At this moment, on the sickbed, Li Menglin had already awakened, her face rosy, seeming to have truly been cured. "Menglin, how do you feel?" Li Deshang anxiously asked. "Grandpa, I feel much better, finally no more pain, sob." Li Menglin cried in grievance, even got out of bed and threw herself into Li Deshang's arms, full of vitality as if she had never been sick. "Mr. Li, rest assured that Miss Ling is really fine. My team and I have been researching the genetic diseases of the Li family, and the drug treatment we have developed is specifically for this disease. I dare not deceive you," Lu Shuihai confidently stated. He had been researching genetic diseases at the request of his family, and a large part of the reason was for the Li family. Okay, old man, I would like to thank Dr. Lu here first. Thank you to the Lu family for everything you have done for my Li family. Regarding the joint venture to expand the hospital, on behalf of the Li Group, I have decided to invest 5 trillion, reconcile with your family, expand the scale, and benefit the people. Li Deshang laughed, looking at the healthy Li Menglin, completely convinced, and even promised on the spot the cooperation with the Lu family. Lu Shuihai was overjoyed and quickly said, "Then I would like to thank Mr. Li on behalf of the family." Sia outside the door heard the conversation between the two. Her pretty face changed slightly. She already had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Li Deshang turned his head, coldly glanced at Song Chen, then looked at Sia, smiling apologetically. "Girl, as you can see, Menglin has already received professional treatment from Dr. Lu's team and no longer needs the noble doctor you worked so hard to bring. So, I may need to reconsider the previous contract." This move was ruthless. "Grandpa Li, you." Sia's pretty face turned pale, wanting to say something, but was ruthlessly waved off by Li Deshang. "Jimming, see the guests out." Now that Li Menglin was better, was it possible for him to spend 2 trillion on a wild goose chase? Li Jiaming's eyes flickered, and he still stepped forward. "Please follow me, both of you." Sia's beautiful eyes were in turmoil, knowing that Li Deshang would not give them another chance. Of course, what made her even more cold-hearted was the other party's prejudice and attitude. Song Chen frowned slightly and looked through the crack in the door at the happily eating Li Menglin. Since the system upgrade, he could roughly assess the patient's condition without touching them. At this moment, Li Menglin seemed lively, but her body was like a ticking time bomb. It was like a large secretion of adrenaline in the body after a car accident, creating an illusion. It could erupt at any time. "Master Li, don't be so extreme in everything. The young lady's condition could relapse at any time. If you don't want to spend more money, I suggest you let me treat her." Considering Sia's investment, Song Chen still kindly reminded with a smile. "Of course, if the other party wants to spend more money, he doesn't mind. It's a big joke. Are you questioning my professionalism, Mr. Lu?" Lu Shuihai laughed, disdainfully looking at Song Chen. "May I ask, which prestigious school did you graduate from, little brother? What professional certificates do you have? In which field are you an expert? You came empty-handed, not even wearing decent clothes. Do you think you can cure with just these hands? If I'm not mistaken, you don't even have a medical license." After a round of sarcasm, Lu Shuihai solemnly assured Li Deshang, "Master Li, I, Lu Shuihai, with the reputation of more than 30 experts, guarantee that if the young lady is not cured, I am willing to cut off my head and use it as a toilet for you." Hearing this, Li Deshang also looked at Song Chen, coldly exposing, "Arrogant and self-righteous, do you really think your medical skills are unparalleled? Without you, no one in my Li family can cure the illness? I have given you countless opportunities to flatter my Li family, but you are useless. Now that someone can cure my Li family's illness, do you want to flatter again? Do you think you are still worthy?" At this moment, Li Deshang vented all the grievances he had against Song Chen. "Very well, truly a noble family. I hope Master Li will continue to be so overbearing. Remember, I have given you a chance, next time the price won't be the same." Song Chen smiled, clapped his hands and raised his thumb, but a hint of successful conspiracy flashed in his eyes. Since Li Deshang found it expensive, he would let the other party know how expensive he really was. Li Deshang turned around, looked down on Song Chen, and coldly ordered, "Jiaming, let these idle people bark here, do you want to disturb your sister's rest? Li Jiaming's face changed slightly, and he waved his hand quickly. The bodyguards around came up and were about to drive them away. Sia stood up, her face cold, and said, "No need for you to drive them away, we will leave on our own. Song Chen is my friend and also my benefactor. I invited him to come for treatment, not to be flaunted and mocked by your Li family like this. Grandpa Li, I respect you as an elder, but your behavior today really doesn't deserve that respect. I will remember this humiliation today." After Sia said arrogantly, she grabbed Song Chen's hand and left directly. There was no more delay. She did not expect that the head of the Li family would be so disrespectful. Lu Shuahai watched Sia and Song Chen being driven away, his eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He was already clear about the situation of the Si family. Similarly, he knew Song Chen even better. With the arrival of the two, he had already guessed why. So inadvertently, did he just do a favor for the Lu family? Thinking of this, Lu Shuahai's smile in his heart grew even more. After driving away Song Chen and Sia with a cold smile, Li Desheng leaned on his cane and returned to the ward. At this moment, Li Menglin was happily eating on the bed. Hee, eat slowly, don't starve my precious granddaughter. Li Desheng held Li Menglin's cold little hand and showed a kind smile. Grandpa, I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten anything for a long time, sniff. Li Menglin cried in grievance. Master Li, you can rest assured and let Miss Menglin eat boldly. Miss Menglin's current signs are very active, which further proves the correctness of this surgery. Lu Shuehai, who followed, explained with professional knowledge. Li Desheng was delighted to hear this, so he also ordered, "Go and make some pastries that she loves for the young lady." "Thank you, Grandpa, you're so kind." Li Menglin showed a happy smile, ate more freely, and asked in confusion, "Grandpa, just now I seemed to see the scammer you took me to find. Did you invite him here?" "It's Grandpa's fault, you're right, that guy is indeed a scammer, and he even wanted to climb up to our family, so Grandpa ordered the servants to drive him away," Li Desheng said meaningfully. "Humph, I told you, there was a legal judgment at the time, how could the law possibly wrong a good person?" Li Menglin proudly snorted, buried her head and ate another big bite, feeling a full sense of fullness. But the next moment, her face suddenly changed, a strong feeling of nausea and dizziness suddenly swept over her body. "Menglin, what's wrong with you?" Li Desheng was the first to notice the abnormality. As he approached, a spurt of blood mixed with food sprayed out of Li Menglin's mouth, directly onto Li Desheng's face, like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Li Desheng's excited heart. Trembling hands. Lu Shuehai was first stunned, his face changed suddenly, and he quickly said, "Quick, stop the bleeding." The medical team hurried forward. Li Lao, please step back first, don't worry, this may be a normal reaction," Lu Shuehai trembled and explained. Li Desheng trembled and stepped back until the medical staff surrounded the bed. Looking at Li Menglin, who was spewing blood like a pillar. "Is this a normal reaction? Woo woo woo. It hurts so much, my head is spinning, I feel like vomiting." You soon, Li Menglin's agonizing cries came from the bed. Fresh blood gushed out from her mouth and nose continuously. Even her eyes, ears, and lower body seemed to be bleeding from every pore. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. "Take deep breaths, dizziness is normal," Lu Shuehai kept comforting. Grandpa, kill me, I don't want to live, woo woo woo." However, Lu Shuehai's comfort seemed to be of no use, as Li Menglin cried even louder. Li Desheng was struck as if by lightning. His excitement just now turned ice cold at this moment. At the same time, Lu Shuehai and his team were gradually losing their composure, sweating profusely. Everyone's professional medical attire was stained with the fresh blood sprayed by Li Menglin. They suddenly realized that the bleeding couldn't be stopped now? This shouldn't be happening. "Quick, resume the blood transfusion first," Lu Shuehai's panicked voice came. The scene instantly became chaotic. Seeing this scene, Li Desheng felt as if struck by lightning, his old body retreating repeatedly, almost falling. He was supported by Li Jiaming, who had just arrived. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Seeing Li Jiaming, Li Desheng finally came to his senses, as if grasping at a life-saving straw. He asked anxiously, "Where is Dr. Song?" "Where is Dr. Song? I just sent him away." Li Jiaming hesitated. Smack before he could finish speaking, Li Desheng, who was in a state of confusion, slapped him without hesitation and reprimanded, "Who told you to send him away? Who told you to send that idiot away?" Li Jiaming was dumbfounded. It was you, Grandpa." Li Desheng was stunned, then realized, and immediately grabbed Li Jiaming's sleeve, trembling, Don't send him away. Quickly, go and bring them back, hurry, go." At this moment, he wanted to give himself a good slap. "Oh, okay, I'll go now." Never had he seen his grandfather in such a state of distress. Li Jiaming didn't ask too much, and quickly led a group of bodyguards out. With the pillar gone, Li Deshang was like a withered tree, sitting paralyzed on the ground, his eyes lifeless. Hearing the painful cries of his granddaughter in the room made his heart ache. Remembering what Song Chen had said just now, Li Menglan's illness could relapse at any time. At this moment, he was convinced. He wished he could twist Lu Shuahai's head off on the spot, like a toilet. At the same time, Song Chen and Xia had already walked out of the Li family manor. Xia let go of Song Chen's hand and looked at him apologetically, saying, "Song Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this." "It's okay, the real show is just beginning," Song Chen said with a relaxed smile. "The real show?" Xia was puzzled. Song Chen didn't say much and took the initiative to drive. Just as the two were about to leave in the car, a group of people hurriedly chased after them. Leading the way was Li Jiaming. He quickly reached the car. "Please wait, Dr. Song, my grandfather has changed his mind and wants to invite you to see my sister again," Li Jiaming gasped. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally catching up. Xia was stunned, thinking of something. She turned her head and looked incredulously at Song Chen. Song Chen, on the other hand, looked mischievous as he gazed at Li Jiaming. "You just kicked us out, and now you want us to come back? Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous?" Li Jiaming looked embarrassed and gritted his teeth. "We were confused just now. Please don't mind, it's a matter of life and death. Please get off the car." Song Chen laughed, asking him not to mind? That's quite audacious. "Go back and tell Li Deshang to make one thing clear. He invited me to treat the illness, not the other way around. If you want to kick me out, go ahead. If you want to call me back, go ahead. I, Song, am not that cheap. Even if it's not a 200 billion contract, even 500 billion won't make me step into your Li family," Song Chen said coldly. "To think of him as cheap? Then he'll show the Li family. Dr. Song, we were indeed wrong just now. Please consider the bigger picture. Don't ruin a bright future for a moment of pleasure." Li Jiaming's face also turned cold, threatening in a low voice. How dare a mere doctor speak to his grandfather like that? However, Song Chen's response to Li Jiaming was stepping on the accelerator. With one step, the car rushed out, scaring off the crowd and leaving in a hurry. Li Jiaming was frightened and fell down in a mess, covered in dust. Watching the resolute departure of the vehicle, Li Jiaming's face changed from anger to frustration. He angrily shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Follow me." You already knew that Li Menglan's illness would relapse. Inside the car, Xia came to her senses and looked at Song Chen in shock. "How much working capital does the Xi family need?" Song Chen asked. "At least 400 billion? Xia hesitated. "Then ask for 500 billion from him, and it's a medical fee, not a contract," Song Chen said casually. "Xia." Just then, Xia's phone vibrated, numerous messages and calls came in. She opened them to see they were all from Li Jiaming. After a moment of hesitation, Xia still answered the call. "Miss Xia, thank goodness, it's great that you finally answered. My sister's condition is very serious now. Please help persuade Dr. Song. My grandfather said the cooperation can still be discussed." On the other end of the phone, Li Jiaming's urgent voice quickly sounded. Please thank Mr. Li for me. I've already secured the investment, no need anymore." After glancing at Song Chen, Xia calmly replied. It was a similar sentiment to what Li Deshang had said before. Li family manor. Li Jiaming was stunned, while Li Deshang beside him also had a grim expression. However, without giving them a chance to react, Xia had already decisively hung up the phone. When the two tried to call back, they found that they had been blocked. The two were immediately taken aback. They had thought that Xia would succumb again because of the investment. They expected her to continue to help persuade Song Chen, but to receive such news? However, thinking of Li Menglan's critical condition, Li Deshang's expression turned even darker. He took out his own phone and made the call. In the car, the phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. Xi was puzzled when the call connected, and soon Li Deshang's voice came through. "Xi, it's Li Deshang. I was rude just now. Grandpa Li apologizes to you and hopes you don't mind. Menglan's situation is very grim now. Can you bring back Dr. Song for another visit? As long as he can cure my granddaughter, we will sign the contract immediately," Li Deshang assured with a smile. As for the contract that Xi mentioned had already been signed, he naturally couldn't be deceived. Who else could sign such a large contract with the Xi family in such a short time? "Li Lao, I also feel sorry for Menglan's situation. I believe in fate, and with Dr. Lu's professional team treating her, she will be fine. As for Dr. Song, I have already paid a huge price to ask him to help before, but you didn't even see him and sent him away. Now you want me to invite him back. I really don't have that much face. I don't have the face to ask him back," so please find someone else. Goodbye, C said decisively, hung up, and continued to block. She let out a sigh of relief in her heart. At that moment, Song Chen, who was driving, saw through the rearview mirror the several cars following closely behind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Li's manner. Li Desheng's phone fell from his hand, and he seemed to age several decades in an instant. Seeing this, Li Jiaming angrily said, "Grandpa, this kid doesn't accept the toast, so let's force him to drink. Hai Chang and the others have been following him. Should we just directly tie them up?" Hearing this, a shadow passed over Li Desheng's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Wait until there's no one around to take action." Understood. Li Jiaming then sent a message to the bodyguards following Song Chen. On the other side, the bodyguards of the Li family who received the message instantly closed in. "There's a car following us." Sia's pretty face changed slightly, and she suddenly realized, it's from the Li family. She didn't expect the Li family to be so crazy. They had insulted them unreasonably first. Now, instead of leaving them alone, they wanted to forcibly take them back? "I'll call the police," Sia said in a panic as she took out her phone. "It's too late," Song Chen said calmly. Just as he finished speaking, on a secluded road, 3 cars took the opportunity to surround Song Chen and forced him to stop by the roadside. The car almost flipped over. Several burly men in suits had already gotten out of the 3 off-road vehicles. Not more, not less, exactly 10. Sia's face paled, never having encountered such a situation before. "Stay in the car." Just as she didn't know what to do, she heard Song Chen's indifferent and calm voice. Turning her head, she saw Song Chen had already opened the car door and walked out. "Don't, there are too many of them." Sia wanted to say something, but Song Chen had already closed the car door and walked towards the surrounding 10 bodyguards, very calmly. "Mr. Song, please come with us," the leading tall bodyguard said coldly. "It's a civilized society now, it's not good to resort to violence," Song Chen said with a smile, kindly advising. "Counting them. These bodyguards, exactly 10 of them. Then we have no choice but to offend you, come on." The head bodyguard waved coldly, and the bodyguards immediately rushed towards Song Chen and decisively started. They were fast and fierce in their movements. Each one was skilled. However, in Song Chen's eyes, they were painfully slow. "Hey! I said to be civilized, but you didn't listen." Song Chen shook his head helplessly. Ah. The next moment, the screams of the 10 bodyguards echoed on the street. Song Chen's ruthless actions, with 10 times the strength of an ordinary person, easily put these bodyguards to sleep. Of course, this was still restrained. Inside the car, Sia, who had been nervous, watched the scene. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened, covering her mouth, looking incredulous. Watching Song Chen's handsome and graceful movements, it was like a fight scene from a movie. He was just too handsome. How did he do it? In just one day, Song Chen had already shaken her heart countless times. Soon, the 10 bodyguards were easily dealt with by Song Chen. "Go back and tell Li Desheng, if he wants to cure the illness, it's possible. Prepare 500 billion in medical fees first, then bring people with you and come to beg me in person." Given the woman's condition, if she is not treated by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, even the arrival of a great Luo Golden Immortal will be of no use. Of course, he can also hire assassins to come after me again. I, Song Chen, will be waiting at any time. With a cold remark, Song Chen got into the car and drove away. Since the other party found the 200 billion contract too expensive, would the 500 billion medical fees be feasible? Note that this is medical fees, which is fundamentally different from signing a contract. The group of bodyguards were full of fear, gritting their teeth and crawling up, fleeing like dogs with their tails between their legs. A beating for nothing. In the car, Song Chen drove while the passenger seat Sia stared blankly at Song Chen, blinking her beautiful eyes, still in shock. It wasn't until she noticed blood flowing from Song Chen's sleeve. "Are you injured?" Sia's pretty face changed slightly. Song Chen glanced at his bloodstained arm. It should be from the 10 burly men he just fought. After all, how could he not get blood on him with so many people? I'll help you bandage it." Sia quickly took Song Chen's hand, removed the white scarf from her neck, and tried to bandage Song Chen. "I'm not injured, this is their blood," Song Chen said lightly, only able to hold the steering wheel with one hand. "Then can I help you wipe it?" Sia's movements hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. "No need, thank you." Song Chen glanced at his blood-stained hand and accepted her kindness. Sia's movements were very gentle, even with a hint of nervousness. It seemed like it was her first time doing something like this. Seeing this, Song Chen slowed down the car slightly and headed towards the veterinary shop. Li Family Manor. In the medical room. Looking at Li Manglin lying on the sickbed without any color in her face, Li Desheng felt not only heartache but also full of self-blame. He regretted believing Lu Shuihai's nonsense and driving away Song Chen just now. Li Li Lao, rest assured, Miss Manglin's condition has stabilized, give us a few more days, we will definitely find out the problem. Lu Shuihai, who was beside him, assured with a sweaty face, but his tone was noticeably less confident than before. Give you a few more days? Do you think this is an experiment? Do you think my granddaughter, in her current state, has a few more days to live? Li Desheng turned to Lu Shuihai, angry. The respect he once had for him was also gone. Lu Shuihai's face turned pale, speechless under the pressure. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Grandpa, Gao Chang, and the others are back. At this time, Li Jiaming came to report. Li Desheng's eyes narrowed, and he quickly went out. 10 bodyguards were seen coming back, supporting each other, looking disheveled. Li Desheng's hopeful gaze instantly turned into surprise. Where was Song Chen? Sir, we're sorry, we failed. Gao Chang, the leader, knelt down with the other bodyguards, gritting his teeth. What happened exactly? Where is Song Chen? Li Desheng's face darkened. He is a master, we are no match for him. Gao Chang and the other 9 bodyguards lowered their heads with lingering fear. Li Desheng and Li Jiaming were thunderstruck. Song Chen defeated their 10 bodyguards from the Li family? How is that possible? A bunch of useless fools, one person defeated 10 of you? Do you think this is a movie? What use is my Li family keeping you? Li Jiaming angrily approached, punching and kicking the bodyguards, venting his anger. He was stopped by Li Desheng's raised hand, who then asked, did he say anything? He said, if you want him to take action again, prepare 500 billion in medical fees, and bring the young lady to beg for treatment in person. As soon as Gao Chang finished speaking, the scene fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Li Jiaming laughed in anger, 500 billion? What a huge joke. Does this country bumpkin even know what 500 billion means? Does he think it's monopoly money? And he wants us to beg him in person. Who gave him the courage? Is he worthy? On the contrary, Li Desheng was much calmer and continued to ask, anything else? He also said that Mrs. condition has worsened. If she is not treated before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, even if a powerful immortal comes, it will be of no use. With these words, the enraged Li Jiaming instantly calmed down. Li Desheng's hand on the cane couldn't stop trembling. Just now, Song Chen mentioned that Li Menglin's illness might relapse. He didn't believe it, which led to the current situation. And now, with Song Chen conveying such words again, should he believe it? Or rather, dare he not believe it? Suppressing the trembling of his old body, Li Desheng's sharp eyes already revealed a murderous intent, but he continued to ask in a low voice, is that all? He also said. Gao Chang swallowed his saliva, lowered his head even further, and hesitated to speak. If the master still wants to hire an assassin to catch him, he is ready at any time. The cane in Li Desheng's hand suddenly dropped, and the murderous intent in his eyes was overshadowed by shock. A large amount of information flashed through his mind. The disappeared assassin. The contract successfully signed by Sia. The 10 bodyguards who were completely defeated. Song Chan's unwavering confidence from start to finish. Connecting this series of information made this high-ranking family patriarch deeply doubt Song Chan's identity in an instant. Is he really just an ordinary commoner? But why would a commoner have such extraordinary means? Grandfather, why not let Uncle Air from the bureau take action and capture this bastard? If he dares not treat her, let him rot in prison forever, Li Jiaming said in a low, sinister voice. Prepare the car. Facing Li Jiaming's suggestion, Li Desheng calmly spoke. Perhaps using this relationship could catch Song Chen. But would he dare to gamble with Li Menglin's life again? Grandfather, are you really going to personally beg that country bumpkin? Li Jiaming looked shocked. Li Lao, that guy is just a swindler from the Jianghu. He was recently reported and exposed in court, and even banned from practicing medicine. Please don't be deceived by his words. Give me 5 more days, and I will definitely come up with a treatment plan. Lu Shuihai, who was eavesdropping in the room, hurriedly stood up. In his eyes, he always looked down on Song Chen. He had numerous academic certificates, but what about Song Chen? He had nothing. Ignoring Lu Shuihai's gaze, Li Desheng continued without doubt, prepare the car. How could he not know the inside story of Song Chen going to court? The Lu family, as the largest pharmaceutical group in Manhwa, almost had a monopoly. They would not let capable people ruin their financial path. The suppressed traditional Chinese medicine was the best evidence. Yes. Faced with the imposing Li Desheng, Li Jiaming gritted his teeth and could only follow the orders to prepare. Seeing this, Lu Shuihai knew he couldn't stop it. His gaze changed for a moment, and he said, Li Lao, since you insist on going, I will go with you. On one hand, I will protect Miss Li on the way. On the other hand, I will prevent that kid from playing tricks. He wanted to see what means Song Chen had. Could he cure the disease that they had been unable to solve for 2.5 years? Well, then I'll trouble Dr. Li Deshang said calmly, not refusing. Now his granddaughter's safety was still in Lu Shuaihai's hands. This was also the reason he had not lost his temper. Soon, a large expensive medical vehicle arrived, accompanied by several luxury cars. Everyone carefully transferred Li Manglin to the medical vehicle and headed towards the veterinary clinic. Inside the veterinary clinic, as soon as Song Chen arrived, he put on a white coat and started working without any sense of incongruity. There were quite a few small pets brought in for treatment today. Song Chen carefully treated them with the veterinary knowledge he had learned while accumulating merits. He was enjoying himself. On the side, Sia sat elegantly on the sofa, wearing a tight skirt and black stockings, outlining her graceful and light figure. She held a water cup and looked at Song Chen, who was working seriously, her beautiful eyes behind black-framed glasses a bit distracted. Of course, what made her more distracted was the cute little girl in nurse uniform helping on the side. Alright, it's time to get off work, dinner time. After patting the last little milk dog, with a total merit of 146, Song Chen smiled and clapped his hands. Master, let's have chicken tonight. I haven't had it in a long time, I'm almost drooling. Ai Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward, helping Song Chen take off his clothes as if being attentive. Song Chen's face darkened. What do you mean you haven't had it in a long time? Didn't we just have it the day before yesterday? Oh, it's been 3 days, and Sister Sia should like it too. Ai Xiaoxiao pouted her small cherry lips, looking at Sia, blinked her big black eyes imploringly, and asked, Sister Sia, do you like chicken? The kind that's very fragrant, big and fat, take a bite and your mouth will be full of oil. Ai Xiaoxiao vividly described, trying to tempt Sia's appetite. Sia. Ahem. I'm fine. Sia felt a bit embarrassed, her ears inexplicably heating up. Yay, Sister Sia, let's go, we'll go to the private room and wait for my master. Ai Xiaoxiao excitedly pulled Sia, eager to set off, afraid that Song Chen would change his mind. Seeing this, Song Chen was helpless and could only follow along. He really didn't understand what was so delicious about chicken, this girl just never got tired of eating it. Anyway, he was tired of it. The night snack street was particularly lively. The veterinary shop on the street corner had already been surrounded by several luxury cars. Several tall men in suits and sunglasses were standing on the periphery, occupying most of the street. Song Chen and the other two came out full and satisfied from the roast chicken shop. Ai Xiaoxiao was especially full. Sia, who was not interested in worldly affairs, was also very satisfied. This was her first time eating at this kind of street-side eatery, with a unique flavor. Song Chen was sandwiched between two beautiful women. On one side was the cute and agile little girl, on the other side was the mature and graceful lady, instantly attracting envy from the people around. Two of them were enough. And they were both top-notch beauties. Too damn good. However, at this moment, Song Chen's gaze fell ahead. Looking at the veterinary shop surrounded by luxury cars, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Finally, they came. He had been waiting for a long time. This time, it should be his turn, right? Sia's beautiful eyes flickered. This was also the reason Song Chen brought her here. Xiaoxiao, you go back to Tianfu Villa and rest. Tonight, Sia and I have something to do. Song Chen threw the villa keys to Ai Xiaoxiao. Ah, what are you going to do? Why not take me with you? I can help you. Ai Xiaoxiao's face was full of anticipation. I'll take you to eat chicken tomorrow. Song Chen directly threw out the temptation. Wish you a happy time. The next moment, Ai Xiaoxiao disappeared into the crowd. Let's go. The show is about to begin. Song Chen smiled lightly, hands in his pockets, casually walking towards the veterinary shop. Under his deep gaze was a hint of coldness. Watching Song Chen's back, Sia hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Get out. No one is allowed to approach here. Just as Song Chen and Sia approached, a bodyguard reached out to stop them, arrogantly blocking their way. This is my shop. You should be the ones to leave. Ah. Song Chen's eyes turned cold, decisively reached out, grabbed the bodyguard's hand and squeezed hard. With a crack sound, before the bodyguard could react, he screamed and fell to the ground. The other bodyguards, seeing this, showed a fierce look and were about to surround and attack, but a stern and old voice interrupted. Stop. Li Deshang walked out of the medical car. Behind him were Li Jiaming and Lu Shuaihai. Dr. Song, Miss Sia, I apologize for the rudeness at the Li family just now. Li Deshang finally put down his arrogant posture and bowed to the two. Of course, whether he was sincere or not, no one knew. Grandpa, what are you doing? They also deserve. Li Jiaming's face changed drastically, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Li Deshang raising his hand. Sia Qiao's face also changed slightly, obviously not expecting that the behind-the-scenes controller of the Li Tobacco Group would personally come to apologize. This was completely different from the arrogant attitude just now at the Lee family. "Sorry, I don't accept it." However, in the face of everyone's surprised reactions, Song Chen chose to ignore it, leaving behind a casual remark. Passing by Li Deshang, he went straight to the door and entered the shop. Sia was shocked by Song Chen's words, tightly holding her small hand and quickly following inside, leaving Li Deshang and others standing awkwardly in place, in complete silence. "This bastard really thinks he's something." Li Jiaming gritted his teeth, but was calmly interrupted by Li Deshang, first cure Manglin's illness before saying anything. After speaking, with the support of a bodyguard, Li Deshang led the way into the veterinary shop. Behind him, Li Jiaming and others pushed Li Manglin along. Inside the veterinary shop, Song Chen sat lazily on the sofa, looking indifferent. Sia stood worriedly by his side, like a secretary. It wasn't until Li Jiaming and others laboriously brought Li Manglin and the sickbed in. Due to the bumps, Li Manglin occasionally showed a painful expression. Li Deshang beside her was full of heartache. This kind of transfer risk was already very high. "Master Li, please don't blame me for being unfeeling. It's just that the threshold of the nobility is too high. I really can't reach it." Song Chen looked apologetic. Li Deshang's face turned iron blue, feeling a burning sensation on his face. Or couldn't he hear that Song Chen was mocking the words he said during the day? But for his granddaughter, he reluctantly waved his hand with a gloomy face, and a bodyguard immediately presented a World Bank card. Li Deshang then said, "There are 50 billion in coins inside this card. As long as Dr. Song can cure my granddaughter, this card will be yours. In addition, my Li family can invest another 200 billion in the C family." Looking at this World Bank card, Li Jiaming's face was full of pain, even staring resentfully at Song Chen. Lu Shuai beside him twitched his mouth, full of envy. Treating an illness for 10 billion in coins, how extravagant was that? Under everyone's gaze, Song Chen picked up the bank card that everyone had dreamed of. Whoosh, but the next second, the bank card was thrown out like trash by Song Chen, accurately cutting off Li Deshang's cane and embedding it into the wall. Everyone's hearts trembled. Throwing the card into the wall, was this the power of a human? Song Chen coldly said, "Master Li, are you getting old and forgetting things? This is not the consultation fee I asked for." He asked for 500 billion. When did it become 2 zeros less? "Kid, don't be greedy. 500 billion? Can you handle it?" Li Jiaming was angry, his eyes staring fiercely at Song Chen. The bodyguards were even more unfriendly, ready to act at any moment. Li Deshang tightly held the broken diamond-studded cane, his old eyes deep. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "Young Master Song, leave a way out for yourself. We'll meet again in the future. 50 billion plus 200 billion in investment is already a lot. It's better not to be too extreme in everything, otherwise." Song Chen smiled, looking at the old man, and asked back, "Master Li, are you really getting old and forgetful? If I remember correctly, I seem to have advised you like this during the day, and gave you a chance. But you not only didn't use it, but also drove us out?" Li Deshang's old body trembled, suddenly remembering what Song Chen said during the day. His face turned iron blue, but he felt that Song Chen was deliberately picking a fight. After all, what was his identity? And what was Song Chen's identity? "It seems you have remembered. I did leave a way out for you back then, but you insisted on breaking it. I can't help it." Song Chen shrugged, lazily leaning back on the sofa, with a cold smile on his face. 500 billion, not a penny less. Get lost. Want to drive away? Want to shout? Do you think his contract worth 2 trillion is not enough? Today, he will make these aristocrats understand how valuable he really is. Are you satisfied with the 5 trillion diagnosis fee? Li Deshang trembled with anger. How dare a nobody insult him like this? "Kid, 5 trillion? Even if my Li family can afford it, do you have the guts to ask for it? 5 trillion 100 billion. Are you asking for death? 5 trillion 200 billion. Li Jiaming spoke darkly, but it was Song Chen's indifferent voice that answered him. "Okay, I'll give it." Finally, Li Deshang spoke, looking at Li Manglin, who was barely breathing on the sickbed, his old hand already showing bulging veins. His low, hoarse voice conveyed a suppressed anger that Li Jiaming and others could feel. "Grandpa, are you really going to give him that much money? This is like cutting off one arm of our Li Tobacco Group." "Yes. Li Lao, this person is just a quack doctor without a license." Li Jiaming was shocked, and Lu Shuai echoed. However, Li Deshang looked at Song Chen and said in a low voice, "But 3 trillion of it can only be offset with some of the stocks of companies under the Li family." "Okay." Song Chen nodded lightly. 5 trillion is an astronomical figure, and even a prestigious family group like the Li family, which almost monopolizes Anhwa tobacco, cannot come up with that much cash at once. An hour later, under Li Deshang's operation, a contract was sent over. Suya checked it and nodded to Song Chen. But she was already soaked through, her heart beating rapidly. She never expected that Song Chen would actually demand 5 trillion from Li Deshang. It was too crazy. Here is the contract, please, Divine Dr. Song, help. As long as you cure my granddaughter, I will sign immediately. Li Deshang squinted his old eyes. For safety's sake, let the head of the Li family sign first. Song Chen did not move, smiling. Let him treat first? What if these people back out later? Having experienced a painful lesson, he would not be so foolish again. Ridiculous, there is no such rule as receiving payment before treatment in the medical profession. Do you not understand the rules? Lu Xuehai seized the opportunity to mock. Song Chen looked calmly at him and said in a very calm tone, my rule is my rule, if you have a problem, you can treat instead. You. Lu Xuehai was instantly speechless. Receiving payment before treatment. What if you can't cure the illness? Li Deshang also coldly retorted. So many neurals, you can leave, I don't want to treat anymore. Song Chen lay down to sleep, mixing up the priorities, acting as if he was begging the other party to treat. Love to treat or not, and still talking about conditions? You. Faced with Song Chen's sudden indifference, Li Deshang's face turned livid, but after struggling for a while, he only managed to say a few words. Fine, I'll sign. Li Deshang gritted his teeth, feeling a headache and itching, but he still took out a pen he carried with him and signed his name on the contract. He then handed it to Song Chen, Divine Dr. Song, please. However, Song Chen did not accept it, but looked at Suya, Sister Suya, the funds you wanted are here. Suya was stunned. Was Song Chen asking her to sign? Everyone present was also shocked. With just a piece of paper, a favor, he actually managed to exchange it for 5 trillion? What kind of concept is this? No, I'm not signing, I want a cooperation contract. You sign and accept this diagnosis fee, and then we can cooperate. Suya, who had realized, paled and quickly waved her hands to explain. How could she dare to sign? Her initial goal was just to secure a 2 trillion contract from the Li family through Song Chen's favor. That was already a big win for her. But now, with a simple move, Song Chen had actually turned that 2 trillion contract into 5 trillion? If it was just the contract, it would be fine. But this is a real 500 billion medical fund, including countless shares of the Li Tobacco Group. This is too exaggerated. Even if Song Chen was asked to leave because of the note she used, she wouldn't dare to accept it. This favor is too precious. Even if she were to be sold, it probably wouldn't be worth this contract. Okay. Seeing Sia being scared wet, Song Chen didn't say much anymore and decisively signed her name. What if the other party signed it? From the moment he chose to be a veterinarian, he was destined not to lack money anymore. Dr. Song, can we take action now? Seeing Song Chen sign, Li Deshang lowered his voice. His body inexplicably became itchier. Today, his old face was slapped all over by Song Chen. Now it's okay. Song Chen smiled and then got up from the sofa. It would have been so much better if he had been sensible earlier. He actually found the 200 billion contract too expensive? Well, now it's increased in price, right? Feeling helpless, Song Chen put on his white coat and approached Li Menglin. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Song Chen reached out and touched Li Menglin's forehead. Without hesitation, he removed a bunch of tubes connected to Li Menglin's body. What are you doing? These are life support devices. Without these things, Miss Menglin will be in danger soon. Lu Xuehai was shocked and wanted to step forward, but Song Chen glared at him and kept him in place. Do you treat or do I treat? Fine. Very well, I want to see how you end up. Lu Xuehai's face darkened, and he no longer moved, waiting to see the show. However, to everyone's surprise, the originally weak and unconscious Li Menglin miraculously opened her eyes. There was no acute bleeding, and everything was unusually stable. This miraculous scene made everyone's hearts tremble. Lu Xuehai, who was waiting to see the show, stiffened in place. Menglin, how are you feeling? Li Deshang asked excitedly. Grandpa. I'm in pain, I'm dizzy. Li Menglin struggled to speak, her pretty face still pale. See. You quack, Miss Menglin is not better at all. Lu Xuehai's pounding heart calmed down, and he immediately demanded an explanation. He wanted to slap Song Chen right there and then. What are you barking about? Have I started treatment? Song Chen glanced at Lu Xuehai and scolded him without hesitation. How dare you scold me? Lu Xuehai blushed with anger. He, a respected expert in various fields, was scolded by a greenhorn? Then please, Dr. Song, hurry up. Don't let my granddaughter suffer any longer. Li Deshang was also displeased. No, Grandpa, I don't want this fraud to treat me. He has deceived many innocent civilians. He's just a veterinarian, don't let him touch me. As soon as she heard that Song Chen was going to treat her, the weak Li Menglin immediately showed strong resistance. The first impression was still from the live court trial, where Song Chen deceived those poor civilians. However, Song Chen was indifferent, doing business for money. He pushed the other party directly towards the animal surgery room, leaving a warning behind. Let's make it clear, no disturbances are allowed during my treatment process, especially barking. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, you will bear the consequences. Lu Shuihai conscientiously followed along. Song Chen turned around, coldly looking at him. I'm also a doctor and have the right to supervise and guide you on the side. Lu Shuihai said confidently. Alright, I'll perform a sterilization surgery on you while I'm at it. Song Chen showed a harmless smile and closed the door. Lu Shuihai stood by the door, his face pale, but he dared not take another step forward. Inside the animal surgery room, wearing a white coat, Song Chen began to disinfect his hands. Just like performing surgery on animals in the past. Everything proceeded according to the procedure. No, don't. On the sickbed, Li Manglin, pale and weak, still guarded against Song Chen, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She always believed that Song Chen was a heinous demon. Smack putting on his mask, Song Chen directly pushed Li Manglin's face to the side, disdainfully saying, "Get lost." Li Manglin. Already weak, she was dumbfounded by Song Chen's push. When she reacted, her head was buzzing. There was only one thought in her mind. Song Chen, how dare he hit her? But soon, she suddenly felt Song Chen taking off her clothes. No, don't. What are you going to do? Please don't mess around. I was wrong, scared, Li Manglin pleaded weakly. Smack. Song Chen pushed her again, slapping her face to the side, while explaining indifferently, "Relax, I'm a veterinarian. To me, all animal bodies are the same. With the current level of the disease delivery system, for common illnesses like colds and fevers, just a casual touch can absorb and cure them. As for more serious illnesses like cancer and AIDS, precise touching of the affected area is required. Just like a vacuum cleaner, precise cleaning is done. Clean up bit by bit. On the contrary, compared to delivering diseases, it's much simpler. Just a touch, and any disease can be sent out without anyone noticing. As for when the disease will occur, it depends on whether the disease is acute or chronic. It may also be related to the severity of the diseases Song Chen sends out." Li Manglin. Weak, she was dumbfounded by Song Chen again. And while she was in a daze, Song Chen had already started touching her. Li Manglin was already completely diseased, so there was no turning back. A thorough cleaning was necessary. Just as his hands touched her cold and delicate feet. Ding. Detection in progress. Patient, human. Disease, rare terminal hereditary blood disorder. Disease level, level 2. Symptoms, rare genetic factor in the blood, normal bodies cannot withstand, causing symptoms such as bleeding, nausea, dizziness. Congratulations to the host, as this disease is a rare level 2 disease, absorbing and curing it adds 100 merit points. A series of unprecedented information quickly appeared in Song Chen's mind. Diseases can also be graded? Song Chen was stunned. It was like a revelation. Opened his eyes. Wait, then the terminal illnesses he absorbed before? Like cancer and AIDS. None of them reached level 2? Also, he had treated Li Manglin's uncle with a similar disease before. At that time, Li Manglin's uncle only had an infection in the heart. Compared to Li Manglin's symptoms, it was much lighter. Could the severity of the disease also affect the grading? A series of questions surfaced in Song Chen's mind until, "Let go of my Geo, you can't do this, sob sob sob." Li Manglin's voice like a thread of silk brought Song Chen back to reality. Looking at the princess of the Li family in front of him, Song Chen's eyes lit up as if he had seen the god of wealth. Suddenly, he wasn't so annoyed. Just earned 5 trillion. Another 100 merit points. It's like freeloading. This unexpected surprise came out of nowhere. Song Chen immediately stopped hesitating and went straight to work. Don't touch, you liar, let me go. Li Manglin weakly resisted, unable to move her delicate body. But soon, her cries became more and more soul-stirring, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming blurred, slowly getting intoxicated. Her originally pale and delicate face gradually turned rosy. Under Song Chen's professional disease-absorbing massage technique, Li Manglin's resistance weakened, gradually losing herself. Song Chen's hands seemed to be applying some kind of magic. Wherever he touched, the pain caused by the disease vanished. In its place was an unprecedented sense of softness. This extreme contrast between heaven and hell instantly made Li Manglin feel like she was floating in ecstasy. A feeling of soaring to the sky. Li Manglin no longer resisted, even actively turned over to cater to Song Chen. Song Chen? How come she's enjoying it now? The key is if you enjoy it, then enjoy it. What does it mean to be so enchanting? Doesn't he think he's doing something bad? Smack. An unsatisfied Song Chen immediately gave this proud little princess a slap on the butt. As a result of the slap, Lee Manglin even started moaning with her lips bitten. Song Chen's mouth twitched. No, how come she's enjoying it now? Where's your pride? Where's your backbone? Where's your princess temper? Song Chen took the opportunity to give a few more slaps. As a result, this girl really started to enjoy it. Her moans became more and more enchanting. She even tilted her face voluntarily, originally thinking of giving the other party a hard time. Seeing this situation, Song Chen gave up. He quickly brought out the techniques he had learned from many beautiful massage ladies at a professional massage parlor. He increased the pressure and sucked away. He hurried to finish early. At this moment, Song Chen truly resembled a professional masseur. Calm, indifferent expression. Unparalleled technique, indescribably wonderful. Gentle, Under Song Chen's professional technique, Lee Manglin's moans gradually changed in tone, completely letting go. Outside the operating room, everyone listened to the strange sounds coming from inside. All eyes widened, stunned. What? What is this? Listen, what is this beast doing? Lu Shuehai was the first to react, not knowing what to say for a moment. Absurd, too absurd. When has a treatment ever produced such sounds? This is simply an insult to the medical profession. Li Deshang and Li Jiaming's faces turned equally grim. But thinking of Song Chen's warning just now, they hesitated. What if he really is treating her? Li Lao, what are you hesitating for? Didn't you hear Miss Li's screams? That kid must be beating the young lady. We should stop him immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. Lu Shuehai urged urgently. A righteous appearance. Everyone looked at Lu Shuehai strangely. How dare you call that a scream? Have you ever heard such an enchanting scream? Why don't you try it? Quiet, let's watch first. If he dares to act recklessly, he won't be able to leave this room. Li Deshang spoke calmly. In his stern and old voice, there was an unparalleled dominance. Su Ya's ears blushed a bit. Thinking of Song Chen's treatment of herself before, she seemed to have involuntarily made similar sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing a level 2 disease, merit plus 100. After giving Li Manglin 2 slaps, Song Chen finally gained 100 merits. The originally intoxicated Li Manglin was also awakened by Song Chen. She opened her hazy beautiful eyes, looking confused. It seemed like she was still savoring the feeling just now. It was so wonderful. What are you staring at? Get up quickly, you're fine now. Of course, if you want another massage, you'll have to pay extra. Song Chen said indifferently. You. Li Manglin, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly sat up, checking her body, afraid that Song Chen had done something improper to her. But soon, she suddenly realized that she seemed to be fine. Am I healed? After carefully feeling it, she indeed found that her body was no longer in pain, but instead felt unusually light. It was as if the disease pressing on her body had been removed by Song Chen's bare hands, completely different from the brief awakening illusion brought by Lu Shuehai's treatment before. Did you really cure me? Li Manglin looked at Song Chen again, her eyes changing. Besides surprise and suspicion, there was also disbelief, and finally, complexity. She was actually sure that it was Song Chen who cured her, because her experience was too profound. This process would be unforgettable for her for a lifetime. But wasn't Song Chen declared a fraud during the live court trial? Isn't the law supposed to represent justice? How could justice make a mistake? And those 18 unfortunate people. What do you think? Song Chen sneered, too lazy to say more, turned around to pack up things. Thank you, No need for thanks, your grandfather has already paid, using money to do things, it's only right and proper, we don't owe each other anything. Li Manglin looked ashamed, wanting to say something, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Song Chen. When she looked again, Song Chen had already walked towards the door. You! Li Manglin was anxious to stomp her feet, and quickly followed. She had finally made up her mind to apologize, but the other party didn't give her a chance? Creak! Just as the door opened, Lu Shuehai came up aggressively to question. Where is the person? You fraud, what did you do to Miss Li? Smack, a good dog doesn't block the way. Ding successfully sent out cerebral palsy, merit -1, Song Chen directly slapped out. At the same time, he reluctantly sent out the cerebral palsy disease. He had endured this idiot for a long time. He had intended to remain calm and save merit, but why did this idiot have to provoke him? Why? Lu Shuehai was sent flying, 2 teeth knocked out on the spot, his head buzzing. It can be seen how much personal grudge this slap carried. When he was about to explode, Li Manglin, who was behind Song Chen, walked out. Yes, she walked out. Lu Shuehai, who was furious, stiffened in place, his pupils wide open, apparently unable to imagine the scene before him. Song Chen really cured Li Manglin? How is this possible? The genetic disease of the Li family. So many experts have been studying it together for so long without success. How could this kid cure it? What qualifications does he have? Manglin. Seeing Li Manglin coming out, Li Deshang finally let go of his hanging heart. Grandpa. Li Manglin threw herself into Li Deshang's arms, immediately burst into tears. I thought I would never see you again, sob. It's okay, dear, Grandpa is here. Li Deshang also shed tears. Li Manglin was his soft spot. No, it's fake, it must be fake, just like the illusion before, let me check. Lu Shuehai, who was unwilling to believe, rushed over, ignoring the fact that Song Chen had just slapped him. Members of the welcoming team with skeptical faces brought instruments and carefully examined Li Manglin on the spot. He really couldn't believe that Li Manglin's illness had been cured like this. Throughout the process, Song Chen was empty-handed. The so-called operating room was also equipped with basic facilities for pets. Could it be that he cured the disease with just his hands? Then all the expert doctors who had received various awards could retire. Li Deshang did not refuse this either. He naturally wanted to ensure that Li Manglin was truly cured, but not like before. Soon, Lu Shuehai, who was examining, went from disbelief to shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? Looking at the healthy indicators displayed on the instrument, Lu Shuehai's face turned pale, looking as ugly as if he had eaten shit. And this reaction proved one thing. Song Chen really cured Li Manglin. I have eradicated her illness, but she still needs to take medicine for follow-up care. Song Chen interrupted the stunned Lu Shuehai. What medicine? Please tell me, Song Doctor. Li Deshang hurriedly asked. She needs to take bitter bile from an animal every day, continue for 99 days, then she can be cured. Remember, do not dilute it with anything, it must be bitter before sweet. Song Chen said with a faint smile. Li Deshang was stunned. Grandpa, no, I don't want to eat any bitter bile. Li Manglin's little face turned pale, shaking her head in protest. She had lived her whole life under the care of the Li family, enjoying all kinds of wealth and glory. Where had she ever tasted bitterness, let alone something as unpleasant as bitter bile? Song Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at this pampered little princess. You don't have to eat it, but if the disease recurs, it will be a disaster. Li Manglin's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't speak instantly when faced with Song Chen's indifferent words. Master Li, the transaction is complete, and it's getting late. My humble abode is simple, so I won't keep you any longer. Song Chen looked at Li Deshang and others, smiling as he bid them farewell. Li Deshang looked deeply at Song Chen, a hint of complexity in his cloudy old eyes. A thought flashed through his mind involuntarily. What would have been the outcome if he had let Li Zhongping help Song Chen back then? Unfortunately, in his eyes, there was no if, only gains and losses. Jiaming, let's go home. Without saying much, Li Deshang left with Li Manglin. Li Jiaming coldly glared at Song Chen before reluctantly leading the group of bodyguards to follow. Seeing this, Song Chen furrowed his brow slightly, and his ghostly hand silently touched Li Jiaming. Ding successfully sent a headache, merit -1, I told you not to glare? Lu Shuehai covered his swollen face, and before leaving, he also cast a resentful and angry look at Song Chen. Today, he had truly lost face in front of Song Chen. But this also made him completely believe in Lu Xiangfeng's words. Song Chen indeed possessed mysterious medical skills, and the Lu family would never allow such a person to exist. Miss Xia. After Li Deshang and the others left, Song Chen handed the contract to Xia. Let's go process the contract. I only need a 200 billion investment to be satisfied. Xia expressed some anxious gratitude. Consider it as my investment in your company. I trust your character. Besides, there are many shares of the Li Group inside, which I can't easily cash out. Over time, Li Deshang, that old fox, might interfere. Song Chen smiled. Xia fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement, solemnly promising, okay, rest assured, I will not let you lose money. After reaching an agreement, the two of them set off that night to handle the matter. They were busy until late at night. The final stop was at the World Bank in Andu. After completing everything, a stretched Rolls-Royce arrived to pick up Xia. Song Chen, thank you. Once everything is settled, I will contact you. Before leaving, Xia once again solemnly assured him. For her, everything that happened today felt like a dream. If it weren't for Song Chen this time, raising such a terrifying amount of funds would have been like a fantasy. Who would have thought that the destitute doctor she had helped out of kindness in the past would repay her with such a generous gift today, leaving her pleasantly surprised. Late at night in Andu, a line of luxury cars raced along the bustling road. Grandfather, I'll have someone go and arrest that boy right away. Inside a luxury car, Li Jiaming's face darkened. No, until we clarify his background, let's not act recklessly. Li Deshang spoke calmly. So, should my Li family just suffer such a huge loss in vain? Li Jiaming remained unwilling. Rest assured, just because my Li family doesn't take action doesn't mean others will stand idly by. Li Desheng smiled mysteriously. You mean, the Lu family? Li Jiaming realized this point. Once Lu Shuahai reports back, the Lu family will be even more anxious than us. In that case, let the Lu family try the boy's medal first. Li Desheng coughed cunningly. Enlightened, Li Jiaming brightened up and quickly handed him a tissue. Grandfather, what should I do? Li Desheng wiped his mouth, looked at Li Jiaming, and said with a smile, that girl from the C family is good. It seems you are interested in her. Tomorrow, go propose. I, as the grandfather, will use a 500 billion investment as a betrothal gift. Boom! Li Desheng's words made Li Jiaming tremble, and he realized, his face turning red with excitement. Thank you, grandfather. I will go tomorrow. Yes, since the moment he saw Xia, he had completely fallen in love with this elegant woman. At the same time, he finally understood Li Desheng's profound wisdom. Let the Lu family first offend Song Chen, and he will represent the Li family to marry Xia. Don't forget that 500 billion contract Song Chen is definitely going to invest in Xia. So, if he can marry Xia, and use some more means, maybe he can even recover the lost 500 billion. He might even give the fallen C family a huge favor. With this operation, the Li family will directly make a profit without losing. Understanding all this, Li Jiaming was not angry in an instant, but instead could not hide his excitement. He even felt a bit grateful to Song Chen. Invisibly, he had the opportunity to marry Xia. After parting with Xia, Song Chen drove back to the Tianfu villa. Outside the Tianfu lake area, Song Chen met two old acquaintances, Wu Yaxue and her mother Wu Yanchun. The mother and daughter seemed to have just returned from the hospital. Wu Yanchun had her mouth open, with gauze wrapped around her throat, the once talkative woman now suddenly quiet. There is no doubt, she has oral cancer. As for Wu Yaxue, she still wore sunglasses, looking haggard, constantly coughing. Although the mother and daughter lived in the coveted mansion, their days did not seem to be going well. Song Chen smiled and did not do anything, driving directly into the Tianfu lake area. Back at the villa, the lights were on. Song Chen immediately saw a delicate and petite figure lying on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. She was covered in a blanket, with only a pair of delicate jade feet exposed. Why is this girl sleeping here? Song Chen was speechless. He approached and patted her. Little beast, wake up. The delicate figure wrapped in the blanket turned over, but instead of Ai Xiaoxiao, there was a black-clothed person covering the upper body tightly. Everything happened unexpectedly, catching the unprepared Song Chen off guard. Don't move, maybe we can talk. A calm and cold female voice came from under the black mask. Where is that girl? Song Chen's gaze slightly condensed, hesitated for a moment, but did not choose to act, already guessing what was going on. The other party really intended to kill him, they would have done it earlier. But even so, he was still startled by this sudden turn of events. She's sleeping on the second floor. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee that you both will be fine, the black-clothed woman said lightly. Are you here to save that female assassin? Song Chen asked calmly. The black-clothed person in front of him was likely the person he had been waiting for. The black-clothed woman did not answer, but with her other hand, she lifted the bulging blanket on the left side of the sofa. A graceful and cold figure was lying on the sofa, staring at Song Chen with resentment. Seeing the frosty woman, Song Chen's expression changed slightly. Because this woman, who was as cold as frost, was none other than the imprisoned Leng Xie. She had already been rescued by the black-clothed woman. She had been waiting for him to come. But how did the black-clothed woman do it? How did she decipher the security code door? And how did she unlock the iron chains? Just as Song Chen was surprised, the black-clothed woman suddenly threw out a World Bank card with a password. Then she calmly promised, there is $1 billion inside, consider it her apology for targeting you. As long as you help her recover, this matter will be settled, and we in the organization behind us will not come looking for you or your family trouble again. Are you sure? Song Chen said, not forgetting to look at Leng Xie. The latter still stared at him fiercely. He had no doubt that if this woman was not weak, she would probably have already jumped up and torn him apart. Leng Yu, this is the organization's order, do you want to disobey? The black-clothed woman looked coldly at Leng Xie. Leng Xie's beautiful eyes flickered, but she gritted her teeth and said, let me recover, and this matter will be settled. To show sincerity, the black-clothed woman even calmly put away the dagger. Song Chen's eyes flickered. This was also the result he most wanted to see. This was a blood feud in life and death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have imprisoned this woman so hard. Otherwise, being targeted by a killer organization is really not a choice. The main thing is, he still has parents and family. If the other party really wants to harm his family, it's too easy. Song Chen came to stand in front of Lang Xie, raised his hand and patted her waist. Lang Xie's delicate body trembled, the power that had been drained, as if filled by Song Chen, gradually recovered. Throughout the process, Lang Xie coldly watched Song Chen. Song Chen looked calm, but he was actually prepared to take on two opponents. Long Yu. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the woman in black called out, "Mr. Song, rest assured, this matter was our fault in the first place. We will not trouble you again in the future. Let's just let this matter go." The woman in black stood up, smiled at Song Chen, then pulled Lang Xie and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Seeing that the two female assassins were really about to leave, Song Chen spoke up. The woman in black and Lang Xie turned back in confusion. Song Chen raised his hand and threw back the hidden weapons and items he had just searched from them, leaving behind two small pistols. The faces of the woman in black and Lang Xie changed suddenly, and they hurriedly checked their bodies. Only then did they realize that the hidden weapons and items that had been hidden on them had disappeared. Not a single one left? How did the other party do it? How could they steal things from them without them noticing while being held hostage? What kind of speed is needed for this? The two women were shocked. Mr. Song is really skilled, admirable. Realizing this, the woman in black suppressed her fear and said. Lang Xie's face turned cold. Song Chen's strange hands once again refreshed her understanding. These were definitely not the hands that a human should have. It was too unbelievable. I hope you keep your word. This is also the last chance I give you. If there is a next time, even if it's troublesome, I don't mind dealing with your organization. Song Chen said indifferently. As he spoke, Song Chen clenched his hand, and the two small pistols turned into a lump as easily as mud. Boom! At that moment, the two women were finally intimidated, suddenly realizing that if they had really attacked Song Chen just now, it would have been them who died. Mr. Song, rest assured, our organization will not provoke such a strong person like you recklessly. Suppressing the palpitations in her heart, the woman in black took the lump of a gun from Song Chen, and as she took the item, Song Chen once again used his ghostly hand, quietly taking back the poison he had accidentally given to her. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. There was no choice, this was a double insurance. The two women turned into two fleeting shadows and disappeared into the night. What they didn't know was that they had just passed through the gates of hell. If they had chosen to attack, there might have been two female assassins in the basement. Or even two bodies. Watching the two female assassins leave, Song Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of resolution was undoubtedly the best. Of course, if Song Chen knew where that organization was, he might have chosen a different, more secure way. Xiao Shou. Suddenly remembering something, Song Chen's face slightly stiffened, and he quickly went to the second floor. Finally, he found Ai Xiaoshou sleeping in a room. She was lying on the bed in a funny position, snoring rhythmically, pouting her cherry lips, drooling. Seeing this scene, Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, then he closed the door. He returned to his room. Shortly after Song Chen left, Ai Xiaoshou, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. Outside the Tianfu Lake View, inside a villa on the roadside. Daughter, Mom is in bad shape. Can you talk to your good son-in-law and get me transferred to a better aristocratic hospital? By the way, buy me a massage device. Also, the villa is bought, it's time to add new furniture. It's best to let your good son-in-law buy us more antiques and gold so that they can retain their value in the future. Cough cough. At the dining table, Wu Yanchun could not bear the torment brought by oral cancer and said to Wu Yashue with difficulty. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she had a lot to say, but oral cancer stopped her. No. Wu Yashue's face changed slightly, decisively refused. Why? Are you saying that after marrying into a wealthy family, you don't need your mother anymore? How can you be so heartless? Cough cough. Wu Yanchun became anxious in an instant, grabbed Wu Yashue and burst into tears. Faced with Wu Yanchun's pressing questions, Wu Yashue could no longer bear it. Angry, she took off her sunglasses, revealing her already diseased eyes. With her pale skin, she roared at Wu Yanchun like a vampire. Because he doesn't want me anymore, he dumped me, okay? Are you satisfied now? Ah. Daughter, how did you become like this? Wu Yanchun was frightened by Wu Yashue's appearance and retreated repeatedly, losing her temper instantly. My eyes have relapsed, and I have also contracted AIDS, which your good son-in-law gave me. Wu Yashue decided to lay it all out, no more pretending. And these explosive news hit Wu Yanchun like a thunderbolt. She panicked for a moment and quickly said, then let your son-in-law take us to the aristocratic hospital for treatment. Isn't the Lu family running a hospital? How could he let you end up like this? Hearing this, Wu Yashue smiled self-deprecatingly. That bastard is just an animal. In his eyes, I'm just a plaything. He never thought of marrying me. Since being driven away by Song Chen, she had gone to see Lu Xiangfeng several times, hoping to cure her eyes and AIDS first, and then find a way to deal with Song Chen. After all, these two diseases cannot be delayed. The results of the previous visits were all met with violence from Lu Xiangfeng. Later, she couldn't even see anyone related to Lu Xiangfeng, which made her completely give up. She also saw the reality clearly. She was just a pawn used by Lu Xiangfeng to frame Song Chen. What wealthy wife! What sweet words about buying houses and cars! It was all just Lu Xiangfeng fooling her. And she was happy in it, always holding on to fantasies, willing to become all kinds of tools for Lu Xiangfeng. In the end, she not only gained nothing, but also ruined a man who loved her. Are you saying that your son-in-law doesn't want you? Wu Yanchun's face turned pale, also awakened by Wu Yashua's words. Wu Yashua didn't say anything more, sitting helplessly on the ground. The two mother and daughter sat paralyzed in the living room of the large villa they had bought with a lifetime of savings and loans. One suffering from eye disease and AIDS, one suffering from oral cancer, completely enveloped in despair. What to do about the mortgage payments? What to do about their illnesses? Without Lu Xiangfeng, who could they rely on? Xiaosong, yes, there's Xiaosong. Suddenly, in her despair, Wu Yanchun seemed to have grasped something. She immediately looked hopefully at Wu Yashua. Daughter, we still have Xiaosong, we still have Xiaosong. That's right, in her despair, she suddenly remembered Song Chen, whom she had met when buying the house. Song Chen was like a ray of light, illuminating the darkness in Wu Yanchun's heart. I've already ruined him like that. Do you think he will still like me? Wu Yashua laughed at herself. Of course, her self-awareness was entirely due to her own experience. He will, how could he not? Song Chen is your boyfriend. He used to be so good to us. Now that we're in trouble, he won't just stand by. In Wu Yanchun's mind, the kind and simple appearance of Song Chen from the past immediately came to mind. Originally, Song Chen used to come to see her almost every week, buy nutritional supplements for her, and clean the room. He almost took care of her like his own mother. Upon hearing Wu Yanchun's words, Wu Yashua fell silent. In her mind, she recalled the meticulous care Song Chen had shown her over the past 3 years. He almost treated her like a princess. There would be surprises on every holiday. Thinking about all this, Wu Yashua cried, her eyes becoming even redder. She even shed tears of blood. She suddenly felt so regretful. She wanted to have Song Chen's love again. Daughter, why are you crying? Don't worry, Song Chen is a kind-hearted child, honest and sincere. I believe he will forgive you. After all, we were once a family. In a family, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. Wu Yanchun hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. But I'm pregnant. Unexpectedly, Wu Yashua revealed another shocking news. Wu Yanchun was stunned, then quickly asked, Whose child is it? Is it Xiaosong's? Wu Yashua shook her head. Is it Lu Xiao's? Wu Yanchun was overjoyed. If it was Lu Xiangfeng's, they could completely rise in status with this. Who needs Song Chen? However, to her disappointment, Wu Yashua shook her head again. Then whose is it? Wu Yanchun was stunned. I don't know either. Sob. Wu Yashua cried in grievance, revealing the truth. I had to do this to raise money for treatment. Wu Yanchun's eyes gleamed, and she said shrewdly, No, daughter, this child is Xiaosong's. I believe he will like it. Wu Yashua was stunned, then somewhat regretfully said, I never let him touch me. How could he believe it? Then quickly make up with him. Anyway, the child hasn't been conceived for long, so it doesn't matter whose it is later. Wu Yanchun made a decision and strategized. Wu Yashua fell silent, realizing that she hadn't been pregnant for long, but she still had AIDS now. Daughter, what are you hesitating about? We can't afford to offend the Lu family. Now our lives, mother and daughter, can only rely on Xiaosong. Just live well in the future and make it up to him. Wu Yanchun analyzed. I'm afraid he won't accept me? Wu Yashua was still conflicted. She had been rejected by Song Chen before, and with the frequent bus rides recently, she was no longer as confident. At the same time, she thought of the girl who used to be with Song Chen at the veterinary store. Could she be Song Chen's new girlfriend? She might be even more beautiful than her. Wu Yanchun also fell into silence for a moment. After all, their attitude towards Song Chen had not been good before. Suddenly, Wu Yanchun thought of something and brightened up. Right, isn't school starting in a few days? Dress up more pure. Propose to him publicly at school. Since ancient times, it has been the man who proposes to the woman. By lowering yourself like this, he will definitely be deeply moved. Wu Yashua was stunned. Only then did she remember that school was starting in a few days. Wouldn't she be able to meet Song Chen at school again? Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. I will definitely win back Song Chen. This time, I will never let him down again. I will spend the rest of my life making it up to him. Wu Yashue's eyes suddenly became firm. She had made up her mind. She would do whatever it takes to win back the boy who once loved her. This time, just live a good life with Xiao Song. Don't think about anything else. Xiao Song is a good and honest boy, worthy of your love. Wu Yanchun sighed helplessly. The next day, Song Chen invited Ai Xiaoxiao to eat chicken as agreed. They then went to the veterinary store together. As soon as they arrived at the snack street, they saw several law enforcement officers in uniform standing at the entrance of the veterinary store from a distance, and a law enforcement vehicle. You are Song Chen? Several law enforcement officers surrounded Song Chen. The leader was a sharp-looking middle-aged woman. I am. Song Chen frowned slightly, looking at these people with obvious hostility. You are suspected of illegal operation, please come with us. Inspector Lu said coldly. Illegal operation? What law did I break? Song Chen sneered, already guessing what was going on. Stop talking nonsense, you'll find out when we get there. Lu said impatiently. She even pulled out the electric baton from her waist, as if she would not hesitate to use it if Song Chen dared to resist. Song Chen furrowed his brows and said to Ai Xiaoxiao, who looked worried and scared beside him, Xiaoxiao, you watch the shop first. Master, be careful. Ai Xiaoxiao's worried face couldn't hide her concern. Without giving Song Chen a chance to say more, several law enforcement officers approached aggressively and handcuffed Song Chen. They escorted him into the enforcement vehicle. On the way, Lu Haifan's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly made a move against Song Chen in secret. She deliberately avoided vital points, causing only internal injuries. Song Chen turned his head to look at this venomous woman. She met Song Chen's gaze, showing a sinister smile, and struck him again. Song Chen smiled, completely unleashing his power, no longer holding back his abilities. Anyone who laid a hand on him was sent to their doom. Ding successfully sent cervical cancer, merit -1. Ding successfully sent stomach cancer, merit -1. Ding successfully sent trigeminal neuralgia, merit -1. In a dim and foul-smelling interrogation room, Song Chen was detained here. Without saying a word, Lu took out evidence of crimes and threw it in front of Song Chen. Song Chen, after investigation, your veterinary clinic is suspected of violations such as hygiene, overcharging, and practicing medicine without a license. You are also suspected in a murder case. You can sign a confession now. Song Chen looked at this malicious female inspector. Where is the evidence? Once you're here, if this inspector says you're guilty, then you're guilty. Lu Haifan's gaze was sharp, like a female demon who had killed many people. Then, she revealed an evil smile, but since you want evidence, I'll give you evidence. She casually turned off the camera. At the same time, the door of the interrogation room opened, and 5 law enforcement officers carrying various batons walked in. Each of them had a fierce look, teasingly looking at Song Chen. The batons in their hands were the evidence. They could use as much as they wanted. Song Chen, this inspector asks you again, do you plead guilty or not? Lu questioned. Song Chen's eyes were cold. Were they trying to force him to send these people to their deaths early? He didn't expect that these people could be so lawless. Were they trying to extract a confession by torture? And it seemed like this wasn't the first time they had done this. Haifang, Song Xiaoyu is a guest of my Lu family. How can you treat our guests like this? Just then, behind another door, a middle-aged man with a short and fat stature and glasses walked out smiling. Beside the middle-aged man was a Mediterranean. Song Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't know the middle-aged man, but he recognized the Mediterranean beside him. It was Lu Shuehai. Obviously, the Lu family had made a move against him for the second time, and they didn't hesitate to use their connections. At this moment, Lu Shuehai was also looking at Song Chen, his eyes gloomy, with a cold smile. He didn't even know he was already a vegetable. After revealing the truth with embellishments, he heard that Song Chen had effortlessly cured the hereditary disease of the Li family, causing a stir among the senior members of the Lu family, who held a high-level meeting that night. They finally reached a unanimous conclusion: control Song Chen and make him work for the Lu family. If they couldn't control him, they would destroy him. And Guo could only have the Lu medical group, and they would not tolerate any other threats. That's why he could see Song Chen here. Song Xiaoyu, nice to meet you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Tianchao, chairman of the Lu medical group. The middle-aged man stepped forward, warmly extending his hand into the interrogation room, with a smiling tiger-like expression. Seeing this, Song Chen's lips curled slightly, and he also reached out his hand, warmly shaking hands with the other party. Ding successfully sent out a mental disorder, merit-1, then warmly shook hands with Lu Shuehai, expert Lu, long time no see. Ding successfully sent out a mental disorder, merit-1. Song Chen suddenly felt that one cerebral palsy was not enough, so he sent out another mental disorder. Lu Shuihai was first stunned, then disgustedly shook off Song Chen's hand, laughing coldly in his heart. Now you're afraid? Too late. Seeing Song Chen so cooperative, Lu Tianchao smiled even more, and directly got to the point. I heard that young Master Song is highly skilled in medicine and kind-hearted. And our Lu group has always been guided by the principle of treating illnesses and saving people. So, this time inviting young Master Song is not for anything else, just to sincerely invite you to join our Lu group, to benefit the people together. Song Chen laughed coldly in his heart and said, Mr. Lu's way of inviting is quite special. Young Master Song may have excellent medical skills, but currently lacks the qualification to practice medicine. As long as you are willing to join our Lu group, not only can I immediately restore your medical license, but I can also make you a revered divine doctor in Manhwa. By then, fame, wealth, beautiful women, celebrities, you can choose as you please. Lu Tianchao tempted. What if I don't agree? Song Chen smiled. Lu Tianchao narrowed his eyes and took out a contract. Together with the confession letter just signed by Lu Haifang, he placed it in front of Song Chen. With a hidden threat, he said, our Lu group can make young Master Song rise to fame, but can also bury you forever. Even your family. Young Master Song is a smart person, even if not for yourself, you should consider your family. How to choose, it's up to you. A hint of sharp coldness flashed in Song Chen's eyes as he stared at this old fox, saying, since the Lu group welcomes me so much, then I will comply. Rest assured, I will definitely bring glory to your family. With that, without even looking, Song Chen signed his name on the tyrannical contract. Since the Lu family wants him so much, he will fulfill the Lu family's wishes, ensuring that the Lu group's arrangements are clear. Ha, young Master Song is indeed a smart person. Haifang, release him, now we are all on the same side. Satisfied with the outcome, Lu Tianchao laughed heartily, thinking he had gained control of a divine doctor for the Lu medical group. Little did he know, he had invited a disease-sending plague god for the Lu family. Walking out of the police station with Lu Tianchao, several bodyguards with weapons followed behind, guarding against Song Chen getting away, obviously afraid that Song Chen might escape. But in reality, if Song Chen wanted to run, these people couldn't really stop him. Mr. Lu, where are we going? Song Chen asked with a smile. Naturally, we are heading to the Lu family to hold a welcoming ceremony for you. Everyone is looking forward to your medical skills. Lu Tianchao said with a meaningful smile. That's great. I am also looking forward to meeting everyone in the Lu group. Song Chen also smiled, looking innocent. At this reception, you will need to heal my son in front of everyone. This is your chance to shine, and it is crucial for your future. I trust you won't disappoint me, right? Lu Tianchao hinted with a threat. Mr. Li, rest assured, since I am determined to serve the Lu group, I will do my best to contribute without expecting anything in return. Song Chen patted his chest, eager to get started. Ha, good, I have high hopes for you. Lu Tianchao couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shuihai on the side was somewhat surprised. Isn't this guy different? He didn't even give face to Li Deshang before. Why is he so obedient now? Could it be fear of the power of the Lu family? Yes, it must be. Thinking this, a hint of hostility flashed in Lu Shuihai's eyes. In the future, Song Chen would be a dog of his Lu family, to be commanded at will. Always let Song Chen return the humiliation to him tenfold, 100-fold. Let me explain in detail. Song Chen promised to treat the Lu family, not really to cure the disease, but to take advantage of the opportunity to send the disease. The Lu family will suffer a lot in the end. Lu's mansion. Nearly 100 core members of the Lu family gathered here. Almost every one of them is the director of a hospital in charge of a region, or an expert in a certain field of the medical community in Manhwa. They hold high positions and are full of honors. But at this moment, they are all waiting for Song Chen to arrive. They want to see what skill Song Chen has that would make the Lu family go to such lengths. Soon, several black luxury cars arrived outside the mansion gate. Song Chen, Lu Tianchao, and Lu Shuihai got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The senior members of the Lu family raised their glasses and looked at Song Chen with interest. Seeing Song Chen so young, many senior members were surprised and started discussing. The next second. Hello everyone, my name is Song Chen. I have joined the Lu family group. From now on, we are all one family. Please guide me. As soon as Song Chen got out of the car, he became familiar and quickly went forward to shake hands with each senior member of the Lu family. That was so enthusiastic. Everyone was stunned by Song Chen's enthusiasm. If they remember correctly, Song Chen was forcibly brought here by means of their manipulation, right? And yet this guy is so happy? Did he want to join the Lu family group from the beginning? Thinking of this, the original expectations of the senior members turned into disdain. They had gone to such lengths, wasted so much of their energy, just to bring in this guy? Please guide me. Please guide me. Thank you for your trust in me. Please shake hands with me as I have nothing special to offer. Don't be polite. Regardless of the changing expressions of the senior members of the Lu family, Song-Chen continued to shake hands enthusiastically, not letting anyone go. Over 200 points of merit accumulated rapidly. But Song-Chen didn't mind at all. Look, the Lu family is so enthusiastic they even used their connections to bring him here. If he didn't bring something, it would be too rude. Looking at Song-Chen's cheerful smile, the senior members of the Lu family were no longer simply disdainful, but suspiciously looked at Lu Xuehai. Lu Xuehai and Lu Tianchao exchanged a glance, their mouths twitching slightly. They never expected Song-Chen to be so enthusiastic. It's as if this is his home. Brother, if this bastard can't cure Xiangfeng, let me do the slicing research. Lu Xuehai showed disgust, muttering under his breath. Xiangfeng also requested him to treat. Let's see first. If he really can't cure, you can handle it as you wish. Lu Tianchao always smiled, but there was more sharpness in his eyes than Lu Xuehai. After that, he loudly said to Song-Chen, Song, all the people here are core members of our Lu family group. Now go and treat my son. Everyone is eager to see your superb medical skills. Song-Chen insisted on shaking hands with everyone before approaching Lu Tianchao, saying with a smile, sure, no problem at all. He then reached out to shake hands with Lu Tianchao and Lu Xuehai again. He felt that the nerve disorder he had just sent in the interrogation room was not enough. So, he sent them some more outrageous diseases. Lu Tianchao and Lu Xuehai also didn't know why Song-Chen always liked to shake hands with them. But out of the manners and habits of the upper class, they still shook hands. After shaking hands, they directly took Song-Chen to a room on the second floor. The senior members followed suit. They looked like they were watching a show. The door opened, revealing the scene inside. Xiangfeng was lying on the sickbed. However, he was tied up with ropes and connected to various expensive instruments. His face was pale, his hair disheveled, and his limbs had been amputated to save his life. Teeth also avoid rabies attacks by biting their tongues and pulling them out. The skin is covered in bandages due to ulceration. It's hard to imagine that the once elegant Lu family's eldest son has turned into this ghostly appearance. But for Song-Chen, it's not surprising at all. It's even much better than he expected. It seems that he was sent to the hospital too late. When the senior members of the Lu family saw Lu Xiangfeng's appearance, they couldn't bear to look directly at him. But they still wiped away tears. Whether they were really crying or not, no one knew. Song-Chen, this is my son. I know you two are acquainted. But now that you have joined our Lu family group, let's forget about the past grievances between you and Xiangfeng. What do you think? Lu Tianchao broke the silence, looked at Song-Chen and smiled, with a hint of threat in his smile. Song-Chen sneered in his heart. Past grievances? Conspiring with Wu Yashue to frame him, causing him to be sued, banned from practicing medicine, fined, and his shop closed. Is that a minor grievance? What are you talking about, General Lu? Let's leave the past behind. Let's focus on the present. Song-Chen also smiled. He no longer cared about the past. He only cared about the present. Ah, Song, you are generous. Then please start diagnosing and treating Xiangfeng. Lu Tianchao smiled satisfactorily. He felt he had control over Song-Chen. There's no need for a diagnosis. I have already identified the diseases that young Master Lu is suffering from. Song-Chen smiled confidently. As soon as these words were spoken, many people began to sneer. Lu Tianchao narrowed his eyes, but still asked with a smile, I wonder what illness Xiangfeng has? If I'm not mistaken, young Master Lu is suffering not from just one disease, but from a rare 22 diseases, including terminal illnesses. These 22 diseases include rabies, impotence, necrospermia, AIDS. Song-Chen looked at Lu Xiangfeng on the sickbed and began to speak fluently. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone looked at Song-Chen, from initial sneers to shock. Their eyes widened, unable to express their astonishment. Because Song-Chen not only accurately listed the 22 diseases Lu Xiangfeng was suffering from, but also detailed the effects of these diseases. During the time they were treating Lu Xiangfeng, they had only identified these diseases with high-end equipment. That was why they had sneered just now. And yet, Song-Chen accurately listed them with just a glance. How could they not be amazed? Of course, what they didn't know was that these diseases were given to Lu Xiangfeng by Song-Chen. Compared to the astonishment of the crowd, Lu Tianchao on the side was undoubtedly the most shocked, because he knew Lu Xiangfeng's illnesses the best. Song, please treat Xiangfeng quickly. Just tell us what herbs and equipment you need. Lu Tianchao's eyes towards Song-Chen had changed, filled with hope. Cough, cough, cough. Dr. Song, save me. Dr. Song, save me, please, save me. I was wrong, I apologize for my previous actions. Just then, the unconscious Lu Xiangfeng woke up, and at the moment he saw Song Chen, a glimmer of hope appeared in his dim eyes, and he became excited. During this time, he seemed to have endured all the cruel tortures in the world. 22 terminal illnesses. They all miraculously appeared on him. Isn't that amazing? Young Master Lu, rest assured, I will do my best to cure you. Song Chen gave Lu Xiangfeng a comforting look. Then, with his hands behind his back, he calmly said, prepare 300 large silver needles, a ginseng over 500 years old, medical attire, gloves, masks, and alcohol. Song Chen instantly exuded a masterful demeanor. The sudden change in Song Chen's demeanor shocked everyone for a moment. It was Lu Tianchao who reacted first, saying, what are you waiting for? Haven't you heard what Dr. Song said? I'll go. Lu Xuehai hurriedly went to prepare. As the person with the highest medical achievements in the Lu family, he is in charge of all kinds of instruments and expensive medicinal materials. In no time, Lu Xuehai rushed over, holding a plate in his hand. Inside were all the things Song Chen had just needed. Song Chen calmly opened the box of wild mountain ginseng from 600 years ago. Then, under the expectant gaze of everyone, he started eating. Lu Xuehai, Lu Tianchao? The senior members of the Lu family, #what is this? Why did he start eating? Isn't it supposed to be for Lu Xiangfeng to eat? Is he going to chew it up and feed it to him? Even Lu Xiangfeng himself had cracked lips, looking puzzled. However, seeing Song Chen's calm and mysterious appearance, everyone remained silent. It wasn't until Song Chen finished eating the whole ginseng and burped that his tenfold physical fitness prevented him from having a nosebleed. Not bad, just a bit bland. I'll try something else next time. Song Chen smiled inwardly, glanced at everyone, then calmly put on his medical gown and approached Lu Xiangfeng. Lu Xuehai's eyes flickered as he closely followed Song Chen. Unable to witness Song Chen's treatment process that day, how could he miss it in his own territory this time? The senior members also stared intently. Seeing this, Song Chen directly switched to his deceptive mode. Song Chen closed his bright eyes slightly, raised his hand slightly, and began to concentrate. Puff under the expectant gaze of the Lu family members, he let out a fart. Young Master Lu, endure it, it will pass soon. Ignoring the strange looks from everyone, Song Chen grabbed the 300 extra-large silver needles and smiled slightly at Lu Xiangfeng. Looking at these extra-large silver needles longer than life itself, Lu Xiangfeng's pale face changed slightly, and his body inexplicably shivered. Ha! However, Song Chen did not give him a chance to regret. With a loud shout, he started needling directly. Starting from the mouth. Song Chen's hands were lightning fast, like a ghostly shadow. He used a combination of speed, fierceness, and accuracy. Just a few needles in, Lu Xiangfeng let out a piercing scream, making everyone shudder. Watching those long and thick large silver needles being inserted into Lu Xiangfeng's body was painful to watch. However, seeing Song Chen's ghostly fast hands, everyone's hearts trembled. There was no doubt, only a sense of mystery. Who has such speed? Could this be a long-lost traditional Chinese acupuncture technique? Very likely. Such a mysterious needling technique, it truly broadens my horizons. The senior members of the Lu family, ignoring Lu Xiangfeng's screams, began to discuss fervently. Their disdain and skepticism towards Song Chen turned into amazement. Lu Xuehai, who was observing closely on the side, widened his eyes and felt dizzy. It was too fast. He couldn't see clearly, let alone learn. At that moment, his doubts about Song Chen disappeared. Sensing the astonishment from the crowd, Song Chen's confidence soared, and he needled even more vigorously. With his hands moving swiftly, avoiding vital points, it didn't matter what needling technique he used, as long as it looked cool. At that moment, he was like a master. Song Chen needled vigorously. The senior members of the Lu family watched intently. However, Lu Xiangfeng did not enjoy it, and when Song Chen had needled 299 times, he let out a final scream, foaming at the mouth and starting to convulse. Seeing this, Song Chen quickly finished the last needle and comforted him. Young Master Lu, take deep breaths, dizziness is normal. Song, divine doctor, please, stop needling, I can't take it anymore. Lu Xiangfeng begged as he convulsed. He was already rolling his eyes. Ding, the patient is about to hiccup due to rabies, asthma, and epilepsy. Host, please treat him quickly. Song Chen's face changed slightly, and he quickly treated these 3 diseases. He couldn't let him die just yet. He hadn't had enough fun. Indeed, after treating the 3 diseases, Lu Xiangfeng's convulsions stopped. Gradually recovering vitality, on the instruments such as the electrocardiogram, a heartbeat is beating faster. It seems as if it is all thanks to the recent acupuncture. Nervous Lu Tianchao and others witnessed this scene and thoroughly believed in the profoundness of this acupuncture technique. How do you feel, young Master Lu? Song Chen asked with a smile. I feel much better, really much better, thank you, Divine Dr. Song, thank you, Divine Dr. Song. Lu Xiangfeng carefully felt it and found that his body suddenly felt much lighter, instantly excited. Even speaking became more fluent. You're welcome, it's my duty. Song Chen smiled. Ha, Divine Dr. Song is truly worthy of his reputation. Lu Tianchao also excitedly stepped forward. The eyes of the Lu family's high-level executives all changed when looking at Song Chen. A divine doctor, an absolute divine doctor. President Lu, you can check it out. If I'm right, young Master Lu's rabies, epilepsy, and asthma should be cured. Song Chen confidently said. We have full trust in Divine Dr. Song. The banquet is ready, please, Divine Dr. Song. Lu Tianchao smiled and gestured with his hand. The high-level executives also seemed to make way. At this moment, Song Chen became the protagonist, welcomed by the Lu family members as an honored guest. Lu Tianchao gestured to Lu Shuahai to check, and then followed. The atmosphere at the banquet changed. The high-level executives of the Lu family seemed to step forward, actively toasting Song Chen. Lu Tianchao, as the head of the family, was especially courteous. The eyes looking at Song Chen were full of enthusiasm. They already regarded Song Chen as the future cash cow of the Lu group. Song Chen welcomed this, seeing the whole family smiling warmly. The banquet lasted until late at night. Lu Tianchao personally sent Song Chen back in a special car. Of course, as part of the contract with the Lu group, Song Chen had to be available at any time. It was like becoming a servant at the beck and call of the Lu group. Song Chen was happy to do so. Every time he visited the Lu family, he could torment the members of the Lu group. Why wouldn't he be happy? After Song Chen left, the atmosphere in the Lu family hall quieted down. The smiles on the faces of the Lu family members disappeared. Lu Shuahai came downstairs at this time, excitedly saying, without a doubt, after the examination, Xiangfeng's rabies, asthma, and epilepsy are indeed cured. Boom! With this statement, the high-level executives of the Lu family all showed sharpness in their eyes, breathing rapidly. This child is probably the son of a descendant of some ancient Chinese medical family. Someone speculated. The high-level executives nodded one after another. Diseases like rabies, which are incurable by modern Western medicine, can only be treated by certain traditional Chinese medicine methods. Why not imprison him and have him serve the Lu group for life? Someone questioned. The high-level executives showed greed, all looking towards the head of the family, Lu Tianchao. The value of Song Chen, who could cure so many incurable diseases, was evident. It could be imagined how much money the Lu group could earn in the future. It was even possible to develop the Lu group into the world's #1 pharmaceutical group. Rest assured, from the moment he signed the contract, he is destined to be a dog of my Lu family for life. To turn a good dog into a loyal dog, you have to slowly feed and brainwash it. If you press too hard at once, it might bite. Lu Tianchao glanced at everyone, his mouth slightly curved, a sinister smile on his face. What we want is not only for this child to serve the Lu group but also for him to willingly pass on this medical skill to our Lu family. As soon as they heard this, everyone trembled, their eyes filled with even more greed. The landlord is wise. After the beginning of autumn, the bustling city of Andu became a bit colder at night. The Si family mansion. In the magnificent dining room, several members of the Si family sat around the largest jade table. Behind each family member, there were maids responsible for serving. The table was filled with various luxurious and expensive delicacies, each dish costing almost a month's salary for an ordinary person. Si Haihua sat at the head, and no one dared to start eating. The family seemed to be waiting for something. Grandpa, it's already past dinner time, Sia still hasn't come, it looks like she's doing it on purpose. Sitting at the end on the right side, Si Rue, wearing a dress, muttered at the opportune moment. I'll make a call to remind her. Sia's father, Si Ming, said with a slight change in his expression. No need, this family dinner was originally prepared for Xiaoya, what's a little wait? Si Haihua said displeased. Si Rue's pretty face showed a hint of resentment, but she dared not speak again. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic on the way, that's why I'm late. Just then, Sia, dressed in professional attire, hurriedly arrived, her delicate face showing traces of sweat. These days, she had been busy with the investment matters with Song Chen, trying to help him get the huge sum of 5 billion from the Li family, which was not easy. She hadn't expected Si Haihua to suddenly hold a family dinner. She hurried over without even having time to change her clothes. Humph, your face is getting bigger and bigger, making the whole family wait for you for so long. Si Rue sneered, her envious eyes filled with sarcasm. Sia, who was already used to it, did not respond. Just as she was about to sit back in her place, Si Haihua called out with a smile, Xiaoya, come sit next to Grandpa. At that moment, Si-hwa looked at Sia with a kind expression on his old face. Ha! Sia was puzzled. She had never seen Si-hwa smile at her like that before. But seeing her father signal her, she obediently sat in the seat closest to Si-hwa. Hee, now that everyone is here, let's start eating. Si-hwa finally spoke with a smile. And as he picked up his chopsticks, everyone began to eat in an orderly manner. A simple and unadorned meal of a prestigious family began like this. Luxury, family rules, etiquette were displayed to the fullest. I called you all here today to announce some good news. Not long after the meal started, Si-hwa spoke up. All the members immediately stopped eating and listened. Everyone's gaze fell on Sia. This made Sia have a bad premonition. Si-hwa also looked at Sia and kindly said, Xiaoya, Grandpa wants to tell you some good news. Just yesterday, Li Jiaming from the Li family came to propose, wanting to marry you. Jiaming is a child of good character. He just returned from studying at Cambridge University in Ligua not long ago, and he is similar in age to you, very compatible. So Grandpa took the liberty to agree to this marriage for you. Boom! Si-hwa's words were like thunder striking, causing the usually calm and gentle Sia's face to change drastically. After reacting, she hurriedly shook her head and said, No, Grandpa, I haven't thought about this yet. Before she could finish her sentence, Si-ming, who stood up, interrupted, You're already 26 this year, it's time for you to get married. Jiaming is a direct descendant of the Li family group destined to take over the entire group in the future, and he is a perfect match for you. The other family members also looked at Sia in confusion. They thought that Sia would be happy to hear this good news. After all, in the prestigious circle, everyone knew about Li Jiaming's talent. Facing everyone's gaze, Sia's face turned pale, but she still clenched her teeth and explained, It's not a matter of compatibility, I haven't even met Li Jiaming a few times, there's no feelings at all, let alone engagement. You. Si-ming wanted to get angry, but was suppressed by Si-hwa, looking at Sia, and continued kindly, Xiaoya, Grandpa won't hide it from you. Your engagement with Jiaming this time is extremely important for the family. If you two can make it, the Si family and Li family will be in-laws. By then, the Li family will not only invest 500 billion, the family can also gain more investments at the Noble Banquet on the 31st. Leveraging the power of the Li family to obtain more investments is crucial for the family crisis this time. So, even if Grandpa begs you, will you agree? Sia looked at the never-before-seen kind smile of Si-hwa and finally understood the reason, so she hurriedly explained, No, Grandpa, there is no need for the Li family. I have already secured a 5 trillion investment for the family. As soon as this was said, the dining table fell silent. The Si family group needs a total of 4 trillion to deal with the crisis. And this investment requires nearly 100 companies and nearly 1,000 top management of the Si group to work together to secure it. Yet here was Sia claiming to have secured 5 trillion all by herself, and even exceeding by an additional trillion? So everyone's first thought was suspicion. Si-hwa, who had just reacted, asked incredulously, 5 trillion? Who would be willing to invest so much in our Si family? And where is the contract? It's a friend of mine. I'm still organizing the money, and I can only sign the contract when it's all sorted out. Sia explained, these past few days, she had been running around for this. However, seeing this, everyone became even more convinced that Sia was lying. Sia, can't you come up with a better reason for your lie? 5 trillion? It's almost a tenth of the glory days of the group, you really dare to boast. Si-rue didn't miss this opportunity to mock. Enough, even if you secure 5 trillion, you must agree to this marriage. This is a marriage alliance between the noble families, which concerns the future development of the family. The blood flowing in your veins is that of the Si family, so you must agree even if you don't want to. Si-ming also slammed the table at this moment, completely extinguishing Sia's last hope. Xiaoya, the family has provided you with a life of luxury and comfort. Now that we are facing a crisis, why can't you contribute? Yes. Are you just going to watch the decline of the family business? Li Xiao is modest, which is already good enough. As for feelings, they can be cultivated slowly. At the dining table, Sia's uncles and other relatives also began to persuade her. Sia looked at these relatives and suddenly felt so distant from them. At this moment, she finally understood. As a woman, her ultimate fate could only be sacrificed for the family's marriage alliance. Even if she presented the 5 trillion contract, Si-hwa would not hand over the power of the Si family to her. Thinking of this, Sia's eyes gradually hardened with determination. She stood up coldly, breaking the voices of the crowd. Give me some time to consider. After speaking, she didn't give them a chance to speak and left early. Unlike her hurried arrival, Sia's steps were crisp, and her back now carried a hint of resolute coldness. Since the family wanted to sell her, she would take control of this family. Truly not knowing how good one has it. If it were me that Li Xiao was engaged to, I would be willing to do 100 things for the family. Si Roy mocked as soon as Sia left, her voice particularly harsh. Of course, behind this harshness was envy. Since the day Li Jiaming came to propose, she had been deeply attracted by his tall and handsome appearance and demeanor. It's just a pity that he came to propose to Sia. This made her even more jealous and resentful. She couldn't understand why men all like Sia, this despicable woman, who naturally had a weak and despicable nature, only knew how to seduce men. Wasn't she beautiful too? Just a little bit fatter than Sia. The night market was particularly lively. Song Chen returned to the veterinary shop in a cheerful mood. Along the way, he was thinking about how to deal with that big family next time. Are there any cool ancient torture methods? Until I saw AI Xiaoxiao waiting at the door of the shop from a distance. The delicate and cute face was full of worry. Master! When AI Xiaoxiao saw Song Chen, she instantly smiled brightly, excitedly rushed over, and gave Song Chen a bear hug. Song Chen felt his chest being fiercely hit by two soft balls, almost unable to support it. With a unique girl's fragrance entering his nose, Song Chen finally came to his senses. Realizing her loss of composure, AI Xiaoxiao quickly let go of Song Chen, feeling embarrassed. Oh no, she was too hasty and forgot her identity. Ahem, how many pets came today? Song Chen coughed twice, changing the subject. It must be said that AI Xiaoxiao's figure was really good. 15, 8 pet dogs, 5 pet cats, and 2 little hedgehogs. Oh, there was also a sexy young lady who came. AI Xiaoxiao explained in detail. The two walked into the shop together. Seeing the small pets in need of treatment in the cages, Song Chen's eyes lit up. Today, he had accumulated too much merit and needed to replenish it urgently. I've eaten, you go eat by yourself. Leave it to me here. Song Chen handed AI Xiaoxiao a few bills. Thank you, master. Seeing the money, AI Xiaoxiao was like seeing a golden roast chicken. She rushed straight to the roast chicken shop. Song Chen put on his white veterinarian coat and started treating the sick animals. Today, he had been too unvirtuous and needed to continue replenishing. Veterinarian Song, you finally came. Just as Song Chen finished treating all the animals, a charming and seductive voice came from behind. Song Chen turned around and his eyes lit up involuntarily. Miss Wang. Song Chen's eyes lit up, and he warmly greeted her. He carefully looked up and down at the sexy beauty in front of him. She was wearing a black strapless dress with a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals on her feet. A devil tattoo was visible on her snow-white legs, showing off her sexy and perfect figure. However, Song Chen frowned, but still asked expectantly, Miss Wang, where is your baby? Yes, the sexy beauty in front of him was none other than Wang Xiaoxiao, the first customer of Song Chen's shop. And her beloved baby was a little Shiba Inu named Baby. My baby is at home. I came to find veterinarian Song this time to ask you to make a house call. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled and walked into the shop, stating her purpose. She had only been here once before, but only the cute nurse Loli was there. House call? Song Chen, who was initially disappointed, suddenly became interested. Are there many pet babies that need treatment? Well, sort of. Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then smiled charmingly. Alright, leave me your address, and I'll come early tomorrow morning. Song Chen glanced at the late hour, then at the sexy Wang Xiaoxiao, and suppressed the urge to accumulate merit. Little did he know that Wang Xiaoxiao would look at him with pleading eyes, her sexy and charming eyes shimmering like autumn water. Veterinarian Song, can you come tonight, please? Song Chen was taken aback. Are those pet babies in critical condition? Well, sort of. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she added temptingly, as long as veterinarian Song comes with me tonight, regardless of whether the treatment is successful or not, I will give you 10,000 yuan as a house call fee. If it's successful, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Song Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since the situation is urgent, I'll make a trip tonight. Song Chen then sent a message to AI Xiaoxiao and followed Wang Xiaoxiao. Her extravagance made him somewhat suspicious, but he wasn't afraid of this woman eating him. Of course, the main reason was that Wang Xiaoxiao was his repeat customer. Walking out of the snack street, not far away, a purple Ferrari instantly caught Song Chen's attention. It wasn't until Wang Xiaoxiao took out the car keys and opened the car door. The car's headlights suddenly lit up, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. Song Chen looked at Wang Xiaoxiao in surprise. This woman was definitely extraordinary. Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to be afraid of being seen through by the people around her. Taking advantage of the night, she quickly pulled Song Chen into the sports car and drove away. Ah, another handsome young man hooked up with a rich woman. What a beautiful story. That rich woman still looks pretty. I envy that. When will such a rich woman come looking for me? People's expressions were complex, unable to hide their envy as they watched the sports car disappear into the distance. To Song Chen's surprise, Wang Xiaoxiao actually took him all the way to the Tianfu Lake area. Finally, they arrived at a villa with a cold color scheme. What surprised Song Chen even more was that this place was only a few hundred meters away from his own villa. How coincidental. Get it done and you can go home. So convenient. Entering the villa. The beginning was shocking. In the exquisitely decorated living room, there was a girl in a white nightgown, with a pure and innocent face, lifting a pair of fair and exquisite jade feet. Although the view under the nightgown was obscured by safety shorts with a white dog head pattern, Song Chen's eyes widened, instantly captivated, because she was playing with a snake. It was a pure white little snake, even smaller than the delicate wrist of the innocent girl. The white snake coiled around the girl's delicate and tender jade feet, sticking out its tongue. The girl teased the white snake, emitting a melodious laughter like silver bells. Of course, what surprised Song Chen was not just the safety shorts under the innocent girl's nightgown with a dog head, nor was it just the fact that such a pure and beautiful girl was playing with a snake. It was the identity of the innocent girl that he recognized. Ruoi. And Ruoi, a sophomore at Andu University's School of Management. Andu University's first campus belle. The reason why Song Chen knew Ruoi was simply because Ruoi was so popular. At that time, he was already a sophomore while Ruoi had just entered her freshman year. With just a photo of her saluting during military training, she quickly dominated the campus forums, directly surpassing Wu Yashue and other veteran campus belles, topping the forum rankings. When Song Chen first saw the photo, he was also amazed. That pure and flawless temperament, that absolutely beautiful and charming face. It was definitely something that countless keyboard warriors couldn't replicate. But who could have imagined, who could have believed, that such a pure campus belle who caused a frenzy with just one photo, at this moment, was playing with a snake, and she was wearing a nightgown, lifting her legs. What's even more annoying is that she was wearing safety shorts. Ah! Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoxiao screamed in fright, and Ruoi, who was engrossed in playing with the snake, was finally awakened by this scream, looking towards the door, especially when she saw Song Chen. Ah! And Ruoi screamed, her sweet and happy smile instantly disappearing. Startled, she immediately put down her beautiful legs, quickly sat cross-legged to cover the white snake with her skirt, trying to hide the evidence. Song Chen felt his scalp tingling. The scene inexplicably froze. Ha! He, Dr. Song, please come in. Wang Xiaoxiao's brain quickly turned, pulling Song Chen in. Then she poured him a glass of water to calm him down. The two women exchanged glances. Song Chen roughly understood. Wang Xiaoxiao, miss, I told you about this. And Ruoi looked innocent, I forgot. During the eye contact between the two women, Song Chen noticed that Ruoi's skirt moved a few times. As expected, the next moment, Ruoi's pretty face suddenly blushed. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. But when she looked at Song Chen, she felt too embarrassed to move. Ahem. Should I go to the bathroom first? Song Chen felt it was necessary to avoid the situation. Otherwise, this pure campus belle would collapse. Great, I'll take you there. Wang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and quickly led Song Chen to the bathroom. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ruoi got up, covering her skirt, not wearing shoes, barefoot, and hurriedly ran downstairs as if escaping. Her innocent face was already blushing with embarrassment. 3 minutes later, the three of them sat together on the sofa in the living room. And Ruoi lowered her head, too shy to look at Song Chen. She didn't know Song Chen. After all, in Andu University, the original Song Chen was just an ordinary college student. Naturally, he didn't have the qualifications to be remembered by a campus beauty. Dr. Song, can you treat any kind of animal? Wang Xiaoxiao awkwardly broke the silence. At the words, Ruoi, who had been lowering her head, immediately raised her head with anticipation. You guys, don't tell me you want me to treat a snake? Song Chen asked tentatively, and Ruoi's just raised little head stiffened, then immediately buried back down. Can I? Wang Xiaoxiao was also a bit embarrassed. After all, she had tricked Song Chen into coming. Really? Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked, how many? And Ruoi's little head buried even lower. Wang Xiaoxiao froze, awkwardly smiled, and patted Ruoi on the shoulder. Miss, she's asking you. How many do you have? Speak up. That's right, she didn't know how many there were either, because she was also afraid of those things. Those were all raised by Ruoi. And Ruoi wanted to find a hole to hide in, but she still raised her snow-white little hand and made a gesture. 2, that's fine. Song Chen reluctantly accepted, because he was also a little afraid of snakes. But with only 2, he could still manage to touch them. So he said, are you going to bring them out, or take me to see them? I'll take you there. And Ruoi lowered her head and led the way, walking towards the villa below. Song Chen followed Ruoi all the way to the -3rd floor. He suddenly felt a chill, and Ruoi turned on the light, and the surroundings became clear. On one wall, there were rows of exquisite ventilated cages, and in these cages, there were snakes of various colors and sizes. At a glance, it wasn't just 2. There were clearly 20. Song Chen felt his scalp tingling. Wang Xiaoxiao was even more scared and quickly backed out. Although these snakes were beautiful in shape, but they were still snakes. They don't seem to be well lately, always listless and lackluster, eating very little, as if their souls have been sucked out. And Ruoi looked at Song Chen, her clear and lively beautiful eyes full of worry. It seemed that these snakes were very important to her. Listless and lackluster? Song Chen tried not to think too much. Yes, I've checked many times, but I haven't found the cause. And Ruoi was a bit disappointed, then pleaded, as long as you can cure them, any amount of money is fine. I'll give it a try. Song Chen chuckled and came to the first cage. Inside was a white snake. It should be the one Ruoi had just played with. But looking at this white snake, Song Chen hesitated. Don't be afraid, it's very obedient and won't bite people. And Ruoi said, without any fear. She reached her slender and fair hand in. Then the white snake spat out its tongue, entwined around Ruoi's snow-white wrist and crawled out. It was really gentle. As the white snake entwined around her, and Ruoi's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a touch of joy appeared on her innocent face. It was clear. She really liked snakes. This was a unique hobby. Song Chen's mouth twitched, thinking about what expression the students at Andy University would have if they knew this unique side of Ruoi. How many would dare to pursue her? But out of his duty as a veterinarian, Song Chen reached out and picked up the white snake's body, symbolically examining it. Ding. Examination of the patient. Patient, snake disease, Jade syndrome symptoms, low mood, loss of appetite, excessive desire, accumulation of female hormones. Staring at the image of the disease in his mind, Song Chen widened his eyes. What the hell? Snakes can have Jade syndrome too? It seems he was ignorant. Dr. Song, how is it? And Ruoi looked at Song Chen expectantly. Let me ask you, how many male and female snakes do you have? Song Chen did not answer directly, but asked instead, because this question was very important. Sure enough, when asked this question, and Ruoi's eyes seemed to dodge a bit, and she hesitated, saying, does it matter? It matters a lot, Song Chen said seriously. Hearing this, and Ruoi could only bite her jade lips and answer with a forced tone, they are all females. Song Chen, why don't you keep some male snakes? Song Chen looked puzzled. I don't like males. And Ruoi decisively shook her head, a hint of disgust even flashed in her beautiful eyes. Song Chen? Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Your snakes have Jade syndrome. Song Chen sighed helplessly. Ha? Jade syndrome? How can snakes have Jade syndrome? And Ruoi was also surprised to hear this, finding it hard to believe. All females, desires not being released, it's strange if they don't have Jade syndrome. Song Chen said speechlessly. And Ruoi's face blushed instantly, but she still asked firmly, besides keeping male snakes, are there any other ways? It's clear that she really doesn't like males. I give them a massage, which can release their desires, but it can only last for a year or so. To truly eradicate it, you need to balance yin and yang. Song Chen advised. He could take in all these snakes with Jade syndrome, but over time, if these snakes continue to be unreleased, they will continue to develop Jade syndrome. So the most fundamental way is to keep male snakes. Enough. Unexpectedly, and Ruoi was all smiles, completely ignoring Song Chen's second sentence. Song Chen, helpless, began to treat the illness. With Ruoi's help, they started to touch each snake one by one. For a more realistic effect, Song Chen naturally had to massage them for a while. And Ruoi's bright eyes were fixed on him, as if she wanted to learn. But she was destined not to learn. After a long time, Song Chen finally finished touching them. Soft, cold, he inexplicably wasn't so afraid of snakes anymore. And the 20 snakes that had been touched seemed to be in much better spirits. They even started to eat. They're really better now. Thank you so much, Song Veterinarian, your technique is truly amazing. And Ruoi was as happy as a child, staring at Song Chen's hands with curiosity. It seemed like she quickly thought of something and pulled out her phone. Song Veterinarian, can I add you on WeChat? She thought that since Song Chen could cure them, if there were Jade syndrome again in the future, she could just ask Song Chen to treat them. After all, keeping male snakes was impossible. It was impossible in this lifetime. Song Chen naturally saw through this woman's thoughts, but he still scanned her code. Soon, after the friend request was accepted, Song Chen received a transfer from her. 100,000. You don't need this much. Song Chen obviously didn't expect her to be so generous. It's fine, it's deserved. And Ruoi didn't care about this amount of money. Song Chen didn't say much about it either. The two of them returned to the first-floor lobby together. Wang Xiaoxiao was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, playing with her baby corgi, waiting. Seeing the two of them coming out, she quickly approached and asked eagerly, "Miss, how is it? Is it cured?" "Yes, they're all better now." And Ruai nodded happily. "I told you, Song veterinarian is very skilled." Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. I'll leave now." Song Chen interrupted the two women. "It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning now. I'll walk you out." "No need, my place is not far from here." Wang Xiaoxiao stood up to see him off, but was rejected by Song Chen. It was just a few hundred meters, consider it a walk. Watching Song Chen's figure leave, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, and Ruai couldn't wait to return to the second basement floor. On the other side, Song Chen returned to the villa. Thinking of Ruai today, he couldn't help but think. It seemed like school was starting in 2 days. With this encounter in court, will Andu University still want him? Manhwa is a country that values integrity. With a criminal record, it's basically impossible to move forward. However, for him now, it seems not so important. As expected, early the next day, Song Chen received a message from the school, asking him to go alone to the principal's office. This already explained everything. Song Chen originally wanted to go that day, to finish things quickly, but unexpectedly, Lu Shuihai called, ordering him to go treat Lu Xianfeng now. Helpless, Song Chen had to go to the Lu family first. As for school matters, he could go back when school starts. Received the task from the Lu family. Early in the morning, Song Chen was too lazy to even exercise. He didn't feel like having breakfast either. Work was the most important thing. Song Chen put on his veterinarian uniform and drove directly to the Lu family. Just as he arrived at the door, Lu Shuihai, along with a dozen core members of the Lu family, were already waiting for Song Chen. Young and old alike, each wearing a white coat, holding notebooks or cameras. From the looks of it, they were clearly in a mood to learn from him. "Why are you so late? We agreed on 7:30, you have no sense of time, making so many of us wait for you?" Upon meeting, Lu Shuihai immediately frowned unhappily. A bossy attitude. He already treated Song Chen as an employee of the Lu family. "There was traffic on the road. I'll make sure to be on time next time." Song Chen smiled slightly, not getting angry even when he saw the tired look on the other's face. "I warn you, Song Chen, now that you are an employee of my Lu group, you must follow the rules of the group. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude to you." Lu Shuihai pushed further, threatening coldly. "Don't worry, there won't be a next time." Song Chen estimated the time, speaking confidently. "Stop joking around with me, hurry up." Seeing his authority established, Lu Shuihai was finally satisfied and turned to lead the way. The other core members of the Lu family, seeing Song Chen's weakness, smirked and also treated Song Chen as a subordinate of the Lu family. Upon arriving at the ward, Lu Xiangfeng, who had lost 3 terminal illnesses, seemed much better mentally. He was being fed breakfast by a pretty maid. Lu Xiangfeng had a smirk on his face, not behaving properly and getting too close to her. He had already started fantasizing about his life after recovery. It wasn't until Song Chen and the others arrived that Lu Xiangfeng restrained himself. The maid quickly retreated after the danger passed. "Song Chen, remember to be gentle this time." Although excited to see Song Chen, Lu Xiangfeng still had a shadow from being pricked yesterday, so he frowned. His body was covered in blood holes. "Don't worry, young Master Lu, this time we won't use needles, we'll try a different treatment method." Song Chen smiled gently. "Really?" Lu Xiangfeng was instantly overjoyed. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Lu Shuihai, feeling challenged in his position, was not pleased. Today, Lu Tianchao was not around, so he was in charge. Song Chen glanced at this odd character and still smiled. "Please, Expert Lu, make a bowl of ginseng and bird's nest porridge, using wild ginseng aged over 500 years, bird's nest without any impurities, and add some wild lingji over 100 years old. For you to eat?" Based on the previous experience, Lu Shuihai immediately understood. "That's right, remember, it must be the best, otherwise it will affect the success of this treatment." Song Chen said seriously. He hadn't had breakfast yet. Success? Lu Shuihai and the others caught on to the key information. If they remembered correctly, last time, Song Chen ate a wild ginseng and then let out a fart. Could this be the key to the acupuncture treatment last time? It's worth noting that a normal person would probably bleed from eating a ginseng. And at that time, Song Chen ate a 100-year-old wild ginseng, a family heirloom worth millions. But he just let out a fart. Perhaps he had transformed the energy of the wild ginseng into the acupuncture treatment, only with such fast hand speed. For a moment, Lu Shuihai and others were even more fascinated by this magical medical skill, so they immediately ordered to do it. There must be no negligence. Soon, a highly nutritious and valuable ginseng, bird's nest, lingji porridge was presented. Song Chen, who hadn't eaten breakfast, leisurely enjoyed it in front of everyone. The taste is really good. Lu Shuihai, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his face turning pale. This bowl of porridge is estimated to be worth millions, plus the wild mountain ginseng worth millions from before. His Lu family's century-old wild mountain ginseng was made into two by this guy. How could he not be angry? After breakfast, Song Chen glanced at Lu Shuihai and others who were eagerly waiting. Reluctantly getting up, he exerted his luck and let out a fart. Sure enough, as soon as this fart came out, everyone immediately got excited. Holding cameras, they started snapping pictures and taking photos of Song Chen. They were determined to record every detail to study and observe later. Alright, raise the bed, then tie young Master Lu to it. Next, I will use a set of techniques passed down from my Song family to treat young Master Lu, Song Chen said softly with closed eyes. Boom, techniques passed down from the family. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuihai immediately became spirited and quickly gave orders. Soon, Lu Xiangfeng was tied up like a sandbag. Song Chen stepped forward to adjust the position. He hadn't exercised today. Song Chen, this technique doesn't hurt, right? Lu Xiangfeng asked nervously. Young Master Lu, rest assured, this one really doesn't hurt. Song Chen reassured with a smile. Lu Xiangfeng breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Song Chen started. After moving his hands and feet a bit, he began. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Song Chen's hands rained down on Lu Xiangfeng like a storm, whether it was fists or big slaps. Even punches and kicks alternated. With lightning fast, precise, and stable movements, the main focus was on looking cool. Lu Xiangfeng immediately let out a piercing scream, wanting to speak but was swiftly silenced by Song Chen's hand. Such a miraculous treatment technique. Lu Shuihai on the side had a fiery gaze, realizing he still couldn't understand. So he quickly stepped back, instructing people to take photos and videos. Quick, record it, don't miss a single detail. Okay. You take from this angle. And that angle, squat down to take, idiot. Thus, the core members of the Lu family who came to learn all turned into cameramen. They surrounded Song Chen and Lu Xiangfeng, snapping pictures and flashing lights were particularly dazzling. Lu Shuihai directed, changing positions to take various shots, showing great enthusiasm. Even when he saw Song Chen perform beautiful moves, he kept praising, cheering Song Chen on. Song Chen suddenly felt like a boxing champion in the spotlight. So he also cooperated by striking various handsome poses while fighting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Song Chen became more and more enthusiastic as he fought, using both hands and feet. Hooks, straight punches, tornado big slaps, grabbing and kneeing. He had already imagined himself as a martial arts master. On the other hand, Lu Xiangfeng, perhaps too young, had already fallen asleep. His face swollen like a pig's head, and several ribs were accidentally broken by Song Chen's uncontrolled force. Even accidentally, Song Chen gave Lu Xiangfeng's little brother a few kicks. And so, Song Chen fought Lu Xiangfeng, one willing to fight, the other willing to endure. There was also a group of young fans watching and learning, crazily taking photos. They fought for an hour straight. Song Chen was sweating. Seeing that Lu Xiangfeng was almost beaten to death by himself, he finally finished. Taking a step back, raising his hand and pressing down, taking a deep breath, he looked like a master. Conclusion reached. The human sandbag is indeed more effective than a sandbag for training. Lu Shuihai, who had recorded the whole process perfectly, also breathed a sigh of relief, sweating profusely. At this moment, they finally looked at Lu Xiangfeng, their faces instantly changing. Because Lu Xiangfeng is in a miserable state at the moment, he has been beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. Xiangfeng? Lu Shuihai's face changed drastically as he hurried forward to check. Don't worry, this is inevitable. With my ancestral techniques, I have already cured 5 incurable diseases for young Master Lu, Song Chen said calmly with his hands behind his back. But in reality, he was feeling quite empty inside. Oops, I accidentally hit too hard. I almost sent Lu Xiangfeng away. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuihai immediately had Lu Xiangfeng examined and bandaged by the core members. In the end, they discovered that, as Song Chen had said, 5 diseases in Lu Xiangfeng's body had indeed disappeared. A rare technique, absolutely a rare technique. Lu Shuihai was immediately excited and quickly led the members to analyze it frame by frame. They must learn this technique to bring glory to the Lu family. As for Song Chen, after having a breakfast worth millions, exercising, he left the Lu family in a cheerful mood. Look at him, living the good life. Waking up every day to defeat his enemies, how satisfying. The morning sunlight carried a refreshing breeze. Perhaps due to the back-to-school season, Andu was livelier than usual. Andu University. As the top university in Andu and even the whole country, it was undoubtedly the most bustling place on this day. The streets, the school gates, were packed with people. Brightly dressed college students could be seen everywhere. Songchan blended in with the crowd, wearing a simple white shirt and casual pants. But his tall figure and unique aura still attracted many female students' attention. Looking up at the grand school gate, Songchan felt a hint of emotion in his heart. In just 2 months of summer vacation, he had experienced so much. Shaking his head with a smile, Songchan entered the school gate and went straight to the principal's office. Knocking on the door, he entered to find a middle-aged man with sparse hair and a scholarly look, sitting at the desk sipping tea. This was the president of Andu University. Ma Yurin. Who are you? Ma Yurin's smile faded upon seeing Songchan, who was just a student. Songchan said with a faint smile. The man might not know him, but he must recognize the name. Sure enough, upon hearing the name, Ma Yurin set down his teacup. His face turned angry. Songchan, I heard that you practiced medicine and deceived people during the summer vacation. Do you know how much impact this will have on the school? Without giving Songchan a chance to speak, Ma Yurin continued sternly, Andu University has always been dedicated to educating and nurturing talents for the country. For the reputation of the university, the school has decided to expel you. From now on, Andu University will have no association with you. Pack up your things today and never set foot in Andu University again, tarnishing the reputation of our university. Songchan was not surprised by this outcome, just puzzled by the resolute attitude of the other party, not even giving him a chance to explain. In that case, Songchan didn't want to say much more. After all, he was about to study abroad. Fine, but I hope the school won't inform my family about this matter, Songchan said, his only request. You may leave. From now on, you have no connection with Andu University in any way, Ma Yurin waved impatiently. Seeing this, Songchan had no choice but to leave. He could tell that Ma Yurin was not well. After Songchan left, Ma Yurin immediately picked up the phone and made a call. Meanwhile, in a remote rural cottage, Songin was repairing a fan. A middle-aged woman in her 50s brought over some eggs and said warmly, Hee, brother Song, you are really helping us out. The Song family is truly admirable. You have such skills in repairing electrical appliances, and our little village's first college student even when sick. You will have a bright future, becoming a high-ranking official. Oh, no, Aunt Zhang, you are too kind. Here is your fan, I have fixed it for you. Songin smiled modestly, but he was very happy when he heard someone praise his son. Songchan has always been his pride. Oh, this is an egg just laid by our own chicken, don't look down on it. Aunt Zhang laughed as she took it and handed over the egg in her hand. I can't accept this, Songin's face changed slightly, trying to refuse, but Aunt Zhang forcefully stuffed it into his hand, deliberately criticizing, we are all family, why be polite? Then she smiled again, Xiaobing, this child, I watched him grow up, I knew from a young age that this child would have a bright future. I will need him to take care of me in the future, hee. Just as she finished speaking, Songin's phone rang, he picked it up and answered, and Ma Yutsai's voice came through. You are Songchan's guardian, right? I am the president of Andu University, and I have a very serious matter to inform you about. After a thorough investigation by our school, it was found that your son, during the holiday, cheated and harmed people for money, his morals are corrupt, our school has decided to expel him. Ma Yutsai's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Songin hard. No, President, you must have made a mistake, my son is kind-hearted, I know him the best, he couldn't have done such a thing. Please investigate thoroughly and give him a fair chance. Songin, who had realized what was happening, panicked. His future is in his own hands, I just hope he can reform himself well when he returns to the countryside. Ma Yutsai decisively hung up the phone. Testing officials with requests? Which official can withstand such a test? On the other side, Aunt Zhang listened carefully to the conversation between Songin and Ma Yutsai. Her eyes flickered, taking advantage of Songin's despair, she snatched the egg, picked up the fan, and quietly ran away. For some reason, she was not disappointed or sad upon hearing the news again, but rather very happy. And with such a big event, she had to go and talk about it quickly. On the way to the dormitory, Songchan couldn't help but feel melancholic. After all, this was the result of his 12 years of hard study. He was admitted to the best university in Andu, although he was transferred to the worst pig postpartum care in the veterinary department. But at that time, he still became the pride of the village. Another newsflash, our school's third-year veterinary student Song Chen violated school rules during the summer vacation, treated people indiscriminately, with serious consequences. Our school has decided to expel this person. The campus broadcast sounded. Songchen smiled and didn't care. He continued on. Until his phone rang, showing the word father on the screen. Songchen stopped, answered the phone. There was no smile on his face. Xiaobing, are you okay? A worried male voice came from the phone. Dad, I'm fine. Songchen smiled. But, just now, the school called to say you. Said you. Songyen's voice was full of panic. He dared not continue. That was a scam call. Don't believe it. If there's another one like that, just block and hang up, Songchen said. Oh, I see, I knew it. My son is so kind. How could he do such a thing? The voice on the phone breathed a long sigh of relief. Dad, I might be going to study abroad. Songchen took the opportunity to say. Ah, study. Study abroad? Why do you want to go? Our country is good. You are in the best university in our country. Why go out? It's so dangerous outside. The news always reports shootings abroad. Songchen was stunned for a moment, then panicked, refusing to let Songchen go. In the end, Songchen came up with a reason for a one-year exchange study abroad, and received a 200,000 study abroad scholarship, which made Songchen reluctantly agree. Songchen then sent 100,000 yuan to Songchen. It's not that he didn't want to send more. If he could, sending home a few million wouldn't be a problem. But if he did that, Songchen would most likely call the police. Just this 100,000, Songchen still made up half a reason before letting this old father accept it. 100,000 yuan, for the rich, is nothing more than the cost of a meal, a luxury item. But for rural people, it is a huge sum of money. Boys' dormitory, Building 21. Wu Yashue followed Wu Yanchun's advice and arrived at the school early to prepare. At this moment, a heart-shaped wreath was already laid out on the ground, and she held a bunch of roses in her hands. Wearing a flawless white princess dress, wearing glasses, dressed exceptionally pure, like a high school first love girl, Wu Yashue was full of expectations, reciting the love letter in her heart again, until she heard the announcement of Songchen's expulsion on the campus radio. This made her petite body stiffen in place with anticipation, because she was the only one in the whole school who knew the truth. What she didn't expect was that the school also knew about it, and would handle it this way. Just when she didn't know what to do, more and more students were already gathering around. Everyone was attracted by Wu Yashue's romance. Damn, isn't this our Indigada's school flower Wu Yashue? What is she going to do? Propose? I often see men proposing to women, but a woman proposing to a man, that's extremely rare. Still giving flowers, oh my god. Shouldn't men only receive flowers after they die? Which lucky guy is this, to be able to be proposed to by the goddess school flower in person? The boys were discussing one after another, gathering but not dispersing, already impressed by Wu Yashue's romantic behavior. They were all looking forward to which mysterious man Wu Yashue wanted to confess to. Just then, Songchen also arrived, and at first sight, he saw Wu Yashue, who was holding flowers and had become the center of attention. Songchen couldn't help but show a strange expression. Is this going blind, trying to show off again? Of course, what Songchen underestimated was that the big fish Wu Yashue wanted to catch was still him. At this moment, Wu Yashue also noticed Songchen. However, listening to the continuous broadcast of Songchen's expulsion on the radio, she was caught in a dilemma and hesitated, not daring to approach for a moment. Songchen sneered, bypassed the crowd, and entered the dormitory building. Back in the dormitory, the three roommates had already arrived. They were tidying up their beds and discussing Songchen's affairs. Seeing Songchen's arrival, the three of them looked strange, tacitly continuing to tidy up. The room instantly quieted down, and no one greeted Songchen. Songchen didn't say much about it either. The relationship between the four of them used to be quite good. After packing up, as soon as Songchen left, the quiet dorm room was filled with voices again. Back downstairs, there were even more onlookers. Wu Yashue watched Songchen coming downstairs, biting her lip, still hesitating. She hoped that Songchen would take the initiative to approach, so she wouldn't care about Songchen's current accusation. However, to her disappointment, even though she was dressed up beautifully, Songchen didn't look at her again. Throwing the packed luggage into the trash can, bidding farewell to the past, he was about to leave. Songchen, wait. Seeing this, Wu Yashue became anxious and, for the sake of her illness, gritted her teeth and shouted. Songchen ignored her directly. Anxious, Wu Yashue bit her lip, held the flowers, and caught up with Songchen, blocking his way. This scene instantly caused a commotion among the onlookers. Songchen also instantly became the center of attention for everyone. Damn, is this the man the goddess school flower wants to confess to? He's quite handsome. This is called quite handsome? Clearly, he's very handsome. He has a good figure, he fits my aesthetic, no wonder the goddess school flower is chasing after him. Damn! When did our school have such a person? Could it be a freshman? People started discussing one after another, more and more people were attracted over. Ruoyi, look, that person looks like Song the veterinarian. In the crowd, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was curious in eating melon seeds, was eating cucumbers and patted in Ruoyi, who was wearing a mask. And Ruoyi was wearing a knee-length blue skirt today, paired with white shoes. Even with a mask on, her pure temperament was still hard to conceal. Following Wang Xiaoxiao's gaze, and Ruoyi's beautiful eyes were full of charm. On this side, Wu Yaxue stood in front of Song Chen, and at close range, her delicate body trembled. Only then did she realize that Song Chen indeed seemed like a different person, handsome and upright, no longer the weak and thin appearance before. In this moment, she once again strengthened her wavering heart, handed the flowers to Song Chen, and said affectionately, "Song Chen, let's get back together. I was foolish before and did many things to hurt you. In the end, I realized how important you are to me. I can't live without you in my life. I want to marry you and have children with you. I am willing to spend the rest of my life making it up to you." Wu Yaxue expressed her love confession deeply, and the people around were already deeply moved, especially the men, who were already hooked, unable to express their envy. They thought that if a girl could confess like this in their lifetime, it would be worth it even if they died. Song Chen, as the person involved, was already shocked, because he found out through the system check that Wu Yaxue was pregnant. He had only wanted to see when her eyes would go blind, but he was given such a big surprise. Infected with AIDS, eye disease, and pregnant with someone else's child. Yet she still had the audacity to propose to him, saying she wanted to marry him and have children, and use the rest of her life to repay him? How did this woman's values form? Is there really a woman in the world who can be so amazing? Realizing this, Song Chen smirked and teased, "Since you love me so much, I'll give you a chance. If you reveal the truth of how you framed me in court, I will forgive you." Wu Yaxue trembled, suddenly speechless. If she revealed the truth of this matter, how could she live at an university in the future? What about her image as the campus goddess? The key is that the nature of this matter was already heinous. If she revealed it, she would be the one expelled. And her affair with Lu Xiangfeng. Thinking of this, Wu Yaxue quickly shook her head, her eyes reddened, tears streaming down as she said, "Song Chen, let's forget the past, can we not mention it again?" Smack before Wu Yaxue could finish speaking, Song Chen slapped her directly, sending this scheming woman flying to the ground. White powder flew up, and Song Chen's palm turned white. Wu Yaxue was left dumbfounded by the slap, and when she reacted, she looked at Song Chen in disbelief. This loud slap seemed to hit everyone's faces. It left everyone stunned. Oh my god, how can this man hit a woman? Exactly, if you don't like it, you can refuse, but hitting is not right, really despicable. This is the true nature of a scumbag man, relying on his good looks to play with innocent and kind women at will. Damn, I can't stand it, apologize. The crowd that reacted suddenly became furious. Many men turned into angry sheep, cursing Song Chen and feeling sorry for Wu Yaxue. Because from the moment Wu Yaxue stood here holding flowers, she had become the white moonlight in their hearts. Behind the crowd, Wang Xiaoxiao and Ruoyi were full of surprise. Ignoring the angry scolding of the people around him, Song Chen squatted down, looked at the woman, and said disdainfully, "With so many suitors, you come to me pregnant? Wu Yaxue, you really keep breaking records for women." Boom! Song Chen's words were like thunder, shattering the anger in Wu Yaxue's heart, leaving only incredulity. Obviously, she couldn't understand how Song Chen knew. She had only been pregnant for a few days, barely showing any signs. It was impossible, Song Chen must be lying to her. Yes, he must be lying to her, she couldn't admit it. Thinking of this, Wu Yaxue immediately pretended to be calm and smiled. "Oh, Song Chen, what? What joke are you making? I'm not pregnant. I have been chaste, how could I be pregnant?" She then hugged Song Chen's legs, seductively smiling, "But if you want a child, I can start preparing with you now. We will definitely be able to conceive soon." Impressive. Song Chen gave Wu Yaxue a thumbs up and disgustingly kicked away this woman. Let her fend for herself. However, the crowd was completely provoked by Song Chen's action. A stylishly dressed young man stood up for justice, without asking for reasons, pointed at Song Chen and cursed loudly, "Bastard, hitting a woman, are you still a man?" The crowd immediately echoed and supported the young man. Seeing the situation, the kicked Wu Yaxue blinked her beautiful eyes, once again hugged Song Chen's thigh, pitifully crying, "Darling, please don't leave me, whether you want to hit or scold me, it's all fine, I really love you, sob sob sob. With a woman who loves you so much, willing to send you flowers, are you worthy of the goddess school flower?" Grabbing Song Chen, the good guy said. Of course, the reason he stood up for justice was because he was one of Wu Yaxue's lackeys. "If you like it, it's yours." Song Chen smirked strangely, shrugged off the two, and calmly left. Despite the anger, no one dared to stop him. Xiao Xiao, hurry home. Seeing Song Chen walking towards them, and Ruoi's pretty face changed slightly, quickly pulling Wang Xiaoxiao to leave. If it really was Dr. Song, it would be a huge embarrassment. Oh, my cucumber. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't react in time, and the cucumber fell. As Song Chen left, the crowd did not disperse, looking angrily at Wu Yashue lying on the ground. Many people wanted to comfort her and become warm-hearted men. At this moment, Wu Yashue was undoubtedly the most desperate. Besides despair, there was also resentment towards Song Chen. Yashue, that scum is not worthy of you at all. If you don't mind, please be my girlfriend. Just as Wu Yashue felt hopeless and helpless, the voice of the warm-hearted man Zhang Shuai suddenly came. Looking up, Zhang Shuai was seen kneeling on one knee, handing over the keys to a Porsche 718, and passionately confessing, Yashue, you have always been my goddess of the moonlight. The reason I didn't dare to confess before was because my family was poor, and I was afraid you would suffer. But now, my family has been relocated, I have the ability to give you a good life, so please be my girlfriend. I will protect and love you for a lifetime. Together! 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 The surrounding people cheered and were determined to create a faithful love story. Wu Yashua's eyes shimmered, hearing the word relocation, tears welled up in her eyes. Touched, she accepted the car keys. Yes, I do. Great! The crowd cheered. Zhang Shuai happily princess carried Wu Yashue and eagerly headed towards the place of love. Breaking free from Wu Yashue's entanglement, Song Chen left the school directly. Finally, he glanced at the magnificent school gate, took out his phone as he walked. Oh, dear Mr. Song Chen, do you need any help again? Herbert's voice came from the phone. Mr. Herbert, my business is almost done. I should be able to go to Ligua with you in a few days, so get ready. Song Chen said with a faint smile. Oh, that's great. Do you have any top-notch universities in mind to study at? I believe any top university in Ligua will welcome you. Herbert's tone was clearly excited. Any will do. Song Chen replied casually. Ligua, as the most developed country in Blue Star, almost all the world's top universities are in Ligua. Even the best university in Anhwa, Anda University, is ranked just outside the top 50 in the world. This is why the children of wealthy people in Anhwa all go to Ligua to study and further their education. Alright, Mr. Song Chen, please rest assured, my arrangements will definitely satisfy you, Herbert confidently stated. Just after hanging up the phone, a convertible Porsche 718 raced past him. A beautiful drift blocked Song Chen's path. In the car were the just-married Wu Yashue and Zhang Shuai. The two had originally planned to go to the Holy Land of Love, but Wu Yashue happened to spot Song Chen on the roadside. This instantly reminded her of the humiliation of her humble plea in being slapped by Song Chen. She had already humbled herself to beg, but Song Chen still wouldn't forgive her. What more could she do? So, filled with resentment, she deliberately told Zhang Shuai about Song Chen's situation and pointed to him on the roadside. Zhang Shuai's eyes narrowed, decisively not stopping. Naturally, he wanted to reclaim face for his goddess. Heh, I thought you were someone important, daring to hit even my goddess. Turns out you're just that social outcast expelled from school. What's the use of being handsome? Can't even afford a car. Poor people are indeed poor, only know how to do these shameful things. Leaning on the luxury car, Zhang Shuai looked at Song Chen with a smug face. Little did he know, he was a poor guy not long ago, only becoming rich because of a 2 million compensation from demolition. At this moment, Wu Yashue, wearing sunglasses, with a slight smile on her lips, leaned into Zhang Shuai's arms, coldly looking at Song Chen. That triumphant look seemed to say, see that? With my looks, Wu Yashue, any rich second generation would easily pursue me. Why do you dare to reject me? Of course, she wanted to see Song Chen regret and crawl back to beg for her change of heart. However, to her disappointment, Song Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, calm from start to finish. The way they looked at each other was like watching clowns amusing themselves. Feeling the embrace from Wu Yashue, Zhang Shuai's heart bloomed instantly, arrogantly declaring to Song Chen, Kid, open your eyes wide, Yashue will be my woman from now on, I will love her for a lifetime, you better stay away from her. With a victorious air, he drove off in the luxury car with Wu Yashue, eager to leave. Talented indeed. Song Chen looked strange, pondered for a while, feeling that these three words suited the two of them best. He even felt a bit thankful to Zhang Shuai for taking this woman away. With Wu Yashue's current situation, her eyes would be completely blind in a few days. This is a rare and serious eye disease. Even with suitable corneal transplants, it can only last for a maximum of 6 months. After 6 months, the eyes would be infected again, unless suitable corneal transplants are continuously available. Plus, AIDS. Wu Yashue's future life will undoubtedly be spent in despair and pain. from the high and mighty goddess school flower, falling to a blind and disabled person. This is much more interesting than death. So, her only hope is to beg Song Chen. Song Chen was a bit troubled by this, but fortunately, at a critical moment, a talent emerged to help him divert the attention. Watching Zhang Shuai charging forward with all his might for love, Song Chen couldn't help but cast a pitying glance. He could already foresee the fate of this guy. It can only be said that this is the fate of a vulture. On the other side, Rui and Wang Xiaoxiao, who had finished registering, did not stay and went straight home. Not far ahead, a group of people blocked the way. Are you lacking in morals? This is a stray dog in the ND campus, doesn't bite people, very gentle, and even has puppies. It was fine, but you shot it dead like that. The crowd surrounded a young man wearing glasses, looking gentle and refined, strongly condemning him. And on the ground, a white stray dog lay in a pool of blood, barely breathing. It was entangled in a net all over its body, with an arrow stuck in its chest. No, you misunderstood, I'm just playing around. The man with glasses explained hastily, his eyes dodging. The guilty look on his face had already said it all. Seeing this scene, and Ruoi's beautiful eyes changed slightly, she quickly rushed into the crowd, crouched down, and bandaged the stray dog. These are mine. A hint of hostility flashed in the man's eyes. He subconsciously wanted to stop her, but was intimidated by Wang Xiaoxiao's cold gaze. Misunderstanding? I saw you shoot the arrow with my own eyes, and these days I've seen you kill many stray cats and dogs on campus. These cats and dogs are allowed by the school to exist, and are fed by many students. A student in the crowd stepped forward angrily. Seeing you like this, you must be a student of our university, right? Why do you do such outrageous things? Mad, these stray cats and dogs can be considered your seniors, you are a university student, and you still kill them, wasting the country's education? The crowd became more agitated, and the man with glasses collapsed on the ground, his face pale with fear. But soon, he thought of something, staggered to his feet, and arrogantly said, so what if I kill them? They are just animals, killing them is not illegal, I can kill them however I want, why do you blame me? If you have the guts, call the police and arrest me. In fact, he had enjoyed killing small animals since he was 5 years old, from ants and insects to cats and dogs. He enjoyed the thrill of killing and preserved them as specimens. No, the puppy's vital signs are too weak, we need to get it to the vet quickly. On the other side, Rui, who had finished bandaging, noticed that the white dog's condition was getting weaker, and she hurried to pick it up for treatment. This action instantly angered the man with glasses, who rushed forward in anger and kicked the barely breathing white dog away. In an instant, 3 puppies were kicked out. Then, the man with glasses pulled out a dagger and roared, "This is my trophy, don't you dare touch it." Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light, and she quickly pulled Rui back, hiding behind her. Rui was also pale with fear at this scene. Seeing this, the man with glasses seemed to be greatly satisfied, continuing to roar with his huge knife, "Get out, all of you get out." The crowd was instantly dispersed, and several people were even accidentally injured by the man with glasses dagger. This included Song Chen, who happened to pass by and witness the scene. With a calm expression, Song Chen ignored the crazed man with glasses, walked towards the kicked white dog, picked up the 3 premature puppies, and began to treat them. Let him be a beacon of the city for once. It's him. And Rui, who was anxious, instantly showed a hint of joy in her beautiful eyes when she saw Song Chen. Wang Xiaoxiao's charming eyes also narrowed slightly. Get out, that's mine. Seeing Song Chen ignoring him, the man with glasses became even more frantic, his thin body holding a dagger, and he rushed towards Song Chen fiercely. Be careful. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately worried for Song Chen, Xiaoxiao's sister. And Ruoi's pretty face changed slightly, and she quickly cast a pleading look at Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao's charming and sexy face remained unchanged, one hand holding Rui, while the other hand had a small cold needle. 3, 2. On the other hand, Song Chen did not turn around, focusing on saving lives while silently counting. 3, 2, 1. Song Chen calmly counted down, and at the moment it fell. The angry man with glasses instantly showed a painful expression. Then, as if unable to breathe, he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Save me, save me. The man with glasses' pupils contracted, as if suffering from a heart attack. In despair, he looked around at the people, trying to seek help. However, the onlookers who had seen the man with glasses' abnormal behavior dared not approach, and no one called the police. Humph. Serves him right, what goes around comes around, this is karma. Many people muttered under their breath, feeling relieved. The man with glasses' face turned increasingly red, showing the pain he was enduring. Even his sophisticated glasses fell off. However, his strong willpower kept him pleading for help from the people around him. Help me, I don't want to die, call 120 for me. Still, no one stepped forward to help. His gaze then fell on Song Chen, who was treating the dog. Enduring the intense pain in his heart, he kept crawling towards Song Chen. Save me. Wang Xiaoxiao watched the scene silently, put away the cold needle, and looked at Song Chen with shimmering eyes. At that moment, Song Chen was still crouching there, closest to the man with glasses. But Song Chen seemed to not hear the man with glasses' cries for help, focusing solely on treating the dog. He had stabilized the vital signs of 3 premature puppies and stopped the bleeding of the big white dog, removing the cold arrow feather. Song Chen then took off his white shirt, picked up the 3 puppies and the white dog together. Just as the man with glasses was about to touch Song Chen's back with his last strength, Song Chen happened to stand up and calmly walked away. He never looked back. He was just a veterinarian. And this act of kindness earned him 6-1 is equal to 5 merit points. And Ruoyi and Wang Xiaoxiao, seeing Song Chen leave, quickly followed after him. Watching Song Chen's departing figure, the man with glasses was instantly overwhelmed by despair. He covered his neck with both hands, his face flushed, staring at the sky. He could clearly hear the people around him cursing. Gradually, he started to believe that this was the reality of retribution. Finally, under the influence of despair, fear, pain, and unwillingness, the man with glasses bounced a few times and fell asleep completely. The crowd dispersed. This incident made many people believe in the existence of retribution. The final investigation would only conclude that the man with glasses had a sudden heart attack and died due to not receiving timely medical treatment. Wait. On the other side, Song Chen arrived at the parking spot at the intersection, about to get into his car, when a hurried and pleasant female voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Ruoyi and Wang Xiaoxiao catching up. Anxious, and Ruoyi didn't even care if Song Chen recognized her. Her beautiful eyes fell on Song Chen's arms, worriedly asking, "Is it and its babies okay? They are out of danger, but the injuries are severe, and with long-term malnutrition, it's still very dangerous without proper care later on." Song Chen's gaze fell on the schoolflower who loved playing with snakes. He didn't expect her to be so kind. Just walking in the crowd, he had seen her bandaging the dog. Phew, upon hearing this, and Ruoyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she earnestly said, "Can you give them to me? I'll take care of them." Of course. Song Chen smiled slightly, naturally not refusing. And Ruoyi happily approached and took the pair of poor dog mother and child from Song Chen's hands. And schoolflower is truly beautiful and kind. Looking at Ruoyi, the first schoolflower of Anda, who was wearing a mask, Song Chen praised with a smile. And Ruoyi stood stiff in place. Meanwhile, Song Chen had already gotten into his car and headed towards the Lu family. Ah, how embarrassing, he already knew me. And Ruoyi blushed instantly, wanting to find a hole to hide in. This person is not simple, and he seems to be the one who was just expelled from the campus broadcast. Wang Xiaoxiao came to Ruoyi's side, looking in the direction Song Chen had left. Ah! And Ruoyi realized, her face slightly changed. How is that possible? He is so kind, how could he do such a thing? My lady, many things don't necessarily bring good rewards to good people. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled meaningfully. Song Chen arrived at the Lu family. As usual, after eating the expensive medicinal herbs from the Lu family's collection, he subjected Lu Xiangfeng to a set of tortures in front of the Lu family members who were watching, taking pictures, and learning. These tortures were all learned by him online, as painful as they could be, showing his dedication. Of course, in addition to the manual torture, to make it more realistic, Song Chen also prepared medicine for Lu Xiangfeng. Said a bunch of disgusting things, including some animal ori. After Lu Xiangfeng finished eating, he didn't feel well at all. The prescription was eventually treasured by Lu Xuehai and naturally became the ancestral prescription of the Lu family. However, after torturing Lu Xiangfeng this time, Lu Tianchao stopped Song Chen and smiled, saying, "Song, I don't know why, but I've been feeling restless lately. Can you take a look at me?" Song Chen's eyes flashed with a smile and pretended to feel the pulse of the other party, saying, "Mr. Lu, don't worry, this should be caused by excessive work pressure. I'll give you a massage and you should feel better. Then I'll trouble you, Song." Lu Tianchao's eyes brightened. In fact, he had already checked before and concluded that it was a disease of jade and a mental illness. These diseases are almost impossible to cure, but if Song Chen can cure him, that would be great. So, under the gaze of the Lu family, Song Chen openly beat up Lu Tianchao. The speed was so fast that the Lu family members exclaimed in shock. It's like beating the son and then the father. After being beaten by Song Chen, Lu Tianchao clearly felt much better about his suppressed mood, although he was bruised all over. In fact, during the beating, Song Chen did absorb all of Lu Tianchao's illnesses, but after beating him, he gave them back, giving them a buffer time to relapse. Unaware, Lu Tianchao excitedly grabbed Song Chen's hand and thanked him profusely. "Song, your medical skills are truly amazing. It's my honor to serve Mr. Lu and the Lu family, Song Chen smiled. Song Chen, I've been feeling tired lately too. How about giving me a massage? Lu Shuihai said, his condition similar to Lu Tianchao's. And us. Several sick members of the Lu family also chimed in. Don't worry, those who want treatment, line up and come one by one, Song Chen reassured. So, a room in the Lu family mansion turned into a temporary clinic. Dozens of high-ranking members of the Lu family lined up and each one went in to be beaten by Song Chen. It seemed endless, Song Chen couldn't finish beating them all. Lu Shuihai was the first, wanting to experience Song Chen's technique personally. Soon, Lu Shuihai's heart-wrenching screams echoed from the room. Song Chen admitted that he did have some personal grievances. Ding, successfully absorbed mental illness, merit +1, ding, successfully sent out mental illness, merit -1, ding, successfully absorbed mental illness, merit +1, ding, successfully sent out mental illness, merit -1. Song Chen followed Lu Tianchao's method. First, he absorbed the illness, then returned it after beating. The system's voice kept ringing in his head. Finally, he silenced the system. Song Chen was sweating profusely, panting heavily. Seeing Song Chen looking exhausted, the beaten members of the Lu family were moved to advise him to rest before continuing. But Song Chen showed a generous attitude. This moved the Lu family members to tears. Lu Tianchao felt that he had completely controlled Song Chen mentally. Under the training of these human sandbags from the Lu family, Song Chen's skills became more agile. He also gave them a prescription with a high gold content. Perhaps this would be the last time he tortured this group of people. Service must be comprehensive. In the end, the bruised and swollen members of the Lu family happily bid farewell to Song Chen. They couldn't wait to get the medicine and follow the prescription. In a spacious and luxurious room, giant screens repeatedly played different videos of Song Chen's treatments, slowed down 10 times. Below the screens were models of human acupoints. The core members of the Lu family learned Song Chen's ancestral medical skills through this. With clear division of labor, they carefully watched Song Chen's every move on the screen, and then imitated it. After several days of learning, they gradually became proficient. But they always felt something was off. Because at a glance, it seemed a bit like practicing boxing in a martial arts gym. Why does it feel strange? I feel the same, it's like practicing martial arts. Never mind, let's just learn it. We'll know when we test it on real people. Perhaps this is the uniqueness of ancestral medical skills. Many members of the Lu family also had doubts, but after witnessing Song Chen cure terminal illnesses, they suppressed their suspicions. They became even more fervent in their learning, each smiling mysteriously. They were determined to master every move of Song Chen. Lu Shuihai and Lu Tianchao watched the scene. Despite their bruised faces, their eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Lu Shuihai confidently said, I have already learned his acupuncture techniques and those ancestral methods. Although my hand speed is a bit slow, it should be enough. Lu Tianchao squinted his eyes. In the future, these ancestral medical skills will belong to our Lu family. As for that guy, we can cut off his limbs and give them to Xiangfeng. Lu Shuihai suddenly had a bright idea. Good idea, Lu Tianchao grinned, his mouth twitching involuntarily. On the other side, after finishing training at the Lu family, Song Chen went to a veterinary store to accumulate merit. He then took the little beast for a walk before leisurely returning home. On the way, he received a WeChat message from Anruoi, the school snake-playing beauty, saying that her dog was in trouble today and asked him to take a look. Helpless, Song Chen returned to Tianfu Lakeview and decided to stop by the two beauties' villa. Anruoi, wearing white silken slippers, was anxiously waiting at the door. Her crystal-clear little feet under the white silk kept moving. Song Chen, you're finally here. Dabai has been barking non-stop, and I don't know why. Seeing Song Chen, Anruoi felt like she had found a savior. She relaxed her grip on her feet, hurriedly approached Song Chen, and led him straight to the villa. In a cozy room, the dog mother that was rescued during the day was lying in a furry dog bed, continuously whimpering in pain. In another dog bed, 3 sleeping puppies were nestled. Wang Xiaoxiao, on the side, was also anxious, pacing back and forth with her long legs in black stockings. With her experience in raising dogs, she didn't know what was wrong with Dabai. When she saw Song Chen, she also showed a happy expression and quickly made way for him. Song Chen furrowed his brows, approached to check, and his expression changed slightly. The last puppy in its belly is about to be born, but it's injured and can't exert force. Song Chen immediately identified the reason. What should we do? The two women became even more anxious. Assist in the delivery, what else can we do? Go prepare hot water and towels, Song Chen decisively said. But he was also a bit flustered. After all, giving birth was not an illness. The system couldn't help him either. Fortunately, he had some knowledge about postpartum care for sows in his veterinary studies. He could treat it as practice. So, in the luxurious and spacious villa, the three of them busily assisted in the delivery. Song Chen was responsible for the delivery, while Ruoyi and Wang Xiaoxiao assisted. Black and White Stocking's legs kept moving in and out. Fortunately, half an hour later, the last puppy was successfully born. Mother and child were safe. The two women breathed a sigh of relief, already drenched in sweat, and had lost their slippers. Song Chen was also sweating profusely. However, the three of them smiled at each other. They are fine now, so I'll take my leave. Song Chen smiled and was about to leave. Song Chen, can we talk? And Ruoyi's innocent face moved slightly, and she quickly called out, don't worry, I won't reveal your secret. Song Chen thought Ruoyi was afraid he would expose her secret of liking to play with snakes, so he teased without looking back. And Ruo's delicate body stiffened in place, her pretty face blushing to the roots of her ears. Seeing that Song Chen had already left the house, she hurriedly chased after him. I'm not talking about that, it's about you being expelled from an university. If possible, I can help you appeal against this punishment. Song Chen was stunned, looking back at this pure and beautiful school flower. He smiled gratefully, thank you, and university school flower, but it's not necessary. Why? This is about your future. And Ruoyi was puzzled. In an kingdom, certificates are the threshold. Otherwise, even if you have skills, it's hard to get ahead. I've investigated your case, you were punished for practicing medicine without a license, but you have cured many people. So, you are not just a veterinarian, you can also heal people. Wang Xiaoxiao walked out at this time, looking directly at Song Chen. Song Chen's gaze fell on this sexy beauty. At this moment, besides her innate sexy charm, there was also a sense of sharpness. You misunderstood, I am just a veterinarian. Song Chen smiled, turned and left without stopping. And Ruoyi wanted to chase after him, but found that she wasn't even wearing shoes, just a pair of white stockings. They were soaked with sweat. My lady, do you value him so much? Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? Wang Xiaoxiao said with a meaningful smile. No, don't talk nonsense. And Ruoyi's delicate face blushed slightly, then she said seriously, I just don't want such a talented person to be buried. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed, helplessly said, that's the nature of this society, wrongful convictions are too common. No, if what you investigated is true, I will tell my grandfather about this. We can't let such a talented person be wrongly buried in an kingdom. And Ruoyi suddenly said solemnly. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled and didn't say anything more. On the other side, Song Chen had returned to his villa and immersed himself in the bathtub. But his eyes were fixed on the ceiling. In fact, from the name Ruoyi, he had already vaguely guessed the background of this in university school flower. And kingdom, and family. Coupled with Wang Xiaoxiao's unique temperament. It explained everything. The next day, Xia, who had not been seen for many days, suddenly came to visit. Unlike her usual professional attire, today Xia was wearing a blue dress. It immediately caught people's attention. Gentle and virtuous, soft and elegant, mature and charming. Perhaps these words described Xia at this moment. Xia, actually you can take your time with that money, no need to rush. Song Chen poured her a glass of water, thinking she had finished organizing the contract and came to have him sign it, so he casually said, I have already sorted out the 500 billion for you, but this time besides coming to have you sign the investment contract, I also want to ask for your help. Xia took the water, her tone somewhat conflicted. Is it about saving someone again? Song Chen asked directly, looking at this mature woman with a strong sense of youthfulness. Xia lightly bit her lip, her beautiful eyes clearly avoiding, but after a moment of hesitation, she directly took out 2 notes and looked into Song Chen's eyes, very seriously said, no, I want you to be my boyfriend. Aha! Song Chen almost choked, unable to hold the water glass steady in his hand. Looking at this elegant and charming heiress, he thought he had misheard. After all, this news was too unexpected. As Song Chen looked at her with a surprised expression, Xia's soft and charming face also blushed. She knew that by suddenly bringing up such a thing, anyone would think she was a casual woman. But for the sake of her own destiny, she still wanted to give it a try. She didn't want to spend her whole life as a sacrifice for the family. Controlled by the family, married to someone she didn't like. Thinking of this, Xia's eyes became even more determined, pushing 2 notes and a contract in front of Song Chen. Seriously said, Song Chen, tonight is the day when my family holds a fundraising banquet. In addition to this investment contract, I also want to invite you to a bigger gamble. Do you have any interest? What do you mean? Seeing the seriousness of the other party, Song Chen also restrained his smile. My grandfather once said, whoever brings in the most investment will be the next leader of the group. And the 500 billion I brought in from you undoubtedly meets this condition. But just recently, he personally broke this joke. Not only that, he also agreed to the marriage proposal from the Li family, planning to marry me to Lee Jiaming in order to improve relations between the two families. Sia spoke up and truthfully explained everything that had happened these days. The Lee family. Hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Song Chen's eyes, apparently not expecting that old fox Lee Chang would be so cunning. Is he trying to take back this 500 billion through this opportunity? I don't want to be arranged like this for my whole life, and besides, you are my only investor. I don't want to lose my promise to you, so I want you to gamble with me. As my investor, pretend to be my boyfriend, expose the Lee family's tricks, and even take control of the C family. If I control the C family, half of what I have in the future will be yours, and you will be one of the leaders of the C group. Sia looked at Song Chen, solemnly guaranteeing, this is a high-stakes gamble. If she wins, she will be able to control her own life. The price is to share the profits of the group with Song Chen. If she loses, she will have to obey the family's arrangements and marry Lee Jiaming. Hearing this, Song Chen did not speak. Looking at Sia at this moment, he saw many things in the other party, such as ambition, or call it a CEO-like desire to control everything. The C Group, which occupies a large part of the real estate industry in Manhwa, was worth tens of trillions at its peak. If Sia could take control, as she said, Song Chen would be one of the two leaders of the C Group. This investment would undoubtedly multiply instantly, directly becoming a prominent and influential family business leader. And the future is limitless. Of course, the risks involved are self-evident. For example, after Sia takes control, can she really turn the tide and revive the entire group? The risks involved are indeed great. If you are not willing to gamble, I won't force you. This contract is for your investment in the C Group. Seeing Song Chen still silent, Sia gritted her teeth. She gave Song Chen two choices. Song Chen smiled, picked up the contract to invest in the C family. Sia's beautiful eyes dimmed. But the dimmed beautiful eyes quickly showed surprise, because Song Chen tore up the contract to invest in the C family. At the same time, he put away the two pieces of paper and asked with a smile, when does the banquet start? He wanted to invest in Sia, not the C family, and this marriage alliance plot was clearly aimed at his 500 billion. As an investor, he should naturally step in. Secondly, if successful, he would be one of the leaders of the C Group, so why not take advantage of the benefits? Looking at Song Chen's refreshing smile, Sia also smiled. Tonight. Happy cooperation. Song Chen reached out his hand. Happy cooperation. Sia held back her tears. The two of them reached a cooperation agreement. Leaving the invitation, Sia left first. She was the protagonist of tonight's banquet and had many things to prepare for. As for Song Chen, he remained as usual. He continued to the Lu family, thinking of some bizarre ancient torture methods to torment Lu Xiangfeng. He even took the initiative to teach Lu Xuehai and others medical skills. After several days, he had completely gained the trust of the Lu family. This was what Song Chen had always wanted. Playing until the afternoon, Song Chen returned to the veterinary shop to treat pets and accumulate merits. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, it was almost time, so he drove to the C family banquet. Before going, Song Chen naturally went to a high-end clothing store to pick out a suit worth tens of thousands of dollars for himself. The moment Song Chen put on the suit, his figure became more upright and slender, and his temperament became more handsome and aloof. C family manor. Countless luxury cars parked at this moment, with a continuous flow of people. Almost all the top wealthy businessmen and aristocrats from various industries are present, making it particularly lively. Of course, the reason they came to support the declining C family is also completely due to the rumor of the marriage alliance between the C family and the Lee family. Song Chen arrived and presented the invitation given by Sia. Smoothly entered. He was not mocked or stopped by the gatekeeper as in novels. Inside the manor, one could see well-dressed elite individuals everywhere, chatting and exchanging pleasantries with smiles on their faces. I should have brought Xiao Shou. Looking at the high-end delicacies placed everywhere, Song Chen felt a bit regretful, but he didn't hesitate to start eating. Don't eat for nothing. And Song Chen's handsome and charming appearance naturally attracted the attention of many women, including Si Rui, who was serving the guests. She was wearing a $1 million golden dress today. Although she knew that Sia was the star of the banquet, she still dressed up flamboyantly, unwilling to be outdone. Roaming among these celebrities, she hoped to win over a wealthy young man who could match Lee Jiaming's status. However, many people couldn't catch her eye one after another. Either their status was not as high as Lee Jiaming's, or they were not handsome. Until she saw Song Chen dining alone. His upright figure, his handsome and charming appearance, his naturally unique temperament, instantly captured her heart. Seeing many socialites around her getting restless, Si Rui, as the hostess, wouldn't miss the opportunity. She immediately picked up her dress, raised her glass, and walked briskly towards Song Chen. She warmly greeted, "Young master, hello." "Hello." Seeing someone greet him, Song Chen naturally wouldn't lose face and politely clinked glasses. "I'm sure girls often praise you for being handsome." Si Rui's heart blossomed, but she continued to maintain her elegant and flirtatious manner. "Thank you." Song Chen chuckled. "Indeed, wealthy people speak so eloquently. Let me introduce myself. I'm Si Rui from the Si family." Si Rui smiled and extended her hand. "I'm Song Chen, from the Song family." Song Chen politely shook hands with her. "Song family?" Si Rui furrowed her brows slightly, her brain racing. But she couldn't think of any prominent Song family in the Andu aristocratic circle. Perhaps it was just an unknown small family. Thinking of this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Si Rui's eyes full of anticipation. But seeing how handsome Song Chen was, she still asked with anticipation, "Brother Song Chen, with such extraordinary demeanor, you must be very accomplished, right?" "Not really, I'm just a doctor." Song Chen smiled faintly. Si Rui's eyes lit up. "A doctor? Saving lives and helping the wounded, kind-hearted and upright. I personally respect the medical profession the most. May I ask where Brother Song Chen works?" "I run a veterinary clinic," Song Chen said. "A veterinary clinic?" Si Rui furrowed her brows again. Then she realized and her expression changed. You're a veterinarian?" "Yes, I run a veterinary clinic. Miss Si Rui, if your pet gets sick, you can come to me." Song Chen smiled innocently. "How did a veterinarian like you get in here?" Si Rui's face, covered in makeup, suddenly looked embarrassed. She kept retreating, questioning. At the same time, she kept wiping the hand she had just shaken with Song Chen with tissues. Her originally elegant face was now filled with disdain. Song Chen was a bit surprised by her reaction but still calmly said, "I came with my friend." "Why didn't you say you were a veterinarian earlier?" Si Rui looked disgusted. She thought she had found true love, only to discover he was a veterinarian? This made her instantly lose face and filled her with anger. Song Chen. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "What's wrong with being a veterinarian? You are a veterinarian, your whole body is full of dirty viruses, what if you infect others? Get out, hurry up and get out." However, the aggrieved Si Rui seemed to have no intention of letting Song Chen go, pointing towards the door with disgust. At the same time, she shouted, "Where are the security guards? Where are the security guards?" "Miss Si Rui." Two security guards also ran over upon hearing the commotion. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of many people, including Herbert, who was invited by Sia to attend the banquet. Herbert's arrival was personally received by Si Ming and treated as an honored guest. "This is your Si family's banquet, I was also invited. Have you ever thought that driving people away like this would bring shame to the family?" Song Chen looked at Si Rui, underestimating this woman's quality and intelligence. "Same surname Si, but the difference is really huge, isn't it? With someone like you around, it's embarrassing for my Si family. Hurry up and leave, don't force me to have the security guards kick you out." Si Rui covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, speaking sharply and sarcastically. The attention of the crowd was successfully drawn, watching this scene with interest. "Please don't misunderstand, this person is an intruder who disturbed your elegance. Si Rui apologizes to everyone here." Si Rui faced the crowd, returning to her elegant princess demeanor, smiling and apologizing. At her signal, the two security guards also subtly approached Song Chen. Seeing this, many people praised, which made Si Rui very pleased. She didn't expect that this incident would also attract attention. Just then, Song Chen noticed Herbert approaching. Beside him were Si Haiwa and Si Chen accompanying him. With a slight smile, Song Chen walked towards Herbert and the others. Si Rui's face suddenly turned ugly. Thinking that Song Chen was trying to escape, she quickly shouted at the security guards, "What are you waiting for? Quickly kick this thug out." The two security guards, seeing this, hurried to catch up. By this time, Song Chen had already reached Herbert's side. "Oh, Mr. Song, it's so nice to see you." Herbert warmly shook hands with Song Chen. Si Haiwa's eyes flickered with curiosity as he looked at this extraordinary young man. It was his first time seeing Song Chen, so he didn't know that the person Sia had helped in the past was the current Song Chen. On the other hand, Si Chen's face changed. Because he knew. And he had warned Song Chen. But what he never expected was that the once down and out Song Chen was now exuding such an extraordinary aura. Like a different person. However, before giving a few people a chance to react, the two security guards arrived. Without a word, they followed Si Rui's orders, wielding batons, and rudely grabbed Song Chen. Song Chen did not resist, calmly watching the show. "Oh no, you can't do this, Mr. Song is my friend, you are being very rude." The sudden scene left Herbert looking incredulous, puzzled as he looked at Si Haiwa. Si Haiwa's face changed drastically, unable to react for a moment. You fools, blind to the truth. Still, Si-chan was quick-witted, his face darkened as he stepped forward, slapping away the two incompetent security guards. What are you waiting for? Get this damn trash out of here. Si-rue also rushed over cursing, not understanding the situation, immediately pointing at Song Chen and complaining, Grandpa, this person is an intruder who sneaked in, luckily I found him. Shut up. Feeling the gloating gazes around him, Si Haiwa finally understood, his cane trembling with anger. Stepping forward, he slapped Si-rue across the face. Grandpa, did you hit me? Si-rue was stunned by the blow, tears welling up in her eyes, still full of grievances and confusion. She didn't understand why Si Haiwa hit her. Shouldn't he be hitting Song Chen? One can imagine how much psychological damage a big slap across the face would cause to a girl in her 30s. Still in front of so many wealthy businessmen and celebrities, how can she get married in the future? But soon, Herbert gave her the answer. Herbert, with a look of anger on his face, looked at Si Haiwa and said, Oh, it's unbelievable, old man. My friend and I were invited to attend your family's banquet, but we were treated so rudely. Your family is really impolite. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was shocked, then they all looked strangely at Si-rue. She actually treated others as thugs and drove them away? Who wouldn't be angry in this situation? As the person involved, Si-rue's body trembled fiercely, and her mind finally understood. Looking back at Song Chen, she panicked and said, Huh? You are Mr. Herbert's friend? Didn't you say you were a veterinarian? I am indeed a veterinarian, but that doesn't affect my friendship with Mr. Herbert, Song Chen said helplessly. She still liked his unruly appearance. Si-rue froze, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Feeling the mocking gazes around her, Si Haiwa's face had already turned red with embarrassment, glaring at Si-rue and scolding, Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Song. Si-rue reacted and quickly bowed to Song Chen in a fluster. I'm sorry, Mr. Song, it was just a misunderstanding. Mr. Herbert, let's find a place to talk. Song Chen smiled slightly and no longer looked at the woman. Okay. Seeing that Song Chen didn't mind, Herbert also calmed down and moved to another place with Song Chen. Observant people could see that Herbert showed exceptional respect for Song Chen. This inevitably aroused strong curiosity among many celebrities about Song Chen's identity. Being treated with such respect by the third richest person in the world, it was easy to imagine what an honor it was. You've done more harm than good, so get out of here. Seeing Herbert and Song Chen leave directly, Si Haiwa glared at Si-rue again in anger. He was originally very pleased with Herbert's visit, thinking he could secure a big contract from this world-renowned tycoon. But Si-rue had messed it up. Knowing she had caused trouble, Si-rue lowered her head and retreated in embarrassment. She had thought she would steal the limelight today, but she didn't expect to attract so much attention in a negative way. The Li family is here. Just then, murmurs came from outside the estate. A line of luxury cars entered the gate, attracting everyone's attention. Led by Li Deshang, the Li family members quickly got out of the cars. Beside Li Deshang was Li Jiaming, dressed in a white suit, exuding elegance. On the other side was Li Menglin, dressed in a beautiful white evening gown. They showed no fear in such a grand occasion. This is the little princess of the Li family, truly stunning. No wonder she is so beloved by Li Laoshi. I heard that Li Laoshi has transferred 10% of the shares of the Li Group's headquarters to this little princess. Wow, that's almost worth trillions, right? If someone marries this little princess, wouldn't they never have to worry in their next life? With these words, many young masters from prestigious families looked at Li Menglin with intense interest. What's wrong with having a bit of a princess attitude? They liked this type. The focus today is not on this little princess, but on Li Laoshi's son, Li Jiaming, and Miss Xia from the Xi family. Li Jiaming is also quite remarkable, graduating from the world's #1 Siquo International University, with dual doctoral degrees in finance and computer science. That's right, Li Xiao is not like those rich kids who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. Not only is he exceptionally intelligent, but his management skills are also outstanding. Just taking over a business from the Li family, he has managed it efficiently, increasing profits by more than tenfold. Miss Xia from the Xi family is a famous business talent, so it seems that the two are quite compatible. The crowd's gaze fell on Li Jiaming. Many wealthy young ladies were instantly admiring this talented and wealthy young master. Even Si-rue, who was hiding in the corner feeling melancholic, couldn't hide her heart's flutter upon seeing Li Jiaming. But soon, she became dim and resentful, clenching her fists. Why? Why is such an excellent man with that despicable woman, while I can't get anything? Upon seeing the arrival of the Li family, Si Haiwa and other members of the Xi family immediately stepped forward to warmly welcome them. The surrounding nobles and celebrities also came forward to flatter. The whole banquet immediately became lively. Li Jiaming undoubtedly became the object of everyone's praise. The lively Li Menglin came alone to the food area. This immediately attracted many young masters from prestigious families who tried to please her. However, this arrogant little princess with a net worth of millions didn't pay attention to any of them. While eating dessert, her beautiful eyes suddenly spotted Song Chen chatting not far away with Herbert, and the sight of Song Chen, dressed in a suit with a cold demeanor, immediately caught Li Menglin's attention. The shy scene of Song Chen massaging her to treat her illness in the past suddenly appeared vividly in her mind. This made the arrogant little princess feel waves of ripples in her heart. She inexplicably missed that feeling. Ah, what am I thinking? Li Menglin's delicate face blushed, quickly shook her head, trying to shake off the chaotic images in her mind. Miss Li, would you like to dance with me? A young master from the C family approached politely. Sorry, I don't like dancing. Li Menglin came to her senses and bluntly rejected his offer. She then walked towards Song Chen and said with a smile, Song Chen, would you like to dance with me? Consider it an apology for wrongly accusing you earlier. The young master from the C family? The young masters from prestigious families were even more heartbroken. They tried to strike up a conversation for a long time, but this arrogant little princess didn't even acknowledge them. And now she was actively inviting someone else to dance? Faced with Li Menglin's sudden intrusion, Song Chen was equally puzzled. If he remembered correctly, he had humiliated this arrogant little princess quite severely when he treated her illness before. He even gave her a lot of big slaps. Why was she now asking him to dance to thank him? Did this arrogant little princess fall for this? Well, sorry, it's not going to work. He's very expensive. Sorry, I don't know how to dance. Song Chen decisively refused. If you don't want to dance, then don't. I don't care. Li Menglin was first stunned, then pouted in anger and left. Song Chen rejected her once again. She was so angry. She already apologized. What more does she want? It's all because of that fake live court trial. All that nonsense about justice is deceiving people. At this moment, the young master from the C family seemed to see hope and quickly approached again. Miss Li, we get lost. Before he could finish, Li Menglin, who was angry, interrupted him. The latter stood stiff in place. On the other side, Li Deshang and others who were busy praising each other in business also noticed Song Chen. He squinted his eyes slightly, then smiled again. He walked over with Li Jiaming and others. Dr. Song, long time no see. I haven't properly thanked you for saving Menglin in the past. Li Deshang greeted warmly. It seemed like he was genuinely grateful to Song Chen. Mr. Li, you're too polite, it's all in a day's work. Song Chen smiled generously, just a few good deeds. Just a drop in the bucket. I heard that Dr. Song has already started working under the Lu Medical Group, which is truly a cause for celebration. Now, we can easily ask Dr. Song for help, Li Deshang said with a smile, but there was a hint of mockery in his smile. He naturally knew about Song Chen's encounter with the Lu family's threats and control. Of course, if you're sick, feel free to come to me anytime. Song Chen smiled brightly. On the side, Li Jiaming looked at Song Chen, his mouth also curling into a cold smile. But for some reason, when seeing Song Chen, an inexplicable sense of unease arose in his heart. This must be Mr. Herbert. Nice to meet you. Li Deshang then ignored Song Chen and politely extended his hand to Herbert beside him. Even for the third person on the world's rich list, they still had to show great respect, even for families like theirs. The big shots then started chatting with Herbert, taking this opportunity to get to know each other, exchanging business cards. Master C, it's getting late. It's time to bring Sia out to meet everyone. Seeing the timing was right, Li Deshang smiled at Si Haiwa. As he said this, he didn't forget to glance at Song Chen. Oh, look at me. Si Haiwa suddenly realized and quickly asked Si Chen next to him to go upstairs and call Sia. The people who knew the reason couldn't help but feel excited. Before long, in the second-floor hall, under everyone's gaze, a figure in a white evening gown, tall and stunning, slowly walked out. At that moment, the bright lights around seemed to dim. Sia was like an incredibly beautiful swan, with black hair down to her waist, flawless skin, gentle yet aloof. Incredibly beautiful. Everyone was amazed by Sia's beauty. The entire hall fell silent. Sia had always been a career woman in professional attire, but the moment she put on the dress, her beauty was fully revealed. Clap, clap, clap. Ha, it seems Miss Sia is not only a business talent but also a beauty that can captivate a nation. Someone started applauding, and others followed suit with genuine praise. The venue immediately became lively again. While the exquisitely dressed Sia looked around, her nervous heart finally relaxed upon seeing Song Chen. Amidst the attention of the crowd, she lifted her skirt, stepped in high heels, and walked down. Li Jiaming swallowed hard, looking at the incredibly beautiful Sia at this moment. His hands couldn't stop trembling. He couldn't hide his excitement. After tonight, Sia would be his woman. In the corner, Si Rui, watching the attention on Sia, had a resentful look that could almost kill. In her eyes, the more outstanding Sia was, the worse she felt about herself. Tonight, taking advantage of this opportunity, I want to announce a great joy to everyone. Grandpa, let me make the announcement. Seeing the timing was right, Si Haiwa stepped forward with a smile, about to speak, but was interrupted by Sia's smile. Si Haiwa was slightly stunned, then nodded with satisfaction. Alright, let my good granddaughter announce it to everyone. Si Haiwa had no doubts. After truly understanding Sia, he suddenly realized that his granddaughter was indeed outstanding. To be honest, if it weren't for the funds, he would have been reluctant to marry off this outstanding granddaughter. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Sia remained calm and cold, looking in the direction of Song Chen, smiling and nodding. Coincidentally, Li Jiaming and Song Chen were in the same direction. Li Jiaming assumed that Sia was looking at him. This made him excited, and he began adjusting his clothes, smiling in response. He even couldn't help but sneer at Song Chen. So what if he deceived the Li family of 5 trillion? Ultimately, that money would still return to the Li family. Today, I will introduce my boyfriend to everyone. When my Si family was in trouble, he invested 5 trillion for my Si family, becoming the biggest investor in my Si family. This money is enough to help my Si family get through the difficulties. It also allowed me to see the happiness of true love in times of adversity. Sia spoke affectionately. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the Li family. 5 trillion? The Li family was actually going to invest 5 trillion in the Si family? What a generous gesture. Indeed, big families are different. The next moment, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. Mr. Li is indeed generous with his money. Today's banquet is truly a feast for the eyes. Admiration, admiration. Seizing the opportunity, everyone flattered and praised. Amidst the noisy congratulatory applause, Si Haiwa was also shocked, looking towards Li Dahua. If he remembered correctly, wasn't the investment by the Li family 500 billion? And the contracts were all signed. When did they add a zero? Could it be a big surprise kept from him? But you can't just add a zero like that. There is a fundamental difference between 500 billion and 5 trillion. This can not only help the Si family maintain its impact, it can directly bring it back to life. Facing the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Li Jiaming's face turned pale, also looking puzzled at Li Deshang. He thought it was agreed upon between Li Deshang and the Si family. But 5 trillion? What kind of international joke is this? They had just cut 5 trillion not long ago. Now the Li family's funds are running short. Where would they find another 5 trillion? Unless they declare bankruptcy. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Only Li Deshang's face was grim, looking at Song Chen, already guessing what was happening, his old body trembling. Amidst the shocked applause, Sia walked with elegant and noble steps. She ignored Li Jiaming, walking towards Song Chen. Then she held Song Chen's hand and walked towards the center of the crowd. She gracefully and calmly announced, "This is my boyfriend and investor, Song Chen." Boom! The applause abruptly stopped. Everyone was once again struck, their smiling faces disappearing, their minds in chaos. For Li Jiaming, this was undoubtedly a blow. In the food area, Li Manglin, who was angrily eating, trembled and opened her mouth wide. The entire venue fell silent once again. All the distinguished families and celebrities looked in astonishment at Sia and Song Chen holding hands. It must be said that the two of them standing together, handsome man and beautiful woman, were truly a dazzling match. But the real male lead shouldn't be Li Jiaming? Could it be that the Si family changed their minds at the last minute to surprise them? That would be quite a surprise. People's gazes involuntarily turned to the Li family. They watched with an attitude of watching a drama. This drama was even sweeter and more delicious than they had expected. At this moment, Li Jiaming had already lost all his composure, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with rage. At this moment, the Li family undoubtedly became the most ridiculous clowns, losing all dignity. Li Deshang's old face was filled with gloom as he looked at Si Haiwa and sneered, the master of the Si family is really cunning. He thought that with the signed contract between the two families and Si Haiwa's personal promise to host the banquet, this marriage alliance was secure. After all, how could they joke about something like this between major families? But the reality proved otherwise. It really happened. Si Haiwa's face changed drastically. Not only him, but everyone from the Si family also had a change in expression. They were caught off guard by Sia's sudden move. Master Li, let me explain. Si Haiwa, who had just realized what was happening, hurried to salvage the situation, but was interrupted by Li Deshang. At this point, there's nothing more to say. My Li family congratulates the Si family on gaining a good son-in-law, and we take our leave. With that, without giving Si Haiwa a chance, Li Deshang left with a cold smile and a resentful remark, leaving behind the Li family members. It was a way to save face for the Li family. Li Jiaming's tightly clenched fists were already oozing blood. Despite feeling unwilling in his heart, he still left. Li Menglin snorted in anger, glared disapprovingly at Song Chen, and followed suit. Ha, congratulations to the Si family on their happy union. We have other matters to attend to, so we will take our leave as well. Seeing the Li family leaving, the other influential families also followed suit. They had come to attend this banquet solely out of respect for the Li family. Now that the two families had clearly fallen out, there was no need to stay any longer. The investment matter was naturally off the table as well. Soon, the once lively hall was empty. Only the Si family members and Herbert remained. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Rascal, do you know that doing this will ruin the family? Si Haiwa angrily slammed his cane on the ground, ignoring the onlookers and pointing at Sia with anger. The old body trembled with anger. The most important thing for a big family is reputation. With this incident, the possibility of an alliance between the Si family and the Li family is completely gone. Sia, if you don't like it, you can just say so. Why do this? Yeah, Xiaoya, you have disappointed us. Humph, I think she did it on purpose. This kind of person is not worthy of being a member of the Si family. Get out of the Si family. The Si family members also angrily pointed fingers at her. Especially Si Rue, who stood up, regained her arrogant attitude. In fact, she was secretly delighted. However, facing the questioning gazes again, Sia remained cold and unaffected. She calmly took out 2 documents and handed them to Si Haiwa. Grandfather, this is the 500 billion contract I mentioned before, from my boyfriend's investment. As soon as she said this, Si Haiwa and the other Si family members all changed their expressions. They only thought that Sia was lying to escape with the 500 billion she mentioned. How could such a huge sum just exist? However, as Si Haiwa looked at the smiling Herbert beside him, he still held a skeptical attitude as he took the documents to examine them. The more he read, the more shocked he became. The cane even fell from his hand. Under the suspicious gazes of the Si family members, Si Haiwa raised his old eyes again, trembling as he looked at Sia. The anger on his old face disappeared, replaced by shock and trembling. Because this contract was indeed real, with the highest seal from the World Bank, it couldn't be forged. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? Si Haiwa still couldn't understand. If they had this amount of money, why would he be in such a situation? I did say it, but did you believe me? Sia coldly retorted. Si Haiwa was speechless. Sia did say it at the time, and she even said she could produce the contract in a few days. Unfortunately, no one believed her at the dinner table. After carefully reviewing the documents again, Si Haiwa looked at Song Chen. Si Chen had already told him about Song Chen's identity. Song Chen was the young man Sia had offended the Lu family to help in the past. This was also the reason why he had always looked down on Song Chen. However, at this moment, it was this young man he looked down on who had invested 500 billion for the Si family? With countless thoughts flashing through his mind, Si Haiwa finally calmed down and forced a smile. I am here to thank Mr. Song for his great kindness to our Si family. Seeing this scene, the angry Si family members couldn't help but feel a shock. Could it be true? Si Rue, who had been mocking them, suddenly felt a sense of unease. I think you misunderstood. This money was not invested in the Si family, but in Sia. However, since you want to drive my girlfriend out of the Si family, then this money naturally no longer belongs to the Si family. Song Chen smiled slightly and reached out to embrace Sia's slender waist. Of course, it was just to make it more realistic. There was absolutely no intention of taking advantage. Si Haiwa's face changed slightly, and he quickly looked at Sia. Xiaoya, Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa apologizes to you here. Grandpa, I just want to know now, is the promise you made before still valid? Sia's beautiful eyes were cold as she continued to ask. Si Haiwa's old eyes fluctuated, and he finally smiled bitterly. Hee, Grandpa is old, my eyesight has deteriorated to this extent, it's time to step down. It's good, from now on, I will leave the Si family to you. I hope you can truly bring the Si family back to its feet. Si Haiwa sighed and tremblingly handed the contract in his hand, as well as the jade pendant representing the family head, to Sia. After this roller coaster experience, Si Haiwa finally saw clearly. The granddaughter he had always looked down upon in front of him is actually the most suitable candidate to succeed him. She is the most likely to lead the Si family back to its peak. Otherwise, even with this 5 trillion, the C family will still decline in the face of today's market. Boom! Faced with the sudden turn of events, the faces of the C family members all changed drastically, including Sia's parents and brother. At this moment, they finally understood Sia's true intentions, not just to disrupt this banquet, not just unwilling to marry, but to seize power. No, grandfather, how can you pass the position of family head to this despicable person? The most difficult to accept is Si Rue. She immediately stood up, hoarse and desperate to stop it. Originally, just now Sia rejectedly gemming, she was still gloating, but now it has turned into this. This is even more unbearable than killing her. It's better to let her get married. Dad, our C family has always been led by men. Sia is a girl, this may not be very appropriate. Yes. Moreover, Xiaoya is still young. It's difficult to take on such a big responsibility. With Si Rue starting, voices of opposition followed one after another. Faced with all this, Sia's cold and beautiful face remained calm from start to finish. She took the contract and family head jade pendant handed to her by Si Haiwa, and walked towards Si Rue. Smack under Si Rue's resentful and incredulous gaze, Sia slapped her in the face. How dare you hit me? Si Rue covered her face, looking incredulous. Now I am the family head, insulting the family head, deserves a hit. If you dare to defy me again, I have the right to strip you of all your positions in the group and permanently expel you from the C family. Sia stared at Si Rue, her voice cold, authoritative and dictatorial. Si Rue trembled, never seen Sia's eyes like this before, suddenly unable to speak. Sia continued to raise the jade pendant, looking at the C family members. Since I brought in 5 trillion in investment, I have the right to take control. Anyone else who disagrees will be considered as disrupting family peace and will be expelled from the C family. The hall fell silent, facing Sia's seemingly cold and beautiful eyes. None dared to meet her gaze. No one expected that tonight's banquet would become an opportunity for a woman to seize power. The Li family, and them, are just pawns. Leaving the C family manor, Sia finally let go of Song Chen's hand, and the always aloof and ruthless face finally showed a hint of emotion. Sia looked at Song Chen, sincerely thanked him with a smile. Thank you, Song Chen, we won this gamble. I didn't do anything, everything is the result of your own efforts. Song Chen shrugged and smiled, admiring the woman in front of him. He seemed to witness the rise of a business queen. Sia's beautiful face remained serious, and she said solemnly, rest assured, I will not let you down. According to the contract, I will quickly implement everything, transferring half of the shares I obtained from the C family industry to your name, totaling about 25% of the shares, and all future profits will be transferred to your name. I trust you. Song Chen nodded, not refusing. He was interested in Sia as a person. She was an ambitious, capable, and grateful woman. This was more valuable than money. By the way, I will go to study abroad in Li country in a few days, so if you need anything in the future, just call me. Song Chen added. Ah, Sia was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded with a smile. Okay, wish you all the best, and if you need any help in the future, you can also find me. From the moment Herbert appeared, she guessed that this day would come. Unfortunately, such a genius should have blossomed on the land where he was born. Instead, he was stained with dust and became a sinner. But she believed that one day, the young man in front of her would come back, and she was looking forward to that day. You too. Song Chen smiled, and the two bid farewell. Sia did not return to the manor, but went straight to the group. Next, there are too many things she has to do. This woman is not simple, she is full of resilience in her bones. Herbert, who had been silent beside her, sighed. It's all forced. Looking at the lonely and aloof figure of Sia, Song Chen empathized and smiled. By the way, Mr. Song, I have arranged everything. When do you want to leave? Herbert asked with a smile. The day after tomorrow. Song Chen thought for a moment and gave an exact time. Alright, looking forward to the surprises you will bring to Ligua. Herbert smiled and bid farewell to Song Chen, getting into the car under the escort of bodyguards. The horse does not know it is a donkey, and the bird does not know it is a chicken. The phone suddenly rang. Song Chen picked it up and saw that it was Enrui again. Song Chen, do you have time now? Enrui's pleasant voice came from the phone. Song Chen frowned slightly and smiled. Has your snake turned into jade again? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, before a shy voice said, You'll know when you come. Despite the inexplicable situation, Song Chen still set off. It was on the way anyway. However, when he arrived at the villa of the two women, Enrui and Wang Xiaoxiao were not the only ones waiting for Song Chen. There was also a young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a suit sitting on the sofa. As soon as he entered the living room, the man's gaze scrutinized Song Chen. Enrui stepped forward at this time and introduced, Song Chen, let me introduce you, this is my cousin, and Xian, who happens to work in the judicial department. I have told him about your situation. You can say anything you want, my cousin will help you. Song Chen frowned and looked at the young man. The latter was still sitting on the sofa, looking at Song Chen coldly, and said, I already know about your case, now I'll give you a chance. If you can prove that you really have the ability to heal and save people, I can help you clear your criminal record and restore your eligibility to go to school. Hearing this, Song Chen asked, and then? And Xian raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. What else do you want? Nothing, but it's not necessary. In Manhwa, I am indeed just a veterinarian, I don't know how to treat people. Song Chen then looked at Ruoi and said with a smile, thank you for your kindness. After that, he turned and left. And Ruoi's face changed slightly, apparently not expecting Song Chen to leave suddenly. She had been busy with this matter for the past few days, all to clear Song Chen's name. Not much ability, but quite temperamental. If it weren't for Ruoi's plea, you wouldn't even have the qualification to see me. And Xian stood up displeased, his voice unreserved. Song Chen did not look back, he got into the car and left. One day, he would make Manhwa give him a clean slate, but not in this way. This was just a gesture of mercy from a superior to an inferior, and he didn't need that mercy. What he wanted was to stand on equal footing with the other party, to be seen as equals, even to make those high and mighty people come to him, to make this corrupt medical society bow to him. Lu family. Something's wrong, young Master Xiangfeng's condition has relapsed. The nurse ran out of the medical room, shouting in panic. Finally, in a spacious experimental room in the mansion, Lu Tianchao and others were gathered. At this moment, the core members of the Lu family were facing off against each other, engaging in physical fights. They were all practicing Song Chen's ancestral medical skills. However, their eyes all looked very fierce. They had completely lost their minds. Who let you in with clothes on? Lu Tianchao scolded, his eyes bloodshot. The nurse was startled, still trembling, and said, Sir, young master's condition has relapsed. This unfilial son, he really doesn't let me worry. Children, follow me to vanquish demons and monsters. Yes, sir. A group of Lu family members immediately lined up and, led by Lu Tianchao, rushed towards Lu Shangfeng's ward in a confused state. The scene was inexplicably eerie. Nurse? Dad, I'm in pain, I'm in so much pain, quickly go get Dr. Song to save me. Seeing Lu Tianchao and others rushing in, Lu Shangfeng on the sickbed weakly cried out. Yes, after that day, Song Chen transferred all the illnesses back to him. No need, I have learned Dr. Song's medical skills, let me do it. Lu Shuihai rushed forward with a face of brain paralysis, holding a handful of steel nails in his hand. I've learned too, let me do it. I'll do it, I'm the best. Immediately, the frenzied Lu family members brandished their treasures and surrounded Lu Shangfeng. Ah, what are you going to do? Don't come over. Lu Xiangfeng finally noticed the madness in the eyes of the crowd, his face instantly turning pale. You beast, take this from Sun Wukong. Lu Tianchao held an iron rod and leaped towards Lu Shangfeng's crotch, smashing without mercy. Ah, I'm out of K, who can lend me some? Suddenly, the Lu family members, like zombies, started beating Lu Shangfeng mercilessly. The screams echoed throughout the entire villa. Ah, help! They're crazy, all crazy. Many servants rushed over upon hearing the noise, and upon seeing this scene, their faces turned pale with fear. They fled in panic. These past few days, they had always felt that Lu Tianchao and others were acting abnormally, either staring blankly or saying inexplicable things. They even saw Lu Shuihai secretly eating dead things, like lunatics. Now, looking at it, it was indeed abnormal. Li family. Grandfather, I must kill this bastard, otherwise I will never be able to hold my head up in this lifetime. Li Jiaming's eyes were bloodshot. Let your second uncle take action, like the Lu family, don't let him have a chance to catch his breath. Li Deshang, who was applying medicine, said with a dark expression. Somehow, he had suddenly developed a skin disease recently. He even had unexplained headaches. Just now at the banquet, he had sneaked into the toilet to scratch for a long time. Understood, I'll go find my second uncle now. I will definitely make sure this bastard has no place to be buried. Li Jiaming retreated fiercely. At this moment, a bodyguard hurriedly arrived. What's the matter that's causing such panic? Li Deshang frowned, getting angry. Sir, just now the news revealed that hundreds of members of the Lu family suddenly went crazy overnight. The bodyguard's voice trembled, and this news had already swept through Andu like a hurricane. All the noble families were shaken. Li Deshang, who was applying medicine with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his body trembled uncontrollably as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at the bodyguard firmly. What did you say? Hundreds of members of the Lu family have all gone crazy, the bodyguard said nervously. The words were like a sharp sword, piercing Li Deshang's heart mercilessly, shocking him to stand up instantly, sweating all over. The The fear in his eyes was hard to conceal. Leaning on his cane, he hurriedly chased after him, shouting in fear, "Quick, go and bring Jiaming back, quickly." "Ah, sir, what's wrong with you?" The personal doctor who was applying medicine changed his face and approached. "I have a splitting headache, help me." A sudden migraine attack made Li Deshang whiten his eyes instantly, unable to bear it. "Not good, sir." The young master suddenly had a headache on the road and got into a car accident. At this moment, another bodyguard rushed over in a hurry to report. Upon hearing this, Li Deshang's bloodshot eyes widened even more, unable to hide his fear as he said, Song Chen, it must be him, it must be him." The morning sun, shrouded in mist, revealed the autumn atmosphere. After exercising, Song Chen soaked in the outdoor swimming pool, scrolling through his phone. Looking at the headlines on the news, there was no surprise. Well, Lu Tianchao shouldn't have threatened his family. And without surprise, the Li family should have been affected too, right? Noon. Song Chen drove to the veterinary clinic to deliver the sick animals. "I told AI Xiaoxiu about going to study in Ligua, and transferred 100,000 yuan to the other party." AI Xiaoxiu's mood was obviously low. Song Chen was already familiar with how to handle this. Immediately took AI Xiaoxiu to Anduihuan, the most luxurious emperor-level hotel. Ordered various types of chicken set meals. Fried chicken, roasted chicken, beggar's chicken, braised chicken. Let AI Xiaoxiu eat to his heart's content, and he immediately became cheerful again. On this day, the master and apprentice drank a lot of farewell wine and played around. "Master, rest assured, Xiaoxiu will take good care of your shop." At the moment of parting, AI Xiaoxiu's delicate little face blushed, giving Song Chen a reluctant hug. "Song Chen, be good, work hard. Next year the master will find you a foreign girl as a wife." Song Chen patted AI Xiaoxiu's back, smiling and encouraging. "Yes, master, I will work hard." AI Xiaoxiu nodded. The next morning, Song Chen had already packed his luggage and was waiting outside the villa, because Herbert had come to pick him up. Coincidentally, two stunning figures in sportswear were running towards them. It was Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao who were out for morning exercise. "Song Chen, do you live here?" And Ruoi was surprised to see Song Chen coming out of the villa. The two breathless women stopped. "Yes." Song Chen also looked surprised as he appraised the two women with hot figures. Without makeup, they were still unbelievably beautiful. It seems that beauty is not just about technology and hard work. "You shouldn't have been impulsive that day, you." And Ruoi's eyebrows furrowed slightly, showing some anger towards Song Chen's behavior that day. However, before she could finish, two shiny black luxury cars had arrived. "Mr. Song, I'm really sorry for being late, making you wait." Herbert got out of the car with the bodyguard opening the door, smiling apologetically. Another foreign bodyguard immediately took Song Chen's luggage and put it back in the car. "I just arrived not long ago, Mr. Herbert, let's go." Song Chen smiled and got into the car with Herbert. And Ruoi and Wang Xiaoxiao's faces changed slightly. Obviously, they were stunned by the scene before them. Especially Ruoi, as a member of an official family, how could she not know Herbert? Song Chen, where are you going?" Seeing the car starting, and Ruoi finally reacted and hurriedly asked. As the car window rolled down, Song Chen stuck his head out, smiling warmly and waving goodbye. "I'm going to study in Ligua. If you miss your snake jade in the future, come find me in Ligua." And Ruoi wanted to say something more, but the car had already left. For some reason, she felt inexplicably empty inside. There are rumors that Herbert has cancer and doesn't have much time left, but now he appears here and looks very healthy. It seems that Song Chen has cured him, and he must have discovered Song Chen's medical talent and wants to take him to Ligua. Wang Xiaoxiao's solemn voice sounded in her ears. She had investigated the case involving Song Chen and knew that he had cured a mysterious foreign businessman. And Ruoi trembled and looked shocked at Wang Xiaoxiao. Since he can cure cancer, why did he hide it that day? There are so many terminally ill patients in Anhwa who need treatment. Do people like them just prefer the air of Ligua? Perhaps he won't send Hua Zi. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled. And Ruoi? Wu Yashua, Wu Yanshun, because you can no longer afford the subsequent mortgage payments, we are legally reclaiming this villa. The down payment will be used as a penalty, and you are required to move out immediately. A few minutes later, Wu Yashue and Wu Yanshun, with their meager belongings, supported each other as they were evicted from the villa. The down payment they had saved their whole lives for had also gone to waste. "Daughter, if you don't let go of that prideful face, the two of us will really have to drink the northwest wind." Wu Yanshun cried bitterly, her voice hoarse and pitiful. Woo. "Mom, I was wrong. I will go apologize to Song Chen right away. I am willing to do anything he asks me to do this time." Wu Yashue trembled and threw herself into Wu Yanshun's arms, crying bitterly. One of her eyes was already blind, and the other was just a matter of time. AIDS was constantly tormenting her body, destroying her once proud appearance. As for the money she extorted from Zhang Shui a while ago, it was long gone. It was only a few $100,000, not enough for medical treatment or even a loan for a villa. This made her think of Song Chen's kindness again, because this time, she had no other choice but to rely on him. Only Song Chen could save her. Don't worry, with me here this time, Xiao Song will definitely forgive you for my sake. Wu Yanchun couldn't bear to comfort her. To be on the safe side, they decided to go together this time. The mother and daughter supported each other as they hailed a taxi on the roadside. Two luxury Rolls-Royce Phantoms drove by, making the two of them envious. Especially the handsome figure faintly visible below the car window made Wu Yashue unable to hide her excitement. Unfortunately, the two luxury cars did not stop as expected by the two. So, in their destitute state, they could only take a taxi to Song Chen's veterinary shop. AI Xiaoshou had already opened for business early. Knowing that Song Chen was leaving today, he took a selfie of himself working hard and sent it over. He was in a good mood. Until he saw Wu Yashue and Wu Yanchun coming in together. It's you? What are you here for? AI Xiaoshou recognized Wu Yashue. This woman had come to his door before, causing trouble and trying to seduce his master. After failing, she became angry and cursed at people. Thinking of this, AI Xiaoshou became alert, picked up a stick nearby, ready to strike at any moment. Wu Yashue had also seen AI Xiaoshou before, and now, comparing her current destitute and blind self, she felt ashamed and lowered her head. Wu Yanchun saw through the situation and said, with a glint in her eyes, "We are here to see Song Chen. I am Song Chen's mother-in-law, and this is my daughter, also Song Chen's wife, who is already pregnant with Song Chen's child." "You're talking nonsense. My master is so handsome, how could he touch such a shriveled ugly woman like you?" AI Xiaoshou was aggressive and naturally did not believe her. You little slut, what did you say? Who's shriveled? Cough cough. Wu Yanchun became angry, about to curse loudly, but the severe pain in her mouth made her cough uncontrollably. She could no longer display her former eloquence. "Get out, my master has already gone to study in Ligua, you two old pigeons, don't think about bothering my master." AI Xiaoshou held the stick, and his dog Wangkai also ran out from behind. "What did you say? Song Chen went to Ligua?" AI Xiaoshou's words made Wu Yashue tremble, as if struck by lightning, shaking her head in despair. "No, how could he leave? How could he bear to leave me? He hasn't treated me yet?" AI Xiaoshou pouted angrily. "You made my master unable to move an inch in Anhwa, where else could he go if not to Ligua? Treat you? Are you out of your mind? You harm others like this, and still have the face to ask others to treat you? Then, when will Xiao Song come back?" Wu Yanchun, realizing the seriousness of the situation, instantly lowered her posture. Song Chen's move to study abroad had caught them off guard. At least cure them before leaving. AI Xiaoshou's eyes flashed with cunning, and he coldly said, "He's not coming back. My master has already found a beautiful foreign woman to be his wife in Ligua. He will settle down there in the future. You can give up on him." Hearing this, the two women were shocked, like beggars, sitting paralyzed on the ground. The Song Chen they had always hoped would be their backup plan was gone like this? What should they do now? Penniless, with a terminal illness. All that awaited them was a life worse than death. Simply unbearable. Endless regret filled Wu Yashua's body, and she ran away like crazy in an instant. "No, Song Chen, I love you. I am willing to live with you in Ligua. Don't leave Shuer behind." "Wu, daughter, wait for me. I am willing too." Wu Yanchun's face changed slightly, and she hurried to catch up. On the other side, Song Chen had already boarded Herbert's private plane, officially starting a legendary journey in Ligua. Inside the private plane, it was like a finely decorated luxurious smart room. Various expensive furniture, everything was complete. It can only be described as luxurious. What's even more luxurious is that this private plane is equipped with 3 private flight attendants and a top chef. The 3 flight attendants are all white, with blonde hair, blue eyes, tall and slim figures, and exquisite features. Paired with enticing flight attendant uniforms, it's absolutely captivating. It can only be said that the rich know how to enjoy life. At this moment, 3 flight attendants wearing black stockings each carried 2 plates of well-cooked Wellington beefsteaks and a bottle of Lafite 82, rhythmically walking in high heels, placed in front of Song Chen and Herbert's table. A simple and unpretentious breakfast was prepared like this. "Mr. Song, although it's presumptuous, I still want to ask, which incurable diseases can you cure? Or rather, which incurable diseases are you better at treating?" Herbert asked with a smile while enjoying breakfast. "As long as it's an incurable disease, I can cure it bit by bit." Song Chen looked at the other party's shrewd gaze and smiled. "You are too modest." Herbert's eyes sparkled as he suggested, How about I host a noble banquet for you? If you can cure those nobles, your reputation will surely resound throughout Ligua in a short time. Then I will trouble Mr. Herbert. Song Chen raised his glass in thanks, then reminded, according to the contract between us, I will provide free treatment for you and your family members in the future. But after arriving in Ligua, I also need absolute freedom. I believe Mr. Herbert will not forget about this, right? Herbert has been waiting for Song Chen in Anhwa and has been helping him tirelessly. Naturally, it's not out of kindness. It's just because Song Chen is valuable. But this exchange of value must be mutually beneficial, not one-sided control and demands. If Herbert tries to control him, the result will definitely be the same as the Lu family. This is also the reason why Song Chen intentionally reminded Herbert. Herbert squinted his eyes, then smiled and clinked glasses with Song Chen, promising, Mr. Song, rest assured, I have arranged a school and a house for you, and I will not interfere with your life. I naturally trust Mr. Herbert's character. Song Chen smiled slightly. After enjoying a few hours of private plane life, they finally arrived in the most prosperous city of Ligua. City N. Looking through the window, overlooking this globally prosperous international metropolis, Song Chen couldn't hide his emotions. After all, this was his first time abroad. Daddy, I missed you. Just as they got off the plane, a blonde, blue-eyed white girl in a black silk skirt rushed into Herbert's arms holding a bunch of flowers. The white girl was very beautiful, with lively and three-dimensional features, tall and probably reaching 175 centimeters. Especially her bold and unrestrained personality, something that many domestic women do not possess. Oh, my good daughter, be gentle. Daddy's bones are almost crushed by you. Herbert showed an indulgent smile. The two communicated in English. As a student of the best university in Anhwa, Song Chen naturally understood. Especially after his physical fitness increased tenfold, his learning ability naturally wouldn't be lacking. What surprised Song Chen was that Herbert, who was so old, probably in his 60s or 70s, had such a young and beautiful daughter? Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is Mr. Song Chen, you will be studying together in the future. Herbert then introduced to Song Chen, Mr. Song, this is my youngest and most beautiful daughter, Lucy. She will take care of you in my place in the future. Lucy curiously looked at the East Asian youth in front of her, disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes. To be honest, influenced by her environment since childhood, she did not like yellow people. She even hated them, especially the way Song Chen looked so frail. This made her, who liked muscular men, even less interested. But thinking of Herbert's instructions earlier, she politely extended her hand, adorned with beautiful nails. Hello, Lucy Steve. Song Chen. Song Chen smiled in response, naturally sensing the disdain in the other's eyes. Ligua is the most developed country in the world. It is also the country with the most severe racial discrimination. In Ligua, whites are greater than blacks or greater than yellow people. Later, Herbert took Song Chen and Lucy to their residence together. They quickly arrived in front of a spacious and luxurious villa. This villa was even larger than Song Chen's Tianfu villa, exuding a strong European style. The surrounding garden lawn was astonishingly large. In the living room, several beautiful black maids had already prepared dinner. Mr. Song, I have enrolled you in the world's #1 university, Skyo International University. Almost all the students at this university are children of nobles and wealthy businessmen from various countries, including many Anhwa people. I believe you will adapt quickly. In addition, my daughter also studies at this university and knows everything here very well. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask her. At the dining table, Herbert smiled as he gave instructions, then hastily took a few bites and got up, saying, well, I have urgent matters to attend to. I wish you a pleasant time together. Before leaving, Herbert did not forget to bid farewell to Lucy with a kiss on the cheek. He left behind a World Bank card, instructing, Mr. Song is visiting Ligua for the first time, so take him out and see if there is anything he needs to buy. Thank you, Dad, rest assured, I will take good care of him. Lucy's beautiful eyes lit up as she accepted the card. She had waited so long for this card. After Herbert left, Lucy put away the card and looked at Song Chen with a sly smile. Mr. Song Chen, shall I take you to see your room? Song Chen did not refuse. Led by Lucy to the second floor, he entered a room that had already been prepared. Go to school at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I hope you don't oversleep. I don't have the habit of waking people up. Also, you are so thin, it's best not to go out at night. Ligua is not friendly to Asians, especially those tall black people. After giving all these instructions like a task, Lucy left. Several convertible luxury cars arrived outside the villa, with several white girls dressed in revealing clothes sitting on them. Soon, Lucy also drove out a Lamborghini from the garage. The The group of girls cheered and left. Song Chen. He lay on the bed for a while, checking information about the city. After getting a rough idea, Song Chen put on his headphones and went to the garage. There were many luxury cars in the garage, and Song Chen chose the cheapest one and set off with navigation. For some reason, coming to Ligu made him inexplicably feel a sense of unease in a foreign land. So he wanted to find a veterinary shop, accumulate merits as soon as possible and achieve perfect merits in the next round. In this country without a tranquilizer gun, strength is his greatest guarantee. Song Chen drove slowly on the bustling streets. What he saw was no longer familiar black hair and yellow skin. It was white plus black. N City, Times Square. As one of the most prosperous international districts in the world, it gathers people of all races, showcasing the prosperity of the times. Song Chen parked his car on a relatively quiet street. His gaze fell on an independent Chinese medicine shop. The electronic sign on the door read "Shop for Sale." Entering the Chinese medicine shop, the room was filled with a Japanese-style atmosphere. A cherry blossom girl in a kimono, wearing wooden clogs, was playing games while blowing bubblegum. "Konnichiwa. Are you here to buy this Chinese medicine shop?" Upon seeing a guest, Qingchuan Nair's beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly greeted him. "Song Chen?" Because the other party spoke Japanese, which he did not understand. He only understood a bit of Kanyawa. Realizing that the young man in front of him was not from his own country, Qingchuan Nair naturally switched to English. "Are you looking to buy this traditional Chinese medicine clinic? How do you plan to sell it?" Song Chen nodded, surprised to find out that this traditional Chinese medicine clinic was actually owned by the Sakura people. To be honest, this traditional Chinese medicine clinic was passed down by my grandfather, but he passed away not long ago. My family has moved the business back to our home country, and I need money for my studies in Ligua, so I decided to sell it. If you like it, you can have it for 10 million Li Jin, and everything inside the clinic can be included as a bonus. However, it needs to be paid in full up front. Qingchuan Nair spoke sincerely, with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. It seemed like she really hoped Song Chen would buy it, because she had been trying to sell it for almost a month without success. "Okay, but I need to inspect it first." Song Chen's gaze fell on the other person. To be honest, in this bustling city, 10 million Li Jin for such an independent traditional Chinese medicine clinic was not expensive. "No problem, please follow me. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Qingchuan Nair was visibly excited and quickly led Song Chen inside. A few minutes later, after a thorough inspection, there was indeed nothing shabby, and the decoration materials were almost brand new. Then, Song Chen took various identification documents that Herbert had already prepared for him, and completed the transaction with Qingchuan Nair. From then on, this quaint traditional Chinese medicine clinic belonged to Song Chen. This was also Song Chen's first property in Ligua. Of course, it wouldn't be his last. Song Chen immediately changed the electronic signboard. Shop name, Healing Clinic, note, treats both humans and animals. Yes, this time, he would no longer be Loki. Without the restriction of the medical ban, and with Herbert's protection, he no longer needed to worry about being caught. This trip to Ligua was not just about obtaining a student identity for him. He also wanted to use the system to continuously improve and become stronger, to truly make the name of Healing Master resound globally, and to make the high-level officials of Anghua see his existence. Of course, the reason he chose to start saving people was another one. He needed to absorb more different and rare diseases, especially diseases like the secondary disease that Li Menglan had. Not only could it give him a one-time boost of 100 merits, but it also affected the extent to which his future merits would increase. After all, each disease he absorbed was a weapon for him. And currently, he had accumulated 281 merits, most of which came from pets. And most of them were the same pet diseases. If he continued to only absorb pet diseases, the 1,000 diseases he could use in the second round of full merits would all be pet diseases. How tragic. So, he needed more rare diseases to create more healing techniques, such as his unique kidney deficiency poem, and to quickly reach the second round of full merits. To attract customers for the first time, Song Chen wrote a few words on the electronic signboard. Note, dedicated service, specializes in treating difficult and complex diseases, no cure no pay, limited to 20 people per day. After doing all this, Song Chen put on the white coat he brought and returned to the clinic to start organizing. On the first night, he didn't expect many patients, but surprises often come in an instant. Just as Song Chen entered the shop, a tightly wrapped figure carrying a white cat approached. Song Chen was startled, because the other party was wrapped up too tightly. Let's put it this way. From head to toe, you couldn't find any exposed skin on the other person. As for why Song Chen knew the other person was a woman, it wasn't just because of the perfect figure she vaguely revealed. It was also the unique body fragrance emanating from her. This is a kind of intoxicating girl's body fragrance. Natural, fragrant, unique. It is by no means comparable to those marinated with perfume. Under the antiseptic cloth, a pair of violet-colored beautiful eyes, equally curious, were sizing up Song Chen. No, to be precise, in her pure and flawless violet-colored beautiful eyes, there was curiosity about everything around her. A hint of vigilance flashed in Song Chen's eyes because behind the girl, there were two white men nearly 2 meters tall wearing masks. The two men had sharp eyes, with a hint of hostility. Even the bulging waistline revealed the outline of a handgun. In Li country, guns are not prohibited. Can you help me check my Cabo chart? The mysterious girl finally spoke, her voice as light as a lark, as if never tainted by the dust of the world. Just from her voice, one couldn't help but imagine the stunning beauty hidden under the mask. Give it to me. Song Chen took the white cat from the girl's arms while keeping a close eye on the movements of the two white men. In this short process, the muscles of the two men visibly tensed slightly. Ding detected level 2 disease. Patient, cat. Disease, level 2 mutant virus infection. Song Chen's face changed slightly, not expecting such a big surprise from the first customer. Please wait. Song Chen immediately took the white cat into the private consultation room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he came out with the disinfected white cat in his arms. Thank you. Seeing the white cat visibly improving, the girl's voice became even more pleasant. After paying, she left under the interaction of the two white men. Song Chen's tense spirit finally relaxed because the pressure from the two white men was strong. He watched the three of them leave in a car before returning his gaze to continue organizing. A few minutes later, more patients were attracted by the advertisement and approached the store. These were two Asian girls with tall figures dressed provocatively, like two travel influencers, extremely enticing. One of the big bear women stepped forward, full of anticipation, and asked, "Appa, is what you marked true? Can you really cure any disease?" Korean accent. Song Chen looked at the speaking Appa woman, somewhat shocked, because this woman had a bad omen. So big in 3D. What do you want to treat? Song Chen didn't expect business to be so good on the first day. I heard that Chinese medicine is magical. Can you make my bear a little smaller without surgery and scarring? The Appa woman asked cautiously, her pretty face blushing. The two women covered their mouths and giggled. Song Chen, are there still women who don't like bad omens these days? But this woman is indeed a bit too big. She looks like she's carrying a heavy burden. But is this considered a disease? Let me take your pulse. With a charitable heart, Song Chen decided to give it a try. If he could help reduce the burden for the other party, he would gladly accept this merit. The Appa woman extended her snow-white wrist expectantly. Ding detected illness. Patient, human. Disease, bear syndrome. Symptoms, bear-like. Damn, is this really a disease? Song Chen's mouth twitched, somewhat shocked. But soon, he smelled a business opportunity. If he could take on this illness, after completing the merit in the future, could he offer painless bear augmentation indefinitely to others? It can be treated, come in with me. Regaining his thoughts, Song Chen looked at the Appa woman seriously. This disease must be treated. The Appa woman looked at her girlfriend, received confirmation, and nervously followed Song Chen into the private consultation room. Relax, lie down, you'll be fine soon. Song Chen gently reassured. Coupled with his handsome appearance, the Appa woman instantly calmed down. She obediently laid down on the bed. Song Chen began to wear a mask, gloves, disinfect. At that moment, he was just a massage therapist. In his eyes, there are only patients, nothing else. So, he is very calm. Half an hour later, Song Chen and the woman came out together. The woman's plump figure visibly shrank a lot. Also changed was the European woman. Her face was flushed, her beautiful eyes misty. It seemed like she had just enjoyed a family joy. Doctor, it's really amazing. Can I book a monthly massage with you? I'll come back for more next time. The European woman's gaze towards Song Chen had changed. Song Chen, is this a massage? This is called professional medical skills. It's damn insulting. This is a traditional Chinese medicine technique. You can't be greedy. Being greedy will make it flat. Song Chen refused in words, while also intimidating. Did she really take him for a technician? The European woman's pretty face changed slightly, quickly paid the money, and left with her friend. Support me. Ah Huijin, why are you sweating all over? Listening to the distant discussions of the two women, Song Chen's face darkened. But fortunately, tonight's harvest was quite fruitful. Seeing that it was already late, Song Chen packed up, locked the door, and was ready to leave. When he arrived at the parking spot, Song Chen's steps stopped, his eyes narrowed slightly. Because on the car hood, there were two shirtless black men sitting, looking at him with playful expressions. The dagger in their hands kept scratching the car hood, making a harsh sound. Seeing Song Chen's arrival, the two black men smiled at each other, then jumped out of the car and walked towards Song Chen. The two black men looked disdainful towards Song Chen. They had been waiting for Song Chen here for a long time. "Hey, yellow pig, leave your money in car, then crawl out from under our crotches." One of the black men came up to grab Song Chen's head, but unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he was already flying out, his hand broken. F***K. The other black man's face changed slightly, then his gaze turned fierce as he quickly pulled out a gun from his waist. Before aiming at Song Chen, the gun was already in Song Chen's hand. The cold muzzle pressed against the black man's forehead. No, friend, let's talk, we were wrong." The black man was instantly scared, his arrogant demeanor disappeared in an instant, turning into a trembling black man kneeling on the ground, begging continuously. Song Chen's eyes were cold as he kicked him. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the black man flew out and collided with his partner. With 10 times the strength of an ordinary person, even this 200 to 300 pound strong black man couldn't withstand it. This was also why he dared to come out. Because he was strong. Song Chen's lips curled slightly as he approached with the gun. He found that the two black men had quite a few illnesses. With so much merit, how could he waste it? But it was impossible for him to treat these two guys for free. No, we are friends, long live the yellow race, let us go, we are from the black skin gang, dare you. The two black men looked at Song Chen approaching, their pupils contracted, as if they had seen a demon, begging incoherently. "Don't be nervous, I'm a veterinarian, I'll treat your illnesses." Song Chen smiled brightly. Ding, successfully absorbed AIDS, merit +1, ding, successfully absorbed mania, merit +1, No. Song Chen was indeed helping the two black men with their illnesses, but the process of treatment was a bit rough. While treating, he triggered new diseases, such as nerve loss, concussion, urinary incontinence. Song Chen considerately treated them all. After treating them, he continued to beat them. Thus began a journey of accumulating merit. Until the two black men fell asleep paralyzed for life, Song Chen gained 50 points of merit. The accumulated merit reached 432 points. Just as he was about to leave, a convertible luxury car drove towards them. "Oh, my God, finally found you. Why did you come out alone? If you encounter any danger, my dad will kill me." Lucy saw Song Chen, sighed with relief, and complained a bit. But soon, she noticed the two black people in the corner of the wall, not knowing whether they were alive or dead, and was startled. What's wrong with them?" "I don't know, maybe they're too tired and fell asleep." Song Chen shrugged, got in the car, and left. Lucy's face changed slightly, and she didn't dare to inquire further, so she quickly followed. The next day, Song Chen got up very early. He habitually went to the gym for morning exercises. On the contrary, Lucy, who was supposed to remind Song Chen to wake up early, didn't get up until 9:30. After breakfast, the two set off for school. On the way, Lucy kept explaining the rules of Scio University to Song Chen, but most of it was to advise Song Chen to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Soon, the two arrived at Scio International University. The school gate was magnificent and grand. The whole school was like an open and prosperous small society, with beautiful surroundings. Students of various skin colors could be seen everywhere. As for enrollment matters, Herbert had already arranged everything for Song Chen in advance. This time, Song Chen was studying traditional Chinese medicine, not postpartum care for sows. He wanted to learn more about traditional Chinese medicine to make himself more refined in his future medical practice. Just as he parked the car, a group of white people had already walked over, both men and women. The leader was a tall and handsome white man holding a bunch of flowers. Lucy rushed into his arms, took the flowers with a smile. "Lucy, who is this? Introduce us." The man's gaze fell on Song Chen with a hint of hostility. The rest of the people also curiously looked at this yellow man who was with Lucy. Although Scio University had people of various races, many white people did not like to associate with yellow people, especially those from noble backgrounds. "He is Song Chen, my dad's friend who is here to study. I'm helping to take care of him." Lucy held the man's hand and explained. When he heard the word "take care," the man's hostility increased, and he even walked towards Song Chen, smiling and extending his hand. "I'm Carl, Lucy's boyfriend. Song Chen, a doctor." When Song Chen shook his hand, a huge force came through, and Carl's muscular arm visibly bulged. He wanted to give Song Chen a hard time in this way. After all, in his eyes, yellow people had always been weak. However, when he confidently expected to see pain on Song Chen's face, he found that Song Chen remained indifferent from start to finish. Why bother? Song Chen shook his head helplessly. This amount of strength was like tickling a baby in front of him. Incredibly weak. Carl's face changed, and he clearly saw the disdain in Song Chen's eyes. He then exerted all his strength in an attempt to show dominance. However, the next moment, Song Chen's hand turned into an iron clamp and gripped his hand back. Carl's face instantly turned red, and his body began to tremble. He was just a few steps away from doing ballet, but his pride as a man wouldn't allow him to cry out, nor would he allow himself to lose to a yellow person. It would become everyone's laughingstock. Carl's eyes turned red, his other fist clenched tightly, ready to angrily strike Song Chen's face. He wouldn't allow his status to be challenged by an inferior yellow person. Song Chen's gaze turned cold, realizing that showing restraint in Ligu would not earn him the respect he deserved, so he stopped holding back. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed, and Carl instantly screamed in pain, kneeling on the ground. This sudden scene frightened Lucy and the other white people. "Oh, Carl, what's wrong with you?" Lucy and the others hurried forward. No one knew what had happened. "He's a bit weak in the kidneys. I suggest you take him to the hospital for a checkup." Song Chen smiled slightly and walked away. He spoke the truth. Of course, it was definitely not him who caused it. The other party was truly weak in the kidneys. "It's okay, I just sprained my foot." Carl's face turned pale, hiding his broken hand, naturally embarrassed to speak the truth. But as he watched Song Chen's departing figure, it was already filled with resentment. "Just now Song Chen said you have kidney deficiency, do you want to go check it out?" Lucy asked with concern. As soon as these words were spoken, several white friends couldn't help but laugh. Carl's gloomy face stiffened, a hint of horror flashed in his eyes, but he still pretended to be angry and said, "What nonsense are you listening to? Do you believe him even if he talks nonsense? What kind of person is he?" No, he was hired by my father from Manhwa at a high price. My father said he is a divine doctor." Seeing her boyfriend angry, Lucy quickly explained. Suddenly, the air quieted down. Carl's face stiffened again. Everyone's gaze at him also turned to suspicion. Could it be true, kidney deficiency? On the other side, Song Chen had already arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine college. It was a high-rise building in Chinese style. Just as he arrived at the corridor, at the classroom door, there was a tall and burly black man. Holding a bunch of flowers, he knelt down on one knee, affectionately confessing to an Asian girl in the corner of the wall. "Oh, dear Ching, you are the most beautiful Asian girl I have ever seen, please be my girlfriend. I only love you in my life." "No, Jess, you are not my type, please stop bothering me." The Asian girl blocked in the corner firmly rejected, not being swayed by the black man's sweet words. Passing by, Song Chen saw this scene, a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. Because the Asian girl in front of him turned out to be Qingchuan Nair, who was sold to him by the Chinese medicine hall last night. But Song Chen had no intention of getting involved, and continued on his way. What's his business? He and the other party were just doing business last night, everything was settled. Qingchuan Nair also saw Song Chen, as if she had seen a savior, hurriedly pushed away the black man and ran towards Song Chen. "Darling, why did you come so late? I missed you." Qingchuan Nair hugged Song Chen's hand without saying a word, acting coquettishly. Then, without giving Song Chen a chance to speak, she pulled him into the classroom. Jess's face darkened, crumpling the flowers in his hand, his eyes full of anger. How dare someone snatch his woman? And a damn yellow pig at that? In the classroom, students were already seated. At a glance, there were about 100 people, discussing in a flurry. Mostly Asians, with a few whites and blacks. Qingchuan Nair pulled Song Chen to the back corner. Song Chen was a bit displeased, pushing away the other party's hand. "Miss Qingchuan, I don't like being used as a shield, especially by someone I don't know." "I'm really sorry, Song Chen, I really had no choice just now. He kept harassing me, so I thought of this last resort. But rest assured, I will compensate you." Qingchuan Nair bowed deeply to Song Chen, full of apologies. "Compensate? How will you compensate?" Song Chen looked at this seemingly familiar cherry blossom girl. "You are from Manhwa, right?" Qingchuan Nair's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. "What does that matter?" Song Chen didn't hide it, after all, his accent was there. Although everyone was speaking English, the accents from different countries were different. For example, he could tell that Qingchuan Nair was from the cherry blossom country. "You just transferred to study Chinese medicine, right?" "I have been studying Chinese medicine here for 3 years. In the future, we can exchange and explore together. I can teach you many postures you don't understand. Qingchuan Nair, please guide me." Qingchuan Nair extended her hand with a brilliant smile. At the same time, she spoke in Chinese. Song Chen couldn't hide his surprise. This woman actually knows Chinese too? But why does it sound a bit awkward? Just then, the bell for class rang. An old man with white hair walked into the classroom. He had an Asian face, giving off a somewhat ethereal and refined feeling. "Hello, everyone. Hello, Teacher Wasiguo." After exchanging greetings, the white-haired old man on the platform began to lecture, using only Chinese. Just because traditional Chinese medicine originated in Manhwa, everyone is speaking Chinese. It's just very awkward. At least Songchen couldn't hear an authentic voice. Except for the one on stage, Wasiguo. Professor Wasiguo is also from Manhwa, from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. His skills in Chinese medicine are superb, the best in the entire Chinese medicine department. At the same time, he is also my mentor. Qingchuan Nair admired the white-haired old man lecturing on stage, turned to Songchen proudly and said, "Songchen, how many people from Manhwa are in the entire Chinese medicine department?" Qingchuan Nair pondered for a long time, shook his head and said, "It seems there are only a few, at least none in our class. But there are many in the Western medicine department, almost the most from Manhwa." It has to be said that Qingchuan Nair did solve many problems for Songchen. Not only did she help him in class, explaining various Chinese medicine questions effortlessly, but she also introduced him to the vast campus after class. With his extraordinary brain, Songchen easily grasped and memorized the knowledge of Chinese medicine. At this moment, he finally believed that sometimes, talent can effortlessly surpass hard work. And during this process, there was always a pair of resentful eyes staring at him. Wherever he went, those eyes followed, like a sticky plaster. No doubt, it was that black man, Jace. At the end of the day, Song Chen received a message from Herbert. He was asked to treat a general from Ligu. Herbert's tone was very serious, indicating that the status of this Ligu general was very high. Song Chen did not refuse. After all, Herbert had helped him a lot in Manhwa. Besides, he also needed Herbert's help to quickly connect with the upper class of Ligu. Leaving the Chinese medicine teaching building, Lucy had already received a message from Herbert to pick up Song Chen. Along with her was her boyfriend Carl and several white friends. Except for Carl, the others still looked at Song Chen with curiosity and disdain. Being able to hang out with Lucy meant that their backgrounds were not simple. They were mostly rich second generation or official second generation. Especially Carl, who came from the second noble family in Ligu, the Hodwa family. "Hey, little Huan," Lucy said, "you are a divine doctor from Manhwa. Can you tell me what illness I have?" In the car, a refreshing blonde deliberately teased Song Chen. The others were also curious, with smiles on their faces, treating Song Chen as entertainment. Song Chen glanced at the blonde woman, smiled faintly, and said, "Excessive indulgence, 7 abortions, you are now infertile." As soon as these words were spoken, the carriage fell silent. However, the blonde woman who started the topic was not angry but shocked, because what Song Chen said was accurate, even the number of her abortions was precise. In pursuit of excitement, she did not like her boyfriend to wear protection. This led to her current situation. The blonde woman looked at Song Chen with no more mockery in her eyes, trembling as she asked, "How? How did you know?" The others' faces also changed. Could he have really guessed it right? Without giving them time to speak, as the vehicle just left the school, a black car suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked their way, directly forcing them into an alley. 2 black men quickly got off the car. The leader was a strong black man with visible scars and tattoos all over his body. The other person was Jace, who had been following Song Chen all day. Kondo Butcher. Lucy and the others saw the tattooed black man and their faces changed drastically, because the tattooed black man in front of them was a current UFC light heavyweight boxing figure, currently ranked 10th in the UFC light heavyweight division. He was definitely a formidable guy. "Kondo, did we offend you?" Carl's voice was noticeably trembling. Jay stood arrogantly beside him, pointing at Song Chen and said coldly, "We only want this yellow pig, you can leave." He naturally knew the identities of Carl and the others, so he didn't want to offend them. But today, he had to teach the Asian man in front of him a lesson. Let him know who the master is in Ligua. Upon hearing this, Carl was delighted. "Good, as long as you don't touch us." "No, Jess, Song Chen is a friend of my Steve family. If you dare touch him, my dad won't let you off," Lucy said angrily, blocking Song Chen behind her. "We have people from the Black Skin Gang behind us," Jess said fearlessly with a smile. Kan moved his joints and walked over with a fierce look. "If you don't leave now, you will stay here to accompany him in his burial." "Lucy, run. This guy has killed someone in a match before. We are no match for him," Carl reminded fearfully, signaling to a few companions and pulling Lucy away. So Song Chen was left alone. Of course, if Song Chen wanted to run, Bolt could only watch his dust. But there was no need for that. Respect was earned. Since trouble had arisen, it had to be resolved. Avoiding it would only breed more trouble. All right, he admitted, he was a bit selfish, wanting to earn some merit again. Yellow pig, do you think you deserve to compete with me for a woman? Jess said fiercely, turning to Can beside him. Big brother, 100,000 in gold, I want him to lie in bed for the rest of his life. No problem, Can grinned, lit a cigarette for himself, and gave one to Jess. Then he punched towards Song Chen. The punch was fast, fierce, and accurate. That was the difference between an ordinary person and a professional boxer. Unfortunately, that speed was pitifully slow in front of Song Chen. Whoosh! Song Chen also threw a punch, forming a stark contrast with Can's iron fist. Bang crack! However, at the moment of impact between the two fists, Jess's fist split open directly, and his burly figure flew backward, crashing heavily onto a car. Can's face, which was grinning, was now filled with pain. When he looked at Song Chen again, he was horrified. He couldn't understand how a yellow-skinned person could have such great strength. Jess, who was waiting on the side to watch the show, was also stunned, the cigarette in his mouth suddenly losing its appeal. Now angry and smashing the ground, Can unwillingly stood up, and once again punched towards Song Chen with his other hand. Like a raging bull, full of murderous intent, determined to kill Song Chen. However, his heavy punch was easily caught by Song Chen with one hand. It was as if it had hit a wall, unable to move forward even a bit, unable to pull back. Can's burly body trembled, a chill filling his entire body. You think you're tough? Song Chen finally spoke, his expression calm. Let me go, I won't pursue this matter anymore. Can's voice trembled, unable to hide his fear. At the same time, he had already cursed Jess in his heart. What a weakling! After you're done, it's my turn. Song Chen smiled brightly, veins popping out. Crack! Can's hand was instantly crushed by Song Chen like a watermelon. A massacre of earning merit had begun, until the opponent was completely disabled. In the distance, Jess, who witnessed this brutal scene, was already scared stiff, his thick lips trembling continuously. The cigarette he had lit never took a puff, because the yellow-skinned man in front of him was too brutal. He wanted to escape, but found that his legs wouldn't obey. Song Chen wiped the blood off his body, walked towards Jess, took the cigarette from his fat mouth, took a few puffs, and asked with a faint smile, "Can you fight? Do you want me to teach you?" Plop! Jess's legs went weak, and he knelt in front of Song Chen, not obeying. 10 minutes later, Song Chen drove the luxury car abandoned by Carl and the others out of the alley. As for Jess and that boxer with a C name, Song Chen fulfilled their dream of lying flat. This time, merit plus 66. No, my goodness, how could you leave Mr. Song alone? Oh no! In the villa garden, Herbert, who was waiting, heard the news brought by his obedient daughter and felt thunderstruck. No, Mr. Herbert, you can't blame us, that guy provoked the other party, we were also helpless. Carl stepped forward, holding Lucy in his arms. Yes, we gave him time to escape, but he was too weak, he was caught after running a few steps. Others also echoed, they had already coordinated their statements in advance. Faced with Herbert's questioning, Lucy gritted her teeth, nodded, and agreed with everyone's statements. No, I still have to go see. Herbert still couldn't accept it. After all, Mr. Song was someone he had spent a lot of money to hire, and he hadn't received any returns yet. Just as Herbert was about to leave by car, Song Chen happened to drive back. Seeing Song Chen return safely and even driving their car, the faces of Lucy and the others changed. How is this possible? How could this guy have escaped unscathed from the world champion? Oh my goodness. Mr. Song, it's so good to see you safe. Compared to the stunned and speechless crowd, Herbert was overjoyed and rushed over to give Song Chen a big hug. He continued to ask, they said you were intercepted by 2 black men, what really happened? No, those 2 black brothers were just sick, they knew I was a veterinarian, so they came to me for treatment. I cured them, and they let me go. They even paid for the treatment. Song Chen laughed. Lucy and the others, seriously doubting if they were seeing things just now. I see, you scared me, let's hurry and go with me. Don't keep General Mike waiting. Herbert seemed to believe Song Chen's words and quickly set off with Song Chen, leaving Lucy and the others in disarray in the wind. In the night of City Inn, still bright and dazzling. In a stretched Maybach, Herbert took out a lot of information about General Mike and handed it to Song Chen. At the same time, he explained, General Mike is one of only 5 5-star colonels in Ligu, and he is the oldest general, having commanded countless wars, with high status and great popularity among the people. His position in Ligu is second only to the president. Unfortunately, in his last battle, he failed and returned with paralyzed legs. For years, despite the best medical equipment and top doctors in Ligu, there has been no improvement. Song Chen looked at the medical records of the elderly white man, his eyes flickering. Of course, he wasn't worried about not being able to cure him. Any doubt would be disrespectful to the healing system. He was looking forward to it, as Herbert had described it so seriously. If this was a level 2 disease, it would be a jackpot. 100 merits. However, seeing Song Chen silent, Herbert also couldn't help but worry. After all, General Mike's paralysis was something that even the top Western doctors in Ligu couldn't solve. If this failed, everything he had prepared would be in vain. So, to encourage Song Chen, Herbert continued with a smile, Mr. Song, this time we are going to General Mike's castle. He holds a birthday party every year on this day. Almost all the nobles and wealthy people in Ligu will attend. As long as you can cure General Mike at this party, your position in Ligu will be unshakable in the future. You will instantly become a celebrity in the eyes of all the nobles and wealthy people in Ligu. It may even cause a sensation worldwide. This is a great opportunity for you to quickly become famous. Song Chen looked at Herbert, the shrewdness in his eyes was evident. This time it seemed like Herbert was helping Song Chen become famous. But did Herbert himself have no ulterior motives? Of course not. As the introducer, if Song Chen cures General Mike, then Herbert naturally also counts as General Mike's lifesaver. This favor is enough to be infinitely magnified by this wealthy businessman and used in the oil business. So, this is also a transaction. Song Chen gains fame. Herbert gains profit. Neither of them loses. But the premise is that Song Chen can cure him. Don't worry, Mr. Herbert, I will do my best. Song Chen smiled modestly. I naturally believe in Mr. Song's medical skills. Herbert breathed a sigh of relief. But facing Song Chen's modesty still made him somewhat uneasy. The vehicle drove out of the bustling city area and soon arrived at a vast grassland. A brightly lit castle could be seen from afar. Outside the castle square, there were numerous dazzling luxury cars parked. Even the guards at the gate were heavily armed special police. It is evident of General Mike's identity and status. Song Chen and Herbert entered the castle, and it was instantly bright as day. The banquet table was filled with food. Almost all were well-dressed white aristocrats or white women in evening gowns. There were few black people. As for Asians, there were hardly any. As soon as Herbert, the third noble of Ligua, arrived, he attracted many wealthy people to come forward to toast and greet him. As for the yellow-skinned Song Chen, he was naturally glanced at. They just thought he was Herbert's bodyguard. Song Chen really didn't like these mutual compliments, but he was quite interested in the Western cuisine that was everywhere. So, he started eating on his own. Since his physical fitness improved, his appetite also increased. He especially loved high-calorie, high-nutrition foods. That was why he tricked the Liu family into eating Lingji mushrooms in the first place. After everyone had exchanged pleasantries for a while, Herbert walked into the castle alone. When he came out, his expression changed. He approached Song Chen and said solemnly, Mr. Song, there may be some bad news. Besides you, another Sakura Chinese medicine practitioner has come forward to treat General Mike. Song Chen frowned slightly. Sakura Chinese medicine practitioner? Yes, this Sakura Chinese medicine practitioner is called Qingchuan Jujun. The Qingchuan family is a prestigious Chinese medicine family in Sakura country and is highly popular in Sakura country. It is rumored that Qingchuan Jujun is the best Chinese medicine practitioner in Sakura country. He has cured countless paralyzed patients with his acupuncture skills. So, in response to Qingchuan Jujun's request, General Mike has decisively agreed. Song Chen understood and smiled. So, there is no need for me to treat him? No, it's just that Qingchuan Jujun has a bigger reputation, so General Mike wants him to treat first. If he can't cure, then you can come in, Herbert said helplessly. He could see that Qingchuan Jujun also wanted to make a name for himself in Ligua. Alright, let it be this way. Song Chen nodded. He didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, the other party had a reputation, and he was just an unknown person. Normal people would definitely choose Qingchuan Jujun first. While the two were talking, inside the castle, an elderly white-haired man in a wheelchair was slowly pushed out. Despite his old age, his sharp eyes were as fierce as an eagle's. The scene quieted down instantly, and everyone looked at this five-star general with respect. Thank you all for coming here, but today at this banquet, there will be a Chinese medicine practitioner from Sakura country to treat me. My legs have been treated by Western medicine for nearly 10 years, so this time I will try Chinese medicine. Let's give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Qingchuan Jujun from the Qingchuan family in Sakura country. Mike's voice was strong and gave the other party face. Amidst the applause of the crowd, a middle-aged man who was no more than 160 centimeters tall and dressed in a men's kimono walked out. At a glance, it was clear that he was from Sakura country. In front of countless noble and wealthy people from various countries, Qingchuan Jujun stood tall, confidently saying, "This time, I am treating General Mike not for fame or fortune, but to let the world know the profoundness of my Sakura traditional Chinese medicine." Although the nobles and wealthy people looked disdainful, they still applauded. Xingchuan Zhujun then squatted in front of Mike, took out a packet of silver needles from his pocket. Mr. Zhujun, please. Mike's old face was also full of anticipation. Under the quiet gaze of everyone, Xingchuan Zhujun began to needle. His technique was skillful and seamless, astonishing everyone. Even Song Chen was attracted by this technique and couldn't help but study it seriously. After Xingchuan Zhujun placed the 19th silver needle, a miraculous scene occurred. Mike's paralyzed legs actually trembled slightly. Boom! This astonishing scene not only shocked all the noble and wealthy people present but also surprised the several Western doctors who were taking care of Mike. Mike himself was also visibly moved. He grasped onto the light of hope. Song Chen was touched in his heart and had to admit that Xingchuan Zhujun before him was a master of traditional Chinese medicine. However, Herbert became worried. Xingchuan Zhujun focused intently and continued needling without any hesitation. Mike's paralyzed legs, which had been trembling for years, trembled even more violently. General Mike, the final 3 needles to come will be crucial in connecting the nerves of your brain and legs, and it may be very painful. When the 21st needle fell, Xingchuan Zhujun stopped, his expression serious. Dr. Zhujun, rest assured. What's a little pain? Mike smiled confidently and boldly. In the past, he had been through battles. Before Mike could finish his thoughts, Xingchuan Zhujun needled him. In an instant, a heart-wrenching pain surged from his legs to his brain. Mike was surprised but also turned pale with pain. He tightly gripped the wheelchair's armrest, because it was really painful. It felt like someone was continuously cutting his legs with a knife. The private Western doctor beside him quickly took out instruments to monitor Mike's condition, just in case. Song Chen's eyes trembled. Perhaps these 3 needles could really cure him. Xingchuan Zhujun then placed the 2nd needle. This time, the old general could no longer bear it, his whole body trembling and his eyes rolling back. Because the 2nd needle magnified the pain 100-fold. It felt like 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity surging from his legs straight to his head. No, stop, General Mike can't bear it anymore. The private Western doctor monitoring him quickly spoke in fear. Xingchuan Zhujun's face turned pale, but seeing this scene, despite his reluctance, he had to immediately remove the needle. And with the withdrawal of the silver needle, Mike's pain disappeared instantly. Everyone was startled by the sudden turn of events. I'm sorry, General Mike, you have been paralyzed for too long, many nerves and muscles have atrophied, and combined with your advanced age, you cannot bear such pain. Xingchuan Zhujun reluctantly revealed the truth. No, Dr. Zhujun, it's not your fault, it's just that I'm too old to bear it. Also, I want to say that the traditional Chinese medicine in your Sakura country is truly amazing. Mike sighed. As the person experiencing it, he felt it the most. If he could endure the 3rd needle, perhaps he could really stand up. With these words, many high-ranking officials and nobles were moved. It was the first time they witnessed the magic of traditional Chinese medicine. General Mike, let the divine doctor I invited take a look at you. I believe he will bring you unexpected surprises. At this moment, Herbert timely stepped forward. General Mike's current condition is not suitable for further treatment. The private Western doctor frowned and began to speak, but before he could finish, Mike raised his hand to interrupt him and looked at Herbert with a smile. I wonder where the divine doctor Mr. Herbert invited for me is? Under the curious gaze of everyone, Song Chen walked out. He casually put on the white coat he brought with him. The scene suddenly quieted down. Because Song Chen was just too young. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't look like a highly skilled doctor. Hello everyone, my name is Song Chen, from Manhwa. Facing the gaze of many wealthy officials, Song Chen remained calm, with a friendly smile, and handed out his business card. Manhwa is related to cherry blossoms? Interesting. The crowd couldn't help but show interest, glancing at Xingchuan Zhujun. As for the business card given by Song Chen, they just glanced at it and quietly threw it into the nearby trash can. Xingchuan Zhujun's eyes narrowed, giving Song Chen a deep look. How do you plan to treat General Mike, if it's still Mr. Zhujun's acupuncture? Then there's no need. General Mike can't handle it. The private Western doctor stared sharply at Song Chen, hinting that he should reconsider. I use a set of ancestral Manhwa traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Song Chen made up a story. Let's begin. Finish early, the banquet needs to continue, so as not to dampen everyone's spirits. Mike's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke, no longer holding out hope after Zhujun's failure. He was only considering letting Song Chen try at the request of Herbert. With permission granted, Song Chen stepped forward and touched Mike's disabled leg. The system's voice sounded as expected. Ding, detected illness. Patient, human. Disease, neurological paralysis. Symptoms, muscle atrophy, nerve rupture. Disease level, level 1. Song Chen couldn't help but feel disappointed, thinking it was a level 2 disease, but it turned out to be a mistake. Nevertheless, he began his performance. Song Chen had the private Western doctor lift Mike's legs. Then he began massaging. The onlookers, who were initially hopeful, were dumbfounded. This technique? This movement? Isn't this just an ordinary masseur? Haha, Mr. Herbert, did you hire a masseur? A rival whispered in Herbert's ear. Some who hadn't thrown away Song Chen's business card did so one after another. But soon, their smiles froze on their faces, because Song Chen started to speed up. The accelerated massage movements seemed to undergo a qualitative change. Pat pat pat. Song Chen's hands had turned into a blur, rhythmically tapping on Mike's legs, like playing the piano. The sound even turned into a piano piece. In fact, Song Chen was indeed following the rhythm of a brainwashing tune, but the speed was so fast that it was dazzling and heart-pounding. It was impossible to see Song Chen's movements, and not understanding often led to shock and curiosity. The private Western doctor who was lifting the leg up close had his mouth wide open, and his hands were trembling. This speed, even world-class piano masters would be outdone. Qingchuan Jujuan's smile on the side also turned into shock. Everyone's hearts raced along with the sound of Song Chen's tapping, their mouths twitching. Unconsciously, they all wanted to play a tune on the spot. At that moment, everyone had the same question in their minds. What kind of medical skill is this? And the most shocked was naturally Mike. He had intended to rest his eyes and wait for it to end quickly. But under Song Chen's expert massage speed, he gradually began to feel sensation returning to his legs. It was as if the dead nerves were being tapped out by Song Chen, connecting to the brain, and accompanied by an unprecedented sense of pleasure. The five-star general widened his eyes, his body uncontrollably trembling. Ding successfully absorbed neurological paralysis, merit +1. A few minutes later, the performance ended. Song Chen finally stopped. Dang, someone's wine glass slipped from their hand involuntarily. The scene fell silent. They were already too shocked to speak. General Mike, get up and take a few steps. Song Chen stood up, gesturing with a smile. When everyone came to their senses, they couldn't help but look strange. Is this all right? Even Mike himself was somewhat incredulous. He's all right? But faced with the peculiar performance just displayed by Song Chen, he still slowly propped up his wheelchair and tried to stand up. The private Western doctor beside him wanted to assist, but was stopped by the old general who was halfway supported, as if he felt something. The next second, under the horrified gaze of everyone, Mike actually stood up all at once. Although a bit rusty, it was so smooth. In one go, as if he had never been paralyzed. Boom! Everyone widened their eyes and opened their mouths. If Qingchuan Jujun brought them something magical just now, then at this moment, Song Chen brought them a miracle. Oh, my God, this is amazing. Mike's wife burst into tears and instantly threw herself into her husband's arms. The scene instantly boiled over. What kind of ancestral technique is this? To cure someone who has been paralyzed for many years, whom all doctors have pronounced a death sentence on, all at once. This is simply terrifying. The eyes of all the nobles and high officials looking at Song Chen changed. Curiosity, admiration, trembling. Suddenly, they thought of something and hurriedly bent down to search for the business card they had just discarded in the trash can. Seeing this scene, Herbert smiled, and in his shrewd eyes, there was more joy. He had indeed not bet wrong. This young man from Manhwa was truly a miracle in the medical world. He believed that from now on, this miracle would soar throughout the entire Ligu. Unstoppable. Mr. Song Chen, I would like to apprentice under you. Just then, Qingchuan Jujun suddenly came to Song Chen's side. Without saying a word, he knelt down. Master Song, please accept me. I want to learn Angua's traditional Chinese medicine from you, and I am willing to pay any tuition. Faced with Qingchuan Jujun suddenly kneeling in front of him, Song Chen was indeed startled. He decisively declined, saying, I'm sorry, my medical skills are not to be passed on. What a joke! The guy in front of him also looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, wanting to apprentice under him? The key is, he doesn't even have any medical skills. No, traditional Chinese medicine is profound and requires inheritance and learning, regardless of age. I will come back to you to apprentice. Qingchuan Jujun's eyes were firm, but in front of the public, he stopped and left. Many people looked at Qingchuan Jujun's departing figure. There was no mockery. There was only admiration. After all, Qingchuan Jujun almost cured Mike's legs with a world-shocking acupuncture technique. At this moment, Mike walked towards Song Chen. All eyes were once again focused on this miraculous Eastern divine doctor. Master Song, I really don't know how to thank you, but Herbert has already told me about your situation. Rest assured, I will apply to the Congress, and in the future, you will enjoy the highest treatment in Ligu. You will not encounter any obstacles in practicing medicine in Ligu. If you encounter any trouble, please call this number directly. Mike solemnly assured Song Chen, while handing him a military card. It was like giving Song Chen a protective umbrella. The eyes of the nobles and high officials all flickered. They knew what this card meant. Thank you, General Mike. Song Chen smiled and accepted it naturally. He would not refuse. Mr. Song Chen, my Russell family sincerely invites you to visit. Master Song, please leave a contact method. Master Song, can you treat bone cancer? The following banquet, Song Chen almost became the protagonist. Countless nobles and high officials came forward to ask for his business card or to gain favor. For them, they had already reached the pinnacle of human society. They had obtained the wealth and power that people pursued. So, what they feared most was illness and death, especially incurable diseases that modern medicine couldn't solve. When a person dies, the money is not spent. This is the most painful thing. So, even if they are noble aristocrats or high officials, at this moment, they all gave Song Chen the highest respect and invitation. However, for the invitations from many nobles and wealthy people, Song Chen naturally couldn't visit each one. He just left the address of the sending medical hall. The banquet ended. The nobles and high officials left one after another, witnessing a miraculous medical skill. But Song Chen was invited to stay by Campbell. He said he wanted to treat a special patient. His tone was extremely serious, even more serious than treating himself. Following the invitation, Song Chen arrived at the castle's living room. A middle-aged man in a blue suit was already waiting there. The man was tall, with blue eyes, like a natural noble, with extraordinary demeanor. Dr. Song, please have a seat. However, as soon as he saw Song Chen, the man warmly stood up and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself, I am Van West Campbell. I was very honored to witness the miracle you created." Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Just at the banquet, Herbert had introduced the middle-aged man in front of him. The world's richest man, with personal assets exceeding tens of trillions of Lilith. The actual ruler of the Campbell family. And the Campbell family is the #1 aristocrat in Lilith today. They control almost all aspects of business in Lilith, far beyond what the Steve family and the Hodworth family can compare to. However, when shaking hands with the other party, Song Chen found that the other party actually didn't have any serious illness, except for a bit of kidney deficiency. So he smiled and said, "Mr. Van West is very healthy. It seems like he doesn't need any treatment, right?" Van West's eyes flashed with surprise, showing more belief in Song Chen's medical skills. Dr. Song's medical skills are indeed superb, but this time, I am not asking you to treat me, but the princess of my Campbell family. Van West directly got to the point. No, more precisely, it is the princess of Lilith, because she is also from my royal family. At this point, Mike corrected, his old eyes full of jealousy. Alright, let me tell Dr. Song then. Van West helplessly shrugged. Mike looked at Song Chen and said solemnly, "Dr. Song, her name is Kantai. She is the child born from the marriage between the Campbell family and the current royal family. She is extremely important to both families. As long as you can cure her damn strange illness, you will be the greatest benefactor of Lilith in the future. You can have whatever you want." Song Chen's eyes couldn't help but narrow. The child born from the marriage between the top aristocrat and the royal family? What concept is this? How many golden keys does this involve? Where is she? Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Song Chen curiously asked. Kantai's illness is very special. She can't come in person, so we can only take you to see her. Mike sighed. Now, Song Chen asked, "Please come with us, Dr. Song." The two stood up and invited respectfully. Led by the two, they arrived at a small helipad behind the castle. There was a military helicopter parked on it. A pilot was already waiting. The three boarded the helicopter and flew towards the sea to the east of City N. Finally, they landed on an island. Under Song Chen's extraordinary vision, in the center of the island was a huge, fully enclosed silver building. Looking around, it looked like an upside-down pot. Led by the two, they passed through 3 checkpoints. Each level was guarded by soldiers with guns. Finally, after a series of disinfections, they stepped into this completely enclosed world. One might think it was a prison for high-profile criminals. But the moment they stepped in, the surroundings instantly brightened up. Grass lawns and gardens were visible everywhere. There was even the sun and blue sky overhead. The air was fresh and dust-free, with mist swirling around. In the front was a blue castle. It felt like stepping into a fairyland. Song Chen took a deep breath, unable to hide his astonishment. This is clearly a high-tech ecosystem that is completely isolated from the outside world. As you can see, Kanti's strange disease cannot be contaminated with any dust or bacteria, otherwise she will immediately become infected and die. Helplessly, we had to use technology to build this constantly purifying enclosed world. This is what has kept her alive until now. At this moment, Van Wes finally revealed the true condition of Kanti's illness. Hearing this, Song Chen was also surprised. What kind of strange disease is this? Immune system deficiency? The three of them walked towards the central castle across the lawn. Finally, under a lush tree, they witnessed the most beautiful scene in the world. A young girl dressed in a light nightgown, with blue hair cascading down her waist. She was lying on the soft lawn reading a book, with a graceful and delicate figure. Her exquisite and flawless feet swayed casually, like the most beautiful piece of art in the world. The breeze lifted her blue hair, her enchanting and alluring face making the light dim, especially her violet eyes, like the only ones in the world. Looking from afar, the young girl seemed like a pure and flawless elf. More like an angel that doesn't exist in the world. Late at night, Herbert returned to the villa in a great mood, even a bit tipsy. "Daddy, you look very happy? Is there something good happening?" Lucy came to Herbert's side, curious. "Of course, dear daughter, let me tell you some good news. General Mike has approved my mining in the Western Forest area, which is a treasure trove. This time our Steve family has made it." Herbert couldn't contain his excitement as he shared this joy. "Oh, this news is too shocking." Lucy, upon hearing this, was even more shocked, covering her mouth in surprise, because she also knew about the wealth in the Western Forest area. Without a doubt, the profits are in the billions at the lowest. All thanks to Mr. Song Chen. If he hadn't cured General Mike's leg, I wouldn't have been able to get this important permit. Herbert sighed. He really has such extraordinary medical skills? Lucy's heart trembled, once again shocked. She finally understood why her father was willing to spend so much to invite Song Chen to Ligua. Of course, Mr. Song Chen is definitely a miracle worker. His brilliance will be undeniable in the future. Herbert praised without reservation. He was already convinced by Song Chen's medical skills. Then, Herbert thought of something and smiled at his daughter. "By the way, Lucy, how do you feel about Mr. Song Chen these days?" Lucy thought for a moment and bluntly said, "I think he's as boring as a piece of wood." "No, I mean, Song Chen is about your age. Maybe you can try talking to him or something." Herbert smiled expectantly. Yes, after witnessing Song Chen's charisma, he was considering tying Song Chen to the Steve family. And the best way undoubtedly was to have his daughter step in. "Oh my goodness, Daddy, I can't believe you have such thoughts. No matter how excellent he is, he's just a doctor. How could he possibly be worthy of me? I would never marry such a weak person, let alone a yellow-skinned person. I would rather die than marry him." Upon hearing Herbert's thoughts, Lucy instantly showed a face of disdain and a resolute attitude. In her view, despite Song Chen's high medical skills, he was ultimately just a doctor hired by her father. As one of the third noble heirs, how could she marry a doctor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Song Chen was a bit distracted. The beauty of the young girl under the tree shade was unreal, with every inch of her skin white and delicate, emitting a seductive luster, like stepping out of an anime. At this moment, the young girl turned her head and also noticed the three of them, flashing a charming smile and walking barefoot towards them. "Uncle! Uncle!" Candy walked in, her beauty even more stunning, giving off a sense of distance that could be admired from afar but not touched. "Princess Candy." Mike and Vanessa showed a rare soft smile. Unable to touch Candy, the two gentlemen greeted her with a bow. Candy's violet eyes, shining like a galaxy, finally turned to Song Chen, with a hint of different colors flashing in her beautiful eyes. Song Chen's heart also stirred slightly, as a familiar and intoxicating fragrance emanated from Candy as she walked in. And this familiar body scent, he had smelled it before. The first customer when he first opened his clinic. She was holding a cat, wrapped up tightly from head to toe. Is it him? Is it her? Almost in an instant, they both recognized each other. Candy's smile brightened a bit more, raising her fair and slender hand to greet Song Chen. "Hello? Annyeonghaseyo? Hello?" 3 languages were spoken as a test. Princess Candy. Song Chen was secretly surprised and greeted her as well. They both sized each other up, trying to see what illness the other had. Surprisingly, they couldn't figure out the cause of the illness. That is to say, the other party most likely had a second-level disease. Just as Song Chen was secretly pleased, he caught a glimpse of the book the girl was holding in her jade hands. Quite studious, no wonder she could casually speak 3 languages. With a quick glance, Song Chen couldn't help but praise, but accidentally saw the title of the book, Anatomy of the Human Body. Song Chen fell silent. Sensing Song Chen's gaze, Candy's eyes flickered slightly, silently hiding the book behind her back. Candy, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Song Chen, a divine doctor who has come to treat you. Vanessa smiled and spoke. Candy, Mr. Song's medical skills are amazing. He cured Uncle's legs, and this time he might create another miracle and help you out of your cage. Mike also smiled. Then I'll trouble Mr. Song Chen. Candy smiled sweetly at Song Chen, but Song Chen felt that this smile was not as charming. Ahem, let me check Princess Candy's pulse first. Song Chen squeezed out a smile and reached out his hand. At the current level of the system, the cause of a second-level disease cannot be determined, so he can only feel it. Seeing Song Chen about to touch her, Mike and Vanessa's faces changed, and they quickly took out a pair of white isolation gloves, saying, Mr. Song Chen, could you please wear gloves? Although we have all taken antidotes, Candy has a low body temperature, and skin contact could still lead to infection. Song Chen, so delicate? No, to understand the condition, skin contact is necessary. Wearing gloves affects the sense of touch. Song Chen decisively refused. This was the essence of his diagnosis, and he couldn't change it. Perhaps one day, at some level of system and physical enhancement, he could truly diagnose or treat remotely. But at least for now, he couldn't do it. Seeing Song Chen's resolute attitude, the two were also in a dilemma, because every infection could be fatal for Candy. On the other hand, Candy blinked her violet eyes, curiously observing Song Chen. The Asian youth in front of her wanted to touch her? Don't worry, I won't let Princess Candy get infected. Even if she gets infected on the spot, I can make Princess Candy recover immediately. Song Chen smiled. With the system in place, Song Chen's body was like a natural barrier. What virus could escape from him? Then let's give it a try. Perhaps Mr. Song Chen can really work miracles? Candy unexpectedly spoke up for Song Chen at this moment. At the same time, she proactively reached out her fair and delicate hand. Mike and Vanessa exchanged a glance, and could only nod helplessly, apologizing to Song Chen. Mr. Song Chen, forgive our rudeness just now, we trust you. Song Chen nodded, and like a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he placed 2 fingers on Candy's snow-white wrist. A cold and delicate touch struck the heart. Ding, body check in progress. Candy's body trembled, her beautiful eyes constantly rippling. Since she could remember, no one had touched her skin again. People who came into contact with her were always wearing protective suits. Mike and Vanessa kept their eyes on the area where the two were in contact and had already called the medical team. However, what shocked the two was that Candy's wrist no longer showed the terrifying symptom of turning red immediately upon contact as it did before. Amazing, too amazing. The two immediately breathed a sigh of relief, even more amazed at how Song Chen did it. At this moment, Song Chen's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, because as soon as he touched it as before, symptoms immediately appeared in his mind. And at this moment, after touching for a while, the system was still loading, as if it were stuck. System, please don't scare me. Song Chen couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ding, current body detected as a level 3 disease. Body, unknown. Disease, rare genetic mutation. Symptoms, genetic sequence mutation, immune system mutation. Note, successful treatment will earn 1,000 merit points. Just as Song Chen was worried that the system might be malfunctioning, the system's voice finally rang in his mind. But it shocked Song Chen. Level 3. Level 3? Since obtaining the system, he had encountered diseases ranging from a few hundred to 800. He had barely absorbed 2 rare level 2 diseases. And now, the disease Candy was suffering from was actually level 3? Absorbing it would directly reward him with 1,000 merit points. How could he not be shocked? And what kind of creature is the unknown body? Shouldn't it be human? Then absorb it quickly. Where do you need to touch? Song Chen decided to ignore everything else and said impatiently, 1,000 merit points. It could directly help him complete the second round of merit, and he would also gain this rare level 3 disease skill. The current system level is only level 2. To touch well across levels at once, you can only activate comprehensive absorption. Comprehensive absorption? Song Chen was stunned. This was the first time he had heard the system use this term and couldn't help but ask curiously, what does comprehensive absorption mean? Touching all over? It means the host and the body in front of you mate, with every inch of skin in close contact, so you can achieve comprehensive absorption. The system's words were astonishingly simple and straightforward. Song Chen, there's a way to absorb like this? Song Chen was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he asked seriously, System, are you sure this is absorption and not release? The system fell silent. It seemed to be seriously considering the century-old problem Song Chen had raised. After a while, it said, then you can only absorb in batches, otherwise, the current system and host's physique cannot withstand a level 3 disease. Okay, let's do it this way. Song Chun chose the second option without hesitation. Who is the woman in front of him? She is the princess of the first noble family in Ligu. He was going to propose the first treatment plan to Mike and Vanessa. Undoubtedly, they would kill him on the spot. Dr. Song, how is it going? Seeing Song Chen taking so long to open his eyes, Mike and Vanessa asked nervously. Song Chen's expression was solemn. Princess Kanti's disease is very serious and rare. The two's hearts skipped a beat, suddenly more worried. Then, do you have any treatment methods? Yes, but it will require several treatment sessions, Song Chen said calmly. This statement brought a huge surprise to the two who had originally given up hope. Even Kanti's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect that the Asian youth in front of her would dare to say he had a way to treat her. After all, her illness had been seen by no less than 1,000 top doctors, but in the end, they all shook their heads helplessly. Really? How does Dr. Song need to treat it? Or if you need any medicinal herbs or equipment, we can find them for you, Mike said with a trembling voice. I will purchase and prepare the medicinal herbs and equipment myself. Let's start the first treatment today. Song Chen remained mysterious, looking at the princess in front of him with a faint smile. Princess Kantai, do you have a bed in the castle? We need to treat on the bed. I need absolute quiet. Absorbing in batches means absorbing the disease in several stages. So, to avoid overwhelming the two in front of him, Song Chen had to make this request. Yes, please follow me. Kantai's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she smiled and nodded. Soon, she led Song Chen to her boudoir. We'll trouble you, Dr. Song. Mike and Van West closed the door considerately for Song Chen. With the recent experience, the two felt much more at ease. The room was simple, with only a large blue waterbed and many books on various subjects. Of course, it was also filled with Kantai's unique body fragrance. Lie down, limbs spread out, close your eyes, and it will be over soon, Song Chen tried to be gentle. Kantai nodded without showing any princess-like attitude and lay barefoot on the waterbed. Her exquisite body swayed with the movement of the waterbed, making it hard not to feel restless. Fortunately, Song Chen, with his vast experience, quickly calmed down. Kantai blinked her violet eyes, looking at Song Chen with a serene face, showing no signs of nervousness or fear, only curiosity and anticipation. She wanted to see how the Asian youth in front of her would treat her. Song Chen stroked his chin, overlooking the perfect body before him. He decided to start by treating her flawless and tender jade-like feet. Thus, Song Chen transformed into a professional masseur, starting with the 10 crystal-clear feet. This was a level 3 disease, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He had to touch every inch of skin, leaving no room for error. Song Chen was very focused and serious, absorbing the disease even more professionally than a professional masseur, thanks to the system's support. The skin was smooth and delicate, as if boneless. As Song Chen continued to absorb the disease, Kantai's body couldn't help but heat up, feeling like it was being counterattacked, sweating profusely and growing weaker. Was this the side effect of absorbing a higher-level disease? Truly terrifying. Under Song Chen's touch, Kantai's body trembled, she lightly bit her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming hazy. Internally, it felt like she was entering a new world. Was this the feeling of being touched by someone? It was truly comfortable and warm. At that moment, the princess abandoned by the world developed a deep craving for this touch. However, this craving only lasted until he reached her thighs. Song Chen couldn't bear it any longer. If he continued, his body would truly be overwhelmed. He had no choice but to stop. Ding successfully absorbed 1/4 genetic mutation disease, awaiting merit points. Song Chen sighed wryly, not surprised by this outcome. It was like completing a task. He hadn't finished it yet, so he couldn't receive the reward. Alright, Princess Kantai, today's treatment ends here. Song Chen's weak voice made the intoxicated Kantai open her beautiful eyes. Looking up, she saw Song Chen sweating on his forehead, his face slightly pale. At the same time, she felt that her legs were no longer as cold, and even emitted heat. Was she really cured? Kantai's silent heart finally skipped a beat. Song Chen opened the door to be met with the expectant gazes of Mike and Van West. I have started the treatment on Princess Kantai's legs. If all goes well, they should be exposed to the air soon, Song Chen explained. Really? The two quickly let the medical staff in protective gear enter and shine a simulated sunlight on Kantai's slender ankles. Under the simulated sunlight, her ankles shone white, without any signs of redness or disease. Mike and Van West's bodies trembled with uncontrollable excitement. The medical staff who had been taking care of Kantai all along also looked as if they had witnessed the most incredible miracle, mouths agape. And so, Song Chen completely gained the trust of Mike and Van West. Under Kantai's gaze, he left the fully enclosed intelligent ecological system pod, waiting for the next treatment. Mr. Song Chen, this is 1 billion li jin for you to purchase medicinal herbs. Of course, this is only part of the medical fee. When you truly cure Kantai, we will give you another 10 billion li jin as a reward. On the helicopter ride back, Van Wes handed Song Chen a World Bank card with great respect. Song Chen now represented hope for curing Kantai and also hope for their future survival. This amount of money might be a huge sum for others, but it was not important to him. Moreover, with this amount of money, trying to please a divine doctor who could easily cure all kinds of terminal illnesses was a great deal for them. After all, they would need Song Chen in many ways in the future. Who could guarantee that they would not suffer from terminal illnesses in the future? Then, thank you, Mr. Van Wes. Song Chen accepted the bank card with a smile, naturally not being polite. This was what he deserved. Today, he had been touching legs all day and was almost exhausted. Was it easy for him? Late at night on the streets of City N, a sleek and cool black military sports car raced by. Finally, it stopped on a street in Times Square. Respected Mr. Song, this military sports car is a gift from General Mike to you. The soldier driving the car said respectfully. There was admiration in his eyes for the vehicle in front of him. This was made with the latest global technology materials, equipped with the top satellite intelligence system of the country, limited to only 10 units globally, and almost all controlled by the military. Not only could it drive automatically, but it was also bulletproof, anti-eavesdropping, and had a strong shock absorption. Its total value was no less than 8 billion li jin. Priceless. Please thank General Mike for me. Song Chen, who had just experienced a thrilling ride, naturally could feel the extraordinary nature of this car. The soldier left, and Song Chen continued to drive back to the clinic to deliver the medicine. He had no intention of going to Lucy's villa. He wouldn't go there in the future. First, he didn't like the feeling of being dependent on others. Second, he didn't like Lucy's attitude. As a result, as soon as Song Chen drove the car to the clinic, he saw a group of people standing in front of the door from a distance. Song Chen squinted his eyes and drove the car into the adjacent parking garage. The group of people also started walking towards him. The leader of the group knelt down in front of Song Chen as soon as he reached him. Song Chen couldn't help but show a strange expression. Because the person kneeling in front of him was Qingchuan Jun, who had just asked to be his apprentice at the banquet. Dr. Song, I didn't want to disturb you at the banquet earlier, please forgive my rudeness, but I really like traditional Chinese medicine, especially the miraculous Chinese medical techniques you just displayed. I really want to learn from you, so please accept me as your apprentice. This is 1 billion li jin, as my gift for becoming your apprentice. Qingchuan Jun held up a World Bank card with sincerity and excitement. Qingchuan Shuli and several Sakura bodyguards standing beside him all changed their expressions. The Qingchuan family was highly respected in the Sakura country, almost the #1 family in the Sakura country. Qingchuan Jun, in particular, was renowned for his extraordinary traditional Chinese medicine skills. He was hailed as the doctor of the Sakura country, received by the prime minister, and treated as a brother. And now, he was kneeling before a young man from Manhwa? Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He had not expected the middle-aged man from Sakura to have such determination. All for the sake of learning traditional Chinese medicine. Not only had he been waiting for him at the address, but he was also willing to spend 1 billion li jin to become his apprentice. This attitude was unmatched. Mr. Jun, please leave. Your skills in traditional Chinese medicine are already remarkable. As for my medical skills, you won't be able to learn them. Song Chen said helplessly. What medical skills did he have? Just know how to send a touch. Anhwa boy, my father is the greatest Chinese medicine doctor in my Sakura country, and he has beaten countless Chinese doctors in your Anhwa. You must not be ignorant of good and bad. Qingchuan Shuli on the side saw Song Chen actually refuse, his eyes fierce, angry. However, before he could finish speaking, Qingchuan Jun, who stood up, gave him a big slap in the face. You! What did I tell you when I came? No matter what I do, don't interrupt. You must show absolute respect to Dr. Song. Qingchuan Shuli covered his face pale, because Qingchuan Jun is his most respected father. He couldn't accept that his great father, Qingchuan Jun, actually knelt down to an Anhwa boy. But in the face of Qingchuan Jun's authority, Qingchuan Shuli still gritted his teeth and bowed. Hey! Qingchuan Jun knelt down to Song Chen again, sincerely saying, Mr. Song Chen, medicine knows no boundaries. Chinese medicine is the greatest wisdom of mankind. It should be promoted and not buried. I just want to be your apprentice, follow you to observe and learn. Whether I learn or not is my own business. Of course, if you think the money is not enough, I can add more. Song Chen frowned slightly. He saw endless desire in Qingchuan Jun's eyes. Even a bit crazy. If he refuses today, the other party may continue to pester him. even use extreme means. This is what you said. Song Chen smiled slightly. To avoid trouble, he reluctantly took the billion-dollar bank card handed to him by the other party. Besides, the little beast is gone, and he does need an assistant next. Whether he learns or not is not his concern. If he learns well, the Qingchuan family may be able to open a chain massage parlor in the future. Hey, master, please accept 3 bows from your disciple. Qingchuan Jujun could not hide his excitement and, following Manhwa etiquette, quickly bowed 3 times to Song Chen. Father, are you really going to accept him as your master? Qingchuan Shuli found it hard to accept. Shuli, Chinese medicine originally originated from Manhwa. If Sakura Chinese medicine wants to progress, it can only continue to learn from Manhwa. You go. Go back and tell the family about my situation. After Qingchuan Jujun finished speaking, he followed Song Chen into the clinic. Master, to be honest, this Chinese medicine clinic used to belong to my father. I didn't expect you to buy it. Inside the shop, Qingchuan Jujun helped Song Chen familiarize himself. Who is Qingchuan near to you? Song Chen asked curiously. In fact, when he heard the surname Qingchuan from the other party, he already had a guess. She is my daughter, do you know her? Qingchuan Jujun's eyes lit up, like discovering a new world. Sort of. Song Chen nodded. What do you think of her? My daughter is so beautiful, still unmarried, and still a chick. She likes handsome men like you. Qingchuan Jujun's heart stirred, and he spoke incoherently. At the same time, he regretted it a bit. This master was worshipped too early. Song Chen, did the father say that? I am your master now. Song Chen reminded with a smile, naturally seeing through this guy's bad intentions. However, Qingchuan Jujun mistakenly thought that Song Chen was interested and eagerly said, "It's okay, we in Sakura country don't care about these things. If you really like my daughter, in the future, we can each call each other. I'll call you master, and you call me father-in-law." If Song Chen could marry into the Qingchuan family, everything would be much simpler. Qingchuan Jujun now wished he could bring Qingchuan near to Song Chen. Who wouldn't like such a promising son-in-law? Song Chen, I treat you as a disciple, and you want to be my father-in-law? Rest early. We will start receiving guests tomorrow. Song Chen gave this guy a wide eye and left upstairs without saying a word. However, the flame in Qingchuan Jujun's eyes did not extinguish. Hastily took out the phone and called Qingchuan Nair. Early the next morning, Song Chen and Qingchuan Jujun got up early and opened the door. Qingchuan Jujun was eager to do many miscellaneous tasks. He even spent money to buy a lot of Chinese medicine to fill the medicine cabinet. Song Chen changed the electronic signboard. Note, both humans and animals can be treated, with a limit of treating only 20 people a day. He believed that with the publicity at the Mike banquet, the next patients who came to see him would be high-ranking officials and nobles. As for why there was a limit on the number of patients, it was to build a reputation and raise prices, taking advantage of the opportunity to make a good profit. After all, rarity makes things valuable. This was a truth he had learned from personal experience. Being cheap would only make people think you are truly cheap. Of course, Song Chen had another reason, which was to prepare for the upcoming second round of merit completion. He needed to select some rare and unusual diseases to absorb, such as diseases that could make people go crazy or those that caused mysterious deaths, or like the bear syndrome of the European woman from the past. These diseases, once successfully completed with merit, would become permanent skills. It also related to the strength of his physique. It would be best to absorb all of Kant's genetic mutations before completing the merit. With fame comes trouble, and his reputation would only grow in the future, attracting more troubles for him. There were even those who wanted to control him. So becoming stronger oneself was the real strength. Naturally, he needed to prepare for these potential troubles by acquiring diseases. Just like cultivation, it required the best resources. Otherwise, he could easily go to an animal shelter to absorb diseases from pets. However, most of the diseases obtained there were cross-genetic and could not be transmitted. The strength of the physique after completion would also be greatly affected. This was something the system had reminded him of initially. But at that time, he was focused on revenge and didn't pay much attention to these things. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a luxury car stopped in front of the clinic on time. This was because the opening hours on Song Chen's business card were from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. Following that, a wealthy white man in a trench coat got out of the luxury car. He was the only one. Mr. Song Chen, we met at General Mike's banquet last night. The wealthy white man warmly shook hands with Song Chen. Of course, I certainly won't forget. Song Chen also smiled. In fact, he had forgotten. With so many high-ranking officials and wealthy people last night, how could he remember them all? At the moment their hands touched, the system voice sounded. Ding detected illness. Patient, human. Diseases, excessive indulgence, kidney deficiency, sudden death, premature ejaculation, erectile dysfunction. Symptoms, infertility, impotence. Song Chen. After a moment of shock, he smiled and said, "You want treatment for that, right?" The wealthy white man's body trembled, more out of excitement. You can tell just like that? Your medical skills are truly amazing. Follow me. But your condition is quite serious. To fully cure it, the price might be a bit high. Song Chen turned and led the way. As long as you can cure me, money is not a problem, the wealthy white man eagerly expressed. His brother had already been sentenced to death in Western medicine. If Song Chen could help him recover, what did money matter? Lie down, take off your pants. Song Chen put on a mask and gloves. Qingchuan Jun also followed in. He was equally knowledgeable in this area, but for now, he just wanted to learn and observe. So, to Qingchuan Jun's anticipation, Song Chen demonstrated a wave of remote acupuncture. The soft silver needle in Song Chen's hand became particularly powerful and easily shot out. Point and shoot. Then, Song Chen took out his phone and played a cherished video for the wealthy white man. The effect was quickly apparent. Qingchuan Jun was greatly impressed and admired Song Chen even more. Oh my god, oh my god. Of course, the happiest person is naturally the wealthy man. He can't believe what he's seeing between his legs. All those silver needles were easily shaken away. Song Chen asked Qingchuan Jun to prepare a few sets of kidney-nourishing Chinese medicine for the other party. The wealthy man willingly paid a bonus of 20 million. He kept thanking and hugging Song Chen. Then he ran out of the clinic as if reborn, driving his luxury car to get checked. Coincidentally, at that moment, a wealthy couple pushed their paralyzed son to come. "Dr. Song, my son William became paralyzed from extreme sports 5 years ago. I sincerely hope you can create another miracle, otherwise I will really have to send him to meet God," the old wealthy man pleaded with Song Chen. "Then let me have a talk with God. If he doesn't agree, I'll persuade him to agree," Song Chen joked to comfort him. He then signaled Qingchuan Jun to push William into the private diagnosis room. This time, Song Chen massaged for a longer time, mainly to help relax the stiff muscles and blood vessels. As time passed, more and more wealthy people came to seek treatment. Luxury cars gradually filled the entire street. This amazing scene naturally attracted many onlookers. An hour later, the paralyzed William was slowly helped out by Song Chen and Qingchuan Jun. "Oh my god, Dr. Song, you defeated God, you are the father of God." The wealthy couple almost jumped up, tears streaming down their faces as they rushed forward and hugged their son. If it weren't for the banquet last night, today would have been the day they euthanized William. The old wealthy man immediately transferred $1 billion to Song Chen. The family happily walked out of the clinic. This instantly gave the previously anxious wealthy people a glimmer of hope. Next, Song Chen treated a blind noblewoman, congenital cataracts. A baby of a high-ranking official, covered in hair and premature aging. A wealthy man's father, suffering from a cerebral thrombosis. Several wealthy people with dysfunctional functions. Ding successfully absorbed congenital cataracts, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed premature aging, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed lycanthropy syndrome, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed avian syndrome, merit +1. Ding World Bank deposit, 40 million bonus. Ding World Bank deposit, 80 million bonus. Ding World Bank deposit, 1 billion bonus. Busy all morning, a total of 18 wealthy people came to seek medical treatment, leaving Song Chen speechless. The diseases he absorbed were almost all rare terminal illnesses, like premature aging, cerebral palsy. In the future, who would dare to provoke him, directly transforming into the Lord of Premature Aging, Lord of Cerebral Palsy? If it weren't for terminal illnesses, these wealthy people wouldn't have come to him. Of course, what made Song Chen most speechless was that out of the 18 wealthy people, almost one-third came because of issues in that area. And almost all of them were due to excessive indulgence. As for money, there was basically no bargaining. Some even gave more, just to get to know Song Chen. "Jun, we won't open the clinic in the afternoon. If someone comes looking for me, tell them my medical hours," Song Chen said while disinfecting his hands with alcohol. He had touched too many needles today, his hands were almost getting pinholes. "Okay, master, you can rest assured, I will handle it," Qingchuan Jun assured respectfully. Every medical treatment by Song Chen today was like a nuclear bomb, constantly blasting open the door to his new world. That exquisite technique, that unique ancestral medical skill, that calm and composed demeanor, made him completely incomprehensible. This made him truly realize the gap between himself and Song Chen. His admiration for Song Chen had long been like a surging river, unstoppable, like the Yellow River flooding, uncontrollable. Song Chen nodded, very satisfied with this new disciple he had taken in. He then got into the black luxury car that Mike had given him, and at that moment, his phone rang again. Song Chen didn't even look at it and just turned it off. Directly drove to Sichao International University. Needless to say, these calls were all made by certain high-ranking officials and tycoons. There were no less than 100 of them. The purpose was simple, to invite Song Chen to personally come and treat them. Naturally, Song Chen had to first meet with those wealthy individuals who came to his door in person. Back at the school, Song Chen parked his car and headed towards the direction of the college. It had to be said that foreigners seemed to have a much higher enthusiasm for sports than domestic students. Everywhere you looked on the sports fields, there were students engaging in vigorous physical activities. You could even see couples playing cards in the trees. Various explosive sports performances. In a basketball court, Carl, the captain of the school basketball team, and others were playing basketball. With their tall stature and cool moves, they captivated a group of female students. Lucy, Carl's girlfriend, naturally acted as a cheerleader with her friends, wearing short skirts and constantly cheering Carl on. Carl made a handsome slam dunk, causing the crowd to cheer loudly. Enjoying the adoration, Carl noticed Song Chen passing by not far away. His eyes narrowed, thinking of the opportunity to retaliate against Song Chen. He swiftly ran to steal the ball, exerted all his strength, and threw the ball towards Song Chen. The basketball flew through the air with great force. Song Chen's improved physical condition naturally heightened his sense of danger. Faced with the rapidly approaching basketball, he reacted instantly and caught it with one hand. Song Chen looked puzzled at the basketball court. "Hey, Song Chen, care for a game?" Carl approached the court, smiling as he invited him. "Come on, Xiao Huang. Let us see your basketball skills." The other men who knew Song Chen whistled. They were also interested in seeing Xiao Huang being humiliated. "Oh, Lucy, isn't that your personal doctor? Quick, invite him to join us. Does he only know how to treat illnesses?" Several blonde girls next to Lucy chimed in. Lucy's beautiful eyes sparkled as she wondered if the guy in front of her had taken a liking to her last night, prompting her father to say those things to her. "Damn guy, I'll make you suffer today." With this in mind, Lucy, in a short skirt, stood with her hands on her hips, looking mischievously at Song Chen and tempting him. "Mr. Song Chen, if you make a shot, I might agree to go on a date with you." Oh yeah, as soon as she said this, the whole place erupted, with everyone looking at Song Chen and cheering him on. Of course, they wouldn't let Song Chen make a shot. They wouldn't even let him touch the rim. Despite the taunting and mocking from these people, Song Chen paid no attention and walked away. For some reason, he now saw this group of people as children. Extremely boring. TCH yellow woman, go home and sleep. The basketball court was filled with boos and continuous mockery. They didn't notice that Song Chen was still holding the basketball in one hand. Song Chen applied a little force with his fingers, and the basketball burst. Then, without looking back, he threw it back onto the court. Carl sneered and went to catch the ball. But he found that the flattened basketball, in a high arc, passed over him and headed towards the farthest hoop. No. Carl's heart skipped a beat as he chased after the basketball. However, watching the perfect arc, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Bang! The basketball swished through the net, landing a precise block on Carl's head. All the mocking voices abruptly stopped. The scene fell silent. Only Song Chen's lonely figure walking away. "Oh my gosh! How did he do that?" a blonde girl exclaimed. Everyone looked at each other, disbelief written on their faces. Because the distance between where Song Chen shot the ball and the hoop was almost over 80 meters. And he did it with a backhand throw? How did he do that? People who came to their senses quickly looked in the direction Song Chen had left. But Song Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lucy's small mouth opened slightly, turning to look at her boyfriend with a hat on. Song Chen arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine teaching building. Just as he entered the classroom, Qingchuan Nair, wearing a JK uniform, eagerly approached. Excitedly said, "Song Chen, I have good news for you. Professor Wasiguo has agreed to be your mentor. He knows you are from Manhwa and is very happy. He wants to invite you to go to Tang Street for a free clinic with us." Hearing this, Song Chen was quite surprised. But having taken classes with this Anhwa elder, Song Chen truly admired him. The elder's medical skills were definitely not inferior to Qingchuan Jujun. So after class, Song Chen followed Qingchuan Nair to the agreed location and met the waiting Wasiguo. "Hello, teacher." Qingchuan Nair respectfully greeted Wasiguo. Wasiguo nodded, his kind eyes falling on Song Chen. You must be Song Chen?" "Yes, Professor Hua." Song Chen politely smiled. "Just call me teacher like Nair does in the future. It's rare to meet a student from our motherland." Wasiguo smiled contentedly. The three of them got into the car and headed towards Tang Street. Tang Street is where the Manhwa people live. Almost all the residents here are from Manhwa. Professor Hua is here. As Wasiguo's car entered Tang Street, someone shouted. Many Manhwa people came out to greet him. Wasiguo, along with Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair, began to enter different households for the clinic. These people were mostly elderly or from poor families. Each person showed great respect for Wasiguo. And during the treatment process, Wasiguo carefully explained to Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair. This was a practical lesson. The teacher comes to Tang Street to provide free clinics for our compatriots almost every month, and he never charges for the consultations. Qingchuan Nair whispered to Song Chen, her eyes full of respect for the old man. Song Chen's heart stirred slightly, feeling a bit complicated, but soon he calmed down. In this world of imperfections, there are always people trying to mend things. These people are undoubtedly worthy of being called men of great righteousness. As they continued to walk down the street, they saw a burly Manhwa man beating a beggar. Get lost, you filthy dog. No, Koen-gu, you are kind-hearted. You asked me to work for you, and now my lower body is paralyzed from the beating. Even if you don't compensate me, at least give me my wages. You're already useless, why do you still want wages? Let go, or I'll kill you. With that, Ma Kuan viciously stomped on the beggar, without any mercy. Stop, what are you doing? How can you be so cruel to a fellow countryman? Facing this scene, Wasiguo couldn't bear it and quickly stepped forward to intervene. Professor Hua, you misunderstood. This filthy guy dirted my shoes. Seeing it was Wasiguo, Ma Kuan immediately tried to explain with a smile. No, you owe me my hard-earned money, you owe me my hard-earned money. The beggar broke down in tears. How much do you owe him? Quickly pay him back. We are all compatriots, we should help each other outside. How can you do this? Professor Wasiguo advised kindly. The onlookers also began to condemn Ma Kuan. Go to hell, you want to shine when given a chance? I may have money, but I won't give it to a cripple like you. Let go, or I'll beat you until you let go, you stinking cripple. Ma Kuan was instantly provoked and started beating the beggar again. What are you doing? Get lost. Wasiguo quickly tried to stop him, but was kicked away by the strong Ma Kuan, stumbling back. Teacher. Qingchuan Nair quickly stepped forward to support him, avoiding a tragedy. Song Chen's eyes flashed with coldness as he walked forward. Kid, I warn you not to meddle in other people's business, or I'll make you walk out of this street lying down. Seeing that Song Chen was tall, Ma Kuan immediately threatened. However, Song Chen didn't say much, squatted down and patted the beggar, advising, let go. Otherwise, he will kill you. Ding successfully absorbed lower body paralysis, merit +1, woo-woo. Heavens have no eyes. Why let such evil people live so freely? I have done so many good deeds but ended up like this? The beggar cried loudly, complaining about the unfairness of heaven. But under Song Chen's touch, he also despairingly let go of Ma Kuan's hand. Go to hell, dare to curse at me? Go die. Seeing his foot freed, Ma Kuan's eyes were full of malice, and he took the opportunity to kick the beggar's face. This kick was very forceful, clearly aimed at taking the beggar's life. But Song Chen caught it, not allowing any further progress. Song Chen's gaze turned cold, looking at Ma Kuan. Ding successfully sent out lower body paralysis, merit -1. Song Chen's icy calm eyes, like the eyes of death, made Ma Kuan shiver involuntarily. But seeing his sneak attack fail, he still coldly snorted, brushed off the dust on his body, and left angrily. What's your name? Song Chen asked the crying beggar. The crying beggar was obviously stunned but still said, Zhang Hua. Dry your tears and live on in the future. Song Chen stood up, not saying much more. To be honest, he didn't like to get involved in these matters, he just didn't like Ma Kuan. No need to send off the unpleasant guest. Hey Zhang Hua, I'll give you some money for the road, go home. Hua Sigua walked over at this time, sighing as he handed Zhang Hua a stack of money. He had treated Zhang Hua many times, but Zhang Hua's injuries were too severe, and he felt powerless. No, Professor Hua, I can't take your money anymore. Ma Kuan is right, someone like me, a cripple, shouldn't live in this world. Zhang Hua refused Hua Sigua's money and crawled towards the opposite direction of Ma Kuan. There was no longer any attachment to this world in his eyes. I am powerless. Hua Sigua shed tears. Teacher, perhaps he will find a new life. Song Chen smiled and comforted. Well, go back. Hua Sigua seemed to have aged several decades. They returned the way they came. The onlookers also dispersed. Shortly after Zhang Hua crawled away, he inexplicably felt his lower body. He paused for a moment, trying to stand up. Am I healed? Zhang Hua looked at himself standing up in disbelief. Meanwhile, in another direction, Ma Kuan wanted to satisfy his lust. He had already spent 3,000 yuan and had chosen a white woman. But as he whistled and fantasized, his legs began to weaken. Stumbling, he fell to the ground like a dog, his front teeth flying out. Ouch, why are my legs weak? What's happening to me? I just wanted a woman, why are my legs weak? Realizing what had happened, Ma Koan looked terrified, trying to struggle to stand up but was powerless. 3 more chapters to come, thanks for the gifts, brothers /*o /. On the way back, Hua Sigui's mood remained depressed. He had already imagined the tragic scene of Zhang Hua starving to death on the street. Qingchuan Nair supported him, her little face full of pity. Only Song Chen looked content. The 3 of them arrived at the parking spot on the street, about to get into the car. Suddenly, from the nearby alley, a familiar yet pitiful figure could be heard begging for help. Help! Who will help me? Which kind-hearted person will save me? May the good people have a peaceful life. Cough cough cough. Ma Koan crawled out of the alley in a pitiful state, calling for help all the way, but no one came to his aid. Finally, when he passed by a few compatriots, he tried to seek help, only to receive kicks and curses from these beasts. Some even took away his phone and money. He never expected that society could be so cold and heartless. When Ma Gong was most desperate and helpless, he saw Song Chen and the others, and his heart was instantly filled with hope. He hurriedly crawled towards them. Woo woo, Professor Hua, please save me, my legs suddenly lost sensation, please give me medical treatment. Apart from Song Chen, Hua Sigu and Qingchuan Nair, who saw Ma Gong suddenly become so miserable, were all startled. Because compared to the just now dog-like appearance, Ma Gong at this moment was already bruised and swollen, his clothes tattered. It was even worse than Zhang Hua just now. Out of the instinct of a doctor, Hua Sigu subconsciously picked up the medicine box to help. But Song Chen raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Teacher, this kind of villain is not worthy of sympathy, they will only pollute this society. Saving him is not doing good, but harming others." Qingchuan Nair also grabbed Hua Sigu's arm, glaring angrily at Ma Gong, saying, "Exactly." Hua Sigu was stunned, thinking of Ma Gong's ferocious and violent appearance just now, and his steps forward also stopped. "Let's go." With a grit of his teeth, Hua Sigu pulled up Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair and got into the car. Ma Gong, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hua Sigu approaching him, even stopped. He adjusted to a more comfortable position, waiting for Hua Sigu to come forward and treat him personally. Before he could even blink, the 3 of them were already in the car. Ma Gong's face changed drastically, and his hands quickly climbed up, crawling and crying, "Don't leave, Professor Hua, we are compatriots. We should help each other. You can't leave me. Woo woo." However, Ma Gong's cries were already drowned out by the sound of the car starting. When he finally crawled to the back of the car, he was greeted by a puff of exhaust smoke. The car drove away in a hurry. "Damn animals! Animals! Hua Sigu, you 3 animals, abandoning even your compatriots, you will have a bad end. When I recover, I will make you pay." Behind the car, Ma Gong's furious curses rang out. Back at the school, Hua Sigu drove all the way to his residence. He insisted on having Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair stay for dinner. They took the elevator to the 6th floor. The door was opened by an old lady with white hair, but with a scholarly air that couldn't be hidden. She must have been a knowledgeable and courteous beauty in her youth. "You're back." Seeing Hua Sigu, the old lady immediately showed a happy smile. The 2 old people embraced each other respectfully. "Nair, as you know, this is my new student, Song Chen. He is from Manhwa." After introducing Song Chen to the old lady, Hua Sigu looked at Song Chen and smiled. "This is my old partner, Wang Fanhua." "Hello, madam," Song Chen politely greeted. "Come on in, dinner is ready." Wang Fanhua smiled and took Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair's hands, warmly welcoming them into the house. Hearing that Song Chen was from Manhwa, she was even more pleasantly surprised. The room was very warm and cozy, clean and tidy. The table was filled with Chinese dishes, which made Song Chen, who had been eating Western food for several days, taste the flavor of home. After dinner, Qingchuan Nair skillfully helped Wang Fanhua clean up in the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa, Song Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Teacher, madam doesn't seem to be in good health, right?" From the first glance he saw Wang Fanhua, Song Chen could tell the illness she was suffering from. Terminal brain cancer. Such a terminal illness should have her lying in bed waiting to die. But Wang Fanhua seemed as if nothing was wrong. Hua Sigu was stunned for a moment, then sighed and nodded. "It's terminal brain cancer. So, you came to Ligu to teach, also for madam?" Song Chen's heart stirred slightly. "Yes, when I found out about her illness, it was already in the middle stage. This is beyond my medical expertise, so I can only use a certain acupuncture method, combined with a very expensive Chinese medicine prescription to prolong her life. At that time, I was working at a hospital that loved the people, because I didn't want to prescribe too many drugs to patients against my conscience. So the salary and bonuses I received were only a few thousand, which was not enough to support her medication costs. As he said this, Wasiguo's voice was already choked up, unable to continue speaking. Just then, Wang Fanghua walked out of the kitchen and spoke for him. In order to prolong my life, your teacher was willing to bear the criticism of the world, take me away from my hometown, and come to Ligua, reluctantly choosing this job as a professor with $1 million salary. It's my fault. He should have used his skills to help more of his compatriots. Old lady, what are you saying? What's a little criticism for you? Wasiguo walked forward, carefully holding Wang Fenghua's hand, smiling. Old man, you have extended my life for 34 years, and now my life is coming to an end. After I die, you should go back. Wang Fenghua's eyes turned red. A day of grace between husband and wife. She knew that during these years in a foreign land, Wasiguo always longed for his roots. So, he changed his name to Sigua for himself. Wasiguo didn't say much. He helped Wang Fanghua to the bedroom to rest. When he came out again, he had 2 more books in his hand. Teacher, if the money for medicine is not enough, I can give you more. Qingchuan Nair at this time also walked out of the kitchen, feeling sad. The money she sold the traditional Chinese medicine shop to Song Chen was to buy medicine for Wasiguo. Wang Fenghua's condition worsened, and the number of times she needed to take medicine increased. No need, you have done a lot for the teacher. Wasiguo smiled gratefully and handed the 2 books to Qingchuan Nair and Song Chen respectively. Then he said, this is the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge of my Hua family. I have written down everything I remember in it, but there are many gaps. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your fate. Song Chen's face changed slightly, and he quickly refused. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Although he was Wasiguo's student now, they had only met twice. I give you this book because you are a child of Anhwa. I hope that you will return to the country after you have learned, and fulfill this long-cherished wish for me. Wasiguo paused, lowered his voice, and said, in addition, I have an unpleasant request. Please tell me. Song Chen had already guessed. After she leaves, I will follow her, and I hope that when you return to the country, you can bring our ashes back and let us return to our roots. Wasiguo looked at Song Chen, resolutely. Okay, but I believe that you will grow old together. Song Chen smiled. When Qingchuan Nair left with Song Chen said goodbye to Wang Fanghua. Ding, successfully absorbed the terminal brain tumor, merit +1. Master, daughter, this, here. Just as Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair arrived downstairs, Qingchuan Zhujun, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately ran out of the car and called out to the 2 of them. Father. Qingchuan Nair's face blossomed, and she ran over with a pigeon-toed gait. I'm fine, you don't need to come see me specially. No, I'm here to pick up the master, and to see you. Qingchuan Zhujun smiled. Seeing that Song Chen was actually with his daughter, he was overjoyed. There's a show. Definitely a show. Song Chen. Didn't he ask the other party to pick him up? Qingchuan Nair widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Father, the master you worship is Song Chen? She suddenly remembered that night when Qingchuan Zhujun kept asking her about Song Chen. Today, he kept asking her about Song Chen's whereabouts. Of course, hurry up and call him master. Qingchuan Zhujun immediately threatened as a father. Song Chen. Qingchuan Nair, hashtag, she felt like she was going crazy. Her father was the most famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor in Yinghua country. How could he worship Song Chen as his master? And make her call Song Chen master? Was she drunk, or was Qingchuan Zhujun drunk? Oh, right, you young people are different, so from now on, let's just call each other by our names. Qingchuan Zhujun suddenly felt it was inappropriate. If they added this title, there would be no chance in the future. Alright, let's go back. Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, interrupting their increasingly absurd conversation. Master, let Nair come with us tonight. With the display of your divine power today, there will definitely be many wealthy patients coming tomorrow. I won't be able to handle it alone, and coincidentally, Nair is also studying traditional Chinese medicine. Let the 2 of us assist you together. Qingchuan Zhujun pleaded with a clear and organized manner. Naturally, he wanted Qingchuan Nair to learn secretly as well. His daughter's talent in traditional Chinese medicine was not inferior to his. He couldn't understand, but he believed that Qingchuan Nair should be able to understand a little. Song Chen agreed upon hearing this. Yes, the wealthy people coming tomorrow will definitely be more closely connected, and indeed, he needed help. So he agreed to Qingchuan Zhujun's excellent suggestion. The 3 of them drove to the clinic to treat the patients. Early the next morning, as expected, before the clinic opened, the parking lot was already full of luxury cars. Several wealthy individuals were already queuing up outside. They could clearly see the electronic sign indicating a limit of 20 people. This morning was undoubtedly busy. Fortunately, Qingchuan and his daughter came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and had a lot of experience in this field. They distributed the 20 number plates to the wealthy officials in order and then invited them into the clinic to wait while enjoying tea. Qingchuan Nair was in charge of calling out the numbers. Those called would enter the individual diagnosis room one by one. They would receive various advanced and fancy treatments from Song Chen. Touching and feeling. Qingchuan Jun, who had some experience, remained calm in the face of Song Chen's astonishing medical skills. But Qingchuan Nair was not calm. From initial confusion to shock and awe, she was amazed by Song Chen's effortless healing of one wealthy patient after another. Her mouth widened with each surprising move by Song Chen. At that moment, she finally understood her father's actions. That morning, Song Chen treated the designated 20 patients. Not only did he cure several rare and terminal illnesses, but he also earned 54 billion in profits. Song Chen's miraculous medical skills made the wealthy officials exclaim in amazement. The only disease he can't cure is the one you don't have. He must be sent by God to save our country. Whether you're sick or not, you should go see him. His techniques are truly unforgettable. The wealthy officials who had experienced Song Chen's treatments were already singing his praises. After returning from school that evening, due to the help of Qingchuan and his daughter during the day, Song Chen generously treated them to a Japanese meal. Inside the clinic, at the Japanese dining table, Qingchuan Nair blinked her big black eyes, curiously observing Song Chen. There was a lot of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Unable to resist any longer, she asked, Song Chen, with such amazing medical skills, why do you still need to go to school? Naturally, I need the diploma and credentials, they are the entry ticket. Song Chen chuckled. Oh. Qingchuan Nair nodded as if she understood. But today, just like her father, she had already been won over by Song Chen. Equally impressed. If only this genius doctor were in Sakura country, it would be so much better. Unfortunately, he was in country. Nair, my master's ancestral traditional Chinese medical skills are not something ordinary people can understand. It's normal if you can't understand it. Even I, as his disciple, only have a superficial understanding. You will be classmates with my master in the future, so the two of you should communicate more deeply. Qingchuan Jun reminded with a smile. Song Chen looked at Qingchuan Jun strangely. He never knew what he was doing when treating patients. This guy actually understood a little bit? I can only say, awesome, it's my father. Qingchuan Nair also showed enthusiasm in an instant, turning to Song Chen and bowing, Master, please teach me more. Ahem. Song Chen was choked and coughed. Suddenly felt like it was too late to regret. Quickly glanced at the time. It should be almost time. Because tonight is the day agreed to let Can't I touch. Mike and Vancy both sent messages saying they would send troops to pick him up in person. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, countless stones and bricks smashed in from outside the window, accompanied by several strong lights shining in. Be careful. Song Chen's face changed slightly, and he quickly pushed Qingchuan Nair, who was leaning against the window. The sudden violent attack caught all three of them off guard. Woo woo woo. At the same time, on the street outside, dozens of black men riding motorcycles suddenly rushed over. They surrounded the clinic and shone lights on it. Without saying a word, they began to throw heavy objects wildly. Each black man kept cheering. Scared, people around started fleeing. Hey! Yellow pig, get out for me! Yellow monkey, if you don't come out, I'll burn down your dog's nest. Inside the clinic, Song Chen's eyes were cold. Stay inside, don't come out. Master, don't be impulsive, these people are from the black area and are part of the black skin gang. They are barbaric and violent, they usually like to discriminate and bully Asians. I have already called the police, they will be here soon. Qingchuan Jun quickly advised. However, Song Chen had already gone out, because the goal of these black thugs was not just to bully. Yeah, it's this bastard, kill him, I want to kill him. As Song Chen walked out, Jess and Condé, lying on stretchers, immediately became excited. Their eyes were full of killing intent towards Song Chen. The deputy gang leader Ned, who was leading them, also stared at Song Chen with a fierce look and sneered, Kid, did you beat those two? Sort of. Song Chen answered calmly, while slowly putting on a white coat. Seeing Song Chen daringly admit it, Ned was first stunned, then played with the knife in his hand and asked, So what are you going to do? Let's do it together. 10 people per table, just right. Song Chen's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a grim smile. Since coming to the Li country, the world only knew him as a divine doctor. But they didn't know that he also had the identity of a veterinarian. He had been a divine doctor for too long. Tonight he should be a veterinarian. What? The Black Skin Gang is vandalizing Dr. Song's clinic? Oh my god. Are these black thugs crazy? Immediately mobilize all forces, tanks, and fighter jets in N City to go fully armed. If Dr. Song is harmed tonight, I will make the entire Black Skin Gang disappear. Mike, who was enjoying dinner, heard this earth-shattering news, and instantly jumped up in anger, issuing military orders in fury. Yes, General Mike. The command came from the other end of the phone. Under the night sky, in front of the clinic, Song Chen put on a mask and gloves, flexing his wrists. He calmly walked towards the group of big black men. The evening breeze blew, lifting the white coat on Song Chen. It looked like he was about to perform surgery. Is this guy pretending to be a god? Has he been scared silly? I really don't understand. How did he defeat Condé? The dozen or so members of the Black Skin Gang were amused by Song Chen's behavior. They looked at Condé and Jess with confusion. They were used to mocking the slender Asians. They had no idea of the seriousness of the situation. He, come here and be my little yellow dog. One of the black giants, over 2 meters tall, with a smirk on his face, walked out. His burly figure was like a fierce bull. The moment he stood out, he overshadowed Song Chen. He was a heavyweight boxer who had only lost one fight so far. For such a small Asian in front of him, he was able to disable Kant. He was very interested. Dejuan, hurry up and solve it, take it back to the gang to play again, don't wait for the police to come. The deputy gang leader Ned reminded with a smile. Okay. The big black man turned back and smiled, giving an okay sign. At this moment, Song Chen had already burst out. His figure was as fast as the wind, almost unimaginable. Bang crack. As a boxer, the big black man smelled a hint of danger. However, before he could turn around, a fist with a breaking wind had already slammed into his head, making his head completely unable to recover. Crack! Just as he was in a daze, a tearing and splitting pain came from his limbs. Song Chen's technique was as fast as a ghost, twisting the big black man's limbs into a pretzel, tying them into knots. Then a flying kick, the big black man's chest caved in, and his burly figure flew out on the spot. The entire treatment process took only 10 seconds. The group of dark-skinned people had not reacted yet, and the big black man had already smashed towards them. Oh my god? Their faces changed, no longer able to smile. Bang, like a bowling ball, the big black man smashed several dark-skinned gang members, and the glaring lights scattered on the ground. Damn, get him, finish him off. Ned's face turned dark as he shouted loudly. Several people quickly picked up the lights and shone them. Song Chen had already disappeared like a ghost. The hearts of the people skipped a beat. The next second, a scream, accompanied by the sound of flesh and bone separating, rang in their ears. They quickly shone the light, and a member of the dark-skinned gang had already fallen heavily to the ground, with a sculpture in his mouth. This was followed by a second, a third, each one more miserable than the last. A chill instantly surged from the soles of everyone's feet to their heads. No. Devil, this is a devil. Before the battle even began, more than a dozen dark-skinned gang members were already scared to the point of peeing themselves, in a panic. They just wanted to escape. Unfortunately, what awaited them was the free treatment from Song the veterinarian. Under the flickering neon lights, only a figure in a white coat could be seen, constantly busy. A violent medical treatment was being carried out in full swing. Damn, go to hell. Deputy gang leader Ned's eyes were bloodshot as he pulled out a gun from his waist and started shooting wildly, directly killing several of his subordinates by mistake. The next second, his gun inexplicably disappeared from his hand. When he looked again, there was only the barrel of the gun against his head. It's your turn, let me perform surgery on you. Song Chen smiled kindly. Under the light, Ned saw Song Chen's face clearly, his face instantly pale, as if he had seen the smile of death. He knelt on the ground, raised his hands in surrender. No, this is a society under the rule of law, you can't kill me, the police are coming soon. At that moment, how he wished the police would arrive quickly. Kill me. The last light was extinguished by Ned's body, and in the darkness echoed his desperate pleas. In just a few minutes, all the arrogant dozen or so people who had come were treated by Song the veterinarian. And in this treatment, Song Chen's merit also soared rapidly, truly immeasurable. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz buzz. Drip drip drip. At the same time, above Times Square, the surrounding streets, a large number of armed police and FBL forces rushed in like a group of peaks. Helicopters, tanks, thousands of soldiers, instantly sealing off the entire street. Protect Song the Divine Doctor. Shoot to kill all members of the dark-skinned gang. The leader, Mayor John, ordered with a grim face. The glaring lights instantly illuminated the entire street. And when the soldiers saw the bloody and brutal scene on the street, their faces all changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. Because under their gaze, they did not see the scene of Song Chen being bullied. All they saw were the dark-skinned gang members lying down screaming one by one. Some were cramping and pulling bones, some were peeling and carving. Each one was more tragic than the last. Almost all disabled, hanging on by a thread, barely alive. In addition, there was a set of blood-stained white coats in the sewer. Take them all away. Suppressing the shock in his heart, John ordered grimly and quickly rushed into the clinic with several soldiers. At that moment, Song-Chin had just finished washing his hands and came out, looking as if nothing had happened. Mr. Song, it's great that you're okay. It's my fault for not protecting you. Seeing that Song-Chen was unharmed, John breathed a sigh of relief. General Mike had personally warned him over the phone when something happened to Song-Chen. He, as the mayor, would be done for. No, you all came just in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable, Song-Chen said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Song, for your understanding. I promise such a thing will never happen again. Thinking that Song-Chen was concerned for him, John couldn't help but feel grateful. Just then, a white man in Colonel's military uniform walked in. Seeing that Song-Chen was unharmed, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Song, I'm Jerome. I'm responsible for escorting you to see Princess Kantai for treatment. The man in military uniform introduced himself. Wait for me to get something. Song-Chen went upstairs. Xingchuan father and daughter were left staring at the scene in front of them, still in shock. They still didn't understand what had happened. All they knew was that after Song-Chen left, there were countless heart-wrenching screams. After the screams stopped, Song-Chen returned to the clinic unscathed. Then, numerous SWAT teams surrounded the place. At that moment, Song-Chen had just come downstairs, already dressed in a brand new white coat, looking handsome and imposing. Xu Jun, tidy up the clinic, I'm going out to see patients. Before leaving, Song-Chen smiled at the dazed Xingchuan Zhu Jun. Yes, master. Xingchuan Zhu Jun hurriedly replied, his eyes towards Song-Chen had changed. Father, those people just now, was it him? Shoo! Xingchuan near looked at Song-Chen's back, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Xingchuan Zhu Jun covering her mouth. Those words were not to be spoken lightly. The master is innocent. They are the victims. The Li Gua Medical Association. In the spacious and luxurious conference hall, almost all the top Western medical experts from various fields were present. They represented the highest level of Western medicine globally. But at this moment, every Western medical expert in each field had a grim expression. All because of Song-Chen's appearance. I heard that Song-Chen is from Manhwa, just a 20-something kid, and he practices Manhwa's traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? It's just a primitive scam, too unscientific. Exactly, letting a kid practicing traditional Chinese medicine join our Li Gua Medical Association, and giving him the highest salary of 1 billion Li Jin per year, this is ridiculous. The experts in various fields were arguing incessantly. There was jealousy, discrimination, and envy. Alright, stop arguing, this is an official requirement. President Chris shut everyone up with one sentence. Then he sternly said, of course, I will personally verify on behalf of the association, if Song-Chen is not as good as his reputation, I have the right to reduce his annual salary. He also felt a bit displeased that Song-Chen had the same treatment as himself. President, I request to go with you to invite Song-Chen. A young white man stood up. His name was Ali, the youngest and most talented member of the association. In less than a year of joining, his annual salary had reached 10 million at one point. This was something he was most proud of. However, Song-Chen appeared inside a royal hotel. Lucy, who was not satisfied, was a bit annoyed. Carl looked ashamed, but still hugged her from behind, apologizing, I'm sorry, Lucy. So, what Song-Chen said at the beginning was right. Lucy looked at this lying man, finding it hard to forgive. I'm telling you about this matter, that's Song-Chen, he can cure me, Carl said excitedly. Why do you say that? Lucy looked puzzled. Don't you know yet? That guy's reputation has already spread in wealthy circles. He can treat all kinds of difficult diseases. Carl trembled, taking out a World Bank card. There are 2 billion in it. My grandfather asked me to pay that guy's medical fee. Hearing this, Lucy trembled in disbelief. Does it cost so much money for one treatment? At first, I didn't believe it either. What qualifications does that kid have to dare to take so much money? But the fact is true, Carl said with jealousy. 2 billion in medical fees. When the family wanted to use this money to invite Song-Chen, he was stunned. So he quickly took over this task. And he was confident he could bring Song-Chen. And Lucy was his source of confidence. Sure enough, Lucy snatched the bank card and said firmly, just let Song-Chen treat you and your grandfather directly. Why should you give him money? Isn't it inappropriate? Carl looked conflicted, but he was already ecstatic in his heart. This was his plan. What's wrong with that? That guy was hired by my father, he is our family's private doctor, I am his mistress. What's wrong with ordering him to treat you and your grandfather? Lucy said confidently. If it's really like that, then that's great, we'll split this money in half later. Carl immediately agreed. He was already looking forward to the scene of Lucy ordering Song Chen to cure himself. "We'll go find him tomorrow, let him treat you first, then we'll go to your house together to treat your grandfather," Lucy said proudly, while stuffing the 2 billion bank card into her black silk stockings. "Darling, you are so good to me, let me make you happy in a different way tonight." Carl smirked and lifted Lucy, looking confused. On the other side, Song Chen had already boarded the island with Jerome. Through their conversation, Jerome, a colonel, turned out to be Kanti's brother. At the same time, Kanti had 9 such brothers. 4 of them were high-ranking officials in the royal family, and 5 were wealthy tycoons. The familiar disinfection process was still in place, and after all this was done, the two successfully entered the intelligent ecological cabin. In the distance, under the familiar tree, Kanti was swinging on a swing and reading a book. Her blue hair cascaded like a waterfall. She was wearing a knee-length white dress, with crystal dewdrops hanging on her small waist. Like a princess from a fairy tale, unbelievably beautiful. But seeing the 10 commandments in her hands, it brought a different mood instantly. Kanti saw Song Chen and instantly smiled, closing the book and running over. It seemed like she was waiting specifically for Song Chen. "Divine Dr. Song, you're finally here, shall we start the treatment now?" Kanti eagerly asked as soon as she approached. "Sure, let's go." Song Chen smiled. He didn't expect this woman to be so impatient. "No, shouldn't we check your pulse first?" Kanti reminded with a slight frown. Song Chen. Ahem. "Look at my memory, we should first check Princess Kanti's recovery situation." Song Chen could only smile awkwardly to cover up. Kanti had already reached out her snow-white delicate hand to Song Chen. Both hands reached out together. Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, he randomly chose one to touch. Song Chen only wanted to pretend to touch and be done with it. But Kanti took advantage of the moment when Song Chen was touching her, and carefully touched Song Chen back. It seemed like she wanted to absorb the warmth from Song Chen. Song Chen, is she seducing him? No, she must have been lonely for too long and needed warmth, that's why she acted like this. Song Chen quickly found the reason. Jerome on the side was already shocked. Of course, he did not notice Kanti's little actions. He was shocked that Song Chen could actually touch her sister. At first, when General Mike mentioned it, he thought it was fake. But seeing it today, his respect for Song Chen deepened even more. A divine doctor, an absolute divine doctor. Princess Kanti has recovered well, let's proceed with the next treatment session. Song Chen withdrew his itching hand. Alright, follow me. Princess Kanti's violet eyes lit up with anticipation and she quickly led the way. Arriving in the familiar fragrant room, Princess Kanti, barefoot, obediently lay on the bed. Stretching out her limbs, she looked at Song Chen expectantly and curiously asked, "Dr. Song, where do you want to touch today?" Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and it was necessary to correct her. "Princess Kanti, this is a traditional Chinese medical treatment method, not just touching. It's the same, can you touch me a bit longer this time? I like this feeling." Kanti looked at Song Chen earnestly, her violet eyes filled with pleading. So pitiful, it made one feel guilty to refuse. Song Chen, then let's treat the hands tonight. I'll try to make it longer. Song Chen forced a smile. A doctor's heart, fulfilling such simple requests. He could still meet them. Of course, mainly because these past few days, he had been touching the rough-skinned wealthy officials. He was tired of it. Touching soft and tender skin like this could help relieve that fatigue. So, Song Chen began to touch. His movements were gentle, and the touch was excellent. At the moment Kanti was touched by Song Chen, she also closed her eyes to enjoy this long-awaited tenderness. She even deliberately bit her cherry lips, savoring her own blood. Halfway through the massage, Song Chen took out a specially made small bottle from the medicine box, poured out some milky white liquid, and applied it to his hands. He rubbed it on Kanti's fair little hands and said as he massaged, "This is my ancestral essential oil. It can moisturize your body and help you recover faster." What a wonderful feeling, can you apply more? Kanti's eyes sparkled with excitement, without any doubt. No, this essential oil is difficult to refine, and applying too much would be too much for your body to handle. Song Chen firmly refused. In fact, this was just a massage oil he randomly concocted. Alright, Kanti's disappointment flashed by, but she still closed her eyes to enjoy this rare pleasure. It wasn't until a few hours later that Song Chen felt a bit exhausted as he got up. His back was sore, his head was dizzy. Not feeling Song Chen's touch, Kanti furrowed her delicate eyebrows, opened her beautiful eyes, and smiled sweetly. "You can continue treating me for a while longer, I can endure it." "You can endure it, but I can't." Song Chen's mouth twitched, speechless. He despised this insatiable woman, still not satisfied after being massaged for so long. Of course, these words could only be kept in his heart, and Song Chin pretended to be profound and said, "Let's stop here for today. We'll save the lower parts for the next session. Let's take some medicine." Song Chin then took out a spherical sugar pill from the medicine box. Kantai was immediately attracted. She had lived here all her life, eating only specially made food, occasionally wearing isolation suits to go out. Seeing the outside delicacies was just a luxury. So when she saw Song Chen offering her something else to eat, Kantai didn't hesitate to open her cherry little mouth. Song Chen flicked his finger and accurately shot it into her mouth. Kantai eagerly started chewing. A kind of unprecedented sweetness spread in her mouth, rushing straight to her taste buds. "Is there more?" Kantai sat up, her violet eyes shining. "This is my ancestral treasure medicine. It takes 99 and 81 days to refine one, using over 1,000 expensive Chinese medicinal ingredients. There's only one left. We'll have to wait until next time for you to touch, and then eat it after the treatment." Song Chen solemnly deceived. The main purpose was to let the other party know the difficulty of the treatment. Let Fan Wengxi and General Mike know that the money spent was worth it. Next time again? Candy's little mouth pouted, adding a touch of pitifulness to her cuteness. "Princess Candy, I'm leaving first." Song Chen didn't care about this and took the opportunity to slip away. "When will you come next time?" Candy hurriedly asked. "Maybe in 3 days." Song Chen thought for a moment and turned back with a smile. Leaving the room, he also closed the door. Candy leaned against the window, swinging her little feet, propping up her chin, watching Song Chen and Jerome leave, a smile playing on her lips. "Song Chen, you are mine." On the way back, Song Chen looked at Jerome and asked with a smile, "Colonel Jerome, are there many gangs like the Black Skin Gang in City Inn?" "There are many. City Inn is an international metropolis, accommodating people from various countries, which has led to the formation of many regional gangs over time. For example, the Black Skin Gang in the Black Neighborhood, the Westgate in the Tang Street area. Among them, the Black Skin Gang is the most powerful. However, with the authorities present, these gangs only dare to act in secret." Jerome explained to Song Chen, thinking that Song Chen was worried about retaliation from the Black Skin Gang. Jerome continued to assure, "Mr. Song, please rest assured, you are now an honored guest of our country. We will never let such a thing happen again. I naturally trust you." Song Chen smiled. He then asked Jerome many questions about the Black Skin Gang as if chatting. But in fact, Song Chen only trusted himself. If even the president could be assassinated, let alone him. So, to avoid unknown troubles knocking on his door, he decided to nip this trouble in the bud. Jerome escorted Song Chen to a place, but Song Chen did not return the favor by sending him to the hospital. Instead, under the cover of night, he drove his Black Hawk vehicle towards the Black Neighborhood. This was destined to be a busy night. Perhaps his merits would also reach 999 on this night. The Black Neighborhood. Inside a chaotic bar. Under the dazzling colored lights, various disorderly behaviors could be seen everywhere. Some were smoking, looking very pleased. Some men and women were playing poker, with women of various skin colors present. There were also those enjoying the thrill of killing, the scene bloody. The night was their playground. In a room on the top floor of the bar. F***CK, what did you say? Otto, the leader of the Black Skin Gang, stood up in anger, his burly figure covered in scars, looking fierce and terrifying. Especially the scar on his face, chilling to the bone. The 2 white girls beside him were scared and rolled to the side. "Otto, the fate of Ned and the dozen or so of your men is a warning to you. In the future, members of your Black Skin Gang are prohibited from entering Times Square. Especially, you must not touch Mr. Song Chen again. Otherwise, the military will ensure the end of the Black Skin Gang." The white police officer who came to warn was fearless, speaking coldly. "For a damn yellow man, you wasted 10 of my brothers?" The scar on Otto's face trembled. "Humph, this is General Mac's order, you better watch yourself." The white police officer sneered and turned to leave. He was confident that Otto wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. However, the next moment, a dagger had already pierced the back of his head. "Die!" Like a fierce tiger, Otto pounced, knocking the white police officer to the ground, raining down punches, blood splattering, and brain matter flying. "Boss, what should we do? Just say the word." Several big black men in the room were not afraid, but instead shouted, "Since those damn FBL want to force us like this, let the Black Wave sweep City Inn again. Yes, completely eliminate those damn Asians from City Inn. First, capture that Ngua man named Song Chen, I want him to pay with his blood." Otto thirsted for blood. "Boss, the Queen of the Westgate is sending people." At this moment, a henchman burst into the room to report. He, perfect timing. Let's start cleaning up from the west gate of Tang Street. Brothers, follow me to greet our guests." Otto grinned maliciously, wiping blood casually on the police officer beneath him. He, I heard that the Queen of Sheeman is a beauty. I'm in for a treat tonight. Many big black eyes revealed a wild, beastly look, following Otto's footsteps. They quickly arrived at the bar hall. At this moment, hundreds of members of the Black Skin Gang were surrounding several Asians. Leading them was an Asian woman in a windbreaker and black boots. The woman was around 30 years old, with a cold and beautiful temperament, still retaining her charm. She was the leader of the West Gate of Tang Street, the Queen of Shili. Faced with many fierce members of the Black Skin Gang, the men behind Shili showed fear. Only Shili remained calm, looking at the menacing Otto and said, "Otto, I brought the money, can you release my women?" "Originally, I could, but unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. Tonight, you will be the first target of the Black Skin Gang," Otto said with a twisted grin. "Do you want to break your promise?" Shili's face turned slightly cold as she silently pressed the button on her wrist. "Are you expecting reinforcements?" "Unfortunately, they won't come." Otto noticed Shili's subtle movement but was not surprised. His gaze roamed over Shili's sexy figure. "I heard you're only interested in women. I wonder if all of us brothers can straighten you out." Roar suddenly, countless big blacks, like wild beasts, pounced towards Shili and her group of 5. "Fight your way out." Shili's beautiful eyes turned cold as she pulled out a dagger from her boot and swiftly broke out of the encirclement. However, this was destined to be an unfair fight. Late at night, a young man in a white coat arrived alone at the headquarters of the Black Skin Gang. "Stop, who are you?" 2 armed black guards immediately approached to question him. Seeing that Song Chen was Asian, they were even more surprised. "Go inform your boss, tell him that a doctor named Song Chen has come to treat him." Song Chen raised his hands and smiled. "Treating him?" The 2 black men frowned. They did indeed invite doctors to treat their injuries, but didn't they receive any notification? The 2 immediately searched Song Chen, made sure he had no weapons, and then lowered their guns. "Take him in, I'll inform the boss," one of the black men said and went to report. "Come in." Another black man led Song Chen in with a smirk. Nearby, a group of Shiman people frowned. "The queen hasn't come out for so long? Could something have happened? Should we just charge in?" An uneasy middle-aged man said. "If the queen hasn't sounded the alarm, it means everything is fine. Don't act smart and disrupt the queen's plan, none of you can afford the consequences." A charming woman quickly interrupted, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Inside the Black Skin Gang, Song Chen's arrival instantly attracted a crowd of big and small blacks. They all held guns, mocking Song Chen and showing their white teeth. "Hey, black brother, if I guess correctly, have you been coughing and congested lately, always feeling weak and sweating?" Song Chen looked at the small black who had been teasing him. "How did you know?" The small black widened his eyes, looking incredulous. "Because everything Song Chen said was true. Because I'm a doctor. Come on, since we're idle, let me treat you and show off." Song Chen smiled and patted the small black's chest a few times, displaying his amazing speed. "Ding successfully cured cold and fever, merit +1, ding, successfully sent out a predisposition to heart disease, merit -1, oh my god, why do I suddenly feel so refreshed?" The small black, cured of his cold, was ecstatic. "Oh, it's so miraculous, let me see too." Me too, me too. "Everyone, don't rush, line up, one by one. We all have a share, we all have a share." So, Song Chen began a journey of treating diseases with diseases, curing as he went. As for the little blacks that Song Chen cured, they fell asleep convulsing as they walked. In the extremely evil bar, the 4 men next to Shili were quickly brutally killed. However, the lone survivor Shili was incredibly brave and managed to fight his way out of the bar alone. Still desperately pressing the alarm, but still no support. Otto smirked and took action himself. Shili dodged several attacks with agility, but in the face of overwhelming numbers, he was kicked in the abdomen by Otto and coughed up blood instantly. Roar the big blacks cheered and greedily surrounded him. Otto lifted Shili with one hand and threw him onto the stage. He tied him to a steel pole. That seductive and sexy figure instantly aroused the beastly nature of the group, but they all knew that the first shot had to be fired by Otto. "Long live the black!" Otto shouted. "Long live the black!" Countless big blacks echoed. Just as Otto was about to draw his gun, a previous little black burst in. "Boss, there's a doctor named Song Chen who says he's here to cure you." "Cure what? I'm not sick," Otto said irritably, but soon he realized something, his gaze sharpened. "What did you say his name was?" His name is Song Chen." Not only Otto, but several big blacks showed a fierce look. "Where is he? Take me to him." Otto jumped off the stage. "No need, I'm here." At this moment, Song Chen arrived at the bar after exchanging diseases all the way. Boom! Everyone's eyes were fixed on this young Asian man in a white coat with his hands in his pockets. "Are my brothers the ones you sent to prison?" Otto stepped towards Song Chen, already fantasizing about 1,000 ways to torture him. No, they will soon be in hell. I'm here just to send you all to reunite. Song Chen smiled kindly. With compassion for the sick, he couldn't sleep without sending these guys away. The next moment, Song Chen disappeared from the spot. The terrifying speed made everyone feel dizzy for a moment. Bang-ah, until a tearing sound was heard, Otto's burly figure flew high into the air. The bar was splattered with blood, his fate unknown. Otto's gruesome scene was undoubtedly shocking. All the big blacks were instantly intimidated. And Song Chen had already begun a surgery to accumulate merits. In this crowded and narrow hall, Song Chen's superhuman physique combined with various techniques to transfer diseases. He cured the big blacks one by one, knocking them down and accumulating merits. After several practices, Song Chen was already familiar with the clear human anatomy. No, you can't do this. I have a mother, let me go, let me go. The screams echoed through the entire bar in an instant. In stark contrast to the cheers just now, countless big blacks wanted to escape, but found themselves completely paralyzed. Many surviving little blacks outside hurried into the bar to see what was happening. Naturally, they became the guinea pigs for Song Chen's accumulation of merits. The entire extremely evil bar was splattered with blood, filled with screams, and had become a hell on earth. Ding, successfully absorbed AIDS, merit +1, ding, successfully absorbed severe addiction, merit +1, ding, successfully absorbed pica, merit +1. Outside the black skin gang. What's that sound? The middle-aged man leading the way, Shiman, frowned again. Forget about the sound, without the queen's orders, we better not move. The charming woman continued. No more waiting, it's been so long, brothers, follow me and charge in. This time, the middle-aged man no longer succumbed to the temptation of the charming woman, leading the way with a barret in hand, charging straight in. The charming woman blinked her eyes and followed suit. It's been so long, she believed her black master had already taken care of it. Going in there is a dead end for this group of people. On the other side. Ding successfully absorbed the madness, merit +1, current accumulated merit 999. Hearing this voice, Song Chen stopped his movements. He thought that this time the merits would need to be accumulated vigorously and would be very monotonous. But in fact, the various diseases on these people's bodies turned out to be a pleasant surprise. After dealing with the last person, Song Chen's white coat was already stained with blood. The whole bar was in a mess. Song Chen's gaze, however, fell sharply on Shili, who was tied to the steel pole on the stage. Holding a surgical knife, he walked over. Shili's pupils contracted, and her delicate body trembled. To be honest, she was not afraid of life and death. But she witnessed this terrible purgatory. The handsome young man in front of her had already become a demon in her eyes. This is definitely not something a human can do. But at this moment, she knew she had to save herself quickly, otherwise the young man in front of her might torture her like he did to these people. I am the head of the West Gate. If you kill Otto, members of the Black Skin Gang from other places will come after you. I can take on this sin in the name of the West Gate, deal with all the troubles for you, as long as you spare my life. Shili did not beg for mercy, but quickly stated her value. Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly, indeed swayed by the other party's words. Why did he come to deal with the Black Skin Gang in the middle of the night? Of course, it was to deal with trouble in advance. After all, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. But obviously, these people in front of him were not all of the Black Skin Gang. There must be other branch relationships. And these, it was obviously impossible for him to clean up slowly on his own. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Gangs swallowing gangs is obviously the best. Open your mouth. Song Chen's mouth slightly raised, lifting Shili's chin. Shili's body trembled. In the West Gate, she was an absolute queen. The only way for those who did not submit to her was a dead end, especially men. However, at this moment, facing the eerie and terrifying young man in front of her, her proud soul could not muster any resistance. Obediently raising her head, she opened her mouth. Song Chen took out a pill and shot it into her mouth. Swallow it. Shili's pretty face changed slightly. She instinctively wanted to resist, but was deterred by Song Chen's cold words. She obediently swallowed it. Ding successfully sent stomach cancer away, merit -1. This is a poison that will eventually cause you to die a painful death. Within a month, bring your promise to the medical hall to find me for the antidote. Song Chen said calmly, decisively giving her a terminal illness control. He naturally wouldn't believe just a promise. But after hearing Song Chen's words, Shili's face instantly turned pale. She did not doubt Song Chen's words, because he had no reason to deceive her. Song Chen then untied Shili, took off his blood-stained white coat, and put it on her, covering up the exposed spring scenery. Of course, from the moment she put on this white coat, everything was up to Sheely. Remember, your life was given by me. I hate people who repay kindness with enmity the most. Before leaving, Song Chen didn't forget to give Sheely an unforgettable smile. Shortly after Song Chen left through the back door, hundreds of Ngwa people from the West Gate finally rushed in. Along the way, they could be said to have it too easy. Originally prepared to fight to the death, but when they rushed in and saw the scene, my goodness, there were small blacks lying all over the place. This gave them a big shock, and they quickly reloaded their guns. They even thought there was a bird flu outbreak. Until they rushed into the bar and saw the dead big blacks all over the place, they were all stunned. The guns in their hands fell off at some point. Of course, the most stunned was the glamorous woman. When she saw the dead Otto, her body trembled, tears and urine flowing down together. Queen? Rongxian and other Shiman disciples discovered the bodies of the 4 deceased brothers, instantly shocked and frantically searched for Sheely. Just when they all thought that Sheely had also met with an accident, a cold and elegant figure draped in a blood-stained white coat stood up. Queen! When they saw Sheely at that moment, everyone could not hide their excitement. However, Sheely's cold and ruthless beautiful eyes always fell on the charming woman, step by step towards her. Seeing that Sheely was not dead, the charming woman was even more frightened, her legs softened, and she collapsed on the ground. Why did you betray me? Sheely's voice was cold and domineering. As soon as these words came out, all the Shiman people's faces changed drastically, looking towards the charming woman, because she was the queen's woman. I was wrong, can you forgive me? The charming woman's eye makeup was smudged, she hugged Sheely's thigh, trying to win her back with love. Answer me. Sheely's voice remained cold, but the charming woman still dared not speak. And Sheely had already obtained what she wanted, slowly closed her eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Take her away, according to the rules of the sect, punish her severely." Yes, Queen. 2 men immediately stepped forward to control the pleading charming woman. They absolutely obeyed Sheely's orders. Because it was Sheely who had brought Shiman to this point. Ha, Sheely, you are a pervert. Otto is my master, I have been with him for 3 years, and I haven't had as much fun as he did in a day. Knowing that there was no hope for mercy, the charming woman decided to come clean and revealed everything. Vile woman, you deserve to die. The 2 men showed a chilling expression and immediately had the charming woman buried with the Heifu gang. Queen, what has happened? At this moment, Rongxian cautiously asked. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, he still couldn't control his trembling. It's all my doing. Sheely looked at Rongxian, not hiding anything. She was already feeling uncomfortable in her stomach, so she didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. Boom, the faces of the Shiman people changed drastically, and their eyes towards Sheely changed. Long live the queen. Suddenly, everyone knelt down one after another, showing even more submission to Sheely. Go back first, prepare to clean up the remaining remnants of the Heifu gang. Sheely, draped in Song Chen's blood-stained coat, calmly walked out of this extremely evil bar. On the other side, Song Chen drove back to the medical hall, and it was almost dawn. Xing Chuan and his daughter had not slept all night and had already repaired everything that was damaged. Seeing Song Chen return, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master, why don't you come back with me to Sakura country? I promise to treat our Sakura country with national courtesy. The Heifu gang is the largest gang in city and they are cruel and will not let you go. Xing Chuan Jun pleaded. Of course, he was mainly worried about his own life. Don't worry. With General Mike's protection, I believe we will be very safe. Song Chen smiled and patted the other's shoulder. But, Xing Chuan Jun wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Song Chen. We won't open the store for the next 2 days. If someone comes for treatment, tell them I'm sick and need rest. After speaking, Song Chen walked towards the 2nd floor. After absorbing so many diseases tonight, he felt tired and needed to rest. And now his merit points were at 998. The last disease he needed to absorb was Kant's genetic disease. Seeing this, Xing Chuan Jun didn't say much more. But he still contacted the power of the Sakura gang of Ligu country and applied for some protection. When Song Chen returned to his room, Xing Chuan Nir had already prepared a wooden tub bath for him in advance. The water temperature was just right, and there was even a small note left. Song Chen was visibly stunned, but he still accepted this kindness. After taking a bath, he slept until dawn. Song Chen's keen hearing heard many people coming to seek medical treatment, but they were all persuaded by Xing Chuan Jun's strong business ability. So Song Chen took out the medical book given to him by Hua Siguo and started reading it. Soon he was attracted by various traditional Chinese medicine techniques. He couldn't help but marvel at the profound and obscure nature of traditional Chinese medicine. After lunch, Song Chen and Xing Chuan Nair planned to go to school. But they were interrupted by an unexpected group of guests. It was Lucy and her difficult Carl, along with several friends. "Song Chen, why didn't you answer my calls?" Lucy questioned unhappily as soon as they entered the clinic. Song Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Only then did he remember that a strange number had called him several times early in the morning. Thinking it was another arrogant wealthy person calling, Song Chen promptly blocked the number. Who would have thought it was this woman? But why was this woman looking for him? Was someone in the Steve family sick? If so, with Herbert's personality, he should have come personally to ask for help. Is there something wrong? Out of respect for Herbert, Song Chen still asked. "It's nothing, I just want you to treat an illness." Lucy thought of the matter at hand and suppressed her displeasure. Carl and several wealthy young men sat down in a familiar manner, crossing their legs. Song Chen frowned. "Is someone in your family sick?" "No, it's my boyfriend." "Didn't you diagnose his illness before?" "You should have treated him back then." Lucy's tone was somewhat reproachful. "Hey, Lucy, what about us?" The other friends reminded with a smile. "What's the rush? Treat my boyfriend first." Lucy glanced at the other girls and continued to instruct Song Chen. "Yes, and also my friends here, treat them quickly. Later, Carl and I will go visit Lord Hodworth." "Thank you, Dr. Song." Carl smiled and took the initiative to step forward, looking somewhat condescending. He really treated Song Chen as a hired doctor. However, Song Chen turned calmly and simply said, "Get lost." Carl's steps halted, and his smile froze on his face. It was as if Song Chen had given him an invisible slap in the face. "Oh, Song Chen, what are you saying? I didn't hear clearly?" "This is my boyfriend." Lucy, who had just sat down to play with her phone, stood up incredulously. "You two, get lost." Song Chen didn't turn around, giving Lucy 2 more words. Lucy suddenly felt like she had been slapped in the face and stood stiff in place. The smiles on the faces of the other friends also froze. "What's going on? Why is it different from what was said when they came?" "Hey, buddy, don't be like this, it's just money, right? As long as you treat us, we can pay you." A handsome white man stood up, feeling embarrassed and ready to pay. But Lucy angrily stopped him. "And oh, why should we pay him? He's a private doctor hired by my dad." Lucy then stepped forward, pointing at Song Chen arrogantly. "Song Chen, I command you now, immediately treat them, or I will have my dad fire you." "Are you sure?" Song Chen looked strangely at this woman who didn't seem to be thinking straight. "Yes, my dad can bring you all this, and he can also leave you with nothing." Thinking Song Chen was scared, Lucy's tone became even more forceful. Then she sarcastically added, "I know you're doing this now because I rejected your advances. You like me, but you're too cowardly to show it, so you're despicable enough to have my dad tell me. You Asian men are really small-minded, knowing I have a boyfriend and still doing this." Lucy's merciless revelation made Carl and the others laugh, and the look in Song Chen's eyes instantly filled with disdain. A little yellow guy also dared to seek the favor of their noble white beauty? Xing Chuan and her daughter were equally surprised, as they couldn't see any affection in Song Chen's eyes, only annoyance. Song Chen himself was speechless. He never expected to encounter such a delusional woman even after going abroad. The fact proves that imagination knows no borders. "Let your father come find me, you have no right to talk to me. As for these words, you better go tell your father, he should reward you with something." Song Chen calmly spoke, pointing to the gate. "Now, you can leave, or I will have to ask you to leave in a different way." "Oh, insecure guy, with so many of us, how do you plan to ask us to leave? We'd like to see that." A group of rich kids laughed at Song Chen's words. They surrounded Song Chen, intending to teach this rude guy a lesson. "What are you doing, Mr. Song Chen is a guest of Mike." Qingchuan Zhujun's face changed slightly, wanting to warn these people, but was stopped by Song Chen raising his hand. "Then let me show you, watch closely, I will only demonstrate once." Song Chen walked towards the group, a slight smile on his lips. "Go, teach this arrogant guy a lesson." Carl's face showed a fierce expression, already annoyed. The group rushed towards Song Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Ding successfully sent out neurosis, merit -1. Ding successfully sent out neurosis, merit -1. Ding successfully sent out neurosis, merit -1. The next second, outside the clinic, Carl and the others flew out one by one like balls. Ah, ah, ah. Arms and legs broken, they fell to the ground, screaming in pain. They were thrown out before they could even see clearly. They even received a neurosis gift package. Inside the clinic, Lucy's face turned pale, standing still. You. Lucy's voice trembled, looking incredulously at the young man of Asian descent who she always thought was weak. Ding successfully sent out obesity, merit -1, get lost, this is your last chance, don't bother me again in the future. Out of respect for Herbert, Song Chen did not harm this woman, but he still gave her obesity as punishment. Lucy was so intimidated by Song Chen's powerful aura that she dared not speak and stumbled out of the clinic. "Ah, Song Chen, you bastard, the Howard family won't let you off." Carl, stuck in the stinking ditch, roared with bitterness. "If you dare to say another word, do you believe I'll make you experience that flying feeling again?" Song Chen looked at this scheming man, feeling very annoyed. Faced with Song Chen's cold gaze, Carl instantly fell silent. Lucy hurriedly went to help, and they drove away in embarrassment. "Song Chen, just wait. You will regret your foolish actions today." Before leaving, they angrily left a threat. At this moment, several police officers hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "Mr. Song, what happened?" the two police officers asked anxiously. They were tasked with protecting Song Chen's safety in this area. "Nothing, just a few beggars asking for food. I gave them something and sent them away." Song Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, the two police officers breathed a sigh of relief and left. "Today is the teacher's class, we're almost late." Song Chen turned to look at the dazed Xingchuan Nair. By now, Xingchuan father and daughter had been frightened by Song Chen's thunderous methods. They only saw Song Chen approaching, and then those people just flew out in a flash? That seems to be what happened. They didn't even see Song Chen make a move. "Oh, okay, master." Xingchuan Nair reacted and quickly ran over. Today she was dressed in a school uniform, a cute style. It seems that women in Sakura country like to dress like this. Watching the two drive away, Xingchuan Jujun swallowed hard. So, the fate of the black gang members from last night was all the work of this Eastern youth. How is that possible? The rumored Anhwa Kung Fu has always been mysterious. Could this be the legendary Anhwa Kung Fu? Thinking of this, Xingchuan Jujun took a cold breath. Finally understand why Song Chen has always been so confident. The respect for Song Chen in my heart instantly rose to another level. This child not only knows traditional Chinese medicine, but also knows martial arts. "Song Chen, do you know martial arts?" On the way to school, Xingchuan Nair couldn't help but ask curiously. "No, I'm just relatively strong," Song Chen replied truthfully. "How strong?" Xingchuan Nair asked inquisitively. "I should be as strong as Ultraman." Song Chen thought for a moment before answering. At first, he thought he could take on 10 people, but with the blessing of his healing talent, he felt he could take on more than 10. As for how many he could take on, he would only know after fighting. Xingchuan Nair was speechless at Song Chen's response, but she still reminded him with concern, those people just now are wealthy children of Ligua, and that Lucy is a famous beauty at Sikwo University with many admirers. "You have to be careful." "I'm not afraid, it should be a joke soon," Song Chen said nonchalantly. He came to Ligua just to be a good doctor, cure diseases, make money, and gain fame. He wanted to return home in the future without disappointing his parents and family. If any noble or power without eyes wanted to provoke him, he wouldn't mind being a veterinarian. He would just heal these guys. It's just a pity for his merit. Damn it, I must use the power of the family. Even if I have to spend money to get the help of the Black Skin Gang, I will make this damn guy kneel in front of me. Inside the hospital, Carl, who was bandaged, roared angrily. With his only good hand, he smashed the bed frantically. The other friends who were beaten and bruised looked dissatisfied at Lucy, the only one who was unharmed. "Lucy, didn't you say he was the private doctor hired by your family? How did it end up like this? And why didn't you mention that guy knows martial arts? He got us beaten up like this." "Yeah, my hands and feet are broken, and you're fine. This is so unfair. You must give an explanation, or this matter won't end." Faced with the questioning of several people, Lucy felt her face burning with pain, completely losing face. Before she left, she confidently boasted and guaranteed. But now, a group of people happily entered, only to be beaten out by Song Chen? It turned into the current miserable situation. "Enough, I will give you an explanation." Lucy interrupted the accusations of these people loudly, with a dark look in her eyes, and assured, "Since he wants my father to come find him in person, I will fulfill him. I have already called my father, and he will come soon. By then, I will make that damn guy kneel and apologize to you." "Good, this is what you said. By then, I will make that damn guy kneel and apologize to you." The group of people finally stopped complaining. They were already fantasizing about the scene where Song Chen would kneel and apologize to them. However, Carl's eyes still held resentment, and he had developed a murderous intent towards Song Chen. He wouldn't let Song Chen off so easily. Sure enough, Herbert rushed over in a hurry shortly after. He heard that Lucy had been bullied, so he dropped everything and rushed over. He was followed by several strong bodyguards. "Oh, daughter, are you okay?" Seeing that Lucy was fine, the nervous Herbert finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Daddy, whoa, it's Song Chen, it's Song Chen." Lucy suddenly threw herself into Herbert's arms, crying loudly. Mr. Song, what happened to him? Herbert was visibly stunned. I just took Carl and a few friends to see him for treatment, but that damn guy not only didn't treat us, but also beat us out. Lucy tearfully recounted the whole incident. Of course, she mostly portrayed herself as the victim, while Song Chen was portrayed as unreasonable. Yes, Mr. Herbert, that guy is the private doctor hired by your family. You must give us an explanation for this. Look, that savage guy took advantage of our inattention and beat us up? Carl and others also echoed, exaggerating their injuries. However, in the face of all this, Herbert's shrewd face immediately darkened. How could he not know his daughter in these guys? He immediately pushed Lucy aside, his face turned iron blue as he questioned, "Did you go find Mr. Song privately?" Thinking that Herbert's expression was directed at Song Chen, Lucy nodded and said stubbornly, "Yes, Daddy, this time I not only want him to heal them, but I also want him to kneel down and apologize to us. Otherwise, you can fire him and make him regret for a lifetime." Smack before Lucy could finish speaking, Herbert, who had never hit her before, gave her a resounding slap. The sound was loud, and the whole room instantly quieted down. Carl and the others, who had been eager to add fuel to the fire, suddenly fell silent. "Daddy, you?" Lucy covered her pretty face in disbelief. "Nonsense, who gave you the right to disturb Mr. Song privately?" Herbert angrily questioned, his previous kindness gone. "He is a doctor in my family, why can't I order him?" Lucy asked tearfully, puzzled. Smack Herbert gave her another big slap. "I'll say it again, Mr. Song has never been a private doctor in my family. I hired him after months of suffering in Manhwa. He is my friend, and now he is a benefactor of the Steve family. You ordering him with a group of friends is ruining everything I have just built up. It's also ruining your eligibility as my heir. Oh, my God, I can't believe you would do such a foolish thing." Herbert was almost driven to madness by Lucy. If she weren't his daughter, she would have been punished by family law long ago. In just a few days, Song Chen's status in the upper echelons of Ligua society had skyrocketed unprecedentedly. His future status was immeasurable, and as the one who recommended him, the value he could create by leveraging Song Chen's status in the future was unimaginable. He had initially arranged for Lucy to get close to Song Chen in the hope that Song Chen would take a liking to Lucy and could be firmly tied to the Steve family in the future. But Song Chen had never even glanced at Lucy, and Lucy strongly opposed it, so he let it go. Having this relationship with Song Chen was enough. However, his foolish daughter had turned things into this mess. How could he not be angry? And after hearing Herbert's last words, Lucy was finally shocked. Her face was pale, incredulous. Because of an Asian boy, she would be deprived of her inheritance rights? Herbert turned angrily to Carl and the others, saying coldly, "Dr. Som only treats 20 people a day. Even high-ranking tycoons have to line up early in the morning and pay hundreds of millions in medical fees. Who do you think you are to dare to ask Dr. Song to treat you for free? If I had been there, I would not only have broken your limbs, but also cracked open your skulls to see if there was a lump of shit inside." Carl and the others turned pale, looking even worse than if they had eaten shit. But in the face of the world's third-ranked billionaire, they had no temper at all. No one expected the reversal to come so suddenly. They silently looked at Lucy, as if asking, "Didn't you want Song Chen to apologize to us on his knees? How did it turn into us being reprimanded? Come, let's go apologize to Mr. Song. If this matter is not handled properly, I will cut off all your cards." Herbert's gaze fell on Lucy, unusually serious. Lucy trembled, her sensitive nerves touched, and she roared, "No, let me go apologize to that guy, I can't do it." With that, she ran out without looking back. Herbert's face turned ugly, and he once again looked at Carl and the others, saying coldly, "You better pray that Mr. Song is okay, otherwise, I don't recommend you pay the price you should." With that, he left in anger. At the scene, everyone except Carl had pale faces, because apart from the Hadwa family, their families were wealthy. But compared to the Steve family, they couldn't even be considered. Song Chen and Xingchuan Nair had just arrived at the school gate. What caught their eyes were huge and eye-catching banners. "Welcome back to the alma mater, Ali. Welcome to all the top medical experts and professors in the medical field. About to witness a miracle in Western medicine." At the same time, inside the school, a large number of students were gathered around a white young man in medical attire and glasses, acting particularly crazy. It was like idol worship back in the country. That's Ali, who graduated from Seoul University just a year ago and is the most talented surgical genius in Western medicine at Seoul University. Xingchuan Nair exclaimed, quickly explaining to Song Chen, "It is rumored that he has hands that even the god of death fears." Before he even graduated, he performed several difficult surgical operations as the lead surgeon, showing strength no less than that of top surgical experts. Upon graduation, he was signed by the best hospital in the country for an annual salary of 80 million lijin, becoming the youngest member of the country's medical association. He is almost like an idol star in the eyes of countless young Western medical practitioners in the country. Hearing Qingchuan Nair's explanation, Song Chen couldn't help but take a closer look. At that moment, Ali was like a hero, being fervently pursued by numerous students and enjoying the honor he deserved. Heading towards the Western medical teaching area, Ali's return to school, along with those banners just now, could it be that there is another breakthrough in Western medicine that needs to be showcased to the world? Qingchuan Nair speculated. Seoul University is ranked first in medicine, with the most advanced medical equipment globally. Therefore, many top medical professors come here to conduct research. If there are results, they will be publicly demonstrated here, leveraging the reputation of Seoul University to quickly gain global fame. Let's go! The teacher is calling us. Just as Qingchuan Nair was speculating, Song Chen received a message from Wasiguo. The two parked their car and headed towards the direction of the bustling Western medical teaching area, moving towards the area of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon arriving at Wasiguo's office, besides Wasiguo, there was another elderly man in a suit, Anhwa. The two were of similar age, appearing like long-lost friends, chatting and laughing. Let me introduce, these are my two students, Qingchuan Nair and Song Chen. Wasiguo stood up to introduce the man in the suit, then introduced the man to Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair. This is my close friend, Lin Jiaxing, a Western doctor and a famous national doctor in Anhwa. He came to the country mainly for exchange and learning. Lin Jiaxing looked at Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair, not sparing any praise. Old Hua, you have a good eye. These two youngsters look like they are good at studying Chinese medicine. Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair politely responded. There won't be any classes today. I heard that there will be a surgical experiment on vegetative patients in Western medicine. Let's go and observe and learn together. Wasiguo finally explained the reason for calling Song Chen and Qingchuan Nair. I heard that this breakthrough in the surgery is revolutionary. If successful, it will change the fate of vegetative patients. The lead surgeon is the famous surgical genius Ali from the country. It's a great opportunity to witness this surgical experiment. Lin Jiaxing also sighed, his eyes filled with excitement. Indeed. Qingchuan Nair's eyes flickered slightly, as she had guessed correctly. Then let's set off now. Wasiguo smiled, looking healthy and spirited. Just then, Song Chen's phone rang. It was a message. After reading the information, Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he turned to Wasiguo and others, saying, Teacher, you guys go first. I need to take care of something and will come later. Okay, then you hurry up. The three headed towards the direction of the Western medical teaching area. Song Chen came alone to the tallest office building of Sichao University. A working girl was waiting specifically for Song Chen here. She led Song Chen all the way to a room on the 10th floor. Inside were several white men discussing. Among them was the genius Western doctor that Song Chen had just met, Ali. When they saw Song Chen, the gazes of the few men immediately gathered. President Chris stepped forward with a smile and shook hands, asking, You are Mr. Song Chen, right? Yes, I am. Are you the president of the Ligu Medical Association? Song Chen asked. The official information just now was an invitation from the president of the Ligu Medical Association, and also a note from General Like. That's why he came. Exactly, let me introduce myself. I'm Chris. Chris smiled. During this time, he kept sizing up Song Chen, but he couldn't sense the aura that a doctor should have from Song Chen. This inevitably disappointed him. The other members of the association felt the same way, shocked by Song Chen's youth. Ali squinted his eyes. This was the Eastern divine doctor that General Mike personally named, causing a stir in the upper society? This is ridiculous? He now seriously doubted that Song Chen's reputation was all fabricated. President Chris, just tell me why you're looking for me. Song Chen frowned slightly, getting straight to the point. He didn't like being scrutinized like a monkey. We, at the request of the authorities, invite you to join our Ligu Medical Association. However, before that, you need to demonstrate your medical skills to us. Let us evaluate whether you meet the standards. If you do, we will offer you the highest standard conditions, a 1 billion profit gold contract per year. Chris smiled. No need, I'm not interested in joining any association, goodbye. Song Chen decisively turned and left. What a big deal. Evaluation? Even if there was no evaluation, he wouldn't join. As for that 1 billion profit gold contract, he could earn more than a dozen small goals in one day. No. One morning now. There will be more in the future. Is he lacking that bit of pocket money? Chris was stunned, obviously not expecting Song Chen to be so arrogant, turning and leaving without a hint of hesitation. This is the Ligu Medical Association. Only top experts and professors are qualified to join. Many doctors dream of it. Song Chen, this evaluation for you is to have you compare Chinese medicine with our Western medicine in treating a pair of twin vegetative patients. This will be a historic surgical experiment. Top experts from various countries will be present to witness, and it will be broadcast live in the medical field. If you win, not only can you join the medical association, but you will also instantly gain fame. Of course, if you are just a paper tiger and afraid of being exposed, you can leave now. Ali suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as he spoke. Song Chen's footsteps stopped. He turned to look at the others. So, this grand surgical experiment is specially prepared for me? That's right. I don't know how you fooled General Mike and the others, but I believe that what should truly be admired is our Western medicine, not your unscientific and random Chinese medicine. So, if you really have the ability, accept my challenge. I will let you witness firsthand what true medical skills are. Ali stared at Song Chen, domineeringly. Okay, I accept. We'll see each other at the designated place. Song Chen's lips curled slightly, agreeing to the other's request. He wasn't interested in joining any association, but he was very interested in becoming famous. Watching Song Chen's departing figure, Chris frowned slightly and looked at Ali. Actually, we could have given him a separate evaluation experiment. This groundbreaking Western medical surgery is about your future, but also about the honor of our association and Western medicine. He shouldn't be involved. We should stick to traditional Chinese medicine. For some reason, Song Chen's final smile made the president inexplicably uneasy. I don't believe he can really cure those terminal cancer patients. He must be using some harmful black magic. Now those wealthy officials are almost competing to have him treat them. His reputation in Ligu has gradually overshadowed us experts in this field. This is not only an insult to us, but also to Western medicine. So, I must take this opportunity to show those wealthy officials that Western medicine is the best. Ali said solemnly. Yes, President, and this time with the newly developed intelligent medical equipment assistance, combined with Ali's perfect hands, it will definitely amaze the world. Others also chimed in. Since Song Chen became popular in the upper social circles, the surgical appointments for these experts in the field have been decreasing. The benefits they receive have also decreased significantly. In the face of conflicting interests, they naturally hope to bring down Song Chen. Well, let's hope you can restore the reputation of Western medicine. If you succeed this time, you will receive the highest standard contract. At the same time, your portrait will hang in the highest hall of the medical world. Chris finally nodded, cheering for Ali. Don't worry, President, I will not let you down. Ali's eyes were full of confidence and determination. On the other side, Song Chen had already arrived at the Western Medical Teaching Area, the designated experimental building. It was a fortress-like experimental building, solemn and dignified. The interior resembled a circular structure like a stadium, with various high-end medical equipment on the surgical table in the middle. Song Chen entered with the invitation letter. At this moment, the seats around were already filled with experts and professors from various fields of medicine. Everyone was dressed in medical attire, engaging in conversations with each other. There were even professional photographers setting up cameras, ready to record this surgery experiment representing a medical miracle. Song Chen looked around and found the three Wasiguo people sitting towards the back. Wasiguo and Lin Jiaxing were still chatting and laughing. It had been many years since they last met, and it was uncertain if they would meet again. Ah, look how much Western medicine is valued. When will our traditional Chinese medicine be treated the same way? Xingchuan Nair pouted, unable to hide her envy at everything she saw. After waiting for a while, Ali and the others finally arrived, already changed into surgical gowns. The whole room fell silent, all eyes focused on this youngest genius Western doctor. Especially his hands that even the god of death feared. Countless surgical experts envied them, as if they were born for surgery. Ali even bought a 3 billion Li Jin insurance for his hands. Ah, such a talented person, these hands are probably unmatched in the world. If such a genius were born in my own country, it would be great. Lin Jiaxing looked at Ali from afar, unable to hide his touched envy. He deeply felt the gap. He came to Ligu this time to learn about the advanced Western medicine in Ligu. On the other hand, he wanted to spend a lot of money to introduce a group of medical talents from Ligu. Actually, I think Song Chen's hands are no worse than his, Xingchuan Nair suddenly said. She had witnessed Song Chen's medical skills firsthand, which gave her the confidence to say that. Just the speed of his hands made her envious. Indeed, Xiaosong's medical talent is the highest among the students I have taught. Wasiguo smiled and nodded. Although he hadn't taught Song Chen for long, having lived for most of his life and taught for most of his life, he could naturally see Song Chen's talent. Western medicine is different from traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine requires a high level of physical fitness for a medical practitioner. Especially an excellent surgeon, not only needs a pair of flexible hands, but also a flexible and steady mind. Lin Jiaxing thought it was just Qingchuan Nair's angry words, and explained with a smile without even looking. He and Wasiguo are both from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, but later, Wasiguo continued to adhere to the path of traditional Chinese medicine, and he chose Western medicine. Faced with the discussion of several people, Song Chen smiled and didn't say much. For him, whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, each has its own advantages and disadvantages, and should not be compared, but should complement each other. On the operating table, Ali and others had already installed the most advanced medical equipment. Then, to the curiosity of everyone, the patients who needed surgery were pushed out from a special passage. They were conjoined twins. They were sleeping peacefully. The reason they became vegetative was because of a car accident. With everything ready, Ali looked around at all the expert professors on the scene. Thank you all for witnessing this medical surgery. I am honored to be the lead surgeon. Ali confidently and humbly bowed, then his gaze fell on Song Chen. However, before the surgery begins, we will invite a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from Manhwa to demonstrate his medical skills to us first. He is confident that he can treat any terminal illness, so he came to our country to develop. And he has claimed to have cured many people and wants to join our country's medical association. So, we have decided to give him a chance to prove himself. Ali praised Song Chen highly. This way he can step down. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, all the expert professors were stirred up. What? Traditional Chinese medicine? This is ridiculous. How can there be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner on the Western medicine operating table? Yes, he can treat all terminal illnesses. Who gave him the courage? Jesus? Lin Jiaxing was also stunned and unconsciously looked at Wasiguo, because he felt that what was said could only be said by Wasiguo. However, Wasiguo himself was also confused. Did he say such things? Why doesn't he remember? And he has to treat first? But the academy didn't notify him in advance, did it? Many professors from Shola University also looked at him. Only Qingchuan Nair looked at Song Chen. At this moment, Song Chen narrowed his eyes and locked eyes with Ali. Is he asking him to treat first? And if he can't cure it, then he will treat it, so he can save face? It seems to be the case. Sure enough, after praising Song Chen, Ali raised his hand and pointed at Song Chen, meaningfully saying, Dr. Song, please. Immediately, everyone's gaze followed Ali's hand and fell on Song Chen. Surprised, astonished, unbelievable. Various emotions surged on the faces of these expert professors, including Lin Jiaxing and Wasiguo. Teacher, can I borrow your silver needle? Song Chen stood up and smiled at Wasiguo. It's you. Wasiguo didn't know what to say, but still handed the silver needle he carried with him to Song Chen. So, in full view of everyone, Song Chen calmly walked up to the operating table. He asked Ali with a smile, Are you sure you want me to go first? As long as you cure one person, you pass. Of course, Dr. Song, if you dare not, it's okay. Ali's voice was not concealed. It's not that, I'm just asking. Song Chen shook his head. Then Dr. Song, please show off your proud traditional Chinese medicine. I hope you don't disappoint General Mike and those wealthy people. Ali sneered. These conjoined vegetative twins have been in a coma for 20 years, their bodies almost living together, and their nerves and muscles inside the body are almost stiff. The acupoints are also incomplete. He wanted to see how, in this situation, without medical equipment assistance, Song Chen would treat with traditional Chinese medicine. If Song Chen can cure this, then he will be amazed. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Song Chen smiled slightly as he passed by Ali, the pair of twins in front of the hospital bed. The entire operating room was in an uproar. Many experts from various countries who knew Ali's intention showed their sharpness, looking forward to a good show. The other foreign experts who came to visit and learn were puzzled, especially Lin Jiaxing, who had been in a daze since Song Chen went up on stage. He had already prepared to study and record seriously. But then Song Chen went up. Wasn't Song Chen a student of Lao Hua? Don't look at me like that, I don't know either. Facing Lin Jiaxing's gaze, Hua Sigwotan shrugged. He also wanted to ask someone. Teacher, Song Chen is actually very powerful. At this moment, Qingchuan Nair whispered. The two old men fell into silence. On the operating table, Song Chen did not touch those advanced medical devices. Instead, he spread out the silver needle given by Hua Sigwotan. Everyone, please excuse me. Song Chen smiled slightly. In order to push the limit, he glanced at the twins' body structure. Then he closed his eyes directly. Medical talent, huh? He thought he could have it too. Then, under the astonished gazes of the experts in various fields, he began to needle. Song Chen's technique was mysterious, no longer pursuing speed alone, but also had a certain rhythm. Boom! The Western medical experts were puzzled and said they couldn't understand, but Hua Sigwotan and Lin Jiaxing had already stood up in shock. This is my family's inherited needle technique for treating paralysis. Hua Sigwotan's eyes widened greatly, his voice trembling. Lin Jiaxing, born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine, could not hide his shock, staring fixedly. With his eyes closed, he remembered with just one glance, and confirmed the body structure of these conjoined twins, these hands. For the first time, he wanted to see clearly Song Chen's hands, but found that he couldn't even catch them. What kind of hands and brain could achieve this level? The two were not shocked for long. Under Song Chen's rapidly moving silver needle, the bodies of the conjoined twins were already moving. Boom! The Western medical experts also stood up one after another, their hearts pounding. Ali, observing at close range, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, but remained calm. This was just a knee-jerk reaction to the silver needle stimulation. Song Chen focused on needling while absorbing the disease. This time, he didn't deceive randomly, but used the medical techniques from the book given by Hua Sigwotan. After the last needle fell, the disease was successfully absorbed by Song Chen. Song Chen then opened his eyes and began to tidy up. However, the conjoined twins on the operating table still showed no reaction. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but look strange. Is that it? Divine Dr. Song, are you giving up? Ali laughed, his smile particularly bright. As expected, this guy was just a fraud. Now, under the gaze of everyone, he could no longer continue the act. Soon, the scene became noisy, with many experts pointing and discussing Song Chen. However, Song Chen remained calm, looking at the camera and smiling as he said, "Remember, my name is Song Chen, the one who cures the sick. In the future, anyone who is sick can come to me." Then, to the astonishment of everyone, Song Chen left gracefully. Everyone was stunned. How could he be so arrogant if he couldn't cure the patient? Kill me, kill me, kill me. Just as everyone was discussing, on the operating table, the conjoined twins suddenly woke up as if from a natural sleep. They woke up together. However, the first thing they did when they woke up was to scream frantically. Boom! Everyone was stunned, and a few doctors quickly stepped forward to comfort them. Finally confirmed, conjoined twins, all signs are normal. The noisy operating room quieted down. Ali stayed in place, the smile on his lips had not yet faded. Just a second ago, he was still happy, ready to show off his skills and climb to the peak of medical glory with Song Chen. However, the unexpected blow came. He wasn't even given a moment to react. Impossible, impossible, how did he do it? There must be a problem. Ali, who had reacted, widened his eyes, shook his head frantically, unable to accept the scene before him. He hurried forward to inspect it himself. Arrogantly, he was confident that Song Chen was just a troublemaker. So he let Song Chen make the first move with confidence. But now, he didn't even have the chance to make a move? Quick, go find similar vegetative patients, I want to perform the surgery myself. Ali shouted in frustration. He hadn't made a move yet, he was unwilling. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze had already shifted away from this genius Western doctor, and unconsciously turned towards the exit where Song Chen had left. Chris suppressed his shock and quickly chased after with several association members. Hua Sigwa-leo's eyes were violently fluctuating, and his old body was trembling. Why was his mood so good today? Because last night, he found that Wang Fenghua's terminal brain cancer had inexplicably improved after he treated her with acupuncture. He originally thought that their love had moved the heavens. But now, Song Chen's terrifying medical skills made him think of another possibility. Perhaps he was not moved by the heavens. Lao Hua, you actually took in such an extraordinary student. Where is he from? A talent like this, no matter the cost, must be brought back to Manhwa. The most surprised was Lin Jiaxing, who quickly inquired. His purpose this time was to recruit talent, and he would not let a genius like Song Chen slip away. Manhwa. Hua Sigwa-leo looked at his old friend and replied seriously. Lin Jiaxing. As he walked out of the laboratory building, Song Chen planned to return to his clinic first. However, before he had gone far, Chris and a group of people caught up with him. Dr. Song, please wait. Chris ran out of breath, but couldn't stop to rest, saying, "Please forgive my rudeness just now. Oh my god, your display of traditional Chinese medicine was truly amazing. Li Gu needs a miraculous doctor like you. You are now fully qualified to join our association." However, before he could finish speaking, countless people had already caught up from behind. Many expert deans were vying to say, "Dr. Song, we sincerely invite you to join our hospital, the annual salary conditions are up to you." Some foreign experts who had come to visit also urged, "Mr. Song, we represent our country and invite you to be our national doctor. We will give you national-level treatment." A group of people surrounded Song Chen, offering various generous treatments. "Xiao Song, listen to me, you are from Anhwa, you should come back with me to Anhwa." Lin Jiaxing, who had hurried over with Hua Sigualeo from a distance, couldn't wait to speak, but there were too many people and he couldn't squeeze in. Song Chen didn't notice. "Sorry, I prefer to be independent and won't join any hospital associations. But if anyone needs treatment, they can come to me, as long as the money is right, I can cure all diseases." Song Chen politely declined the crowd. He hurriedly drove away. In just one day, Song Chen's deeds spread throughout the medical community. After learning that Song Chen had cured various difficult and miscellaneous diseases, countless experts and professors were shaken. The news began to spread like a plague, slowly spreading globally. The first to receive the news were naturally those in the upper echelons of society. "Lao Hua, take me to find this kid quickly. A talent like this must be brought back to the country needs him." Lin Jiaxing urged Hua Sigualeo to set off quickly. Since learning about the miracles Song Chen had created in Ligu, he was greatly shocked. How could such a medical genius end up in Ligu? These days, the threshold of the clinic for sending patients to the doctor is almost being stepped on. With Song Chen's ability to easily cure vegetative patients with just a set of traditional Chinese acupuncture techniques, videos of him have spread in the medical community. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The events of Song Chen curing several terminally ill wealthy individuals have also been revealed one after another. The medical community is in an uproar. The name of Song Chen is beginning to spread to other countries. Chris, representing the National Medical Association, has visited several times, pleading with Song Chen to join, with an annual salary exceeding SSS level at one point. Major world-renowned hospitals in the national have invited Song Chen to join, with annual salaries skyrocketing to over 10 billion in profits. Representatives from many developed countries have also come to invite him, offering conditions such as land and titles. Some even want to use a royal princess as a condition to invite Song Chen to become a royal consort. But faced with these tempting offers, Song Chen has refused them all. He knows that these people are only interested in his talent, not him as a person. They just want to possess him. It's like the evil capitalists controlling the workers. But the value he has created far exceeds these conditions. Since that's the case, why should he work for these people instead of being his own boss? Until this day, Hua Sigua and Lin Jiaxing came. Compared to others, Song Chen treated the two elders with great respect. Xingchuan Zhujun, who observes words and colors, quickly went to make tea. These days, Song Chen's reputation has once again opened his eyes. Especially experts in those fields who want to apprentice under Song Chen or seek his advice have all been mercilessly rejected by Song Chen. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, secretly pleased that he had the foresight to apprentice early. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance now. "Teacher, Mr. Lin, please have some tea," Song Chen smiled. "Don't call me teacher anymore, in the future, I should be calling you teacher," Hua Sigua said with emotion. After learning about Song Chen's brilliance in the national these days, he was amazed. Inadvertently, he had taken in such a talented student? How could he still dare to be Song Chen's teacher? He even wanted to apprentice under Song Chen. Song Chen awkwardly smiled and didn't say much. After all, he had a burden on his shoulders. Otherwise, in terms of medical skills, he was just a veterinarian. "Xiao Song, I mean, Divine Dr. Song, the purpose of our visit this time is to specially invite you back to the country. With your current achievements, there is nothing more to learn in the national. And Anhwa has thousands of terminally ill patients who need talents like you to save them." Lin Jiaxing, who was on the side, also spoke, eagerly looking at Song Chen. He believed that with Song Chen's Anhwa identity and the relationship with teacher Hua Sigua, there was a high chance of bringing Song Chen to Anhwa. And if they could bring Song Chen back to Anhwa, why would they need to spend huge sums of money to bring in high-end Western medical talents from the national? Song Chen alone could dominate half of the medical world. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I can't go back now," Song Chen politely declined, knowing the purpose of their visit. "Why? Are you attracted by the generous conditions in the national?" Thinking that Song Chen was motivated by self-interest, Lin Jiaxing looked somewhat disappointed, but still assured him, "You can rest assured, with your qualifications, Anhwa can offer you the same conditions. It's not about the conditions, it's just that I want to make money now, I just want to become better. A person must first love themselves, otherwise, they can't even save themselves, how can they help others?" Song Chen smiled and asked back. Lin Jiaxing was suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. And Hua Sigua, as an experienced person, had already seen through it. He patted Lin Jiaxing on the shoulder and looked at Song Chen with a smile. "Song Chen, it's an honor to have been your teacher for this period of time. I came with this old guy to bid you farewell. I'm going back to Manhwa, after all, that's home, fallen leaves must return to their roots. We can't choose to resent the land just because there are a few pests. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to go back, Hua Sigwa said, expressing sincere thanks to Song Chen as he stood up. You and your wife take care on your way. Song Chen smiled and offered his blessings. He was not surprised by the other party's decision. I believe that when the time is right, you will also return, and I look forward to that day. Hua Sigwa smiled meaningfully and then took Lin Jiaxing, who still wanted to persuade, away. La Hua, it's fine if you, as his teacher, don't help me persuade him, but why are you dragging me along? Do you know how important it is for Manhwa to retain such talent instead of losing them overseas? Lin Jiaxing said unhappily on the way back. He won't go back with you, Hua Sigwa said lightly. Why? Just because of the favorable conditions in Ligu? But he is from Manhwa, with Manhwa blood running in his veins. If every young person in Manhwa learns skills and wants to go abroad to enjoy life, how can our country be built? Lin Jiaxing said angrily. This issue, you should look into it when you go back, maybe then you will understand, Hua Sigwa sighed. Lin Jiaxing was stunned, instantly awakened by Hua Sigwa, and said incredulously, are you saying that Song Chen was framed by someone? I don't know, you should find out the reason yourself. Hua Sigwa pretended to be confused and shook his head. Lin Jiaxing's face turned pale, and he immediately smashed his fist in anger. Damn it, I have to see who is so lawless, forcing even such talents overseas. He decided to return to the country immediately to investigate Song Chen's experience. This was the key to saving Song Chen. As for introducing Western medical talents, if talents like Song Chen cannot be retained, what's the point of introducing anyone else? Just as the two old men left, Herbert arrived. Oh, Song Chen, my foolish daughter has hurt you, I really don't know how to apologize to you. As soon as he arrived, Herbert was full of apologies. It's okay, I have already forgiven her, Song Chen said generously. He was a very kind person. Oh my goodness. Song Chen, you are truly magnanimous, I thank you on her behalf for your forgiveness. Herbert sighed with relief and also relaxed. He continued, to express my apologies, I have already arranged a banquet, you must attend. Another day. Today, I am going to treat Princess Kantai, Song Chen said with a smile. With these words, Herbert's face did indeed change slightly. As a top figure, he naturally knew something about Princess Kantai, which involved the first nobility and the royal family. What surprised him was that Song Chen was already involved with the first nobility and the royal family so quickly. You are busy for now, we can arrange another banquet to apologize to you later. Herbert quickly changed his tone. His respect for Song Chen increased even more. At night, Jerome came to pick up Song Chen as usual. Several military vehicles were also escorting each other. The lineup was even more solemn than the previous two times. Presumably, this was the last treatment session. After tonight, the most noble princess of Ligu would truly step out of the cage that had imprisoned her for 18 years, to embrace this world, and set foot on the island. Song Chen was first escorted to a room. At this moment, several figures were already waiting there. There were men and women, some in military uniforms, and some in suits. Each one stood tall with extraordinary temperament. They were all members of the Campbell family and the royal family. Almost everyone present was a prominent figure in the business and political circles. Song Chen saw familiar figures like General Mike and Van Wes, and an elderly man with a white beard who often appeared in the news. The president of the Ligu royal family, Mozum, in a luxurious castle in City N, the current head of the Hadwa family, Dyson, was connected to many life support devices, lying weakly on a hospital bed. Several private doctors were guarding him at all times. He was 120 years old this year, suffering from cancer, and multiple organs had already failed. At the age when one should be buried, he has managed to prolong his life by relying on various expensive medicines and organ transplants. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I personally went to invite that Song Chen, and explained your situation to him in detail. But he just won't come, even if he knows your identity, he still looks down on it, complaining that the consultation fee is too low. Carl arrived, kneeling in pain in front of Dyson, speaking incoherently. Just a doctor from Manhwa, thinks highly of himself? Father, why not send someone to secretly bring him to the family? Kenny, the middle-aged man next to him, said gloomily. He is Carl's father, Dyson's eldest son. No, go invite him again, give him 10 billion consultation fee first, and tell him, as long as he can come and cure me, he can ask for however much money he wants. Dyson spoke, his voice hoarse. It seems that in his eyes, money is worthless, he just wants to stay alive. Father, Grandpa, how can this be? Kenny and Carl's faces changed. Obviously, they did not expect Dyson to go to such lengths to please Song Chen. Go quickly. Dyson suddenly opened his eyes wide, his crimson old eyes staring at Kenny. Why yes, father. Kenny was frightened and could only obediently step back. Carl also laughed, but his expression changed constantly. The value of Song Chen far exceeded his expectations. He quickly found Lucy and told her about these things. He's just a doctor, why should he be able to earn so much money? Lucy's eyes turned red. The more outstanding Song Chen was, the more uncomfortable she felt. Especially after Herbert hit her for the first time. She blamed all of this on Song Chen. No, it's my dad who gave this bastard everything, otherwise how could he possibly earn so much money? He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Lucy scratched her head frantically, full of resentment and unwillingness. Calm down, Lucy. Carl grabbed Lucy's shoulder, smiling. Instead of killing him, there's a better way to torture him. What way? Tell me quickly. Lucy suddenly became spirited. He likes you, right? Then you fulfill him, deliberately accept him, and then control him. By then, all the money he earns will be ours, and in the future, you can even control him to create more wealth for us. Carl's face showed madness. The nerves were pulsating frantically. Hearing this, Lucy also froze. She thought, yes. The conflict between her and Song Chen was not because she rejected this guy's pursuit, so he deliberately retaliated against her in this way? If she pretended to comply, wouldn't this guy just obediently listen to her? Thinking of this, Lucy nodded fiercely with a cruel look in her eyes. Okay, since he likes me so much, then I will fulfill him. I will drain him of everything, turn this damn guy into my dog. I believe with your beauty, you can definitely captivate this guy. Carl hugged Lucy and praised her. Go buy me something to eat first. Lucy suddenly felt hungry. Didn't we just eat? Carl was stunned. I'm hungry again, hurry up. Lucy impatiently said, her stomach growling. For some reason, she couldn't seem to get full these days. Okay, I'll go now. Thinking about the next plan, Carl obediently left. Buy more, otherwise it won't be enough to eat. Lucy lay on the bed, licking her lips. In the room, everyone's gaze fell on Song Chen. Some were Kant's brothers, some were Kant's uncles. All of them greeted Song Chen with a friendly smile. After all, although their status is higher than Song Chen's, no one can guarantee that they won't get sick in the future. Divine Dr. Song, it's an honor to meet you. Maxim, the president as Kant's grandfather, took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Song Chen. For this young man, who had only been in the country of Gangdoli for a month and had already made a name for himself in the upper society, he was equally curious. He preferred to stay in Ligu. Hello, Song Chen smiled, neither humble nor overbearing. What about the president? The disease still needs to be treated. I heard this is the last treatment. After the treatment, will Princess Kanthi really be cured? Mozum asked solemnly. The others also fell silent immediately. They attached great importance to this question. Of course, after my treatment this time, Princess Kanthi will be able to live like a normal person, Song Chen assured. Ha, good, then let's witness the birth of a miracle together. Mozum's eyes lit up with excitement. So, escorted and surrounded by the respective members of the two major families, Song Chen entered the intelligent ecological chamber. Under the familiar and beautiful big tree, Kanthi had been waiting there for a long time. This time, she was wearing a black swan skirt that reached below her knees, with her blue hair cascading down in braids, and only a pair of white socks on her delicate feet. A dreamlike beauty. Fortunately, this time, she wasn't holding any strange books in her hands. The eyes of the members of the two families all fell on this noble princess who carried the blood of both families. The women suddenly looked dim and lifeless. Many of the men of the same age couldn't hide their trembling, stunned by Kanthi's beauty. Song Chen. Faced with the sudden visit of a large group of people, Kanthi's violet beauty only locked onto Song Chen. She ran over excitedly. Then, in full view of everyone, she hugged Song Chen. Kanthi greedily absorbed the warmth and scent she had longed for, filling the emptiness in her lonely heart. The unique body fragrance wafted in, and her soft bosom pressed firmly against Song Chen's chest. But Song Chen was confused. He was completely baffled by Kanthi's warm welcome ceremony. Not only him, but Mozum and the others were also confused. The smiles on their faces froze. The scene inexplicably paused. Kanthi finally realized that she had gone too far and quickly let go of Song Chen, pretending to release him with a brilliant smile. Thank you, Dr. Song. I feel much better now. I really don't know how to thank you. Ha ha. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Song Chen forced a smile. Kanthi, you can actually make contact with people now? Mozum also trembled as he spoke, touched by this miraculous scene. At first, Mike didn't believe him. The others who hadn't seen it before also reacted at this moment. This is all thanks to Dr. Song. Kanthi smiled, then looked at Song Chen. Dr. Song, let's not delay, shall we start the treatment? Okay, let's go. Song Chen followed Kanthi into the castle like this. His mood was like a roller coaster, and for some reason, he inexplicably felt that this woman had a desire to devour him. Why does it feel like Kanthi is being too intimate with Song Chen? Van Wesley came to Mozen's side, frowning. She has been alone all her life. It's normal for her to show curiosity when facing the first person who can touch her. Mozen squinted his eyes. Van Wesley was somewhat worried, but will Kanthi? Inside the castle room, as soon as Kanthi entered, she eagerly approached and blinked her bright purple eyes, asking, Dr. Song, where's the medicine? Lie down, when it's time to eat, I will feed you, Song Chen said helplessly. Naturally, he couldn't hand over the sugar pill, it would be disastrous if his intentions were discovered. As soon as Song Chen finished speaking, Kanthi had already eagerly laid down. Her skirt slightly lifted, emitting a seductive and soul-stirring scent from every part of her. With her beautiful eyes closed, her beautiful face was filled with a happy smile, anticipating everything Song Chen would do for her. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Song Chen took a deep breath, trying to keep himself calm. He had touched her hands and feet, now only her head and body were left. Tonight was destined to be a difficult and important treatment session, because this concerns his second round of merit completion. After sorting out his emotions, Song Chen came to Kant's head. He planned to start by touching her face. Princess Kant, everything I do next is for therapeutic purposes, so you don't need to be surprised or nervous, Song Chen declared in advance. Go ahead. Kant nodded. She was not nervous at all, but rather looking forward to it. So, Song Chen began the third round of treatment. Kant's skin was delicate and soft, with a kind of irresistible charm. But fortunately, Song Chen had strong willpower. He didn't have too many distracting thoughts, only looking forward to the benefits of completing the second round of merit. This final treatment was destined to be a long process. After all, the area was much larger than the previous 2 times. Kant lightly bit her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes hazy, enjoying and craving. She found that she had completely fallen in love with this feeling. She even liked the scent on Song Chen's body. As Song Chen touched her, he also fed Kant the sugar pills as a reward. At the same time, he didn't forget to apply some essential oils. Gradually, that sense of weakness and heat returned, causing dizziness and congestion in the brain. But Song Chen persisted, going deeper. Just a little more. Just a little more. He had to persevere. He was determined to cure this genetic mutation disease. After persisting in treatment for 4 to 5 hours, Song Chen's body finally reached its limit. His body felt instantly drained, and his nose started bleeding. Song Chen felt an unprecedented weakness for the first time, his brain spinning. This was the burden that a high-level disease brought to the body. But fortunately, the system's voice sounded. Ding successfully absorbed the third-level genetic disease, merit plus 1000. Congratulations, host, accumulated merit 1986 points, completing the second round of merit completion. Song Chen almost collapsed on Kant, but he managed to hold on and stumbled into the bathroom. Song Chen, are you okay? Kant opened her eyes from her enjoyment and saw Song Chen's pale face, and the flowing nosebleed. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she quickly sat up in concern. I'm fine, I've consumed too much energy treating you, just rest for a bit. Inside the bathroom, Song Chen answered through gritted teeth, grabbing a pink towel to wipe away the blood. At the same time, just like the first round of merit completion, 1,000 beams of light flowed out of Song Chen's hands. They merged into his body like an electric current, shaping and baptizing Song Chen's physique. But this time, Song Chen's eyes underwent a transformation. His pupils visibly changed color, emitting a strange light, eerie and alluring. At the same time, the system's voice continued to sound in Song Chen's mind. Ding, the disease system has been upgraded to level 3.0. Congratulations to the host, your disease-prone physique, speed, strength, reflexes, thinking, self-healing, etc. has been comprehensively enhanced, reaching a 20-fold superhuman physique. Awakening exclusive disease skill, forbidden heterochromia. Note, Function 1, easily see through all diseases below the system's first level. Function 2, activate forbidden heterochromia to remotely transmit diseases below the system's first level, use with caution. Note, obtained permanent rights to use 1,000 absorbed diseases. Current merit 986. Accumulated merit reaching 10,000 will achieve the third round of merit completion. Merit below -1,000 will damage the host's physique. As the gradual completion of the physical transformation, Song Chen recovered from the initial weakness in an instant. He felt his body filled with strength. Standing up and looking in the mirror, Song Chen felt something, triggering the forbidden heterochromia. The next moment, Song Chen's eyes displayed 2 extremely eerie heterochromatic colors. Song Chen's demeanor instantly became eerie and terrifying. It seemed like he could determine a person's fate with just one glance. Song Chen's heart trembled, greatly shocked, and quickly closed and opened his eyes, concealing the forbidden heterochromia. Staring blankly at himself in the mirror, Song Chen felt like he was going against the heavens. In other words, in the future, if he wanted to send someone off, he wouldn't need to use ghostly hands to touch them anymore. He could just make them pass away with a glance? Just like scanning a QR code on a phone. Would the merit points keep dropping down? After all, sending someone off could become quite addictive. It seems like he would have to cherish his merit points in the future, and not be a scoundrel. Dong dong dong, Song Chen, are you really okay? Do you need my help? Outside the bathroom, Kantai was extremely worried, even blaming herself for being greedy for so long. She made the other person have a nosebleed. Just as she was constantly blaming herself and overthinking, the door suddenly opened. Seeing Song Chen again, Kantai's beautiful eyes brightened, and she was stunned. Unlike before entering, Song Chen not only looked energetic but also more handsome and elegant. His features were deep and three-dimensional, with a unique and charming aura. Kantai's heart pounded, and her beautiful face turned red. She realized that she liked this man too much. She couldn't help but want to rush up to him and never be apart. Princess Kantai, you are fine now, let's go out. Feeling a bit awkward under Kantai's gaze, Song Chen quickly interrupted. Ah, you're fine so soon, do you want to have another checkup? Kantai hesitated. Song Chen. No need, trust me, you are fine now, let's go. Song Chen tried hard not to think in that direction. Outside the castle, Mozum and the others who had been waiting for 4 or 5 hours were already extremely anxious, pacing back and forth. Could something have gone wrong? Someone worried. Yeah, I remember the previous treatments didn't take this long. Mike frowned. I hope Dr. Song can work a miracle. If it can't be cured, there's nothing we can do. After all, Kantai's illness is indeed very rare. Van West sighed. While everyone was speculating, Song Chen and Kantai came out. Dr. Song, how is it? Is she cured? Mozum and the others immediately surrounded them with anticipation. Well, as expected, Princess Kantai is now just like an ordinary person. Song Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Mozum and the others were overjoyed and wanted to give Kantai a hug. However, Kantai's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of disgust flashed in her beautiful eyes as she hid behind Song Chen. She said, I still feel a bit uncomfortable now. For some reason, when faced with the embrace of Mozum and the others, she immediately felt strong repulsion. She only wanted Song Chen to touch her. Mozum and the others stood frozen in place, looking at Song Chen. Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Kantai in disbelief. He suddenly realized that this woman's mentality seemed a bit abnormal, but faced with everyone's puzzled expressions, he forced a smile and explained, this is a normal reaction, she should be fine after resting for a few days. In the early hours, thanks to the gifts from the brothers, the morning sun gradually rose from the horizon, shining through the thin mist onto the ecological pod in the center of the small island. Click just then, a giant intelligent ecological pod slowly raised a door. The sunlight poured in, officially connecting the world inside the pod with the outside. Then, a stunning figure in a black swan dress walked out, bathed in the morning sun. She raised her head slightly, took a deep breath, and made her first contact with this world. In the sunlight, every inch of her skin was flawless and snow-white, with waist-length blue hair, dreamlike and enchanting. Like an angel, yet like a witch, alluring and pure. Everyone followed suit and walked out, watching this beautiful scene, all amazed. Oh my god, she's like an angel. I can't believe it, Princess Kantai is so beautiful. They praised sincerely from the bottom of their hearts. Admiration, envy, and even love. Even the experienced physician Song Chen was moved by this scene. This woman, her beauty is simply unbelievable. Just at that moment, Kantai turned around, a smile on her lips. And in front of everyone, she rushed forward and hugged Song Chen. Song Chen, members of both families? Thank you, Song Chen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to embrace this world. Kantai said as she hugged tighter, her cherry lips almost touching Song Chen's neck, as if she wanted to lick it. The soft and delicate touch, the unique body fragrance of a young girl, it was irresistible. Only Song Chen knew how tightly this woman was hugging him. But feeling several unfriendly gazes, Song Chen reluctantly pushed her away, forcing a smile and said, You're welcome, Princess Kantai, it's what I should do. Song Chen then bid farewell to Moses and the others, saying, Princess Kantai is fine now, so I won't stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed longer, this woman might do something illegal. Alright, we'll chat with the divine physician Song when we have time in the future, Moses smiled. Then he had Mike and another Mediterranean man escort Song Chen away. Kantai watched Song Chen's departing figure, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Kantai, congratulations, you've finally recovered. At this moment, Moses and Fawn approached Kantai kindly. The rest of the family members happily gathered around to celebrate. I'm a bit tired, I'll go rest first. The next moment, Kantai's smile disappeared. She ignored everyone and walked back into the ecological chamber. She couldn't muster any interest in these so-called relatives she had barely seen a few times, or even never met. The lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down. People's smiles froze on their faces. They suddenly realized a problem. Why was their Princess Kantai not tired and still enthusiastic when facing that doctor, but tired when with them? You all go back first. Don't disturb Kantai's rest, Moses ordered. Then he and Fawn walked in together. Under the big tree, Kantai swung on the swing, seeming to know that the two would come. He, little Kantai, I came this time to ask you about some political issues. Moses smiled kindly, finally revealing the purpose of this visit. And me, the business models you proposed before have made the family earn a lot, but there have been some issues. Fawn continued. It was hard to believe that the two true big shots of the country were now asking a little girl for advice in their respective fields of expertise. And amidst all this, Kantai's beautiful face remained unusually calm. It seemed she was already used to it, because, after her parents' death, these two major families had continued to spend huge sums of money to keep her alive until now. Kantai didn't speak, she just took out a phone and sent 2 documents to the two of them. They quickly opened them, their eyes becoming more and more eager as they read. In exchange, I need all the information about Song Chen. Kantai smiled at this point. The smiles of the two men stiffened instantly, and Fawn tentatively asked, what do you need Song Divine Physician's information for? Of course, to thank him, or to go for a follow-up check. Kantai said seriously after thinking for a moment. Moses, equals smiley face Fawn, Sigma, degree winky face, and also, you're not allowed to bully him, or else, I'll be angry. Kantai's lips curved into a smile, then she walked into the castle with her hands behind her back. However, this smile made the two men's faces slightly change, and a chill ran down their spines. On the other side, Song Chen left the island under the escort of Mike and the Mediterranean man. Divine Physician Song, this is your deserved reward. Mike took out a World Bank card. As agreed, there was a 100 billion diagnosis fee for Song Chen. Furthermore, to express our gratitude to you, we have also given you an estate, with a land area of 3,000 mu, all of which belongs to you. This is the land deed. Following the instructions of Moses and Van Wes, Mike took out a land deed and handed it to Song Chen. This was naturally done in the hope of keeping Song Chen in Ligu. Please convey my thanks to your president and Mr. Van Wes, Song Chen said with a smile as he accepted it. Unexpectedly, they also included an estate as a gift. This is the arrogance of the wealthy. In addition, following the president's wishes, we sincerely invite you to join the nationality of our country, Ligu. Mike finally revealed the truth. I am a citizen of Nguai, and that is something that nationality cannot change, Song Chen replied with a smile without hesitation. Song Physician, let me introduce myself. My name is Marlish, a member of the Campbell family and also the president of the SJO International University. Sensing that Song Chen might refuse, the Mediterranean man beside him timely added, your amazing medical skills truly impress me. With a divine physician like you, there is probably no other doctor in the world who can compare. So, since you do not wish to join Ligu, I am here on behalf of SJO University to invite you to become a professor at our school. This way, you can gain worldwide recognition for your medical skills and better benefit humanity. Hearing this, Song Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Both parties were trying to persuade him to stay by offering different opportunities. The goal was to keep his medical skills in Ligu. If he continued to refuse, he might be subjected to control or even confinement. Although he was not afraid, it would still bring a lot of trouble. Therefore, by using the position of a professor, he could teach the medical skills these people wanted, avoiding more trouble, which was not a bad idea. Moreover, returning home with the identity of a foreign professor would also be good. After all, before this, he just wanted to be a student. My head is pounding, so this will be the last update for now. Please allow me a break. Winky face. Song Chen returned to the clinic, and Qingchuan Jun came up with a business card in hand. Master, the head of the Hadwa family personally came to see you just now, and this is the business card he left behind. He wants to invite you to treat an illness. Without even looking at the card, Song Chen threw it away. He had no good feelings towards that Carl's family. Master, the Hadwa family is the second largest noble family in Ligu, wealthy, and has connections with many underworld figures, so maybe. Qingchuan Jun expressed some concern and reminded him. Let's talk about it when he comes next time. Song Chen changed the subject. Get ready, we will start operating tomorrow. This time, there will be no limit on the number of patients, but the treatment hours will be strictly from 7 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon. He was already quite famous now and no longer needed to attract people in this way. However, time still needed to be limited, or else he would probably not get any rest in the middle of the night. And if he treated too many patients in a day, he would not be able to handle it mentally and physically. When he closed his eyes, his mind was probably filled with vast mountains and sculptures. Even when he slept at night, he always felt like he was touching something, which might lead to unique dreams. It was terrifying. Okay, Qingchuan Jun nodded and hurried to make arrangements. Song Chen returned to his room and continued to study the medical book sent by Wasiguo. With his current brain capacity, memorizing and understanding the profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in it was too easy. Even with some incomplete knowledge, Song Chen could still deduce it. Song Chen also found that there were several ancient books mixed in the medical books. This was something that Qingchuan Na's book did not have. Perhaps this was the last trace of Hua Xigua's selfishness towards Anhua. In the following days, news spread about the opening of the medical clinic. People who came seeking medical treatment increased as expected. However, the good news was always in the hands of the rich and high officials. Therefore, those who came to register for medical treatment were mostly the wealthy and high officials. There were even wealthy people from other countries who came from afar. Among them were wealthy people from Anhwa. Song Chen naturally treated everyone equally, as long as they had money. The fees were charged according to the wealth and status of these people. Because with just one glance, Song Chen could judge the quality of the food each person had been eating, the quality of their living environment, the amount of technology and hard work in their bodies. So, the distinction between the poor and the rich was clear in Song Chen's unique eyes. During the process of diagnosing and treating illnesses, Song Chen quietly incorporated some practical traditional Chinese medicine techniques learned from medical books. He let Qingchuan Jun, who had been studying hard, learn from him to offset his inner guilt. At the same time, Song Chen did not forget to use the afternoon to study. He continued to study the medical book and even went to the library of Siqiao University to study some anatomy and veterinary medicine. After all, learning makes progress. And doing so was also to become a professor at Siqiao University in a few days, teaching and learning. However, life is not always smooth sailing. Along with Song Chen's rise, he encountered more and more things. There were jealous peers, capitalists wanting to buy Song Chen's medical formula patent, and even threats from the underworld. After all, in their eyes, no matter how superb Song Chen's medical skills were, he was just a doctor. Fortunately, with the covert protection and deterrence from the official authorities, these restless individuals were suppressed. But one day, what was bound to happen, happened. It was the peak period of treatment. The clinic was filled with wealthy officials waiting to register for treatment. A white man who had been treated walked out of the consultation room. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed his own neck, fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. I can't breathe, help me, help me. This scene frightened everyone in an instant. Immediately, as if it had been planned, many people in the crowd secretly took photos and videos. The commotion outside led Song Chen and the other two out. Qingchuan Jun realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed forward to rescue the man. If this incident were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly deal a huge blow to the reputation of the newly established medical clinic. However, with narrowed eyes, Song Chen quietly took out his phone and made a call. This was clearly a setup, and his attempt to save the man would be in vain. All the illnesses in the man's body had been taken away by him. Everything being displayed now was just an act. Sure enough, under the rescue of Qingchuan father and daughter, the white man pretended to regain consciousness, gasping for breath while pointing at Song Chen with anger on his face. You devil, you didn't cure me at all, you wanted to kill me, you are just a quack. I'm sorry, sir, let us re-examine you, and we can waive the consultation fee for you. Trying to salvage the situation and prevent it from escalating, Qingchuan Jun quickly intervened. You still want to kill me? This is not over, I will have my condition assessed, you're finished. The white man was furious. Is that so? As you wish. A cold light flashed in Song Chen's eyes. Ding successfully sent meningitis, merit -1. This scene was so similar to the ungrateful behavior of the 18 households in the past. Therefore, the other party successfully aroused Song Chen's murderous intent. The animals in the plaque that read can treat both humans and animals did not just refer to small animals. At this moment, the police that Song Chen had called arrived and immediately stunned the scene, taking the white man away. He is just a pawn. The men taking photos quickly left when they saw the situation. At the same time, Song Chen's phone rang. This time, Song Chen answered the call, and on the other end was the voice of Kenny Hodworth. Dr. Song, you finally answered the phone. You are really a busy person. Kenny's voice was slightly mocking. Is this your hired person? Song Chen asked. If you don't want this ugly incident to be exposed, you better come with me obediently. You have 3 days to consider. Kenny didn't hide it either. No need, I'll come tonight, send me the address. Song Chen said calmly. Kenny was stunned for a moment, then praised, you are very smart, I like that. Song Chen looked at the address on his phone and continued to treat the illness. Most of the wealthy people on the scene were smart and could naturally guess what had just happened. This kind of thing is only used to expose online, fooling those brainless keyboard warriors. But you know what, the online environment is so magical, if this matter is exposed, no matter if you are right or wrong, countless keyboard warriors will willingly become the puppets of the manipulators. Let them bite however they want, they will obediently bite. At the same time, in a high-rise hotel opposite the clinic, Kenny and Carl exchanged a smile. But Carl's smile was somewhat foolish. Alright, stop laughing, you go back to the family to prepare, tonight is the old man's death date. He has lived for so long and is reluctant to die, so we will send him off. Kenny said darkly. Tonight, he would use Song Chen as a tool to kill the damn old man and successfully inherit the Hodworth family, and take the opportunity to control Song Chen, the money tree. A renowned doctor, but he killed his father, so he imprisoned Song Chen, and no one would say anything anymore, right? Oh, okay. Carl, who was a bit slow to react, nodded quickly, his eyes hot and foolish. Times Square at night was lively and bustling. Song Chen put on his white coat and set off according to the address. With fame comes trouble, which is a very distressing problem. So, to solve these troubles, he needed to let those high-ranking officials know that he was not just a doctor. He might also be a veterinarian. This required killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, but he had always been lacking a good chicken. At this moment, the Hodworth family emerged. This chicken is not bad. Since becoming stronger again, he hadn't been active. This time was a good opportunity to test it out. He walked to the agreed hotel. Several black luxury cars were already parked there. 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses escorted Song Chen into one of the cars, and they sped away. In the extended luxury car, facing Song Chen, Kenny raised his feet, swayed the wineglass, and smiled as he looked at Song Chen. Beside him were 2 bodyguards with guns. Dr. Song, come, have a drink. I wish you made the right choice. Kenny raised his glass in praise. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Song Chen also raised his glass with a smile. Ha, if you had realized this earlier, I wouldn't have had to resort to this method. Kenny laughed heartily. He was not pleased with Song Chen rejecting him twice before. But now, seeing Song Chen surrender, he was instantly happy again. I'm inviting you this time to treat my father, but... Kenny looked at Song Chen and smiled slyly. But, I want you to kill him in a very natural way. Oh? Song Chen was visibly stunned by the request and asked with a smile, why? Going through all this trouble to have him kill his own father? This was really audacious. That's not for you to ask. Kenny shook his head and tempted, as long as you can discreetly kill that old man as I say, I will give you $1 billion in gold as a reward. And in the future, you will have the honor of becoming a friend of my Hod family. This is indeed a tempting offer. Congratulations on choosing an excellent doctor. Song Chen smiled, but sneered in his heart. Letting him treat the current ruler of the Hod family to death was clearly pushing him into a fire pit. A perfect trap. However, he didn't care, as it had no impact on the purpose of his trip. Kenny was stunned, apparently not expecting Song Chen to accept it so calmly. But it's also good, as it made him resort to using force to intimidate. The vehicle quickly entered a luxurious forest estate. The defense along the way was very strict, with almost all guards armed. Entering the villa, a group of well-dressed people were already waiting there, including the familiar Carl. However, the latter was drooling and staring blankly, lost in thought. It wasn't until he saw Song Chen that Carl was instantly activated by hatred, walking over with resentment. Song Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light, quickly increasing the dosage. Ding successfully sensed schizophrenia, merit -1, the next second, under the dual mental confusion, Carl drifted off again. Kenny and a few others exchanged glances, then called over the distracted Carl and a few representatives of the Hod family. With Song Chen, they arrived at Dyson's life-sustaining medical room. This was an intelligent medical room with various expensive life-sustaining devices. Dyson lay on the hospital bed, needing assistance even to breathe. The divine Dr. Song has arrived, you all can leave now. Kenny dismissed the private doctors. You are the divine Dr. Song? Seeing Song Chen, Dyson's old face showed surprise briefly, but he pleaded like grasping at a life-saving straw. As long as you can save my life, I will give you half of my personal wealth. In the face of life, he regarded his wealth as dung. However, this statement caused Kenny and the other Hod family heirs to change their expression slightly, because Dyson's personal wealth amounted to several hundred billion credits. Kenny's eyes flashed with resentment, but he smiled and patted Song Chen. Divine Dr. Song, I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't worry. You will be very surprised. Song Chen gave Kenny a reassuring smile and approached Dyson. Looking at this human body, he couldn't hide his surprise. Because this body clearly had a history of over 120 years, yet it contained organs from different age groups. Such is the charm of money. After all, with so much wealth, everyone wants to live a little longer. Song Chen immediately began the treatment on Dyson. This human body at its limit was plagued by various illnesses caused by organ failure. This made Song Chen think of two questions. If he kept giving an old person organs to counteract organ failure-induced diseases, could he keep that old person from dying? Also, as a source of illness physique, immune to diseases, was he already immortal? While his mind pondered, Song Chen's hands never stopped moving. Soon, under Song Chen's treatment, Dyson peacefully closed his eyes. Kenny stared at this scene, his gaze gradually becoming fierce, until the electrocardiogram slowly returned to a straight line. Alright, as you wished. Song Chen stopped his movements and looked at Kenny. Father? What? What happened to my father? However, Kenny showed a panicked and sorrowful expression, quickly coming to Dyson's side to confirm. He's dead, wasn't that your request? Song Chen smiled. No, what nonsense are you spouting again? You quack, you killed my beloved father, I will make you pay with your life. Kenny's acting skills soared, his eyes bulging, and he stood up directly, pointing a gun at Song Chen. Suddenly, the door was broken down, and a group of people rushed in with guns, pointing them at Song Chen. Even the foolish Carl picked up a gun imitatingly. Divine Dr. Song, my hot family kindly spent a fortune to invite you to treat my father, but you took advantage of the opportunity to take his life. Today, if you don't give an explanation, don't even think about leaving. Kenny sternly accused Song Chen. Return my father's life. Kill him, avenge my father. The rest of the people were incited, also roaring in anger. Roar, I am Iron Man, I am the embodiment of justice. Carl, also incited, suddenly shouted. Kenny and the others looked at Carl in confusion. Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly, also shouting, Iron Man, he is Thanos, he wants to destroy the universe, stop him quickly. Carl's blood was instantly activated, his eyes filled with determination, pointing the gun at Kenny. Carl, what are you doing? Kenny's face darkened. The others were equally puzzled. I'm Iron Man. Carl took a deep breath and solemnly announced to the world. The next moment, bang bang bang, Carl decisively pulled the trigger, killing Thanos. Kenny's chest was riddled with bullets, and he took a shot to the head. He looked incredulous. He had killed his own father, and now his son had killed him? Is this retribution? The people on the scene's faces changed drastically, and it was only after the bullets were fired that two bodyguards stepped forward to control Carl. Let me go, you bunch of Thanos accomplices, I will save the world. Carl shouted, roared, and tried to snap his fingers. Iron Man, you've done well, leave the rest to me. Song Chen stood up to comfort him. Carl claimed to be Iron Man, so he was testing him. Unexpectedly, this guy did not disappoint. He took down Thanos without hesitation. It was clear that this guy had a superhero dream. No, Superman, run quickly, you are not their match, you are the last hope of the universe now. Carl roared, you villains, come at me, my mech is coming. The people on the scene looked grim, and a middle-aged man stood up and pointed at Song Chen. Catch him, this guy must have cast some spell on Carl. Yes. Several bodyguards immediately aimed their guns at Song Chen. Evil can never defeat justice. Song Chen smiled and waved his hand, strange lights shining in his eyes. Carl was stunned. Song Chen's eyes turned into different colors, emitting a strange light. At that moment, Song Chen's demeanor changed, becoming eerie and alluring. Boom! Several bodyguards approached with batons, their faces showing ferocity. However, as their eyes met Song Chen's different pupils, a forbidden power struck their hearts directly. Faced with Song Chen's friendly and elegant smile, it seemed more like a beckoning of death. Ding successfully sent out severe addiction, merit -1. Ding successfully sent out severe addiction, merit -1. Ding successfully sent out severe addiction, merit -1. As long as they made eye contact with Song Chen's different pupils, he had already passed on the disease to them. It's so uncomfortable, give me medicine, give me medicine. The next moment, their whole bodies suddenly itched unbearably, they fell to the ground convulsing and struggling, emitting a fierce cry. The sudden scene made the rest of the people's faces change drastically, trembling all over. They didn't know what was happening. They didn't understand why these people suddenly fell to the ground when they approached Song Chen. It was as if they were possessed. Kill him, he is a devil, he is not human. Someone screamed ferociously, awakening the dazed crowd. They raised their guns, aimed at Song Chen, ready to shoot, but were met with Song Chen's eerie and soul-captivating gaze. With a glance, wherever his gaze fell, anyone who made eye contact with Song Chen was instantly addicted, falling to the ground immediately. People outside heard the screams, and bodyguards kept rushing in, but the outcome was the same. One child after another, like the gaze of Medusa, turning people into stone. The only difference is that Song Chen's eyes are the rapid spread of the plague source. In the end, Song Chen simply walked out and manually cleaned up if he could. Save merit. Kill me, kill me. Soon, the entire manor was filled with screams. Under the severe addiction, they were like mad demons, mentally confused, breathing rapidly, nauseous and vomiting. Various terrible symptoms occurred frequently. They couldn't even hold a gun steady, and hurriedly scattered to find drugs, or seek death, without caring about Song Chen. They may never understand that they just wanted Song Chen to be a scapegoat. Solve Dyson, inherit the property, and then control Song Chen. But they never expected to invite a veterinarian, who brought them a serious illness. With no more threat, the strange light in Song Chen's eyes dissipated, and he retracted his forbidden heterochromatic eyes. Suddenly, he felt his eyes were a bit swollen and congested, and his brain was a bit dizzy, which should be the side effect of excessive use. However, this slight side effect was far less shocking than Song Chen's inner shock. This skill is too awesome. He doesn't need to do anything, just one glance can send people to their deaths. It's just that the merit flowers too quickly. After taking a look around, dozens of points of merit had already been spent. Superman, you actually used the laser eyes, you are simply my idol. In the crowd of screams, Carl excitedly got up, looking at Song Chen with admiration like a little fan admiring his big brother. It's just luck, it's nothing compared to killing Thanos with you. Song Chen modestly smiled. He, you flatter me, this is what I should do. Carl chuckled, kicked the already wide-eyed and burping Kenny without hesitation, and scolded, "Humph, this kind of birth, everyone should be killed." Song Chen, what a righteous son who exterminates his own family. Iron Man, everything is settled here now, Thanos is dead, but his son Carl is still causing trouble and needs your help. Song Chen patted Carl on the shoulder encouragingly. What? There's still a little troublemaker, I must kill him and bring peace to the world. Carl faced death with equanimity, immediately tore down the curtain and set off in high spirits. He didn't forget to give Song Chen a flying kiss before leaving. Go for it, young man. Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, giving Carl an encouraging look. After Carl left, Song Chen glanced at Dyson on the sickbed. Then he lowered his head and picked up the man who had just ordered his own death, slapped him in the face, and temporarily took away his addiction. The men who were screaming felt as if they had been granted amnesty, feeling their previously uncomfortable bodies lighten, no longer feeling uncomfortable. You have 1 minute to explain, the timer starts now, Song Chen reminded with a smile. The man shivered all over, directly scared to urinate, and when he looked at Song Chen again, he saw a demon, not knowing how many times he had cursed Kenny's mother in his heart. What kind of monster did that bastard bring in? But faced with the threat to his life, the man quickly knelt down, continuously kowtowing and begging for mercy and explanation. Spare me, Master Song, spare me, it's Kenny, he made us join the plot to frame you, forced you to kill this old immortal, then inherit the family property, and control you with it. It's all his scheme, it has nothing to do with me, I was coerced by him, spare me, spare me. The man kept trying to distance himself, but he forgot that he was not at all hesitant when he pointed the gun at Song Chen just now. From the moment they joined this conspiracy, there was not a single innocent person present. Nice explanation, well done. The 1 minute time quickly passed, Song Chen nodded in approval, acknowledging the man's eloquence. And just when the man felt as if he had been granted amnesty, thinking Song Chen would spare him, Song Chen gave him another big slap, sending him back into the crowd, and at the same time, sent out the addiction once again. The man's eyes widened, the familiar feeling came back, and he shouted passionately once again. Song Chen turned his head and looked at Dyson on the bed, smiling, if you pretend to be dead again, I will really make you die. Dyson on the sickbed trembled and quickly got up, kneeling in front of Song Chen. Thank you, Divine Dr. Song, for saving my life. Did you hear everything just now? Song Chen asked with a smile. Yes, thank you, Divine Dr. Song, for helping me see everything clearly. Dyson's face turned pale, never expecting that his grown-up children, whom he had raised with great effort, would be so eager for his death. No need for thanks. Do you know why I spared your life? Song Chen reminded. Dyson trembled and fearfully said, I am willing to give you all the wealth of the Hadwa family and willingly become your servant to manage the property for you and handle this matter properly. He was old, but he was not foolish to have survived until now. Song Chen spared him because he saw the wealth of the Hadwa family. It was like compensation for his good deeds. However, with such a large family, the sudden mysterious deaths of all the members overnight would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. Moreover, it was impossible for him to swallow such a windfall alone. At this moment, Dyson, as the one in control, was undoubtedly the best candidate to handle everything. Divine Dr. Song, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Upon learning that Song Chen could extend his life, Dyson burst into tears and felt even more grateful to Song Chen. I hope so. Song Chen smiled, carrying his medicine box on his back and leisurely leaving. Father, I was wrong, save me. After Song Chen left, the man lying on the ground in despair and pain cried and begged Dyson. However, all he received was Dyson's indifferent killing intent. Late at night, after finishing his rounds, Song Chen casually drove a luxury car from the Hadwa family back to the clinic. From afar, he saw several black cars parked in front of the clinic. Several men in black clothes who looked like thugs were standing outside smoking. Normally, the clinic was not open at night. Was it another wealthy person with poor eyesight who wanted him to treat them again? How heartwarming. With doubts, Song Chen parked the car and walked over. When the men in black saw Song Chen approaching, they all looked over. The leader, Rong Xian, was shocked when he saw Song Chen's face. Wasn't this the doctor who had treated the black skin gang in the past? Thinking of something, Rong Xian stepped forward to block Song Chen's path and asked, Are you Mr. Song? We are not open at night. If you need treatment, come back tomorrow. Song Chen said, trying to avoid the person entering the shop. Wait, our queen wants to see you. Rong Xian reached out to stop Song Chen. Several henchmen also surrounded them. Their behavior clearly indicated they were from the underworld. What are you doing? Back off. Fortunately, a cold and domineering female voice sounded, and Shili Jian, slightly pale, walked out of the car. She had been squinting in the car due to stomach pain. She got out of the car to check the situation upon hearing the commotion, and when she saw Song Chen's handsome face, memories of the bloody scene in the bar rushed to her mind, making the face of this Westgate queen even paler. Ignoring the pain in her stomach, she hurried forward. Rong Xian and the others' faces changed slightly, as they had never seen their queen lose her composure like this before, and quickly lowered their heads and stepped back. Song Chen's gaze also fell on this cold and domineering woman from the underworld. He didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. Mr. Song, I'm sorry for my lack of discipline. Please don't blame me. Shili immediately apologized to Song Chen, afraid that Shiman would follow in the footsteps of the Hifu gang. But Shili's humble attitude once again challenged the beliefs of Rongshuan and others. In Shiman, everyone has experienced the ruthlessness and terror of Shili. Regardless of gender, all willingly submit to Shili's feet. No one dares to defy the will of this queen, because those who dared to defy have already died miserably at Shili's feet. However, at this moment, the queen they followed and submitted to willingly lowered her proud head to a seemingly ordinary doctor. This undoubtedly had a huge impact on them. It was like a sacred thing they had always considered as faith being desecrated. So, in an instant, many people showed hatred towards Song Chen. Is everything taken care of? Song Chen asked calmly, not paying attention to others. This is all the information to eradicate the Hifu gang, as well as the wealth obtained. Please have a look. Shili respectfully presented a package. Inside were various materials and photos to eradicate the remnants of the Hifu gang, very detailed. Song Chen glanced through it roughly and nodded, saying, Come in with me. Everyone wait here. Without my orders, no one should act recklessly. Also, be polite when you see Mr. Song in the future. If anyone dares to cause trouble and anger Mr. Song, they will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish along with their families. Shili solemnly instructed, then followed Song Chen into the clinic. Rongshuan and others had grim faces, but faced with Shili's orders, they could only grit their teeth and obey. They watched their queen humbly follow this young doctor away. Inside the clinic, Qingchuan Zhu Jun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Song Chen return. Song Chen led Shili to a private consultation room on the third floor. Along the way, the heart of this underworld queen was filled with anxiety and fear. Take off your clothes, lie down, I will detoxify you, Song Chen said calmly. Regardless of what queen you are, here you have to undress if needed. Shili's delicate body trembled slightly, somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't she be given a detox pill? But faced with Song Chen's authority, although she resisted intensely in her heart, she obediently took off her clothes, revealing her perfect figure, and lay down. Open your mouth. Song Chen stood at the top of Shili's head, his voice as calm as ever. Shili's pretty face changed, already convinced that Song Chen wanted to do that. Naturally repulsed by men, she found this behavior extremely disgusting. Every cell in her body resisted. Looking up at Song Chen's sharply defined jaw, she, who had always been domineering and ruthless, could not muster any resistance. In the end, she closed her beautiful eyes in resignation, opened her small mouth. For Shiman's sake, she had to endure. Even if it meant letting Song Chen do that. Puff! Just as Sheely was lost in thought, a pill had already been shot into her mouth like a bouncing bead by Song Chen, accurately reaching deep into her throat. Cough. This is the antidote, only one, if you spit it out, it's gone. The sudden foreign object made Sheely unable to breathe, instinctively wanting to cough it out. But Song Chen's words made her quickly swallow it down. Sheely's tense body relaxed at the same time. Just when she thought she had escaped a disaster, a pair of hands had already touched her lower abdomen. Her originally relaxed body instantly tensed up, every cell in her body boiling in resistance. Song Chen began to absorb and feel. The so-called antidote was just a decoy. To treat the illness, he had to feel. Giving the illness is easy, but receiving it is difficult. This was unavoidable. Giving the illness only required a touch, anywhere could be touched. Now, it only required a glance to deliver. But receiving the illness was different, always the original formula, unchanged ingredients. Where there was an illness, that's where he had to touch. This aspect couldn't be changed. Even for more serious illnesses, he had to carefully and meticulously feel, not missing any corner of the disease. Otherwise, it might recur. It was just that troublesome. Song Chen also expressed his helplessness about this. He didn't want it either, but the system didn't allow it. I have to say, this woman's skin is really delicate. At first, Sheely resisted, even enduring humiliation multiple times, wanting to break free like a fish caught in a net, standing up to resist. But soon, under the extremely comfortable pressure from Song Chen, her abdominal pain gradually disappeared. The years of tense nerves also experienced unprecedented relaxation. Her inner resistance gradually weakened, even enjoying it. Ding successfully absorbed stomach cancer, merit +1. Soon, stomach cancer was absorbed by Song Chen, but Song Chen did not stop. He continued to delve deeper. He found that this woman had other illnesses. Well, might as well take them in. Just consider it a favor to this woman. Under Song Chen's continued absorption, Sheely had completely given up resistance. Her cold and elegant face began to blush. She gradually started to enjoy this feeling. Ding successfully absorbed genetic lily disease, merit +1, and at the same time, perhaps due to being straightened by Song Chen, Sheely couldn't help but let out a soul-stirring moan. At that moment, a desire deep in her genes replaced another desire. Song Chen, who successfully diagnosed the illness, also withdrew his hand and saw the other person still lying down, so he reminded, "Get up. You're already better." Sheely reacted and quickly got up, using her clothes to cover her perfect body. "You can leave now. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Song Chen turned his back to Sheely and started to speak while organizing things. Sheely's beautiful eyes changed, looking at Song Chen's back, biting her red lips, hesitating for a moment, but eventually made a certain decision. "Mr. Song, I would like to invite you to join our Shiman." Sheely looked at Song Chen's back, cautiously probing. Before this, she had secretly investigated Song Chen's identity. She knew that Song Chen was from Manhwa. At the same time, she also knew about the commotion caused by Song Chen in Ligu. However, only she knew about the terrifying strength of this young doctor in front of her. Song Chen's movement stopped. He turned around to look at this woman and smiled. "Reason? You came to Ligu for development. Our goals are the same. It's just that you are in the light, and we are in the dark. If you join our Shiman, help us stabilize and grow, we can do many things for you in the dark that you don't want to do," Sheely said solemnly. "As the leader of Shiman, you invite someone with stronger strength to join. Do you think this reason alone is enough?" Song Chen sneered. Facing Song Chen's gaze, Sheely gritted her teeth and finally revealed the truth. "Actually, I want to invite you to join Shiman for another reason. Every year, all the major and minor gangs in Ligu gather together to redistribute the public territory. The basis for the redistribution is determined by the life and death black boxing matches between the gangs. Whoever has the strongest fist has the right to speak. Our Shiman is mostly made up of Asians, few are good at boxing, and our physique is not as good as those black and white people. Almost every year, we can only get what is left over by those black and white gangs. Now, after eliminating the black skin gang, we will be even less tolerated by those local gangs. They may even come after us. So, that's why I want to invite you to join." As if afraid that Song Chen would refuse, Sheely continued, "As long as you are willing to help Shiman grow, I am willing to give up the position of Shiman leader to you." Song Chen remained silent. To be honest, he was tempted. Having such a gang help him solve problems in the dark and provide him with intelligence was also good. After all, in a foreign land, it's hard to stand alone. Moreover, he had just subdued the Hodwa family. Entrusting such a large wealth resource to Dyson to manage, who can guarantee that he won't play tricks? So, if he could control Shiman, let Shiman intervene, mutually restrain each other, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial for him. As for those so-called black boxing matches for territory, it was too easy for him. At most, a few meritorious deeds. Song Chen stepped forward, closely examining this cold and elegant queen of the underworld, sneering, "Do you think this can put my mind at ease? A woman like you with ambitions, what if you suddenly stab me in the back?" The imagination is beautiful, but all of this is premised on him truly controlling Shiman. The underworld is unpredictable, one moment you're in power, the next you're backstabbed, it's common. Moreover, he doesn't have the leisure to slowly establish his authority in Shiman. Despite the alluring appearance of the woman in front of him, her heart is definitely cold and ruthless. Who knows how many people she has stepped on to get here? Otherwise, how could she, just a woman, reach this position and make those men submit? Now, in order to achieve her goal, she hesitated not to give up the position of the head of Shiman? How many people can have such intelligence and courage? Therefore, to truly control Shiman, it's not about becoming the head of Shiman. It's about controlling this queen of Shiman. Facing Song Chen's clear eyes, Shili's delicate body trembled. She felt that everything she thought was clearly seen by the other party. Like being naked, nothing was hidden. But when she thought about the possible extermination crisis ahead and her ambition not satisfied with the current situation, Shili bit her cherry lips tightly and made up her mind, "I can be your woman, this way, you won't have any concerns." This is the only way she dispelled Song Chen's concerns. Song Chen smiled, he liked smart women, and then took out a sugar pill, "You know what to do." No need for more words, Shili, who was familiar with this, opened her cherry lips and swallowed it. Then, with a gentle flick of her jade hand, her clothes slipped off her snow-white delicate skin, revealing her perfect snow-white body in front of Song Chen. Shili lightly stepped forward with her jade feet, unbuttoning and removing Song Chen's clothes. Although Song Chen's heart was surging, after all, this was his first time, he did not refuse. To achieve great things, one must not be bound by trivial matters. A real man can adapt. He took off Song Chen's shirt, revealing his strong and perfect muscles. Shili closed her eyes, embraced Song Chen's neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Song Chen was no longer polite. He picked up this enchanting woman and entered his room. Shili's pretty face blushed, and her heart was like a deer in chaos. For some reason, she, who originally detested men, did not have that mentality at this moment. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation. What she originally thought of enduring, turned into actively catering, and finally even greedily demanding. Song Chen opened the door to a new world for her. It was a joy she had never experienced before. This was destined to be a memorable and long night. Inside the clinic, Xingchuan Jun, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by the enchanting cries. His face showed a strange expression. Outside the clinic, Rong Xian and others were bored smoking in the cold wind, overwhelmed by boredom and drowsiness. Why hasn't the queen come out yet? It's been 3 hours. Could something have happened? Should we break in and check? Several impatient people expressed their concerns. If you want to feed the fish with your family, go ahead, one person reminded. The impulse stopped abruptly. Stop making noise, wait quietly, our queen can handle the entire black skin gang, why would she be afraid of a doctor? Rong Xian impatiently said. Everyone quieted down, falling into another boring wait. The flowers had withered by the time they were done waiting. It was almost dawn. Ding successfully sent cancer, meritorious deed -1, in the passionate room. At the last moment, Song Chen gave the other party a terminal illness that would not affect the body in the short term but would be fatal. In the future, if this woman obediently remains faithful, he will continue to give and take at intervals, using this as a restriction. Shili lay weakly in Song Chen's arms, looking at the gradually brightening sky outside the window. She reluctantly got up to dress and staggered to leave. Wait until it's light out before leaving. Song Chen appeared calm on the outside, but he felt a bit embarrassed inside. Due to lack of experience the first time, he did not restrain himself. No, there are still things to handle in the gang. Shili refused with a light bite on his silver teeth. In the future, if the gang has any issues, call me on this phone. Also, after you recover, you can go to the Hajua family to find Dai Sun, and Shiman can borrow his power for development. The assets of the Hajua family are all mine, Song Chen said lightly. Shili's movements in dressing paused, unable to hide her shocked look at this man. If she hadn't experienced Song Chen's power, she really wouldn't have believed it. Okay, she nodded slightly, moved in her heart. It seems that this time, she made the right bet. Let's go. I'll help you down. No need, I can do it myself. Shili wanted to refuse, but her body was already supported by Song Chen. The two went downstairs together and left the clinic. Queen, what's wrong with you? Seeing Shili with messy hair and a slightly pale face, Rong Xian and others' faces changed slightly, and they hurried forward. It's nothing, just a minor surgery. In front of these subordinates, Shili resumed her cold queen appearance. Before leaving, she didn't forget to thank Song Chen, Dr. Song, Thank you. You're welcome, it's my duty, Songchen smiled. For the two of them, tonight's events were just a transaction. A mutually beneficial transaction. Manhwa, a solemn medical research conference, is in full swing. The venue is neat and clean. The seats are straight, even the mineral water is placed with a ruler. No deviation is allowed. Almost all the prominent medical experts, professors, or deans with backgrounds and qualifications in Manhwa are present. But at this moment, the entire conference hall is unusually quiet. The experts and professors looked at the medical records on the screen, frowning, sighing, and shaking their heads. There is no solution. Ong Dishuai's situation is already not optimistic. Whoever provides a treatment plan, I will promote him to vice president. Sitting at the head, the white-haired President Lu Tao frowned deeply and directly threw out the temptation. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned red. The honor of being vice president is too high, and the treatment that can be enjoyed is excellent. President Lu, please rest assured, give us another month, and we will definitely provide a treatment plan. Yes, we will definitely save Ong Dishuai's life. According to the relevant data, our medical level has already surpassed Ligu, and we will definitely succeed. Immediately, people stood up one after another to speak actively, encourage each other, and chant slogans. Clap, ridiculous, wait another month, Ong Dishuai will be gone. Until an untimely sound of table banging broke the motivational atmosphere. All the experts' eyes turned to Lin Jiaxing. There was astonishment and admiration. Dr. Lin, what do you mean by this? At this critical time, saying such divisive words? Are you cursing Ong Dishuai? Also a national doctor, Xiao Bao stood up, displeased, and labeled Lin Jiaxing. He was the one who shouted the slogan just now. Lin Jiaxing's untimely words were not only a slap in the face, what else could it be? Joke, am I cursing Ong Dishuai? Who is fully responsible for Ong Dishuai's condition now? Is it your mother? Lin Jiaxing stood up, coldly retorting. He had long been displeased with this third-generation single-pass family. You. Xiao Bao was suddenly speechless. Lin Jiaxing continued to look around, disdainfully glanced at many so-called experts who were occupying the pit but not shitting. He criticized without reservation, Ong Dishuai is critically ill. It is a matter of great importance. At this time, you still forget to praise each other, flatter each other, self-perform, self-indulge. What else can you do besides moving yourselves? How many of you have actually researched Ong Dishuai's condition? If you don't have the ability, have you tried to give this opportunity to someone who does? Wait another month? When Commanderin leaves, you can continue to hold a commendation meeting to comfort each other in present awards, right? Lin Jiaxing's mouth was sharp, expressing all his dissatisfaction. But there were still too many things left unsaid. After returning to the country, he looked into Song Chen's case. Not investigating, he almost got angry on the spot when he did. Too unjust, too infuriating, too hateful. So, he was too angry. Lin Jiaxing, watch your words. Xiao Bao and several expert deans with corresponding seats had grim faces. They couldn't understand what this guy was up to today. But many people silently gave Lin Jiaxing a thumbs up. What's wrong if I don't pay attention? Hit a nerve with you? What qualifications do you have to sit in that position? Isn't it all because of your Chao family's connections? Eating the emperor's food and not doing real work, you just enjoy yourself in secret. Lin Jiaxing went all out. You're out of line, out of line, out of line. Xiao Bao trembled with anger. Keep babbling and I'll shut you up, Lin Jiaxing said directly. The scene also became lively. Everyone didn't know what had gotten into Lin Jiaxing today. Clap, clap, clap. It was President Lu Tao who tapped the table, looking displeased at Lin Jiaxing, saying, Dr. Lin, stick to the matter at hand. Commander An's situation is of great importance, and now is not the time to throw a personal tantrum. President, I'm saying all this today for Commander An, and even more so for those talented people and the common people who have been treated unfairly, Lin Jiaxing said directly to Lu Tao. These corrupt medical association pests need to be dealt with. Hee, after saying so much, do you have a way to cure Commander An? Xiao Bao took the opportunity to be sarcastic. I don't, but there is a genius doctor who can, Lin Jiaxing said emphatically. A genius doctor? Where is he? We'd like to meet him if he really can cure Commander An, Xiao Bao continued with sarcasm. With someone like you around, how could he sit here? Lin Jiaxing coldly retorted. Dr. Lin, you've gone too far. Xiao Bao was again angered and stood up, his gaze already full of resentment. Dr. Lin, where is this genius doctor you mentioned? What nationality is he? If he can really cure Commander An as you say, we will definitely give him due recognition, Lu Tao asked. The others also became tense, curious about the so-called genius Dr. Lin Jiaxing mentioned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jiaxing walked forward forcefully in front of everyone. he projected evidence of Song Chen's crimes onto the screen. The photo on the screen was Song Chen's headshot at Andy University. At that time, Song Chen looked young, innocent, and kind, appearing easily deceived. The rest were evidence of Song Chen's crimes and expulsion compiled by Andy University. His name is Song Chen, originally a student at Andy University, a genius of our country. But because of his kindness in treating and saving people, he was sued by those he helped, and was ultimately sentenced to a lifetime ban on practicing medicine due to lack of medical qualifications. He even compensated those ungrateful people, Lin Jiaxing explained coldly. Before he could finish, Xiao Bao interrupted with a sneer. Ridiculous, a young kid from a veterinary major, without qualifications, went to practice medicine without a license. Isn't that a crime? Such pests that harm the country and society should be shot. Many people nodded in agreement. Without qualifications, without proof, without passing their exams, how could he practice medicine? But I investigated the other people he treated, almost all of them were cured, including cancer, AIDS, and other terminal illnesses, Lin Jiaxing said with suppressed anger. This statement finally changed the expressions of the crowd. However, Xiao Bao sneered disdainfully. Nonsense, do you believe such nonsense? Maybe those people deliberately lied? Do you have evidence and proof? Furthermore, even if he did cure them, so what? He studied veterinary medicine, he's just a veterinarian. What qualifications does he have to treat people? The scene fell silent. And this time, Lin Jiaxing did not get angry, but smiled at this fool. He was waiting for this sentence. Ha ha ha, qualifications? Very well, since you want it, then I'll give it to you. Lin Jiaxing laughed, clicked the mouse, and quickly switched to the next video. And this video was of Song Chen at the Sikwao University in Ligu, curing the twin vegetative patients in front of various renowned doctors from around the world. This video had caused a sensation at the time. The subsequent revelations of the miracles created by the divine Dr. Song in Ligu shocked the entire medical community, including experts from Manhwa. Therefore, when the crowd faced this video, they were not unfamiliar with it. Because they had all seen it, they admired the divine Dr. Song in the video even more. They lamented why such a genius was not born in Manhwa. Why didn't they meet him? However, they were too busy looking up at the foreign elites and never bothered to look down at the talents in their own country. So, they only knew the divine Dr. Song in the video. They did not know that the divine Dr. Song was Song Chen. They did not know that such a genius who shook the medical community was one of their own countrymen. Divine Dr. Song? Song Chen? Boom! In an instant, everyone suddenly realized, their bodies trembling as if struck by lightning. Looking at Lin Jiaxing, they guessed at a possibility they had never considered. And the fool who stood up to mock took a while to react, his face instantly turning pale. Could it be? There's no need to guess, Song Chen is the famous divine Dr. Song who is currently making waves in the medical community, the genius who caused a sensation in the medical world in Ligu. Lin Jiaxing looked at the expressions of these people at this moment, speaking word by word, completely shattering the hopes of many. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene was in an uproar, with all the expert deans' hearts pounding. Even the president, Lu Tao, stood up, his old eyes flickering, staring fixedly at Song Chen in the video. The genius divine doctor who shocked the medical community turned out to be one of them. This news was too sensational. Before this, he had once fantasized that if he could cultivate such a talent for the country in his lifetime, it would be great. But after everyone was shocked, there was a deathly silence. Lin Jiaxing then looked at Xiao Bao, who was standing up, laughing and questioning, "Fool, now tell me, is he qualified or not?" Everyone's gaze immediately converged on Xiao Bao. It was rumored that the divine Dr. Song not only cured vegetative patients but also cured numerous terminally ill wealthy individuals. He was rated by the Ligu Medical Association as the most outstanding and dazzling genius divine doctor in the contemporary medical world, without equal. If such a person was not qualified, then Xiao Bao's standards for selecting talents were indeed quite high. Xiao Bao's face turned red, feeling utterly embarrassed, wanting to find a hole to hide in. Where would he dare to say he was not qualified? If even the shocking divine Dr. Song was not qualified, then what was he? His meager certificates of honor were not even worthy in the face of the name divine Dr. Song. By now, he finally understood that Lin Jiaxing was deliberately targeting him, luring him to say those words, to clear Song Chen's name. And he, still foolishly unable to distinguish, kept digging into the hole Lin Jiaxing provided. After holding back for a while, he sat down, no longer daring to speak. Speaking now would be like slapping himself in the face. However, Lin Jiaxing had no intention of letting Xiao Bao off, continuing to press him. "Fool, answer me, didn't you just speak so self-righteously? Or do you think, in your eyes, the divine Dr. Song is not as good as you? Is your medical skill already invincible in the world?" Lin Jiaxing, Don't push people too far. Qiao Bao clutched his chest, almost spitting blood from anger. Still dare to argue? Well, it seems you are not invincible in medical skill, but your cheek is invincible in the world. Lin Jiaxing applauded. Many people's faces changed, secretly relieved that they were not the ones caught in the crossfire today. This is simply a ruthless Barrett. Alright, Lin Gui, tell us about the story of Song Shini. Lu Tao still spoke up to rescue, otherwise Qiao Bao might really be criticized to death. Lin Jiaxing looked at Lu Tao, self-deprecatingly asked, President, what else can I say? Such a genius, should have shown in our country, saved the lives of thousands of people, but was framed by malicious people. With such extraordinary medical skills, forced to become a veterinarian? How absurd! How ridiculous! With these words, the scene fell silent. Many people lowered their heads in shame. The president could only sigh. Lin Jiaxing scanned the crowd, soulfully asking, if even Song Shini is not qualified to practice medicine, then who among us is? If even such a genius doctor is only fit to be a veterinarian, then everyone present, including me, is only fit to be a stableman raising horses. Hearing this, many people's faces turned pale, as if they had been insulted, looking darkly at Lin Jiaxing. But no one dared to stand up and argue again. Lin Jiaxing was equally fearless. From the moment he set foot here, he was prepared for everything and decided to give up everything. Even if it meant risking his reputation, he would still give Song Chen justice. He wanted Song Chen to know that Manhwa was still the one in charge. These troublemakers would ultimately reap what they sowed. Lin Gui, you said so much, but Song Chen is ultimately someone who has made mistakes and has limited experience. Now he is settled in Ligua and is serving the people of Ligua. How can such a person be qualified to treat General Anda? The dead silence in the meeting room lasted a long time, until Zhao Ming stood up. He was a dean, managing several aiming hospitals. Many people seemed to have found a breakthrough, their eyes slightly brightened. Whether he is qualified or not is not for you, Dean Zhao, to decide, but for the authorities to decide. Today, I've talked so much here just to give you a warning. I have already reported this matter to the authorities, personally approved by General Anda, allowing me to lead a team to bring back Song Chen from Ligua. Does anyone here disagree? Lin Jiaxing laughed and asked back. The faces of the crowd changed slightly, and Zhao Ming, who had stood up, quickly sat down, almost stumbling. Oh, General Anda asked me to tell certain individuals among you that once he recovers, the first thing he will do is apply to the authorities to rectify certain unhealthy practices in today's medical field. I hope you all take care of yourselves, ha. Lin Jiaxing laughed, laughing heartily. However, the scene was silent. Many expert deans had pale faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Qiao Bao and Zhao Ming, who had just confronted Lin Jiaxing, looked at each other and quickly retreated. Inside a 5-star luxury hotel, Qiao Bao, Zhao Ming, and Wang Ben coincidentally gathered together. There were various delicacies on the table, but the three, who usually had big appetites, were not in the mood to eat at the moment. Since the senior executives of the Lu family were inexplicably sent to a mental hospital, the Lu group had also collapsed. This huge cake fell like a whale. Many related family shareholders rushed to buy shares, rising one after another. Among them, the biggest beneficiaries were the Chao, Zhao, and Wang families. What should we do? According to what that bastard Wang Lin said, if Song Chen comes back, will our group be affected? Qiao Bao said with an unpleasant expression. Of course, that guy is now in Ligua, and has already left many high-end experts and professors in Ligua with no patients to treat, let alone us, Zhao Ming said gloomily. That's not the point. Haven't you heard what Lin Jiaxing said, that the authorities are going to take action? This is what we should be more concerned about now, Wang Ben, who had been silent, reminded. He was the wisest, knowing that the situation was not right, so he did not argue with Lin Jiaxing at the meeting. What should we do? Qiao Bao and Zhao Ming's faces instantly turned pale, at a loss. Others are not afraid, just afraid of the authorities. The best way is to wait for Song Chen to come back and pull him into our group. Wang Ben's eyes lit up. What if he is unwilling? Unwilling? Wang Ben's face showed a sardonic smile. Then we can only let him die silently. Qiao Bao and Zhao Ming's eyes also became resentful. For today's mistakes, each person must drink 3 cups as punishment. Early the next morning, Lin Jiaxing had already arrived at a military airport. For figures were waiting, with many plainclothes soldiers following behind. And if Song Chen were here, he would definitely recognize 3 of them. And Ruoi in a white dress, Wang Xiaoxiao in casual black attire. And in Xian, who had once doubted Song Chen. And Ruoi's cousin. Little princess, sorry for being late. Seeing in Ruoi, Lin Jiaxing breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he was able to understand Song Chen's past so smoothly and dare to confront those people at the meeting was largely due to the help and support of the little princess of Manhwa in front of him. It can be said that both of them got to know each other while investigating Song Chen's case. No need to apologize, it's just that I have to trouble Mr. Lin to make a trip again. And Ruoye stepped forward to assist, feeling guilty. She investigated Song Chen's case and knew he was innocent. So that night, she invited In Xian to have Song Chen prove his medical skills and restore his reputation. But this stubborn young man did not prove anything that night. Because of this, she was a bit angry at Song Chen's recklessness, not considering his own future. Until, in less than a month's time, that guy finally proved his medical skills, but he did it in a foreign land thousands of miles away, proving himself in such a sensational way. His proof not only exposed their ignorance, it also proved many things. As the princess of Manhwa, she should have been able to retain such talent, but because of her inaction, she personally lost him. So, she had to go and bring back Song Chen herself, paying for her own mistakes. Everyone is here, let's set off. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looked extraordinary, stepped forward. His name was Yi Tian, the deputy of General N. This time, he was personally sent by General N to witness this medical genius. Rui, why don't I go with Deputy Yi? You don't need to go. That guy is just a doctor, how can he be worthy of your personal invitation? Everyone was ready, but an untimely voice came from In Xian. And Ruoyi's face turned cold, looking directly at In Xian. I'm taking you with me this time to apologize to Song Chen for your mistake that night. Don't forget, you represent the In family. And Xian's face turned pale, displeased. If he had sincerely demonstrated his medical skills to me that night, I would have naturally given him justice. But he arrogantly left. That's his own doing. How can you blame me? I think he just likes the generous conditions of Li Gu. Enough, if you don't want to apologize, you can leave now. And Ruoyi coldly interrupted, afraid that this outspoken guy would anger Song Chen again. I'll go, of course I'll go. And Xian's eyes flickered, and he was the first to board the plane. And Ruoyi had never spoken to him like this before, and he wanted to see how Song Chen would handle his apology. Li Gu. A shocking secret message eventually spread among the upper echelons of society. Under pressure from the second noble family of the Hodwa clan, the divine Dr. Song made his first visit and cured Dyson, the 120-year-old head of the Hodwa clan. Shocking. Hundreds of members of the Hodwa clan all suffered from drug addiction and nearly died overnight, leaving only a few completely paralyzed and mentally disabled. Terrifying. As the current controller of the Hodewa family, Dyson, in order to repay the life-saving grace of Song Divine Doctor, willingly handed over all the property of the Hodewa family to be inherited by Song Divine Doctor. It is called consultation fee. The news from San Tiao is more shocking one after another. It shook the entire upper class of Ligua. After learning of these news, the wealthy and high-ranking officials of Ligua, whether they understood or not, fell silent collectively. Their attitude towards Song Divine Doctor also changed. Early in the morning, Song Chen opened his shop as scheduled to welcome guests. But today, many wealthy and high-ranking officials were inexplicably absent. At the same time, everyone's attitude towards him also changed. They became more amiable and friendly. They were even willing to pay more for the consultation fee. In addition, there were no missed calls or messages on Song Chen's phone. Not a single one. And no one came to invite him for consultations anymore. They all came personally in a friendly manner to seek treatment, praising Song Chen's goodness. That attitude, that politeness, that demeanor. There was no discrimination or arrogance. Song Chen was very pleased with this. It seems that his medical skills have been recognized by everyone. Xingchuan Zhujun, who was a disciple of Song Chen, was also puzzled. He remembered that many of these wealthy and high-ranking officials were quite unruly. They only saw him as a doctor. How did they suddenly become so polite? This is not logical. After finishing his morning work, due to multiple personal invitations from the president of Sayo University, Mailish, Song Chen decided to give a lecture at Sayo University. After all, since he chose to be a professor, he had to fulfill his duties. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Sayo University in a hurry, but the entire Ligua. They all hoped that Song Chen would leave his true skills in Ligua. Unfortunately, this was impossible, because Song Chen's true skill is the system, and himself. At the same time, Sayo University. Upon hearing that Professor Song was going to give a lecture, not only the entire school was in an uproar, but countless experts and professors in Ligua were also excited. Song Chen took their jobs, but they couldn't do anything to him. So the only way left was to learn Song Chen's true skills. And then, a miraculous scene occurred. People who made appointments for Song Chen's class flew in, not only students of traditional Chinese medicine, students of Western medicine, but also many famous medical experts and professors came. Even those who couldn't make appointments came. They were ready to listen at the window. The school had to quickly change to the largest classroom on campus for Song Chen. But there were still many people who couldn't get a seat. In a campus flower hall, Lucy was eating a deluxe family bucket meal. Fried chicken burgers, her mouth full of oil. This proud noble daughter was tirelessly stuffing her face. "Lucy, I found out about Song Chen." At this moment, a big wave of excitement ran over. "Really? Where is he teaching today?" Lucy quickly finished a burger, wiped her mouth and asked. "In the traditional Chinese medicine teaching area, the largest classroom 101, but it seems he's not here to attend class, but to give a lecture." The big wave hesitated. Give a lecture? Lucy was stunned, as she studied finance and didn't understand much about medical students. "Yes, I heard from medical students that this guy's medical skills are extraordinary, and he has caused a sensation in the medical world. He has now been promoted to the highest honorary professor at Sayo University. Today is his first class." The big wave was somewhat shocked. Sayo University, as the best university in the world, has the most difficult graduation requirements, combined master's and doctoral conditions. To become the highest honorary professor at Sayo University, even more stringent conditions are required, such as winning the Nobel Prize, making outstanding contributions, inventing something remarkable. These are undoubtedly rare. But Song Chen, directly promoted from a student to the highest honorary professor. She, for a moment, didn't know what to say. He became a professor? Lucy was also stunned, increasingly believing in Song Chen's terrifying medical skills. "It's the highest honor," De Bolon reminded. "Let's go to his classroom. I must get him." Lucy's face showed madness, and she became even more determined to control Song Chen. She quickly took out her makeup bag, wiped off the oil on her lips, and hastily applied precise makeup. With confidence, she headed towards the classroom where Song Chen was teaching. But she completely failed to notice that she had gained a lot of weight. "Lucy, wait for me," De Bolong quickly followed. She had seen Song Chen before. Song Chen had treated her before. Now, Song Chen suddenly became so outstanding, which also made her heart flutter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sichao University, a dazzling white sports car raced in, its cool exterior design and sound effects instantly attracting everyone's attention. The white sports car drifted and skillfully parked in a parking space. The door automatically opened. A pair of slender legs in white shoes stepped out, followed by a stunning figure. Boom! When they saw the enchanting girl, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this angelic figure. Song Chen had just arrived at the school when Principal Malish invited him for a cup of tea at the school gate. It was almost time for class to start when Song Chen changed into a white coat and symbolically took a few books. He arrived at the classroom for the class. As soon as he reached the door, a noisy sound filled the air. Looking closely, wow, it was all people. Professors, experts, students, teachers, the entrance and windows were almost all occupied. "Excuse me, classmates, please make way." Looking at the two glamorous blondes blocking the door, Song Chen politely smiled. "Let you? Who do you think you are? We finally managed to grab these seats." One blonde dismissed, blocking the door even more. "Hey handsome, give us some money, and we might consider letting you sit between us for the class." Another blonde with a surging bosom saw Song Chen's handsome appearance, straightened her proud chest, and teased with a wink. It's unclear if it was serious. "Song Chen, I am the teacher. If you don't let me in, the class can't start." Helplessly, Song Chen could only shrug and smile bitterly. "Teacher?" The blonde who had just blocked the door turned her head and sneered at Song Chen. "We are ladies, even the president has to wait in line when he comes." Song Chen. It turns out that these two women are just troublemakers who followed the trend without understanding medical news? The commotion inadvertently caught the attention of a medical teacher who had secured a window seat. When he saw Song Chen, his face changed slightly, and he quickly stepped forward angrily. "What are you two doing? How did you block Professor Song outside? If Professor Song doesn't come in, what's the point of you attending the class?" He is Professor Song? The two women, upon hearing this, widened their eyes. Their faces that were disdainful a second ago turned into shock. They were not medical students, but they had heard of Song Chen's reputation and wanted to see this genius doctor. It was rumored that Song the Divine Doctor specialized in treating difficult and complicated diseases, so they wanted to see if they could get close to such a genius. However, they ended up blocking him outside. Of course, the main reason was that Song Chen was too young. It was very difficult for anyone to associate him with a professor. I'm sorry, Professor Song, we didn't know it was you, please come in." The two blondes realized their mistake, their beautiful eyes blinking repeatedly, and quickly respectfully made way. But those two obstacles still turned into a checkpoint, making it a bit difficult for Song Chen to squeeze through. And the moment Song Chen stepped onto the platform, the whole room instantly quieted down. Everyone's gaze fell on the youngest professor in the history of Sichao University. Oh my! Is he Professor Song? He looks so young. And so handsome. I just realized that Asian men can be this handsome, much more handsome than us white people. No, I must pursue him. I'm sick and need him to give me an injection. Is this really our Asian man? Our Asian man can actually be so outstanding? Everyone was amazed by Song Chen's young and elegant appearance. Many girls were even feeling fluttery because of it. There were black and white girls who openly admired him. There were Asian girls who were surprised and puzzled. They found it hard to believe that one day the despised Asian men could shine so brightly in a foreign country, making countless white women admire and adore him. So, for a moment, their eyes changed, and they too began to admire him. Song Chen stood on the platform, looking at the sea of people in front of him, students and teachers from different countries. He felt like he was being besieged. However, Song Chen, who was used to big scenes, naturally didn't show any stage fright. Instead, before the time was up, he looked around. But unintentionally, he spotted a familiar face in the back row. Lucy. Just after a few days of not seeing her, this proud white noblewoman had gained a lot of weight. Slowly losing her former sexy beauty, she had a feeling of heading towards middle-aged auntie. Indeed, what handsome men and beautiful women couldn't resist was not just the ravages of time, but also the cover of obesity. Lucy, look, he's looking at us. As Song Chen's gaze lingered on them, the busty girl next to Lucy couldn't contain her excitement. I see it. Lucy also smiled. She knew Song Chen liked her, so she raised her slightly plump hand to wave, giving Song Chen a smile she thought was sexy and charming. Song Chen, what's wrong with this woman? If he remembered correctly, wasn't this woman always hating him? Why is she now coming to his class specifically and waving at him? Could it be that Herbert's lesson made her come to apologize? Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly, thinking of this possibility, but quickly looked away, because Lucy's smile was a bit awkward. Hee hee, now you're shy. Asian men are really shy. They even need others to take the initiative. Lucy covered her mouth and giggled, thinking she had the upper hand. The busty girl beside her, however, looked puzzled, feeling that Song Chen wasn't shy, but afraid? But after looking at Lucy, who was so engrossed, the busty girl hesitated for a moment and decided not to say anything. On this side, Song Chen withdrew his gaze, but unintentionally landed on the 3 empty seats directly facing the platform. Because they were all empty, the front rows were almost all taken by professors and experts. But these 3 best seats closest to him, no one moved? You should know that there were still many people standing without seats at the moment. Just as Song Chen was puzzled, a graceful figure walked in from the door. She was wearing a black pleated skirt, revealing a pair of slender and fair beautiful feet in a pair of white shoes. She wore a duckbill cap on her head, covering most of her exquisite face, with her blue soft hair cascading down. The faintly exposed perfect figure and ethereal temperament gave off a mysterious and playful seductive beauty. In an instant, the classroom quieted down again. Everyone's gaze was drawn to this mysterious girl. Wow, who is this beauty? When did our school have such a beauty? The girls couldn't hide their envy. The open black and white men were even more unabashed in their eyes, their greedy gazes falling on the mysterious girl's fair and delicate feet. However, as the mysterious girl entered the classroom, the violet eyes under the hat only landed on Song Chen. She even smiled at Song Chen. However, faced with Kanti's tempting and charming smile, Song Chen looked puzzled. He was really puzzled. Why did she come? To study? But that look, why does it feel like it's directed at him? The experts and professors in the front row seemed to have been notified in advance. When they saw Kantai arrive, they quickly and cautiously stood up to let Kantai sit down. Many people who knew Kantai's identity in secret had a slight change in their eyes. They came for Kantai. Song Chen noticed many people outside the door secretly protecting Kantai, as well as the hot gazes directed at Kantai in the classroom. This class is getting more and more interesting. The bell rang, and everyone's gaze refocused on Song Chen. In the central seat of the front row, Kantai was sitting with her legs crossed, her hands supporting her chin, staring at Song Chen with fascination. All she could see was Song Chen. At such a close distance, Song Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't know what this woman's true intentions were. Is she interested in him? Is she offering herself in return for saving her life? Forget it. Having been disgusted and hurt by Wu Yashue, Song Chen already had a psychological shadow. His heart was already sealed with cement. A girlfriend? Impossible. It's impossible in this lifetime anyway. But a woman is possible. However, the background of the woman in front of him is too terrifying, and the appearance of so many secret admirers and protectors immediately upon her arrival is alarming. A femme fatale, nothing more. Therefore, Song Chen chose to ignore her and started the class directly. Thank you all for choosing my class despite your busy schedules, but learning my medical skills is not something that can be achieved overnight, it requires starting from the basics. So today, we will start by explaining from both the perspectives of Chinese and Western medicine. Song Chen opened the prepared courseware and began to talk eloquently. He wasn't deceiving anyone, he started with the acupoints of traditional Chinese medicine and the anatomy of Western medicine. These were all things he had learned independently in recent days, combined with his own understanding, reaching a master-level standard. Playing with reality. When Kantai heard Song Chen explain anatomy, her beautiful eyes lit up with great interest. It seemed she had found a common ground with Song Chen, listening attentively with admiration for his medical skills. However, apart from Kantai becoming a fangirl, the Chinese and Western medical students and professors were frowning. They were not buying it. Although what Song Chen said was good and had unique insights, it was all knowledge they were already familiar with. Their purpose in coming here was to learn Song Chen's true medical skills, not to listen to things they were already aware of. Song Chen, this is all basic medical knowledge that everyone knows and can easily find online. We are not here to listen to your nonsense but to learn how to cure terminal illnesses like cancer and AIDS. So, don't waste our time, start teaching us the medical skills to cure terminal illnesses. A man in medical attire standing outside the window interrupted without any courtesy. Song Chen looked at him, showing surprise on his face because the man was no one else but the genius Western doctor who had sacrificed himself generously and made a name for himself in the medical world. Ali. At this moment, Ali was standing outside the window, staring directly at Song Chen, his eyes full of hostility. Ali harbored deep hatred for this young Asian man who had overshadowed his fame. That day, what should have been his glory was snatched away by Song Chen without any hesitation. People's gazes also fell on Ali, filled with sighs. I've said it before, medicine is vast and profound, not something that can be mastered overnight. Those terminal illnesses you think can be easily cured are not something you can figure out with just a touch, it requires effort and accumulation. Otherwise, even if I explain, you won't understand. Song Chen smiled. You haven't even tried, how can you be sure we won't learn? The experts and professors here are all top figures in the medical field. I think you are deliberately hiding your skills and unwilling to teach. Ali continued to press on, not giving Song Chen any leeway. Yeah, Professor Song, why don't you give it a try and let us all see? Everyone is short on time, it's okay if you can't learn. Seeing this, the experts and professors all confidently echoed. This scene made Kantai frown slightly, her swinging feet stopped, and she looked displeased at Ori. Alright, I'll satisfy you, but I need an assistant. Song Chen smiled and said, as soon as he finished speaking, Ori took the initiative to step forward and volunteered, I'll do it. To be honest, in order to learn how to cure terminal illnesses, you need hands that are suitable for acupuncture. How should these hands be suitable? The most important point is that they need to be flexible and fast. How fast and flexible should they be? Let me demonstrate the slowest standard. Song Chen said mysteriously. He wanted to teach some real skills, but no one bought it. So it's his own fault. He directly started to deceive and explore. And the fact is, as soon as they heard about things they had never understood before, everyone's seriousness was instantly aroused. Song Chen then handed a book to Ori and took a ruler himself. Next, I will use the ruler instead of a silver needle, and you use the book as a shield, so you can see the technique of acupuncture. Song Chen smiled at Ori. Please, Professor Song, begin. Hearing this demonstration, Ori immediately became confident. As everyone knows, his hands are considered a once-in-a-century genius. His reaction speed is naturally top-notch. So, under the gaze of everyone, Song Chen closed his eyes and made his move. The ruler in Song Chen's hand stabbed towards Ori like a silver needle. At first, Ori reacted quickly, handling it with ease, easily blocking with the book. Is that all? This moment gave him confidence. But soon, the ruler in Song Chen's hand turned into a blur. Ori's face changed drastically, his defense was instantly broken, and he kept retreating from the stabs. He couldn't block them at all. How to dodge several dozen stabs in a second. Seeing the precise and fast hand speed like a blur, everyone also exclaimed in surprise. Because they couldn't understand it, nor could they reach that level. So it was too amazing. Kantai's beautiful eyes sparkled, her feet swung happily again, and her previously displeased mood vanished. So fast. Ori finally couldn't hold on. Feeling the pain, he stepped down from the platform, his clothes torn in several places, revealing bruises underneath. But what was more painful was that his proud reaction speed was ruthlessly suppressed and rubbed into the ground by Song Chen. At that moment, he finally realized the reality and fled from this place of right and wrong in embarrassment. This is the slowest hand speed for acupuncture, fast, fierce, and accurate. As long as you reach this speed and accuracy, you can learn the needle technique I teach. So, everyone, work hard. Song Chen put down the ruler and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the excited atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The previously confident experts and professors fell silent. This hand speed. Even if they practiced until their hands were broken, they couldn't reach it, right? Ahem. Professor Song, why don't you start from the basics and teach us? Someone proposed again. This time, no one interrupted. Everyone took notes seriously and listened attentively. Until the end of the class, Kantime wanted to approach happily, but several figures had already rushed ahead. Most of them were girls. Professor Song, I don't understand some postures, can we discuss them in depth tonight? Professor Song, I'm feeling unwell, my chest hurts a bit, can you take a look at it for me? Many girls used subtle words to hint at Song Chen. Song Chen, I know you like me, let's date. Until Lucy arrived and directly and confidently confessed. The scene fell silent. Looking at this slightly chubby girl, under the baseball cap, Kantime's eyebrows furrowed slightly again. Song Chen, I'm willing to be your girlfriend, let's be together. Lucy's confident and loud voice quieted the scene. Everyone looked at this chubby-faced girl with a big round face, showing strange expressions. Who is this woman? Quite confident, huh? As the victim, Song Chen was also silenced by this sudden scene. He remembered not calling her crazy, right? Did he? It shouldn't be. No, this chubby girl, your courage is commendable, but please don't cut in line. Before Song Chen could speak, the two checkpoint girls from earlier were not happy, because Lucy interrupted them as soon as she arrived and even cut in line. Lucy continued to move forward, glanced at the women discussing around Song Chen, and proudly said, You are wasting your time, Song Chen likes me, Lucy baby, you have no chance. After speaking, she didn't forget to smile mysteriously at Song Chen. Lucy Baby is her nickname as the campus belle at Sichao University. However, when Lucy revealed her identity, the scene fell silent again. Wait, what did you say? You are the famous campus belle Lucy Baby? The two checkpoint girls were stunned. They naturally knew Lucy Baby, the famous campus belle goddess at Sichao University with countless suitors. But the chubby girl in front of them clearly wasn't her. So I say, you can leave. Thinking that her beauty and fame had shocked the audience, Lucy proudly raised her chest and declared her authority. Until the murmurs of the crowd started. Wait a minute. Look at these features. She really looks somewhat like the famous campus belle Lucy Baby. Damn it, don't scare me, my Lucy Baby is beautiful, this one with a barrel waist and round face is definitely not her. No, look closely, it's really similar, just a bit chubby. Even if she looks alike, she shouldn't use the campus belle's reputation. She's still my goddess. Lucy's proud expression froze instantly on her chubby face as she stared at the discussing crowd. I am Lucy Baby, are you jealous? Before she could finish, one of Lucy's admirers in the crowd gathered courage and rushed forward, slapping Lucy in the face with a big palm, shouting, You are not allowed to insult my baby. Some people took the lead, and many of Lucy's admirers were indignant, saying, Bold demon, don't tarnish the reputation of our goddess. Lucy was confused by the slap, and it was her own admirers who hit her. Was she hit because she impersonated herself? Looking at the inexplicable anger in front of her, she instinctively looked for her friend Big Wave to testify for her. However, the latter had already seen that the situation was not right and slipped away. Alright, you are jealous of me, right? Then I will make you acknowledge me. Lucy laughed angrily, looked at Song Chen, opened her arms confidently, closed her eyes, pouted, and said, Song Chen, I want you to come over and kiss me now. Song Chen. He was enjoying his melon, suddenly startled by Lucy's words. Run, it's dangerous. Madam, you should lose weight. Song Chen politely left a suggestion and quickly took the opportunity to slip away. Too scary. Originally feeling aggrieved, Candy saw the scene, showing a sly smile, and quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the crowd was successfully entertained by Lucy's antics, laughing uncontrollably. Watching Song Chen leave as if fleeing, Lucy stood frozen in place. At this moment, she undoubtedly became a true clown. All her confidence came from Song Chen's love for her. But now, Song Chen, who she thought loved her, was running away in fear? Did he not like her? No, that's impossible. If Song Chen didn't like her, why would her father come to confess to him? Lucy frantically denied, holding on to a glimmer of hope. She shouted at Song Chen threateningly, Song Chen, if you step out of this building today, we will never be possible. Upon hearing this, Song Chen bolted away in a flash, showing determination through action. This chubby girl, here's a mirror for you to look at yourself for free. Before the two bully sisters left, they didn't forget to leave a mirror to humiliate. People also left one after another. And after that, Sichao University had a chubby girl pretending to be Lucy Bebe. The real Lucy Bebe's whereabouts are still unknown. Song illness, you will regret it. Lucy, with a lost face, clenched her fists tightly, creaking, her gaze becoming resentful. Staring in the direction of Song Chen's departure, she followed. On the other side, Song Chen had already arrived at the open-air parking lot. Just about to drive back, a familiar fragrance came from behind. Along with it was a pleasant girl's voice, "Song Chen, long time no see." Song Chen turned around, and Kantai was already standing behind him with her hands behind her back, smiling at him. Moreover, she spoke in Chinese, very standard, without any sense of discord. "Princess Kantai, is there something you need?" Song Chen was somewhat helpless. He didn't want to engage, but since the other party had already greeted him, what else could he do? At the same time, not far away, several pairs of eyes were already staring. Kantai's beautiful eyes were full of resentment. She had tried to tease him in class, but this guy just ignored her. Now he was pretending not to know her, right? Then it's her fault. A sly look flashed in her lively eyes, and Kantai blinked, pleading, "Teacher Song, I didn't quite understand what you taught in anatomy class. Could you give me some private tutoring?" Her voice was soft and boneless, making people shiver to the soul, coupled with Kantai's innocent pleading eyes. No man could resist. Song Chen was also dumbfounded. "This is how you play. Please, I'm really interested in these things." While Song Chen wasn't paying attention, Kantai had already made her move, grabbing Song Chen's hand tightly with both hands. The delicate and boneless touch was irresistible. In the distance, the guards responsible for protecting Kantai saw the scene and their faces changed slightly. They quickly took photos and inquired, "Should they intervene in this situation?" "Ahem. Princess Kantai, we will review the anatomy poses in the next class, I'll go slower then." Looking at the guards taking photos, Song Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He quickly pulled the woman's hand away, but she was holding his hand so tightly that it took a while to pry it off. At the same time, in a car not far away, Lucy, who had rushed over, witnessed the scene. Watching the flirtatious couple, her nails had already sunk deep into her flesh. At that moment, she finally believed that Song Chen might never have liked her. It was all her wishful thinking, because the enchanting girl who had caused a sensation in the classroom as soon as she entered was much prettier than her. And now, this beauty was also pursuing Song Chen. What did that make her? Should she leave? Glancing at herself in the rearview mirror, the comparison was simply too devastating. In an instant, jealousy, resentment, envy, anger, all kinds of emotions surged. "You dogs, go to hell." Lucy's eyes were full of resentment, and with a fierce step on the gas pedal, the luxury car rushed out, heading straight for Song Chen and Kantai. At this moment, Kantai was still trying to get close to Song Chen, completely unaware of the impending danger. "Princess, be careful." The guards who were guarding from a distance reacted, but the car was too fast, and it was already too late. "Be careful." Just as Kantai was feeling lost because Song Chen had freed himself from her, that big hand that had freed her grabbed her hand again. Without waiting for her reaction, Song Chen had already pulled her into his arms. The sudden happiness left Kantai somewhat at a loss. But when she felt Song Chen's familiar scent and body temperature, Kantai instantly became excited and greedily pressed against Song Chen's chest, taking a deep breath. At that moment, Song Chen had no mood to deal with Kantai's abnormal behavior. Faced with the speeding sports car, he quickly dodged to the side and avoided it. Actually, he might be able to block it with his bare hands, but in front of everyone, he would definitely be taken away for investigation. Lying on the ground, Kantai still hugged Song Chen like a little bird, completely ignoring the fact that she had just brushed past the Grim Reaper. "Princess Kantai, are you okay?" At this moment, the bodyguards rushed over with pale faces. Lucy, who was watching from a distance, had a slight change in her expression and quickly drove away. She didn't expect Song Chen's reaction to be so quick. "I'm fine, catcher, I want to live." Kantai looked at Lucy driving away and smiled charmingly. After that, she continued to lie on Song Chen. "Yes." Several bodyguards shivered and quickly drove to chase after Lucy. It was audacious for someone to attempt to murder a princess in broad daylight. "Hey, are you okay? Can you get up?" Looking at the beauty still pressing on him, Song Chen reminded helplessly. "Is she trying to tempt him to commit a crime?" "Oh." Kantai blushed and reluctantly got up. But the next moment, she lightly bit her cherry lips, and with a pained expression, fell into Song Chen's arms. My foot seems to be sprained." The two bodies collided, hugging each other tighter. Song Chen. Well, didn't she just say she was fine? Helpless, Song Chen could only help her up and carry her to his car. His gaze fell on her pair of flawless white feet. Frowning, he asked, "Which one is it?" Kantai winced as she lifted one foot. Seeing her painful expression, Song Chen had to help her take off her shoes and socks, revealing a completely uninjured, white and tender foot with red nail polish on it. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that these perfect little feet clearly had no injury. Song Chen looked speechless at Kantai. He gave her a look for her to understand herself. My bad, it seems to be this one. Kantai innocently extended her other foot. Song Chen. But he still took off her shoes and socks. To his surprise, there was a red mark indicating a wound at the delicate ankle. Slightly puzzled, Song Chen gently treated it. Kantai once again felt that familiar greedy feeling, her heart pounding, and her toes involuntarily clenching. Why are you clinging to me? At that moment, Song Chen suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze cold as he asked. Kantai met Song Chen's icy gaze without fear, but instead smiled seductively, because, I like you. That was her reason. Song Chen was completely dumbfounded by her straightforward and innocent answer. Falling in love with him just because he treated her illness? This was too absurd. Unless she was sick. Thinking of this, Song Chen took the opportunity to touch her feet and carefully examined them again. He now seriously doubted if this woman had any other strange illnesses. Unfortunately, after a thorough examination, the system did not react at all. Song Chen couldn't help but ask in his mind, System, are you sure this woman's condition is not considered an illness? In theory, the system is never wrong, but there is a terrifying possibility. When a certain disease level is 2 levels higher than the system level, the system will be unable to detect the existence of that disease. The system's voice sounded, and it said solemnly, so, could this woman have a high-level strange illness? Judging by this behavior, it's possible. The system hesitated. If I use the comprehensive absorption method, can I absorb this undetectable high-level strange illness? Song Chen couldn't help but curiously ask. Of course, just out of curiosity. Friendly reminder, if the disease level is too high, and the host uses the comprehensive absorption method, it may lead to catastrophic consequences, causing the system to explode. Please think carefully before proceeding. The system was blunt. Song Chen. He was just asking. This guy had no tact at all. Looking at Kanti's beautiful smile again, Song Chen's attitude changed, feeling a chill under him. If just a second ago, he still had a slight bad idea about this woman who coveted him, it was because he was a normal man. But now, this ruthless idea was wiped out. Because the woman in front of him was very likely to be suffering from a high-level disease that even the system could not detect. Too scary. Can't touch. What's wrong with you? Am I not pretty enough? Kanti asked, somewhat disappointed. No, Princess Kanti, you are very beautiful, it's just that we are not suitable now. Song Chen remained aloof, helping her put on her shoes and socks. Kanti, not suitable now? What does that mean? Just as Kanti was puzzled, several military vehicles sped towards them. Immediately after, a group of fully armed SWAT officers got off the military vehicles. Leading them was a young man in the uniform of a major general. Princess Kanti, it's getting late. For your safety, it's time to go back. The young major general came to Kanti's side, respectfully performing a gentleman's salute. In fact, he was nominally Kanti's fifth brother, from the royal family, named Jack. Dr. Song, I will come back to you for another checkup. Kanti's beautiful eyes flashed with reluctance, but she took the opportunity to give Song Chen a farewell hug, not missing the chance to get close to Song Chen. Satisfied at last, she then happily got on the military vehicle with her hands behind her back, her feet no longer hurting. In her view, liking Song Chen was enough. Everything else didn't matter. Jack, who was watching from the side, had an indescribable envy in his eyes. Even though he was Kanti's brother, he never had the chance to touch Kanti. Wait a minute. It seemed that from start to finish, only Song Chen had touched Kanti. Dr. Song, thank you for giving Kanti a new life, but there are some things I have to remind you of. Kanti is an important figure in the royal family and the Campbell family. Her life belongs only to the royal family and the Campbell family. Don't try to do anything to her, otherwise, you will be against the entire country. Even if your medical skills are superb. Jack approached Song Chen, whispered a warning in his ear, and then left. The royal family and the first nobility of the country would never allow their princess to marry an outsider, especially an outsider who was of Asian descent. Watching the departing military vehicle, Song Chen smiled bitterly. See, this is trouble. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Song Chen also got into the car and left. Just as he left the school, Xingchuan Jujun sent a message, Master, your friend from Manhwa has arrived and wants to see you. The person is called Enrui. Song Chen was slightly stunned, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove away. In City N, inside a castle in the woods, Lucy woke up from a coma, suddenly realizing that she was in a white operating room. The cold and chilling temperature made her instantly alert, trying to struggle to sit up, only to find that her hands and feet were already tightly bound. A terrible fear surged through her heart. She only remembered that she had just driven out in a sports car not long ago, planning how to contact Carl for revenge against Song Chen and that seductive girl. Several black cars had already chased after her. Their driving skills were so good that they easily surrounded her and then, ignoring her screams, knocked her unconscious with a blow. She woke up here. "No, I am from the Steve family. If you dare to arrest me, my dad won't let you go." Remembering all this, Lucy roared in anger and struggled. At that moment, the operating room door opened. A seductive figure in white medical attire walked in. The girl had her hands in her pockets, her beautiful features and unique temperament resembling a kind and lovely white-clad angel. Behind her, there were two cold-looking women in nurse uniforms. Seeing Canty again, Lucy's soul trembled inexplicably, but she quickly recovered her fierceness and threatened, "You bitch, let me go. I am Miss Steve from the Steve family. Dare to catch me, no matter who you are, my father will destroy you." "Miss Steve's family?" A female nurse behind Canty couldn't stand Lucy's arrogant attitude and sarcastically said, "Even if your father comes, he will have to kneel obediently in front of Princess Canty." However, facing Lucy's arrogance, Canty's beautiful face showed no anger, but instead smiled and said, "Carry her up." "Yes, Princess Canty." The two nurses nodded and approached Lucy. "And oh, how dare you, I am Miss Steve." Faced with Canty's indifference and the nurse's words, the arrogant Lucy finally panicked and struggled frantically. The two nurses, however, paid no attention and with great effort, managed to lift Lucy up onto the operating table like a pig, tied her up with her legs in the air. Then they brought a cart of surgical tools needed for dissection and respectfully stepped aside. Canty then approached, put on surgical gloves, and picked up a sharp surgical knife. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, her lips lightly licked, revealing a playful and enchanting smile. However, this smile was like a sword, deeply piercing Lucy's heart, making her shiver with fear. Endless fear surged through her mind. "Oh no, I was wrong. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die." Canty's smile instantly scared Lucy, and at that moment, she finally felt fear and the pressure from Canty. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want to thank you for helping me, so I can hold him more and smell his scent." Canty played with the surgical knife, showing a happy smile. But then a hint of sickly chill flashed through her violet beauty. "But you dared to hurt him? And even tried to run him over with a car? That makes me very unhappy. So, I will make sure you remember this." As she spoke, Canty's slender fingers with the surgical knife lightly traced Lucy's cheek. Lucy's face turned pale, and in a panic, she shouted, No. I won't dare again, I promise I won't bother him again, spare me, spare me." Ah! Soon, the entire operating room echoed with Lucy's screams like a slaughtered pig. Canty's slender and agile hands kept switching between different surgical knives with ease. Blood stained her beautiful face, adding a touch of charm. Her skilled movements were seamless. If those expert professors were here, they would surely be amazed. These hands must have been kissed by God. The two nurses beside her witnessed this scene and felt a chill all over. They became even more fearful of this terrifying princess. Meanwhile, Herbert was escorted to the castle by two military officers. As the ruler of the third noble family, he was trembling with fear and had a pale face at the moment, because he knew the reason for being summoned. His indulged daughter actually tried to run over the legendary Princess Canty with a car? At the moment he heard this news, he exploded. His first thought was not about Lucy's life or death, but the entire Steve family was finished. He had heard about Princess Canty's matters while being in the upper echelons for years. She was the offspring of the Campbell family and the royal family. Despite the Steve family being ranked third, compared to the Campbell family in first place, 10 Steve families combined were not enough. Moreover, there was a ruling royal family as well. These two major families, one in business and the other in politics, jointly controlled the country. It was too easy for them to make any family disappear. How could his damned daughter dare to do this? Offending Song Chen first, sulking and running away from home, and now giving him such a big surprise again. She really made him feel filial. Just as Herbert was wandering countless times in despair, Canty walked barefoot down from the second floor, but she had already changed into a pure white floor-length dress. Looking at the appearance of the stunning beauty, Herbert was slightly stunned, but the officer next to him quietly reminded, "This is Princess Canty." Herbert was greatly shocked, hurriedly lowered his head, took 2 steps forward in panic, and knelt at Canty's feet with a thud. "Princess Canty, I apologize. It was my lack of discipline that allowed that damned daughter to offend you. I am willing to take my own life, but please spare the Steve family." Herbert was on the verge of tears. He had no hope left, but still wanted to fight for a way out for the Steve family with his own life. Murder the princess? "Herbert, do you think the Steve family still has a way out?" The officer next to him sneered without mercy. Herbert instantly collapsed to the ground, pale-faced. In his heart, he had already killed Lucy countless times. Regretting his indulgence, he had nurtured such a time bomb. Princess Kantai, the military has already taken control of the Steve family, you can make any request. The officer bowed respectfully to Kantai. No, let them go. Unexpectedly, Kantai smiled slightly. At that moment, not only the officer was stunned, but even Herbert, who was resigned to death, was also stunned. After realizing, he quickly bowed frantically in gratitude. Thank you, Princess Kantai, for sparing us. Thank you, Princess Kantai, for sparing us. You don't need to thank me. Thank yourself for bringing Song the Divine Doctor to Ligua. This merit saved your lives. Kantai smiled, clapped her hands, and two nurses carrying a white medical bag walked in. The white bag was stained with blood, faintly wriggling. Herbert's old body trembled, already guessing who was in the bag. But at this moment, he preferred this troublemaker to stay away from him. I hope you don't disturb him anymore, especially this woman. Kantai played with her mischievous blue hair. Okay. Thank you, Princess Kantai, we will definitely not disturb Song the Divine Doctor in the future. Herbert shed tears, dragging Lucy away in a sorry state. It was as if he had aged decades in an instant. There was endless pain and regret in his heart. He instinctively wanted to soar with Song Chen, but he was forcibly stripped of his wings by his good daughter. The two officers glanced at each other, their eyes changing, but they could only retreat and report. At night, Song Chen returned to the clinic where he treated the sick. By now, several cars had already stopped outside the door. On the second floor of the clinic, in the guest room, and Ruai and the other three were already waiting there. Knowing that it was Song Chen's friend, Qingchuan Jujun treated Ruai and the others with great hospitality. However, and Xian looked around at the cherry blossom-style buildings and couldn't help but laugh. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. He could be a noble slave. And Ruai's face changed slightly, and Xian, mind your manners. Wang Xiaoxiao and Yi Tian also looked displeased at this guy. They had agreed on this before. And Xian had also agreed wholeheartedly. But now he said such things? I was just joking. And Xian quickly tried to smooth things over, but his eyes flashed with gloom. At this moment, Song Chen also happened to arrive on the second floor. Unfortunately, he had just heard in Xian's words, Song Chen. Seeing Song Chen again, and Ruai stood up, unable to conceal her amazement. She suddenly realized that Song Chen had changed too much, both in temperament and appearance. Upon first seeing Song Chen, Yi Tian was also surprised by Song Chen's handsome and youthful appearance. But as the deputy of the Yin family's general, he naturally wouldn't judge a person by their appearance, so he politely extended his hand to Song Chen. You are the Divine Doctor Song, let me introduce myself. I am Yi Tian, the deputy officer of the Yin National Army. Nice to meet you. Hello, Deputy Yi. Song Chen responded politely to this dignified and courteous middle-aged man. He did not see any arrogance in Yi Tian's eyes. It's like this, I came here to disturb you presumptuously because I heard that Dr. Song's medical skills are outstanding, so I want to ask you to go to Manhwa to treat an illness. Yi Tian politely and subtly expressed his intentions. And Ruoi also stepped forward at this time, looking at Song Chen, her little face full of apology, saying, Song Chen, I'm sorry, we have already investigated your matter thoroughly, and the people who framed you have all been arrested. I know this is still not enough to make up for the mistakes those people made, but I will definitely compensate you with all my efforts. So, this time we not only want to invite you to see a doctor, but also sincerely invite you to come back. Anguai needs talents like you, and the people of Anguai need you. And Ruoi's voice was sincere, and after speaking, she gestured to Xian. And Xian's eyes flashed with gloom, but he still smiled and reached out his hand. However, Song Chen just looked calmly at this guy and did not extend his hand. Seeing that Song Chen did not give him face, and Xian's hand stiffened in midair, the gloom in his eyes deepened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Dr. Song, I deeply apologize for my previous mistake in judgment. But let me kindly remind you, this time it's not just me, even Deputy Yi and the Anguai princess have personally come to invite you. We have already given you face. And Xian, don't say things you shouldn't say? And Ruoi's pretty face changed slightly. And Xian, watch your words. Yi Tian also reprimanded. I didn't expect this guy to be so vengeful. Am I wrong? So many of us have come from far away to invite him. We have already given him face, why should we be so humble? Just a smelly doctor, why should we? However, faced with the reminders of the three people, and Xian, who felt humiliated, was even more provoked and spoke without restraint. He had always had a strong sense of self-esteem, as a member of the Yin family, who wouldn't nod and bow to him. Today, he was actually made to apologize to this guy, and he was still treated with disdain? This was the greatest humiliation to him. And Xian looked at Song Chen and arrogantly said, Dr. Song, there are plenty of doctors better than you. Today, I'm giving you the opportunity to make the most of it. Don't think that without you, we can't do it. If you don't treat, there are plenty of good doctors who will compete to treat. Is that so? Song Chen smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes, kindly reminding, then I have to tell you some unfortunate news, you are sick. Song Chen's sudden words not only stunned Xian, but also Rui and the others. What nonsense are you talking about? Cursing me? And Xian, who reacted, sneered, thinking that Song Chen had broken his defense. I am a veterinarian, if I say you are sick, there is no mistake. Song Chen smiled faintly, shook his head, and looked seriously at Yi Tian and the others. You better take him to find the doctor he thinks is good as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences could be very serious. Yi Tian and the others. Faced with Song Chen's serious gaze, they were at a loss for words for a moment. Song Chen, can you be clearer? What disease does he have? Wang Xiaoxiao, who had personally investigated Song Chen, suddenly asked, seemingly believing Song Chen's words. Song Chen's gaze fell back on Xian, his brows slightly furrowed, and he pretended to carefully assess for a while before saying lightly, bullying, arrogance, looking down on others. An incurable paralysis. You dare to curse me, you bastard? And Xian's eyes suddenly turned fierce, about to make a move. And Xian, don't make trouble. Yi Tian and the others' faces changed slightly, apparently not expecting this guy to be so aggressive. However, faced with Xian's swinging fist, Song Chen just watched quietly, not dodging. The next moment, just as his fist was about to touch Song Chen's nose, and Xian suddenly fell ill, his whole body went limp, and he crashed to the ground with a bang. The sudden scene not only left Xian dumbfounded, even Rui and the others were dumbfounded. Is he really paralyzed? What's wrong with me? Why can't I move? And Xian's face changed, realizing that only his head could move, and the body below his head seemed to gradually lose consciousness as if it were sealed. Yi Tian, who reacted quickly, hurried forward to support him, thinking about what Song Chen had said a second ago, but his heart was shaken. Song Chen, he, and Rui also covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This is a strange disease. His hostility is too strong, attacking his heart with his blood, causing his whole body to be paralyzed. I said it earlier. Song Chen explained vaguely, then sighed and shook his head. Why not believe him? Would a veterinarian who specializes in treating animals lie? No, you're talking nonsense, I'm not sick. And Xian's roar rang out. He didn't understand why he suddenly became paralyzed, but he still refused to believe that he was sick. He just got angry, how could he become paralyzed? At this moment, he really wanted to blame Song Chen for his illness, but Song Chen had never touched him from start to finish. How could he shift the blame? Dr. Song, please help him. Yi Tian looked at Song Chen solemnly, his tone even more respectful. Everything in front of him was too suspicious, but it also reflected the terrifying nature of the young man in front of him. He could see Xian's illness at a glance. Let me take a look. Song Chen pretended to squat down meaningfully and took Xian's pulse. At that moment, Xian also calmed down, obediently accepting the diagnosis, no longer daring to be arrogant. But the next moment, Song Chen stood up and decisively pronounced the death sentence. There's no hope. He will probably be like this for the rest of his life. The air instantly froze. And Xian's heart collapsed on the spot, resentfully saying, No, you're talking nonsense, you quack doctor. Take me to a big hospital, I want the experts there to treat me. Song Chen also nodded in agreement. Go quickly. There are better doctors out there. Go find those top doctors to treat you. Otherwise, you'll probably be dead soon. And Xian was instantly frightened and dared not gamble anymore. Breathing rapidly, Vice Admiral Yi, quickly, take me for treatment, I can't go on, oh, I feel dizzy and nauseous. Of course, this was all in his mind. Princess, let me take him to see a doctor first. Yi Tian was also frightened and quickly carried the paralyzed Xian away. It would be troublesome if he really died. Song Chen, I'm sorry, After Xian was taken away by Yi Tian, and Rui opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She shouldn't have believed in Xian's apology and agreed to bring this guy to apologize to Song Chen. Princess Rui, I know what you want to say. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. You were born in the light, thinking that the whole world is bright and beautiful. Unfortunately, I was born in darkness, powerless and already experienced the ups and downs of the world. Now that I have this medical skill, it can be considered as a blessing from heaven, and that's why you can see me. So, I just want to work hard for myself. It has nothing to do with others, I just want to live a good life. As for the great spirit of dedication you mentioned, I really don't have the mood to consider it now. Song Chen looked at Princess Anhwa calmly and seriously. She was kind, but unfortunately, how could someone who had always lived in the light empathize with someone in the darkness? And Rui was stunned. Song Chen's words hit her soul directly, making her unable to say the apology and retention that was on the tip of her tongue. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed and secretly held in Ruoyi's hand to comfort her, while also looking at Song Chen and saying, Dr. Song, we respect your pursuit, but we still want to invite you to treat an old hero. This old hero is upright, fearless of power, and has been fighting against those capital parasites all his life. He should not pass away like this. If he does, it will only make those domestic capital parasites more rampant. Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained calm and said, bring him here. As long as he is a person, I am a doctor for people. Whatever illness it is, I can cure it. After saying this, Song Chen turned and left. I'm sorry, Song Chen. Watching Song Chen's figure, and Ruoi finally bowed deeply. She then left the clinic with Wang Xiaoxiao in disappointment. She knew that this attempt to persuade had completely failed. In the most luxurious Ligua hospital, and Xian was brought to the best VIP ward here, spending a huge sum of money to receive examinations and treatment from the best Western neurology experts. However, without a doubt, they all sighed and shook their heads, pronouncing a death sentence. If Song the veterinarian said there was no cure, then there was no cure, no doubt about it. And Xian lay on the sickbed, lifeless and pale, hastily pleading with the departing white Western doctor in a humble tone, respected doctor, please think of a way. If you cure me, I can give you 10 times, no, 100 times the reward. The white Western doctor's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that in Xian and the others were all Asians, he smiled and stopped, saying, Sir, to be honest, I have earned enough and don't want to waste your money. But if you are truly wealthy, give me $1 million in gold, and I can show you a way that guarantees a swift recovery. And Xian was overjoyed, as if grasping a lifeline from despair, and fully trusted him, calling out urgently to Yi Tian, Deputy Yi, did you hear that? Quickly, use the balance in my phone to transfer $1 million in gold to this noble doctor. Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly, but seeing in Xian's impatient look, he took out the other's phone and unlocked it with a fingerprint. After all, it wasn't his money. However, when he saw the balance in the other's phone, he fell silent. Nevertheless, he still transferred $1 million to the doctor as agreed. Respected doctor, please tell me, what method is it? Or is it a powerful Western medical master? As long as you can cure me, any amount of reward is fine. And Xian said expectantly. The white doctor who received the money smiled satisfactorily and whispered mysteriously to Xian, in Times Square, there is a Chinese medicine clinic called the Send Illness Away Clinic, opened by a divine doctor named Song. It is rumored that Song the divine doctor has unparalleled medical skills, curing countless strange illnesses of the wealthy and officials. You can give it a try. For someone like you, who has been declared a death sentence in medicine, in front of Song the divine doctor, you probably only have a minor ailment. Of course, if even Song the divine doctor can't cure you, then you should give up all hope. The voice of the white doctor was very low, as if afraid of being heard by others and losing their patients to that clinic. At the same time, his tone couldn't hide his deep admiration for Song the divine doctor. However, his words pierced in Xian's heart like a steel nail. The smile of anticipation on his face instantly froze in place. He had spent $1 million and received this heart-wrenching news? Yi Tian's mouth twitched slightly, as he had just speculated in that direction again. But seeing in Xian so anxious, he didn't bother to say anything. However, undoubtedly, seeing the top Western doctors of Ligua showing such respect and high praise for Song Chen, his heart was complicated. By the way, Song the divine doctor is very busy. He only sees patients from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the morning, and you have to grab a number. Go early tomorrow, and you might get an appointment for next week. Also, remember to bring more money. Song the divine doctor's medical skills are superb, and the consultation fee is very expensive. For someone like you, bring at least $1 billion for insurance. Also, Song the divine doctor has a strange temper, so remember to show respect, as even the wealthiest officials have to humble themselves when they visit. Otherwise, no amount of money will help. And also, good luck. I believe Song the divine doctor will definitely help you stand up again. The white doctor thought of something and detailedly instructed in Xian, fearing he might make a mistake. Finally, he politely sent his blessings. It can be said that this $1 million flower is worth it. However, these words are like steel needles, crazily ravaging in Xian's heart. He never expected, let alone imagined, that the young man he once looked down upon would have such a terrible position in Ligua. Even the wealthy officials of Ligua have to be extremely polite? Shock, incredulity, stupefaction, fear. Various emotions filled in Xian's heart. Yi Tian beside him was also stunned. Song Chen's weight instantly soared in his heart. At this moment, Lin Jiaxing, who had received the news, also rushed over. Seeing Lin Jiaxing and Xian, who was pale and stupefied, once again grasped onto hope and begged, Dr. Lin, save me. I am still young, I cannot be paralyzed, I still need to contribute to the people. I'm sorry, young master, and I am powerless. Lin Jiaxing's face darkened. showing no mercy to this person who ruined the plan. No, you are a national doctor, how can you not have a way? Our country's medical care is sound, the people are healthy, there are numerous talents, there must be a way. And Xian spoke incoherently. Yes, under repeated death sentences. This proud young master gradually became fearful. The current top doctor in the medical field is named Dr. Song. You should not seek me, but him, Lin Jiaxing reminded. And Xian was instantly stunned. Just then, and Ruoyi and Wang Xiaoxiao also arrived in disappointment. And Xian's eyes lit up, unexpectedly the first to care and ask, Ruoyi, how is it? Did Dr. Song agree to go to our country with us? What do you think? And Ruoyi looked at Xian, her beautiful eyes cold. No, we cannot give up, we must invite him back to the country, no matter the cost. Talents like Dr. Song cannot be lost. And Xian immediately spoke earnestly. The scene fell silent. Everyone looked strange. Ruoyi, Wang Xiaoxiao, Yitian and Lin Jiaxing, #Songchen, I still like your unruly appearance, recover a bit. Go back. He won't come back now. And Ruoyi sighed, having decided not to force Songchen anymore. Why? Is the condition not enough? Then increase the condition for him. Talents like Dr. Song completely deserve it. Also, I will personally investigate those who framed Dr. Song and give him justice. And Xian hastily spoke. The others were speechless. They looked at this guy strangely. If they remembered correctly, his previous attitude was not like this. How did he suddenly become enlightened? Vice Admiral Yi, please handle the discharge procedures. And Ruoyi ignored Xian and looked at Yi Tian. Okay. Yi Tian nodded and left. No, we can't just go back like this. General Lin is waiting for Dr. Song to come back and treat him. For General Lin, we must invite Song Chen back. And Xian was sweating profusely, trying to find excuses to dissuade them. Young Master Xian, it's already too late. Some things, once missed, are truly missed. Wang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to push the sickbed forward, smiling and comforting. No, there must be a way, there must be a way. Right, take me to find him, I want to apologize to him in person, it's my fault, I know I was wrong. Or let him cure me first before going back. At this moment, Xian was completely panicked. He felt that he might have to lie in bed for the rest of his life, with no status or position left. It would have been better if you had thought of this earlier. Think about what you just said. Do you think if we take you to him now, Song Chen will treat you? And Ruoyi bluntly shattered his illusions. The group came secretly like this. In the end, they left carrying Xian with regret. In a military hospital room in Manhwa, an old man with white hair, but unable to hide his dignity, was lying calmly on the hospital bed. Faced with various painful treatments, the old man only trembled slightly, but did not make a sound. Among the exposed skin, there were hideous gunshot and knife wounds everywhere. After a long time, the thrice-daily treatment finally ended, and the doctors left one after another. Deputy Yi Tian also walked in. Looking at the pain General Lin had to endure every day, he couldn't help clenching his fists. How is it? General Lin seemed exhausted, lying weakly on the bed, but his voice was still strong. I'm sorry, General, it's my fault. Yi Tian lowered his head in shame and explained the details of the trip to Liguoguo. There was no cover-up or bias. However, listening to these events, the old general remained calm, without anger, and his cloudy eyes seemed to be thinking about something else. After a moment of silence, General Lin spoke, prepare in the next few days, I will go personally. General, your body can't withstand such a journey. Yi Tian's face changed drastically and he quickly spoke up. But General Lin raised his hand to stop him. I'm an old bone, if I die, I die. But at least these talented people need to know the official attitude. In a luxurious mansion in Liguoguo, Fan Wenxi was holding a sprinkler, watering a unique and terrifying plant in the garden. However, these plants were all very unique and terrifying in shape, like a new species of man-eating flower. Father, Kanthi let the Steve family go. At this time, two young men came to report. One of them was Jack, who had warned Songchen before, and the other was Duran. Both were Fan Wenxi's sons. Oh, Fan Wenxi looked up in surprise. Father, I suspect Kanthi has fallen in love with that guy. Jack couldn't hide his jealousy. I don't know what that guy has done to Kanthi. Duran also expressed jealousy. However, faced with the displeasure of his two sons, Fan Wenxi did not seem surprised, and said calmly, it's not because of Song Chen, but because of Kanthi's special choice of body and soul, I just didn't expect her to choose him. Kanthi is our Campbell family's, her excellent genes should not be tainted by an Asian. Jack immediately retorted, with a possessive look in his eyes. Yes, even though Song Chen's medical skills are superb, it's not enough. Duran also strongly opposed. Don't worry. Kanthi is the treasure given to our Campbell family by God, no one can take her away. Fan Wenxi smiled faintly. "Father, let's secretly control that guy. Anyway, he is helpful to our plan." Jack and Duran both breathed a sigh of relief, then showed a sinister look. "Isn't the lesson from the Black Skin Gang and the Hodwa family enough? Do you really think he's just as simple as he appears on the surface?" Fan Wensi glared at the two, then squinted and said, "Send someone to find out his true intentions first. If this boy really has what we need, then let the organization take action." "Understood, father, we will prepare now," the two suddenly realized. "Remember, act in secret, don't let Kanthi discover any clues," Fan Wensi warned, fearing she controls too many secrets of the Campbell family and the royal family. If she wants to, she could easily trigger a world war. Yes, the two also became serious. They believed in Fan Wensi's words without a doubt. It's a pity that such a woman has set her sights on a foreigner. After the two left, Fan Wensi continued to carefully water the flowers, his desire in his eyes becoming even stronger. He had never dared to reveal any flaws. Because, facing Kanthi, he really didn't have the confidence to control the woman the organization needed most. So, until the day the organization ordered it, he didn't dare to act rashly. But now, he had a way. Kanthi's special psychological greed was directed at someone. This is her weakness. So, what he needs to do is find a way to control Songchen. Will he soon be able to easily control this woman? But even so, he must be very careful. Slowly probe, not a single step can be careless. This plan that has been planned for decades cannot have the slightest mistake. Sending patients to the clinic, in the following time, Songchen almost stayed in the clinic. Every morning is about treating patients to earn money and accumulate merits. In leisure time, she continues to study medicine. Even from the medical book sent by Wasiguo, she has developed a unique set of acupuncture techniques that can cure many incurable diseases. Songchen named it Sending Disease Acupuncture Technique. Of course, sending means sending away. So, during the process of treating patients, corresponding to the corresponding incurable diseases, Songchen will secretly use this set of acupuncture techniques, allowing Qingchuan and his daughter who have been following him to learn. After the father and daughter have some insights, they will exclaim with surprise and gratitude towards Songchen. And as the reputation of Song the Divine Doctor gradually spreads, the closed information of the upper society is gradually moving towards the middle and lower classes. Those who come for treatment are no longer just wealthy officials, but also many ordinary people. This is an inevitable trend. Early every morning, the clinic for sending patients is lined up with a long queue. It has become the busiest area in the entire Era Square. The diseases and patients received by Songchen also vary. For example, a fallen girl and a student, a famous female star, a woman who is more beautiful after transformation than a beautiful woman. Number 108, Yao Yao. Inside the clinic, accompanied by Qingchuan Nair calling out, a charming woman in a shoulder-bearing dress walked out, taking graceful steps and entering the single diagnosis room. And the woman's naturally charming appearance successfully attracted the attention of many people. Inside the single diagnosis room, Songchen was also amazed by this charming woman. But when he saw through the woman's illness with the forbidden eye, Songchen was stunned. Especially when he found the hidden golden hoop under the woman. Shawati Ka. Yao Yao clasped her slender hands together and politely greeted Songchen, not forgetting to give Songchen a charming smile. Cough. Take off your clothes and lie down. Songchen also smiled, quickly calming down. Everyone has the right to choose how to live their life. As long as it does not affect others, others have no right to criticize. Moreover, he is a doctor, with only patience in his eyes, treating everyone equally and without discrimination. You already know my illness? Yao Yao was somewhat surprised. Excessive secretion of male hormones. It can be treated. Songchen comforted. Oh, Song the Divine Doctor, you are truly amazing, you can see my troubles at once. As long as you cure me and help me become a real woman, I will definitely repay you well. No, I will let my mother repay you too. Yao Yao was excited, quickly lying down and promising. Songchen, what kind of nonsense is this? Is repayment so casual? Cough. No need, just pay. Songchen's mouth twitched, starting the treatment. Treating Yao Yao for the first time, Songchen understood two sentences on the internet. If a man is flirtatious, women really have nothing to do. Another sentence, this face, this figure, this skin. It seems that whether it is a man or not is not that important. After a few minutes, Songchen finished this rare treatment. Feeling the changes in her body, Yao Yao was even more grateful to Songchen. Walking out of the single diagnosis room, a charming woman also walked out. Seeing Yao Yao's more rosy face, she smiled even more, not only paying the diagnosis fee but also taking out a gold Buddha necklace to give to Songchen. Song the Divine Doctor, thank you for your help. This is my business card. In the future, when you come to beautiful country to play, you can contact me. I will definitely arrange everything for you clearly. Looking at the prominent identity marked on the business card, Song Chen's face changed slightly. Number 109. While waiting, a beautiful woman with a veil covering her face and wearing high-heeled silk stockings walked into the private consultation room. Miss Rose. Ne Qingchuan was the first to be surprised when she took off her veil, because the woman in front of her was none other than the hottest international superstar of the present day. Rose. A stunning beauty with a 9-head figure of mixed descent. Dr. Song, can you see me alone for treatment? Rose carefully looked at Song Chen, smiling as she made her request. Song Chen had already diagnosed the woman's condition and nodded, asking Qingchuan and her daughter to leave first. Such a small request could be accommodated. After all, she was a big star, and the last thing she wanted was a scandal. And in these days, there were quite a few celebrities coming to him for treatment, something Song Chen was already used to. The woman was suffering from infertility. She probably wanted to become a mother, which is why she came to Song Chen for treatment. As for this minor ailment, Song Chen was already adept at handling it, and he resolved it in just over 10 minutes. Alright, follow this prescription when you go back, take care slowly, and you'll definitely have a chubby baby boy. Song Chen handed her a prescription for nourishing the womb. Rose, feeling the warmth in her abdomen, couldn't hide her joy. She looked up at Song Chen's handsome face, which was barely concealed by his mask, hesitated for a moment, and slowly opened her legs. Then, biting her red lips, she gave Song Chen a seductive smile and said, Dr. Song, how about I pay you extra and you give me an injection? Yes, after mingling for many years, she had encountered all kinds of people. For some reason, she suddenly took a liking to the doctor in front of her. Maybe with some luck, in the future, she could also give birth to an outstanding child like Song Chen. Song Chen. Ahem, let's do it another day. Miss Silk, there are other patients. Song Chen didn't expect her to be so open, so he casually made an excuse to stall. Of course, it was mainly because it was working hours, and there were other patients waiting. It would take a while to finish them all. This is my business card. Dr. Song, when you have time, you can come find me. As long as you can fulfill my wish to be a mother, I will make sure the reward satisfies you. Silk helplessly got up and put her card in Song Chen's pocket, giving him a flirtatious look before leaving. Truly a big star, every smile and frown could touch one's heart. Song Chen sighed helplessly. Since his reputation had spread, he had treated all kinds of strange and bizarre patients. The requests from different weird patients kept him busy. The last one, number 110, Mr. Han. It was almost noon, and Ne Qingchuan called out the last patient. Seeing this, the others waiting could only leave in resignation. They knew they wouldn't be able to see him today. They would have to come back tomorrow with their numbers. Soon, only one person was left on the scene, a young Asian man wearing a floral shirt, sunglasses, a middle-part hairstyle, and a somewhat handsome and robe look. He had two stunning Asian beauties hanging on each arm. In one of the women's mouths was number 110, but when called, the man remained seated with his legs crossed, playing with the number plate in the woman's mouth. Sir, it's your turn, please come in. Ne Qingchuan furrowed her brows slightly, politely calling out again. No, let me see Dr. Song instead. I'm not here to treat a person. Mr. Han smiled at the corner of his mouth, stood up with the two women in his arms. Song Chen then came out and looked up and down at this playboy. Just by his accent, he knew he was from the European country. You must be Dr. Song. Nice to meet you. However, as soon as Mr. Han saw Song Chen in person, he immediately let go of the two women, approached Song Chen, shook his hand, and smiled broadly. Then, without forgetting, he turned around and immediately sternly scolded the two beautiful women in Korean, Aish. You two sluts, come and greet Dr. Song. The two women were so scared that they trembled, hurried forward, and restrained themselves to bow to Song Chen. Dr. Song, hello. Song Chen frowned slightly and asked, you said you don't treat people, so what do you want to treat? It's best not to cause trouble. I heard that Dr. Song is highly skilled in medicine and can treat both humans and animals, so I would like to ask you to take a look at my beloved pet. Han Gongzi smiled again, and then hugged the two women into his arms. In front of everyone, his hands roamed over the two women's bodies without any restraint, and the two women silently endured it, like playthings, not daring to resist at all. Of course, I don't know what kind of pet Han Gongzi wants to treat. Song Chen smiled. It seems like he knows the other party's identity. It is rumored that the Yoba national tycoon is powerful and almost dominates the Yoba country. This guy in front of him fits the bill too well. Dr. Song is really straightforward. If you cure my pet, you will be my friend, Han Shijuan, in the future. Han Shijuan grinned, patted the faces of the two women with his hands. The next moment, outside the clinic, a parked truck was opened, revealing a large iron cage inside. And inside the iron cage was actually a male lion. Tang Street, deep in the Westgate Manor. With her hair loose, wearing a white shirt on her upper body, and black leather slippers on her lower body. Sitting at the table with her legs crossed, flipping through documents, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and her cold and beautiful face filled with seriousness. At this moment, a maid dressed as a white silk girl walked in with a bowl of fresh soup. "Queen, you've been reading all day, have something to eat?" the white silk girl said softly. However, the queen's cold eyes just glanced over and continued to look at the documents, lost in thought. The white silk girl came up behind the queen, leaned on her fragrant shoulder, pouted, and coquettishly said, "Queen, ever since you came back from surgery, you haven't paid attention to me for a long time." The queen's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, just faintly saying, "I've been busy lately." "Then let me help you relax." The white silk girl's mouth curled up, and then, regardless of the queen's objections, she slipped under the table. In no time, the queen bit her lip, clenched her jade hand, and her cold and beautiful face blushed. But in her mind, what she couldn't shake off was the deal that night. What's wrong with her after all? Knock, knock, knock. "Queen, someone from the Three Eagles has arrived." Just as the queen was starting to relax and enjoy herself, the door suddenly knocked. The queen's hazy beautiful eyes instantly cleared, and she hurriedly got up. In the Westgate Hall, many members of the Westgate gathered. Standing alone in the center was a tall, burly white man, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain. Shortly after, the queen appeared, and after scanning the white man with a cold and beautiful look, she sat in the first place with her legs crossed. It is rumored that the Westgate queen is both cold and charming, and indeed lives up to her reputation. The white man's eyes shamelessly scanned the Westgate queen, licked his lips, and teased, "Why don't you become the woman of the three of us bosses? I guarantee that your Westgate will have no worries in the future in the Lee country. How dare you insult our queen?" The faces of the Westgate members on the scene darkened. The next moment, the queen also made a move. In the instant when the breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, a pair of stunning and slender legs were revealed. The butterfly dagger on her leg garter was exposed, drawing a swift cold light in the air. So fast, the white man's face changed slightly. Before he could react, the butterfly dagger had already pierced one of his eyes. Blood spurted out instantly. The white man wanted to move, but the dagger had been pulled out and pressed against his throat, penetrating deep into his flesh. It could pierce through at any moment. "Still beautiful?" the queen asked coldly, smiling like a thorned rose. Spare me, queen, spare me, I came to deliver a message." The white man knelt on the ground with a thud, enduring the intense pain in his eye, not daring to move a muscle. The queen wiped the blood on the dagger on the man's clothes, reinserted it into the leg garter, and coldly said, "Speak." This time's gang meeting will be held on Devil Island. Our leader said, if you, the Sheman, don't participate, even with the support of the Hodwa family, not only will we take back the territory you seized from the Black Skin Gang, but we will also take back the territory that rightfully belongs to Sheman. The white man lowered his head, trembling as he spoke, seemingly because he had lost an eye and no longer had the same arrogance as before. After speaking, he awkwardly got up, wanting to leave. However, at the moment he turned around, the butterfly knife had already pierced through his head. His burly figure fell straight to the ground. The Sheman members present witnessed this, their faces slightly changing, lowering their heads one after another, showing even more respect for this ruthless woman. At the same time, the words conveyed by the white man filled them with fear. "What do you think?" Sheely scanned the crowd, sat back in her seat, and calmly asked. She seemed unsurprised by this news. "Queen, this is clearly a trap. The strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. I think we should not go." "Yes. Now that we have the support of the Hodwa family, even if we give up the territory of the Black Skin Gang and our original territory, so what?" The crowd discussed fervently, but undoubtedly, they all made the fearful choice not to participate. Hearing this, Sheely just sneered. "Do you think that by avoiding it, the local gangs will spare us? Giving in will only make them more arrogant. For over 100 years, don't you understand this principle?" The crowd fell silent. "This time, we not only have to participate, but we have to take first place." Sheely stood up, her beautiful eyes revealing her ambition without reservation. And all her ambitions stemmed from Song Chen. After that day, the people of the Hodwa family did come, and Dyson personally came to meet her. What shocked her even more was that Dyson referred to Song Chen as master. The controller of the second noble family actually bowed and called an Asian person master. You can imagine the significance and shock of this. At that moment, she had no more doubts about the person who could bring her such shock. "Song Chen, you will be the sword of my unified underworld. I hope you don't disappoint me." Sheely's lips curled into a cold smile. Compared to what she wanted, losing her virginity? Humiliation? Becoming the other person's woman? What did it matter? Sending to the clinic. Looking at the male lion in the cage, Xingchuan and her father's faces changed. Although the sign said that both humans and animals could be treated, so far, no one had brought a pet to see the doctor. It was even more impossible to bring such a pet to seek treatment. However, in contrast to the others' pale faces, Han Shijuan smiled in a twisted manner, cursing and ordering, "ACI, hurry up and bring my little Huang in to see Dr. Song." Yes. Yes. Several bodyguards outside quickly brought the male lion in. In the short distance, they were sweating profusely, unable to hide their fear. Han Shijuan, on the other hand, pulled a piece of meat from a woman's body, happily approached, and directly handed it over. "TSK, little Huang, eat up." The male lion opened its eyes, sniffed, caught a whiff of a milky scent, and then opened its jaws to devour it. Han Shijuan took the opportunity to stroke it. The bodyguards on the side were already terrified. If something happened to Han Shijuan, they would undoubtedly die. Roar! Sure enough, the next second, the lion that was being stroked roared, swiping its paw towards Han Shijuan's hand. ACI Han Shijuan was scared and quickly pulled back, but still got scratched. However, he looked at the fierce claw marks on his hand, then smiled at Songchen the next second. Hee, Dr. Song, look, how obedient and cute it is. You wouldn't refuse such a cute pet, right? Open the door. Songchen glanced at this guy and spoke. He didn't understand what this wealthy young man meant. Did he simply want to treat the male lion? Or did he want to embarrass him? Or perhaps he wanted to test him? See if he can cure animals? But no matter what, this male lion is indeed sick, and the illness is not light. It is also a rare secondary viral disease. He has diagnosed it. Ha! Master, aren't you going to use anesthesia? Qingchuan Zhujun's face changed slightly. Han Shijuan's smile also stopped. Young Master Han, have them open the door. I will treat your pet right away. Song Chen smiled at Han Shijuan. Are you sure you want to treat directly? Han Shijuan's mouth twitched. The reason he did this just now was to show off and scare Song Chen and others. After all, as the son of a tycoon, he likes to play with others like this. However, now Song Chen directly asked him to open the door without using anesthesia? Of course, if you are afraid, you can stay away. Song Chen smiled. Open the door. Han Shijuan gritted his teeth. How could he lose face? Several bodyguards. Are you deaf to open the door? Han Shijuan stepped forward and punched and kicked several bodyguards. Helplessly, the bodyguards had to step forward with trembling and slowly open the iron cage. At the moment the iron cage opened, the entire clinic was filled with a chill. Under Song Chen's signal, Xingchuan father and daughter quickly left the clinic. The bodyguards wanted to protect Han Shijuan as they retreated, but he continued to smile forcefully at Song Chen. But the trembling of his fingers already revealed his inner fear. Talented. Song Chen shook his head helplessly and stepped forward. Why wasn't he afraid? Because he had the strength not to be afraid. But with his arms still strong like this? If the lion in the cage pounced out, it would probably be satisfied. Seeing Song Chen still fearlessly approaching, Han Shijuan's mouth twitched. Roar! At the same time, feeling someone approaching, the male lion in the iron cage also stood up, its sharp beast eyes staring at Song Chen, emitting a strange green light, and roaring. Then it pushed open the iron door, stepped out step by step, exuding a ferocity surpassing that of an ordinary wild lion. Young master, let's go. It seems like we haven't fed little Huang today. Several bodyguards, pale with fear, reminded. At the same time, they gathered the courage to assist Han Shijuan in retreating. This time, Han Shijuan did not scold Ashi anymore. He was tacitly assisted by the bodyguards and left. But his eyes still stared firmly at the calm-faced Song Chen. This guy is playing with fire. He was already looking forward to the scene of Song Chen being torn apart and eaten by the lion. Soon, inside the clinic, only Song Chen and the male lion remained. And the male lion was approaching Song Chen step by step, with sharp beast eyes, a strange green light, and a chilling growl. It made people's souls tremble. This is the oppression from a large carnivorous beast. However, Song Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly watching, without a hint of emotion in his eyes. When the male lion was just half a meter away from him, Song Chen calmly spoke, "Lie down." Along with this, Song Chen's eyes emitted a strange oppressive light. At the moment the forbidden strange pupils were activated, the originally powerful male lion stopped in its tracks, its burly figure trembling in fear. Song Chen seemed like a powerful species that could tear it apart at any moment, making it unable to muster any resistance or escape. Immediately outside the clinic, under the incredulous gaze of Han Shijuan and others, the male lion obeyed Song Chen's command and slowly crouched down. Song Chen took the initiative to approach, squatting down under the astonished gaze of everyone. Then he stroked the male lion's brown fur. Roar! The male lion growled softly, a sound of fear and submission. At this moment, the male lion was as docile as a domestic cat. This incredible scene made everyone gasp in cold air. How did he do it? This is not scientific? Has the male lion lost its wildness and won't bite people? Han Shijuan's face was even more embarrassed, feeling that he had lost face. If only he hadn't run away earlier. In the clinic, Song Chen took out a silver needle and began to treat the disease with acupuncture. The male lion was infected with a terrible virus. It was still at the second level. And judging from the male lion's condition, it seemed more like a deliberate injection. But in any case, for him, this was ultimately an unexpected surprise. Ding successfully absorbed the secondary genetic viral disease, merit plus 100. With the final needle dropped, Song Chen completely absorbed the viral disease in the male lion's body. Roar! The male lion let out a low roar, as if relieved, and the green light in its pupils dissipated. Song Chen put away the needle and calmly said, "Go back on your own." The male lion was like a docile kitten, following Song Chen's instructions back to the iron cage. Song Chen took the initiative to step forward and lock it, but not tightly. Everything went smoothly as if it were a joke. Everyone outside was stunned. They gradually walked in. Everyone was sizing up Song Chen. They seriously suspected whether Song Chen had worked in the animal training industry before. Ha, Dr. Song is truly worthy of his reputation. Han Shijuan's eyes flashed with a shadow, but he immediately stepped forward, warmly shook Song Chen's hand, and praised him. "You're welcome, the consultation fee is 3 billion. Song Chen replied with a smile. Han Shijuan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly signaled his bodyguard to make the payment. There are 3 taboos when visiting the clinic. First, if Dr. Song is unwilling, never ask him to make a house call. Second, do not float in front of Dr. Song, or you will encounter a piao. Third, Dr. Song's consultation fee must be paid, or it will be very miserable. These 3 taboos were summarized by the high-ranking officials and wealthy people of the Ligua country. Along with Song Chen's reputation, it spread to the ears of the upper class in other countries. Dr. Song, this is my business card. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Han Shijuan smiled and handed a business card to Song Chen. You are always welcome. Song Chen smiled and accepted it. Don't hit a smiling person. As long as the other party doesn't cause trouble, it's fine. Han Shijuan left, arm in arm with 2 women, still displaying the arrogant attitude of a playboy. But at the moment he got into the car and left, his smile disappeared. At the same time, one of his men received a phone call and respectfully said, "Young master, after examination, the virus in Xiao Huang's body has indeed been cured." Hearing this, Han Shijuan narrowed his eyes. "I'm a bit tired, give me a pick-me-up." He then pressed a girl's head down onto himself. At the same time, he took out a phone from another girl's chest and made a call. The call was answered, and Han Shijuan took a deep breath. Well, it's been tested, this guy indeed has some skills, can be used. Good. The voice on the other end of the phone was cold, only replying with a single word. Inside the clinic, Xingchuan and her daughter still stared at Song Chen in amazement. "Master, what exactly do you do? You can even treat lions?" Xingchuan near couldn't help but ask curiously. "Before being a doctor for humans, I was a veterinarian." Song Chen smiled slightly, then glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late, time to go to class." Xingchuan near quickly followed, her admiration for Song Chen reaching an immeasurable height. Her master was too powerful. These days, she had been assisting Song Chen in medical treatment and listening to his lectures back at school. She felt that her understanding and insights into traditional Chinese medicine had greatly improved. Song Chen returned to school and resumed his role as Professor Song. More and more people came to listen to his lectures every day. Apart from students, there were also experts and professors from various medical fields. It was almost impossible to get a seat. The one thing that remained unchanged was the 3 seats in the front row closest to Song Chen, always reserved for Kantai. And Kantai came to every class. She had become a loyal fan of Professor Song. Finally, she applied to become a student of Professor Song. Every time after class, Kantai would use all kinds of tactics to persuade Song Chen to give her extra lessons. Song Chen, feeling helpless, saw that she was genuinely interested in medicine and had talent, so he reluctantly agreed to tutor her separately. Don't get it wrong, it was a serious tutoring session. Although during the process, Kantai always tried to take advantage of Song Chen in various ways, wearing seductive uniforms to tempt him. But Song Chen remained firm. He didn't want to die young. The system exploded. Late at night, Song Chen returned after tutoring Kantai. From a distance, he saw a black car parked in front of the clinic. Just as Song Chen parked the car and got out, a cold and elegant figure had already walked out of the black car. She was wearing a tight-fitting long skirt with black stockings and high heels underneath. Compared to before, tonight's Sheely was dressed exceptionally charming, exuding a mature womanly charm. Undoubtedly, dressing like this was just to please Song Chen. "Is it starting?" Song Chen asked, casting a few more glances at this cunning woman. It seemed that she had successfully straightened him out. Great merit. Yes, Sheely nodded, somewhat cautiously. "Then let's go." Song Chen nodded. Sheely took the initiative to open the door for Song Chen. The vehicle headed towards the west gate of Tang Street. At this moment, inside the entire west gate, hundreds of members were fully armed and lined up, ready for tonight's battle. Before long, the vehicle arrived, and a younger brother quickly came forward to open the door, welcoming their queen. However, to everyone's surprise, another familiar figure stepped out of the car. "Isn't that the doctor from the clinic? The one who operated on the queen?" "Doctor? Is the queen afraid we'll get hurt, so she brought a doctor along?" Rong Xian and others looked puzzled, speculating. But if a fight really broke out, bullets have no eyes, so what's the use of bringing a doctor? Even if they weren't careful, even the doctor might not make it back. And just as everyone was puzzled and confused, the next moment, Sheely took the initiative to step forward, reaching out with a soft hand to hold Song Chen's arm. Nestling against Song Chen like a bird, the solemn scene instantly fell silent. This scene was truly shocking. The members of the West Gate widened their eyes, looking incredulous, as if they had seen a ghost. What was their queen doing? Did she sprain her foot? "He is Song Chen, my man, and from today on, he is also the head of the West Gate. From now on, his words are my words, seeing him is like seeing me." Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Sheely, holding Song Chen, coldly and domineeringly declared. She knew that to get Song Chen to act, she had to show enough sincerity. Boom, however, Sheely's words were like thunder striking, causing everyone present to tremble. What's going on? Wasn't their queen not interested in men? How did she fall for this doctor after a surgery and directly appoint him as the head? Everyone found it hard to accept all this. Staring at Song Chen, their envy, jealousy, and hatred were beyond words. Because no matter how you look at it, this guy was just a pretty face, good at medicine, but nothing else. But in the underworld, it's not about these things, it's about who has the stronger fist, not who looks better. Are you all deaf? Do I need to repeat it a second time? Seeing that no one reacted, Sheely furrowed her brows slightly. "Queen, we don't agree? He's just a doctor, why should he be our head, let alone become your man? He's not worthy." A person who had always regarded Sheely as his faith gritted his teeth, resentfully staring at Song Chen. "Take him away and cut out his tongue," Sheely said coldly, making the other party understand what it means to be reasonable. The man's face changed slightly. "Queen, spare him, Luo Ping didn't mean it." The crowd's faces changed slightly, and they all knelt down to plead. Sheely's beautiful eyes were cold and wanted to say something, but were stopped by Song Chen raising his hand. "Let's set off first. Don't waste time." He really wasn't in the mood to show his power here. Everything would be put into the trip to Devil Island. After tonight, he believed these troublemakers would know whether he was worthy or not. "Let's go." Sheely's eyes flashed slightly, still giving orders. She had originally planned to provoke Song Chen to show his skills, to see Song Chen's strength, to change her mind. But she didn't expect the other party to be so calm. Hundreds of people from Ximen drove off in black cars and arrived at the dock, leaving a few people to assist. They chartered a ship overnight, along with several speedboats, heading towards Devil Island in the middle of the strait. At the same time, various states and cities of Ligu, several docks and ports, and gangs of all sizes set sail. But almost all those who came to participate in this underworld meeting were local forces of Ligu. Very few from other countries chose to give up. On the top deck of the ship, Song Chen looked at the vast Black Sea in front of him, blowing cold wind, with a different taste. Sheely approached and handed a document about the underworld meeting to Song Chen. At the same time, she explained, the major forces participating in this underworld meeting include gangs from other states of Ligu, among which the most powerful and dominant gang that has been dividing territories is called the Three Eagles Gang. The Three Eagles Gang has 3 leaders. No one knows their real names, only their code names are Widow, Snake, and Hyena. These are 3 ruthless individuals, cruel by nature, and have killed countless people in their lives. Their influence almost covers the entire Ligu, and they even have dealings with certain military officers of Ligu. The members number in the tens of thousands, and if they were to revolt, they would almost be able to contend with an armed force. Song Chen looked through the detailed records of various gangs in the document while listening to Sheely's explanation. He admired this woman's business acumen. As an outsider, she had thoroughly researched these local forces. However, these were not important to him. I learned that the hyena of the Three Eagles gang is Otto's brother. So, I suspect that this time the Three Eagles gang chose Devil Island for the underworld meeting with the intention of avenging the Black Skin gang and targeting my Shiman. Shili continued solemnly. Then why did you still come? Is it because of the confidence I gave you? Song Chen smiled, looking at the woman. That's right. Shili met Song Chen's gaze and smiled too. But what if I say I'm actually not prepared at all? Song Chen lifted her chin, asking. He truly admired this brave woman. Women who were willing to risk their lives were rare. Shili's pretty face stiffened instantly, a hint of panic flashing through. Just as she didn't know how to respond, Song Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He looked towards the darkness not far away. It was several yachts and ships passing by. But Song Chen's vision saw more than just these. He also saw several foreigners dressed as pirates on a ship loading bombs, heading straight towards them. Song Chen's face changed slightly, he bent down and picked up Shili to run. The sudden embrace made Shili's pretty face change slightly. She didn't expect this guy to be so anxious, and so rough. But the next moment, she didn't think so. 3 bombs fell first on the top deck. Boom! At the last moment, Song Chen leaped, his terrifying jumping power carrying Shili directly to the bottom deck. The top 2 levels of the entire ship were instantly leveled, violently shaking. Several members died tragically. Roar Yellow Pig, does Grandpa's bomb smell good? Ha ha ha. The ships in the distance suddenly cheered, with endless provocation, celebrating the success of this surprise attack. Then they stopped attacking and quickly left. Seems to be just for a prank.